Wang Luo was enveloped in despair. For the past 3 days, he had endeavored to reincarnate a staggering 372 times. Yet each attempt had culminated in failure. Although he had previously succeeded in a singular endeavor to be reborn in a fantastical realm, had he known that he would be reincarnated as a magical artifact, he would have preferred to have his soul scattered than to endure such a fate. How absurd it was merely a magical tool. Wang Luo dispersed his spiritual awareness and surveyed his formidable appearance once more, and his inner desolation deepened. He found himself transformed into a stout, elongated rod, thick at both ends yet slender in the middle, an object of stark black hue that exuded an aura of formidable hardness. Despite possessing a rather imposing name, the spirit-slaying Rod Wang Luo, in his former life as an inhabitant of Earth, could not help but hold a rather disdainful view of such a form. However, these concerns paled in comparison to the most disheartening aspect of his current predicament as master, Qingqing. As a prominent figure among the youth of the Cangyan kingdom, the 15-year-old Qingqing was lauded for both her beauty and prowess, garnering admiration from the populace. Moreover, she was notoriously known for her aloof demeanor. Yet, only Wang Luo understood that Qingqing's coldness was but a facade, her high-handedness was a mere act, and her apparent disdain for others was nothing but a disguise. The true Qingqing was, in fact, a complete and utter pervert. The thought caused Wang Luo to feel an overwhelming wave of grief. Regrettably, the spirit-slaying rod had sustained severe injuries, rendering him, as its reincarnated spirit, exceedingly weak, barely able to manifest even the most rudimentary form of a spirit. It was precisely for this reason that the spirit-slaying rod had fallen into Qingqing's possession. Otherwise, with her mere third-tier chi-wheel realm, she would never have been able to wield such a fearsome artifact. Just as Wang Luo lamented his unfortunate fate, an unusual disturbance arose from behind him. He sighed, feeling no trace of anxiety. This was merely the phenomenon that occurred when Qingqing summoned him from her spatial pouch. Aside from the initial dizziness he experienced, he had since grown accustomed to it. At that moment, deep within the Fengyan forest, located just outside Cangyan City, 5 burly men encircled a young woman clad in a flowing white dress, her face partially concealed by a delicate veil, their faces twisted with malicious intent. "Brothers, this charming lady before us must be the Ice Heart Fairy, Qingqing, of the Cangyan Kingdom. Ha! Big brother, your eyes are indeed sharp. This is the renowned beauty of the Cangyan Kingdom, Qingqing. I caught a glimpse of her from afar during my infiltration of the kingdom and would never mistake her. TSK, such a figure, such a lure. If I could indulge just once, I would willingly trade 10 years of my life." Laughter erupted at this comment, a cacophony of crude mirth. Qingqing's delicate brows arched slightly, and beneath her veil, her lips curled into a faint smile. The scum of Xuanhuan country dares to trespass into Fengyan forest seeking death. The moment her words fell, Qingqing flicked her wrist, and a rod, thicker than her arm, materialized in her palm. The expressions of the burly men shifted to one of grave concern. One man squinted, his voice low and serious. "Everyone be cautious. That is this girl's life-bound magical artifact, imbued with immense power. Countless prodigies have fallen before it, do not underestimate it." What's so fearsome about that blackenrod?" The leader of the group scoffed, picking his nose with a lewd grin. "I wager it's merely a toy she uses for her own amusement in times of loneliness. Just look at its shape, thick on both ends and slender in the middle. It must feel delightful to use, haha." Upon hearing this, Qingqing's fair complexion flushed slightly. Though she quickly seized the spirit-slaying Rodno, she seized Wang Luo and hurled him forth. As Wang Luo emerged, he overheard the crude remarks, igniting a fierce rage within him. "Roar!" he bellowed, a surge of ominous energy erupting from the rod, permeated by a chilling, malevolent sound that froze the laughter on the men's faces, fear dawning upon them. Wang Luo shouted, and the spirit-slaying rod transformed into a streak of light, moving faster than their senses could follow. With a series of dull thuds, Wang Luo, now within the spirit-slaying rod, let out a cold snort, unwilling to acknowledge the woman. To be reborn as a magical artifact was already a disgrace in the realm of rebirth. To be likened to such an object was nothing short of slander, blatant slander. At that moment, Wang Luo was perplexed to find that Qingqing did not return him to the spatial pouch, but instead held him tightly, making her way towards a secluded cave nearby. A chilling thought flashed through Wang Luo's mind, terrifying notion. Could it be that Qingqing truly intended to use him for some unspeakably humiliating purpose? If that were the case, he would rather self-destruct the spirit-slaying rod than succumb to such indignity. He resolutely thought, and the rod quivered violently in response. Qingqing, startled, gazed at the trembling rod and spoke soothingly. "Little rod, do not be afraid, it won't hurt, and I will only use you for a brief moment. So quickly, you'll hardly notice." Upon hearing this, Wang Luo sank deeper into despair. As Qingqing gripped the spirit-slaying rod tightly, she stepped lightly into the depths of the cave. It was a pitch-black cavern, devoid of any light, and Wang Luo, overwhelmed by despair, shut his eyes tightly. Soon, he heard a faint rustling sound, akin to someone shedding their garments, causing his heart to race even faster. In the next moment, an inexplicable warmth radiated from one end of the spirit-slaying rod, prompting him to involuntarily shudder. So warm, Wang Luo thought to himself, and so sticky, his brows knitted in deep humiliation as he endured the sensations. Why is it so wet? Listening to the sound of water splashing nearby, Wang Luo felt he could barely contain himself. He yearned to project his awareness to ascertain the situation outside, but feared encountering inappropriate scenes, forcing himself to suppress the impulse. Just then, Qingqing's melodious voice rang out. "Sister Yun, the soup is almost ready. You'll just stir it a bit more before it's ready to drink." Chapter 1. The Shame of Rebirth. Wang Luo was engulfed in despair. For the past 3 days, he had attempted to be reborn 372 times, only to face failure each time. Although he had recently succeeded once, achieving rebirth in a different realm, he lamented. Had he known he would be reincarnated as a magical artifact, he would have preferred to be obliterated rather than endure this fate. Alas, a magical artifact. Why must he embody one? Wang Luo spread his consciousness, surveying his imposing form once more, and the despair within him deepened. He was a thick-handed rod, slender in the middle, overall black and elongated, appearing exceptionally sturdy, a round stick. Despite possessing a grandiose name, the spirit-slaying rod Wang Luo, having been a human on Earth, undeniably held a rather different perspective on such an object. However, these concerns were trivial compared to the source of his profound despair, his current master, Qingqing. As a prodigious figure among the younger generation of the Cangyan kingdom, the 15-year-old Qingqing was praised by all for her beauty and strength. Moreover, she was notoriously known for her aloof demeanor. Yet, only Wang Luo knew that Qingqing's indifference was a facade, her coldness a mere illusion, her distance from others a ruse. All of it was merely a disguise. The true Qingqing was, in fact, a thoroughgoing lunatic. The thought of this brought Wang Luo to the brink of tears. Regrettably, the spirit-slaying rod had evidently sustained severe damage, rendering him, as its spirit, exceedingly weak, only able to manifest the most rudimentary form of an artifact spirit. It was precisely for this reason that the spirit-slaying rod had fallen into Qingqing's hands. Otherwise, with her mere third-tier chi wheel realm, she would be utterly incapable of wielding such a fearsome weapon. Just as Wang Luo sighed over his misfortune, a peculiar disturbance suddenly emanated from behind him. With a resigned sigh, he felt no hint of anxiety. This was a phenomenon he had come to expect whenever Qingqing retrieved him from her spatial pouch. Aside from the initial sensation of dizziness, he had grown accustomed to it. Meanwhile, deep within the Fengyan forest, outside Cangyan City, 5 burly men surrounded a young woman clad in a white dress, her face obscured by a delicate veil, their faces twisted with malicious smirks. "Brothers, this must be the Ice Heart Fairy, Qingqing of Cangyan Kingdom. Haha, big brother, your eyesight is impeccable. This is indeed the renowned beauty of Cangyan, Qingqing. I caught a glimpse of her once during my infiltration of Cangyan. There's no mistaking her. TSK, with such a figure and demeanor. If I could just have one night with her, I'd willingly trade 10 years of my life." At this remark, a cacophony of raucous laughter ensued. Mu Qingqing raised an eyebrow slightly, her lips curving into a faint smile beneath her veil, her voice ringing clear as a lark, scum of the Xuanhuan kingdom, daring to trespass in a Fengyan forest seeking death. The moment her words fell, she deftly revealed a rod thicker than her arm, which appeared in the palm of her hand. The men, upon seeing this, instantly adopted a grave expression. One of them squinted, his voice cold. Everyone be cautious, that is this little girl's life treasure, possessing immense power. Countless prodigies have fallen to its might. Do not underestimate it. TCH, what's so fearsome about that black stick? The leader of the group said, scratching his nose with a smirk. I reckon it's merely a toy for this girl to indulge herself in during lonely nights. Just look at the shape, thick at both ends and slender in the middle. It must feel quite delightful. Ha ha ha. Upon hearing this, Mu Qingqing's fair face tinged slightly with color. Yet, in the next moment, she hurled the spirit-slaying rod. No, she threw Wang Luo directly at them. As Wang Luo emerged, he caught wind of their disparaging remarks, igniting his fury. Roar! He bellowed, dark malevolent energy surging forth from the rod, an eerie and chilling sound emanating, causing the men's smiles to freeze, terror etched on their faces. Die for me! Wang Luo shouted, the spirit-slaying rod transforming into a streak of light, moving faster than thought could follow, with a series of thuds. Hearing this, Wang Luo let out a cold snort, unwilling to acknowledge the woman. To be reborn as a magical artifact was already a disgrace in the realm of reincarnation, and to be likened to such a thing was nothing short of slander. Utterly shameless slander. At that moment, Wang Luo noticed something peculiar. Mu Qingqing did not return him to her spatial pouch. Instead, she held him firmly, making her way toward the concealed cave nearby. A terrifying thought flashed through Wang Luo's mind. Could it be that Mu Qingqing truly intended to use him for some unspeakably humiliating purpose? If that were the case, he would rather self-destruct the spirit-slaying rod than submit obediently. Wang Luo resolved fiercely, causing the entire rod to tremble violently. Mu Qingqing was taken aback, observing the quivering spirit-slaying rod, her gaze softening as she spoke. Little rod, do not fear, it won't hurt, and I will only need you for a moment. It will be over quickly. Upon hearing this, Wang Luo's heart sank further into despair. Mu Qingqing tightened her grip on the spirit-slaying rod, gracefully stepping into the depths of the cave. It was a pitch-black cavern, devoid of light, and Wang Luo closed his eyes in hopelessness. Moments later, he heard a soft, rustling sound, akin to someone disrobing, quickening his heartbeat. Suddenly, an indescribably warm sensation emanated from one end of the spirit-slaying rod, causing him to involuntarily shudder. So warm, Wang Luo mused, and so sticky, he thought, his brow furrowed, internally humiliated yet strangely compelled by the sensation. What's with all this wetness? Listening to the sound of water nearby, Wang Luo felt he was on the verge of losing control. He longed to extend his consciousness to glimpse the external situation, but feared the sight of inappropriate scenes. Thus he suppressed his impulse with great effort. At that moment, Mu Qingqing's melodious voice rang out. Sister Yun, the soup is almost ready. I just need to stir it a little longer before it can be served. Chapter 2. A blessing in disguise. Wang Luo vowed that had it not been for Mu Qingqing binding him with a soul contract during his moment of weakness, he would undoubtedly have sprung up and crushed the life out of this woman. So cruelly. After all, he was a terrifying weapon of spirit slaughter. How could he be reduced to simmering soup? Wang Luo trembled with rage. The spirit slaughtering staff emitted a series of ominous hums, causing the entire pot of soup to bubble violently, splattering some of its contents onto the ground. Mu Qingqing let out a startled exclamation, quickly extracting the staff from the pot, frowning as she said, Little stick, don't be so stingy. I merely wanted to stir you a bit, and I'll clean you up right away. Upon hearing this, Wang Luo's fury intensified. Clean your sister, if you're so capable. Why don't you dip your own head into the soup and see how delightful that is? Just as Wang Luo was on the verge of exploding with anger, a melodious laugh like silver bells suddenly rang out beside him. Startled, Wang Luo couldn't help but extend his consciousness to investigate, only to be utterly astounded by the sight before him. There lay a woman in palace attire, her brows resembling distant mountains cloaked in mist, her skin like a peach blossom in bloom, and her hair cascading like a green waterfall. She covered her lips with a delicate hand, her eyes crescent-shaped and sparkling like stars in the moonlit sky. Holding a pool of autumnal water within that moment, she reclined gracefully upon a pile of hay, her palace gown having slipped down to reveal her smooth, fair skin and the perfect curve of her back. Wang Luo stole a glance, nearly drooling in in his previous life. He had been an unblemished young man. Even though he had encountered some alluring and suggestive images, they were all confined to his e-drive. Never had he seen such a spectacle in reality. Qingqing, does this treasure possess sentience? The palace-clad woman teased, her expression radiant as she gazed at Qingqing. Qingqing sighed, shaking her head. I'm not sure. When I first encountered the little stick in the secret realm, it was incredibly weak. Yet, I felt an inexplicable connection, which is why I formed the soul contract. Moreover, the little stick seems to understand my words. It's just a bit proud. This revelation. Wang Luo's anger surged further. He had been quietly admiring the graceful figure of the palace woman, only to be abruptly reminded of Qingqing's comments about him, which made him grit his teeth in exasperation. Was he proud? No, he was furious. He was enraged. He was in a frenzy. What does a woman like you know about it? All right, Wanrong chuckled lightly, then turned serious. You should quickly try to see if this treasure can heal me. As the palace-clad woman's delicate shoulders quivered, the two graceful curves beneath her pink belly band trembled, to the point that Wang Luo felt as though his eyes might pop out. Hearing this, Qingqing nodded in agreement. She then took out a silk handkerchief, carefully wiping the soup from one end of the spirit slaughtering staff, and approached the woman. Sister Yan, I can't guarantee that the little stick can dispel the toxins from your wounds. But when I previously took it to the soul-severing valley, the deadly miasma there always seemed to avoid it, so I believe the little stick should have some power against these toxins. As Qingqing spoke softly, she cautiously extended the spirit slaughtering staff toward Wanrong's smooth, unblemished abdomen. Unbeknownst to them, within the staff, Wang Luo's eyes widened to the size of copper bells. Fixated intently on the breathtaking scene before him, his entire spirit body trembled incessantly, teetering on the brink of disintegration, though his heart was as clear as ice, and he remained unfazed by the collapse of the heavens. A sudden panic gripped him. Oh no, this is disastrous. Boom. Wang Luo's mind went blank, all his efforts rendered futile. His spirit body grew increasingly insubstantial, fissures the width of fingers appearing across his form, threatening imminent collapse. At that critical juncture, a brilliant point of light unexpectedly ignited within the spirit-slaying staff, shining resplendently amidst the boundless darkness. The light tore through the shadows and, with a whoosh, penetrated deep into Wang Luo's mind. In that instant, his fragile body, akin to shattered porcelain, suddenly stabilized, halting its descent into ruin. Following this, a resonant voice echoed within his consciousness. One weapon shatters myriad laws. One staff slays countless spirits. The spirit-slaying staff has manifested. All weapons shall bow before it. Accompanying this voice, the luminous point hovered in Wang Luo's mind, flickering incessantly. With each flicker, the cracks on his body mended a fraction, and in mere moments, his spirit body was thoroughly restored. Not only that, but its stability surpassed anything he had previously known, leaving Wang Luo profoundly astonished. Surely, this turn of events could be deemed a blessing in disguise. Once his spirit body was fully mended, the brilliance of the light point flickered once more, unleashing a torrent of obscure information that surged forcefully into Wang Luo's mind. Chaotic spirit-slaying technique. Wang Luo furrowed his brow, meticulously sorting through the influx of newfound knowledge. During this process, the light point gradually descended, traversing down to his abdomen, where it settled firmly within his dantian, akin to a seed taking root. The light point expanded, morphing into a small vortex of gas, swirling incessantly within his dantian. This was actually a cyclone. After assimilating all the information, Wang Luo was immediately alerted to the unexpected appearance of this vortex within him, his eyes widening in shock. The earlier chaotic spirit-slaying technique was, in fact, an immensely powerful cultivation method. Throughout history, anyone who practiced this technique had been a figure of unparalleled renown. Now that Wang Luo had obtained this method, he initially felt disheartened, believing himself merely a spirit tool incapable of cultivation. Yet, here he was with a cyclone manifesting in his dantian. It is essential to note that a cyclone is the very foundation upon which all cultivators in the Wanrong continent begin their journey. In this realm, every individual, upon reaching the age of 5, would, under expert guidance, draw upon the world's spiritual energy to gather it within their dantian. Those capable of forming a cyclone would be deemed cultivators, while those unable to do so would remain mundane. However, Wang Luo, being a spirit tool, had no means to channel the heavenly spiritual energy without the aid of magical artifacts. Yet now, inexplicably, he possessed a cyclone within him, signifying that he had become a cultivator. Contemplating this revelation, Wang Luo could not help but sit cross-legged, eager to commune with the heavenly spiritual energy. Moments later, he abruptly opened his eyes, filled with elation. He could indeed communicate with the heavenly spiritual energy, meaning he could cultivate independently without relying on magical artifacts. Chapter 3. Devouring. What does it mean for a spirit tool to cultivate alone? This signifies that Wang Luo is fundamentally different from those flamboyant and shameless individuals outside. Once he attains formidable strength, he will be able to liberate himself from the constraints of the spirit-slaying staff and forge his own corporeal form. Of course, in such a scenario, the spirit-slaying staff would still remain his true essence. He would merely possess an additional avatar. Contemplating this, Wang Luo could no longer contain the excitement swelling within him. He promptly seated himself cross-legged, preparing to cultivate the chaotic spirit-slaying technique. Throughout his life, he has been utterly unable to accept the reality of his reincarnation as a spirit. Thus he harbored an intense yearning to possess a physical body and live honorably in this world. Just as he was about to commence his training, a sharp rebuke suddenly emanated from outside the spirit-slaying staff. "Bold rogue, prepare to meet your demise." At the moment he heard the voice, Wang Luo immediately extended his consciousness, only to see Wanrong, having tidied her attire, standing nearby with an icy countenance. Before her, Qingqing gripped the spirit-slaying staff, directing her scolding at the figure that had abruptly appeared at the cave's entrance. Shifting his gaze, Wang Luo beheld a tall, handsome young man standing at the cave's mouth with a mocking smile upon his face. The instant Qingqing's words fell, the spirit-slaying staff was hurled forth. The foremost genius of the younger generation of the Cangyan kingdom, Qingqing, the young man sidestepped the direct assault of the spirit-slaying staff, his smile growing ever more derisive. "Is that all you have?" Upon hearing this, Qingqing's brows furrowed in anger. She stepped forward, and 3 distinct waves of spiritual energy erupted around her. "Oh, the third rank of the Qi Wheel realm," the young man exclaimed with a hint of surprise, yet maintained a nonchalant demeanor. The residual toxins lingering on her wounds had indeed been dispersed by the spirit-slaying staff, allowing her to recover with just a moment's respite. Outside the cave, Qingqing and the young man stood facing each other, their gazes locked. Qingqing, you are a prodigy of the Cangyan kingdom that I have no desire to engage in a life-or-death struggle with you. Simply hand over Wanrong, and I shall withdraw. As his words echoed, Qingqing clapped her jade-like hand, unleashing a 3-colored wave of spiritual energy that surged toward the young man. With a swift flick of his wrist, he waved his folding fan. A tremendous crash resounded. The spiritual energy wave unleashed by Qingqing was instantly shattered, and a violent gust swept forth, uprooting trees in its wake and sending them crashing to the ground. 5th rank of the Qi Wheel realm? A grave expression shone in Qingqing's beautiful eyes as she focused on the 5-colored spiritual energy emanating from the young man, her demeanor increasingly wary. "I shall reiterate, surrender Wanrong, and I will immediately withdraw." With a flick of his wrist, the folding fan soared into the air, hovering above his head and radiating an ethereal brilliance. "Otherwise, I shall show no mercy." As these words left his lips, the aura surrounding the young man intensified further. Yet, Qingqing remained undaunted. With a thought, the spirit-slaying staff reappeared in her palm, shrouded in swirling black, ghostly energy, accompanied by wails of anguish. Within the spirit-slaying staff, Wang Luo attentively monitored the unfolding battle outside. After all, Qingqing had formed a soul contract with him. If any harm befell her, he would inevitably suffer the consequences. Thus he could not afford to be careless. Strangely, however, upon seeing the folding fan radiating an ethereal brilliance above the young man's head, a sudden and intense wave of hunger surged within Wang Luo's abdomen. A powerful voice seemed to resonate within Wang Luo's mind, urging him insistently, "Consume that fan, consume that fan." Unbeknownst to him, his eyes gradually took on a crimson hue, and the malevolent aura emanating from the spirit-slaying staff surged dramatically, exuding an oppressive force that sent shivers down the spines of all present. What manner of treasure is this? Xuanhuan cast a glance at the spirit-slaying staff in Qingqing's grasp, his expression betraying shock. As one of the princes of Xuanhuan kingdom, raised within the esteemed Huanggu sect, Xuanhuan possessed both strength and insight. This was precisely why he dared to venture alone into the Cangyan kingdom in pursuit of Wanrong. Yet, he was astounded to discover not only a prodigy like Qingqing, who had attained the Qi Wheel realm at such a tender age, but also a treasure of such formidable and enigmatic power. It was well known that Huanggu sect, even in the southeastern corner of the Wanmang continent, held a formidable reputation. His master was a peak expert in the Qi realm. Yet even his master's treasures did not exude the overwhelming aura of the black staff before him. At that moment, Qingqing too stared in astonishment at the spirit-slaying staff. She could not fathom how it had transformed into this state. And just as she intended to wield it, the staff unexpectedly shot forth. Whoosh! The spirit-slaying staff burst forth, trailing a long, dark, ghostly aura behind it, akin to a black, malevolent dragon, roaring as it charged towards Xuanhuan. Xuanhuan's expression shifted dramatically, his fists clenched tightly as he bellowed. Imperial battle of the 9 heavens. With that cry, the 5-colored spiritual energy surrounding him surged, and his fists radiated a dazzling light as he struck out towards the oncoming spirit-slaying staff. Within the staff, Wang Luo curled his lips into a sardonic smile, exclaiming, "Shatter for me." Boom! A deafening explosion resounded, and the ground trembled violently within a radius of several miles around the point of impact. Colossal trees being cleaved in two, creating utter chaos. Moments later, a figure was propelled from the center of the explosion, crashing through 7 or 8 sturdy trees before landing in a heap on the ground. The one sent flying was none other than Xuanhuan, who, upon hitting the ground, spat out a mouthful of blood, his complexion ashen. As the smoke began to dissipate, he vaguely discerned a male figure standing there. Eyes coldly fixed upon him. Yet, in the blink of an eye, that figure vanished, leaving only the pitch-black spirit-slaying staff suspended in the air, its ghostly aura unabated, the oppressive force still palpable. Chapter 4. Devouring cultivation. Wanrong's gaze swept across the scene. Landing on the bloodied Xuanhuan in the distance, her expression shifting dramatically. Xuanhuan, too, caught sight of Wanrong and, summoning his strength, forced himself to rise. He cast a cold, piercing glance in her direction and spoke icily. Wanrong, do not think you can leave unscathed. Soon, someone far stronger will come looking for you. Just wait. The folding fan trembled incessantly. A torrent of ethereal treasure energy desperately attempting to break free from the constraints of the spirit-slaying staff. However, beneath the terrifying ghostly aura of the staff, this precious energy was consumed entirely in mere moments. Subsequently, even the delicate, translucent folding fan itself became tainted with a layer of darkness. And within the blink of an eye, it shattered completely, transforming into specks of glowing light that were wholly absorbed by the spirit-slaying staff. Qingqing was taken aback, casting a puzzled glance at Wanrong. Wanrong furrowed her exquisite willow-like brows, hesitating for a moment before she turned to Qingqing and spoke with a grave tone. "Qingqing, it seems your magical artifact has consumed that folding fan." "What?" Qingqing gasped, her rosy lips agape in disbelief, her face reflecting utter incredulity. Having forged a soul contract with the spirit-devouring rod for over half a year, she was unaware of its ability to devour other magical artifacts. In fact, not only was she oblivious, but even Wang Luo himself was utterly bewildered. The moment he laid eyes on the folding fan, he inexplicably found himself losing control, an overwhelming urge to consume it surging within him. By the time he regained his senses, the fan had already been entirely devoured. Gue, will this thing cause me to have an upset stomach? Wang Luo pondered in a squatting position within the spirit-devouring rod space, feeling a profound internal conflict. However, a sudden flash of insight illuminated his mind, and he became more composed. After all, he was no longer human. How could he possibly suffer from indigestion? It was indeed a case of unnecessary worry. With his concerns set aside, Wang Luo redirected his focus to the swirling energy within his dantian. To his astonishment, the once diminutive vortex had expanded considerably. Not only that, but he also sensed the spiritual energy circulating within his meridians had become increasingly substantial. Could this be a consequence of consuming the folding fan? Wang Luo furrowed his brow, utterly perplexed. Though he had been reborn as a spirit artifact, inheriting all the memories of his predecessor, the severe injuries sustained by the spirit-devouring rod had sealed those memories away. Thus, his understanding of this world and certain aspects of the spirit-devouring rod remained painfully limited. As for how to unlock these sealed memories, he had yet to discover a method, though he harbored vague speculations. Until the seals were lifted, he felt like a blind man groping in the dark, a far cry from the archetype of a protagonist in a rebirth novel. It must be said that Wang Luo felt a deep sense of melancholy. Yet what troubled him even more was the insufferable Qingqing. "Qingqing, you truly don't know that the spirit-devouring rod possesses the ability to consume magical artifacts." Meanwhile, outside, Wanrong continued to grapple with the situation regarding the spirit-devouring rod. However, after a brief moment of contemplation, Qingqing's attention was drawn to a beehive perched on a nearby tree trunk. "Sister Yun, if it's too puzzling, then let it be. After all, the bond between Little Rod and me still holds. It certainly won't harm me." But Wanrong remained unconvinced. "There's no but." Qingqing replied with a sweet smile, pointing towards the beehive. "Sister Yun, look over there. There's a beehive. Please step back. I'll go fetch it down." and we can enjoy some honey." Without heeding Wanrong's objections, she swiftly moved beneath the tree. Inside the spirit-devouring rod, Wang Luo felt an array of dark lines forming across his forehead. He extended his spiritual awareness, keenly observing Mu Qingqing's every move. And indeed, the next moment, Mu Qingqing unexpectedly extended the spirit-devouring rod towards the beehive and forcefully jabbed at it. Is she out of her mind? Wang Luo's eyes blazed crimson. Unable to suppress his urge to curse. He was a world-destroying weapon. Could she not show some respect? It was one thing to use him for soup, but now she was attempting to poke a beehive with him. Mu Qingqing, what other talents do you possess that you could showcase for me? Unbeknownst to Mu Qingqing, Wang Luo's thoughts were spiraling into chaos. She could only feel the spirit-breaking stick trembling incessantly. At that moment, she gently reassured, "Little stick, do not fear. These bees are merely the most rudimentary fire spirit bees. They are gentle in nature and will not sting. Besides, you are not afraid of being stung by them, are you?" As she spoke, a bright sparkle ignited in Mu Qingqing's eyes. She licked her rosy lips and swallowed, saying, "However, the honey they produce is truly delectable. Alas, it is a pity that you cannot savor honey." Wang Luo, already exhausted from the banter, simply closed his eyes, forcing himself to calm down and earnestly practice the chaotic spirit-breaking technique. At present, he must exert himself in his cultivation. Once he reaches the Qi realm, his innate soul flame will be born within him, enabling him to refine his physical form and live a life of dignity. Meanwhile, Wanrong observed Mu Qingqing's actions, and a hint of a helpless smile graced her exquisite face. In truth, she had only known Mu Qingqing for 3 days, yet due to Mu Qingqing's seemingly aloof demeanor, which concealed a surprisingly naive heart, their rapport had swiftly blossomed. The reason she was being pursued by Xuanhuan was due to her affiliation with the Tianlan Sect, which had always been at odds with the Huanggu sect to which Xuanhuan belonged. The disciples of both sects often clashed whenever they crossed paths, leading to life-and-death confrontations. On this occasion, she had been dispatched to carry out a mission, only to unwittingly fall into a trap laid by the Huanggu sect and sustain grave injuries. Had it not been for her fortuitous encounter with Mu Qingqing at a critical moment, her fate would have been dire indeed. "Qingqing, have you ever considered joining a sect for cultivation?" Wanrong inquired, gracefully gliding to Mu Qingqing's side. Mu Qingqing was currently indulging in the honey from the spirit-breaking stick. Upon hearing Wanrong's question, she paused momentarily, curiosity sparking in her eyes. "Are there tasty things in the sect?" Her words revealed her unabashed foodie nature. Wanrong chuckled softly and replied with a hint of resignation. "The people in the sect seldom indulge in worldly delicacies. However, if you enjoy eating, you could always prepare your own meals." "Ugh, that sounds rather troublesome. Perhaps I shall pass." Mu Qingqing frowned, pouting her lips smeared with honey. At this, Wang Luo, who was within the spirit-breaking stick, suddenly opened his eyes wide and exclaimed in frustration, "Why not go? Why refrain from it? Mu Qingqing, have you lost your mind? Perhaps due to his overwhelming excitement." Wang Luo's words escaped his lips without restraint, leaving Mu Qingqing, who was bound to him by a soul contract, staring in shock with her wide, shimmering eyes. Chapter 5 Dialogue. Who is speaking? Mu Qingqing asked nervously, her beautiful eyes darting around. Observing her demeanor, Wanrong immediately extended her spiritual consciousness, but within a 100-mile radius, there was no trace of any living presence. She glanced at Mu Qingqing, puzzled. "Qingqing, what's wrong?" "I don't know." Mu Qingqing, clutching the beehive and wielding the spirit-breaking stick, surveyed her surroundings with a perplexed expression. She was utterly bewildered. She had distinctly heard a man's voice addressing her by name. Yet, despite probing with her consciousness, she found nothing. Could it be that she was seeing ghosts? Mu Qingqing pondered anxiously. "Ghosts? Nonsense. I am right here with you. Why don't you look down?" After some internal conflict, Wang Luo decided it was time to come clean with Mu Qingqing. The spirit-slaying rod has become Mu Qingqing's fated soul weapon. As its spirit, it is inevitable that they shall meet. Given this, it would be prudent to reveal his existence to this woman sooner rather than later. Otherwise, with Mu Qingqing's level of foolishness, she may never hope to forge a corporeal body in her lifetime. After all, creating a physical form requires far more than merely reaching the Qi realm and refining one's innate soul flame. The process of crafting a corporeal body necessitates an extensive array of materials and preparatory steps. If you were to remain in this diminutive Cangyan kingdom, it could take an eternity to gather what is needed. Upon hearing this, Mu Qingqing cast her gaze downward at the spirit-slaying rod and the beehive in her hands. And with a sharp gasp, she flung the beehive away. "What is going on?" Wanrong inquired, her expression one of confusion as she looked at Mu Qingqing. "This beehive has come to life. It can speak." Mu Qingqing exclaimed, taking several steps back and staring wide-eyed at the beehive rolling amidst a carpet of fallen leaves, her voice trembling with disbelief. Within the spirit realm, Wang Luo was momentarily engulfed in darkness, nearly choking back blood from the sheer frustration of Mu Qingqing's astonishing folly. A beehive coming to life. Wanrong's expression shifted to one of utter astonishment upon hearing this. With a flick of her delicate wrist, a stream of spiritual energy shot forth, shattering the beehive, revealing nothing out of the ordinary. Qingqing, that is merely an ordinary beehive, she explained. Then who spoke just now? Mu Qingqing's fear diminished slightly, yet she remained unconvinced. She clutched the spirit-slaying rod tightly to her chest, the soft sensation of it causing Wang Luo to feel a mix of despair and intrigue. Although Mu Qingqing was merely a blossoming girl of 15, her figure had begun to mature in certain areas, inadvertently bestowing a moment of fortune upon Wang Luo. Mu Qingqing, I am the spirit of the spirit-slaying rod. Wang Luo managed to extricate himself from the warmth of her embrace and cleared his throat once more. This time, Mu Qingqing did not recoil in terror. After all, the spirit-slaying rod was her destined soul weapon, and their spiritual imprints remained intertwined, assuring her that it posed no threat. She glanced down at the spirit-slaying rod, a look of astonishment gracing her delicate features. Observing this, a glimmer of brilliance flashed in Wang Luo's eyes, and in the next moment, Mu Qingqing found herself inexplicably transported to an endless abyss of darkness. Where is this place? A hint of wariness flickered in her gaze as her internal spiritual energy began to circulate quietly. You. Mu Qingqing stared with wide, glistening eyes, her jade hands pressed against her chest, struggling to articulate a single word. What is the matter? Wang Luo queried, perplexed by her sudden outburst. Are you truly the spirit of the little rod? Mu Qingqing covered her lips, her beautiful eyes sparkling with a hint of wonder, and a delicate flush crept onto her cheeks, causing her breath to quicken. Witnessing this reaction, Wang Luo quickly deduced that this young girl was likely experiencing a surge of infatuation. However, it was to be expected. After all, a girl of 15 or 16 is often on the cusp of blossoming emotions, and given Wang Luo's striking good looks, Mu Qingqing's response was entirely natural. Indeed, in his past life, Wang Luo was the most sought-after heartthrob on campus. Ahem, how far my thoughts have wandered. However, she spoke with an air of seriousness, saying, listen, you must join a sect for training. Otherwise, in a mere insignificant place like the Cangyan kingdom, there is no way for you to swiftly enhance your strength. With your current ineptitude, how can you possibly be worthy of the spirit-slaying staff? Upon hearing Wang Luo's disdain for her incompetence, Mu Qingqing's delicate face flushed with grievance, her eyes taking on a sorrowful glint. Pouting her alluring crimson lips, she twirled on her toes and said, But I've been an orphan since childhood. If it weren't for the people of Cangyan kingdom providing for me, I would have perished from starvation long ago. Now, having to part from everyone, I truly do not wish to. Listening to Mu Qingqing's soft, melodic voice, Wang Luo felt a surge of frustration. Could this girl not communicate in a more reasonable tone? Were all infatuated maidens this daunting? He regretted appearing before her. With no other option, Wang Luo adopted a firmer demeanor. He flipped his palm, and a small red insignia floated above it. The moment Mu Qingqing caught sight of the insignia, her charming face turned pale with trepidation. What do you intend to do? Wang Luo cast her a sidelong glance and replied with a cold smirk, Mu Qingqing, I am not like you. I have compelling reasons to become stronger. If you find your current situation comfortable and fulfilling, then I'm afraid we are not of the same ilk. Although we have established a soul contract, it is not beyond dissolution, at most. It would only inflict some damage upon me. Rather than live an ordinary life with you, I would prefer to seek someone stronger to sign a soul contract with. As he spoke, streams of spiritual energy surged from his palm, entwining around the soul imprint. Mu Qingqing's face turned ashen, and she quickly exclaimed, No, must I join the sect? Chapter 6. The Oath of Fealty. What has prompted this sudden change of heart? Wanrong inquired, curious as to what had influenced Mu Qingqing's decision. Yet, Mu Qingqing chose not to reveal that it was Wang Luo's words that had swayed her. The spirit-slaying staff was of significant import. In Mu Qingqing's eyes, Wang Luo was merely a fallen powerhouse being pursued, yet his strength was undoubtedly at its zenith. Little did she know that Wang Luo had only just begun his journey as a cultivator. To join our Tianlan sect, one must present an oath of fealty, which entails slaying a fierce beast of equal standing. Fortunately, not far from here in the Fengyan forest, there resides a ground-rending mouse king that fits this description. However, I cannot assist you. You must defeat it on your own before you can enter our Tianlan sect, Wanrong said with a gentle smile. Wang Luo, hidden within the spirit-slaying staff, was taken aback by the mention of an oath of fealty. How is this akin to the legends of Liu Shan? Was this Yulan Sect not a place for restoring the Ming dynasty? Half a day later, Qingqing acquired all information regarding the ground-rending mouse and arrived at the outskirts of the Cangyan forest. Qingqing's spiritual energy immediately locked onto the area. The tremors of power beneath the earth advanced intermittently. Based on the information provided by Wanrong, there was no doubt this was indeed the ground-rending mouse. Although the creature had entered the encirclement, Qingqing did not rush into action. After all, it was still underground. While she could potentially shatter the soil with her strength, it would only suffice to break the surface. The energy barrier created by the dark flag could only manifest above ground, proving ineffective in controlling the subterranean realm. According to the opponent's tendencies, at that moment, they would likely escape using earth manipulation. Although I am confident in my speed, it would be futile to pursue them. At that point, the prospect of luring them would be nearly impossible. Thus, Qingqing must wait until the opponent has completely lowered their guard before striking decisively. Approximately 500 meters away from the black vial, the soil suddenly began to rise slightly, and the mound grew increasingly larger. With a soft pop, the mound burst open, revealing a long, pointed snout emerging from the ground. This creature is rather overly cautious, isn't it? Qingqing observed the quivering crimson snout with amusement, yet she dared not make a single movement, controlling her heartbeat to a slow rhythm, fearful of detection which could lead to failure. Be careful. Although Wanrong will protect you, vigilance is still necessary, Wang Luo reminded from the spirit butchering staff. Seemingly oblivious to any imminent danger, the fissured red rat finally emerged from the mound. At this moment, Qingqing truly beheld its true form. This fissured red rat bore a resemblance to an ordinary mouse, yet it was several dozen to 100 times larger. Its sharp front claws gleamed with a deadly sheen, effortlessly carving deep grooves into the hard ground with a mere shake. Its body was cloaked in fiery red fur, resembling a raging inferno, while its long tail swung like a robust steel whip. At this juncture, it was sniffing the air with its nose, its head swiveling in various directions. Clearly, it remained on high alert for any potential threats. After further exploration, it finally relaxed its guard, turning its head towards the black vial. Deeply inhaling the scent emanating from it, in a manner reminiscent of humans, its eyes narrowed slightly in apparent ecstasy. After a prolonged moment, it opened its eyes, greedily fixating on the distant black vial. With a swift motion, the fissured red rat could no longer contain itself. Propelled by the alluring aroma from the vial, it dashed towards it. 500 meters was an instant for its speed. Reaching the vial's front in the blink of an eye, inhaling deeply at the bottle's opening, reveling in the sensation. It was evident that the fissured red rat possessed a keen sensitivity to both scent and sound. After patiently waiting for over 10 minutes, Qingqing slowly rose from her concealed perch in the treetops, gracefully descending the trunk to the ground. At the moment of landing, she made not a whisper. As silent as a feather, adjusting her breath, Qingqing swiftly employed the wind step technique, gliding towards the fissured red rat like a gentle breeze. This young lady possesses commendable strength and an appealing physique. Once I have a corporeal form. Tsk, Wang Luo, growing bored with the spirit butchering staff, began to appraise Qingqing's figure. Struggling to suppress the wicked thoughts brewing within. As the slaughtering spirit staff was held closely by Qingqing. It was alarmingly near her well-rounded bosom. At that moment, the earth-shattering red rat, eyes closed in bliss while assimilating the azure gas inhaled into its body, suddenly convulsed violently. Its eyes flew open, emitting a cry of terror. The fiery red mane on its body stood erect, bursting forth with a layer of earthy brown radiance. Be careful. This creature is about to go berserk. Wang Luo, ever vigilant, promptly warned, with a powerful shout accompanied by blinding bolts of lightning. A tremendous force suddenly erupted from the void. A moment later, following a pitiful shriek, a cataclysmic explosion resonated throughout the area. The colossal form of the earth-shattering red rat was sent tumbling for 50 or 60 meters, crashing through a dozen trees thick enough for an adult to embrace, before finally coming to a halt. Meanwhile, Qingqing was also propelled several meters away by the recoil, barely managing to steady herself and regain her footing. Chapter 7. Defense Power. Observing the earth-shattering red rat, which was now shaking its head in confusion on the ground, Qingqing noted with astonishment that it had merely been knocked away, suffering no substantial injury despite the narrow gap that had been cleaved above its head. Although she was aware of its formidable defensive capabilities, she had still underestimated its resilience. Even though the recent maneuver had been executed to enhance speed for a surprise attack at the expense of some power, Qingqing was acutely aware that the strength of her previous strike could have easily obliterated an ordinary cultivator at the early stage of the cyclone realm. Be cautious. Its defensive strength is remarkable. Wang Luo, hidden within the slaughtering spirit staff, felt a surge of anxiety, never anticipating the rodent's might. Should they fail to enter the Tianlan sect this time, the speed of his recovery to a corporeal form would be significantly hampered. Awakening from its stupor, the earth-shattering red rat glared resentfully at Mu Qingqing, issuing a few spiteful squeaks before darting away into the distance. "You shall not escape," Mu Qingqing shouted, giving chase to the fleeing rodent. "Do not let it get away. Utilize your footwork," Wang Luo urged. As she pursued the frantically fleeing earth-shattering red rat, Mu Qingqing, no longer needing to conceal her presence, summoned her inner energy, which surged rapidly within her. With a crackling sound, she unleashed the wind thunder footwork, closing in on the escaping creature. Boom, 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 boom. The earth-shattering red rat, upon noticing Mu Qingqing rapidly gaining ground behind it, was struck with alarm. It had not anticipated such swiftness from a human. In a panic, it raised its claws, desperately clawing at the ground in an attempt to burrow underground. Yet, the next moment, its crimson eyes glimmered with confusion as it realized that the ground, typically as soft as tofu, now felt harder than steel. Its sharp claws could only carve shallow grooves, and the notion of its massive body burrowing into the earth seemed an insurmountable task. Squeak, squeak. With a piercing screech, the earth-rending red mouse finally ceased its tumultuous rolling, paying no heed to the flung figure of Mu Qingqing, and instead darted away into the distance, devoid of any demeanor befitting a beast of the cyclone realm. "Kill," roared Mu Qingqing, her body surging forth once more in pursuit of the earth-rending red mouse. A thunderous crash echoed as the creature, in its frantic escape, collided with the trap that Mu Qingqing had meticulously set. Bam! The tumbling earth-rending red mouse was cleaved to the ground by a colossal sword imbued with the essence of wind and thunder, its formidable force smashing into the already energy-bound, solid ground, creating a gaping pit several meters deep. Squeak, cursed human, why must you persist in your pursuit of me? The earth-rending red mouse struggled to rise from the pit, a jagged gash over a foot long on its head oozing crimson blood, its scarlet eyes glaring fiercely at Mu Qingqing, astonishingly articulating human speech. You can speak." Mu Qingqing was struck with incredulity. It was her first encounter with a talking beast, although she had once conversed with the original dragon that had occurred within its consciousness, and the other's form had not been particularly tangible. "I am the earth-rending red mouse king. Of course I can speak. You little creature, I have no desire to battle you, yet you persist in seeking my demise. Do you truly believe I lack the courage to slay you?" The earth-rending red mouse king fixed its gaze upon Mu Qingqing, a menacing tone in its voice. Simultaneously, its forepaws began to scrape the ground with force, carving deep fissures into the earth. This time, the earth-rending red mouse king was not attempting to burrow away, but rather preparing to launch an assault on Mu Qingqing. With a deep breath, Mu Qingqing remained silent, exhaling slowly. The moment the creature spoke, her heart sank. Despite her limited experience, she understood from its actions that she had encountered a formidable opponent. The spiritual energy within her surged violently as she resolved to engage in a true contest of strength with this beast of the cyclone realm. A roar erupted from the earth-rending red mouse king, its ferocity ignited by Mu Qingqing's palpable battle spirit. It realized it had fallen into the trap set by this human girl, who had evidently invested considerable effort in dealing with it and would not relent. Although the earth-rending red mouse tribe was naturally timid and cautious, the saying goes that even a cornered rabbit will bite. Moreover, as the sovereign of its clan and a high-level beast of the cyclone realm, it would not simply resign itself to death when faced with a life-and-death crisis. Furthermore, it discerned that Mu Qingqing's cultivation was merely at the mid-level of the cyclone realm, having endured 2 of its prior attacks. While it had sustained some pain, it was not unbearable, which fueled its decision to confront this young challenger. The earth-rending red mouse king's eyes blazed with crimson light, its fiery mane resembling a raging inferno as its body gradually pressed down towards the ground. Its voice transformed, no longer the original squeak, but a primal roar akin to that of a wild beast, emanating a weighty and powerful resonance. With a thunderous roar, it propelled itself forward with all 4 limbs, akin to a bolt of lightning that instantaneously pierced through the air, arriving before Mu Qingqing, a distance of 50 meters away, and striking down with a mighty paw. How swift! Mu Qingqing was taken aback. Although she was already aware from her intelligence reports that the earth-shattering red rat excelled in speed, her recent pursuit had given her the impression that she was not far behind. Despite intentionally lagging a bit, however, she had not anticipated the sheer terror of the earth-shattering red rat king, fueled by rage. Chapter 8. The earth-shattering rat king. Moreover, the velocity unleashed after its full combat power was simply astonishing. Bang! A sharp metallic clang echoed as Mu Qingqing barely had time to react before she felt an overwhelming force, sending her hurtling backward with a single swipe from the earth-shattering red rat. Thud, thud, thud. Mu Qingqing was propelled backward, crashing through several large trees before finally embedding herself into the trunk of a massive tree. Coughing, Mu Qingqing felt as though she had been struck by a colossal beast weighing over 10 tons. Her internal energy surging violently, causing her to spit a mouthful of fresh blood. Roar, roar. Upon witnessing that Mu Qingqing seemed relatively unharmed, merely coughing up blood, the enraged creature let out a furious howl. With its body hunched low, it charged at Mu Qingqing once more with lightning speed, its formidable presence cleaving through the trees in its path. Ignoring the turmoil within her body, Mu Qingqing unleashed a powerful roar, releasing a surge of spiritual energy that manifested as a colossal, beastly silhouette towering over 10 meters high. At the beastly apparition took shape. It struck out at the charging, earth-shattering Red Rat King with a mighty paw. Boom! A tremendous sound resonated as both colossal entities were sent reeling backward. Squeak! The earth-shattering Red Rat King emitted a pained shriek, spewing forth a noxious, dark green liquid from its mouth. Meanwhile, Mu Qingqing coughed up another mouthful of blood, collapsing to the ground, unable to rise for the moment. This time, the earth-shattering Red Rat King was utterly bewildered. The beastly silhouette that erupted from Mu Qingqing evoked a primal shudder within it. Yet, as it glanced at Mu Qingqing, who was struggling on the ground, a frenzied glint appeared in its eyes. Though its nature rendered it timid, as the king of rats, it had long stood atop the pinnacle of this region's power, and its dignity would not allow for provocation. At this juncture, Wang Luo was equally astonished, for the silhouette that had emerged from Mu Qingqing was evidently not a technique she possessed, or rather, it was something beyond mere martial skills. It seemed that this little girl harbored secrets of her own. Wang Luo mused inwardly. In that moment, the Rat King was consumed by madness. It was determined to slay the human girl before it and devour her flesh and blood. With that thought, the earth-shattering Red Rat King let out a bizarre howl. Mu Qingqing lifted her head, astonished as she beheld the rat's incessant wailing. She watched as its body swelled, growing from its original length of several meters to over 20. Its crimson mane transforming into golden spikes that shimmered like steel needles. You wretched human brat, you have thoroughly enraged this king. I shall ensure that you are devoured to the very last bone. The earth-rending Red Mouse King's eyes transformed into a brilliant golden hue, fiercely fixated on Mu Qingqing in the distance as it let out a thunderous roar. At this moment, having undergone its metamorphosis, the earth-rending Red Mouse King's power had escalated to a level perilously close to the mid-tier of the Cyclone realm, significantly bolstering its confidence and rendering it indifferent to the earlier surge of vitality exuded by Mu Qingqing. Come on then. I am eager to see what this mutated rodent can do to me. Upon witnessing the fully transformed earth-rending Red Mouse King, Mu Qingqing's gaze ignited with fervor, her battle spirit surging to an unprecedented height. Strangely enough, despite the overwhelming power of the earth-rending Red Mouse King now far surpassing her own, Mu Qingqing felt no inkling of retreat. This sensation arose from the depths of her being, akin to a newly walking kitten encountering an immensely powerful mouse devoid of fear, while the mouse itself would flee in terror. At this moment, Mu Qingqing harbored such an instinctual feeling, inexplicable yet primal. Hand over control of your body to me. Let me take charge. Wang Luo's cold voice broke through as he observed Mu Qingqing struggling. Surprised, she promptly relinquished control, her trust in Wang Luo evident. Meanwhile, Yunjing Wanrong, who was covertly observing Mu Qingqing from the shadows, felt a palpable shift in her aura, cold and merciless, radiating an air of lethal intent. Wang Luo, unlike her, did not possess such a presence, for he was the spirit of the slaughtering spirit staff, an ancient artifact of mass destruction that had claimed countless true spirits and drained the genuine blood of dragons and phoenixes, thus inherently embodying a sinister aura. After vanquishing this Mouse King, Wang Luo would seize the opportunity to acquire a magical beast's core to restore his physical form. As he gazed upon Mu Qingqing's fearless demeanor and avaricious glint, the earth-rending Red Mouse King could no longer bear to witness her for even another second. With a furious roar, it vanished in a flash, slicing through space to appear directly above Mu Qingqing, its claws gleaming with a chilling light as they descended towards her head. With a soft thud, the earth-rending Red Mouse King's claws pierced through Mu Qingqing's form, striking the solid ground beneath. What once could only carve shallow grooves into the earth now completely penetrated, revealing that the beast's offensive power had multiplied tenfold. Roaring in fury at the sight of Mu Qingqing seemingly cleaved in two, the earth-rending Red Mouse King let out a wrathful howl, only to realize that it was merely an afterimage. In reality, Mu Qingqing stood calmly over 50 meters away, maintaining their original distance, her expression serene as she regarded the creature. Indeed, at the moment the earth-rending Red Mouse King launched its attack, Mu Qingqing had simultaneously evaded, her speed so extraordinary that it left behind only an afterimage. A mouse is still a mouse. Mutated or not, it remains fundamentally the same. Observing the enraged, earth-rending Red Mouse King, Qingqing spoke with a hint of disdain. Now, let me show you my true power. As she mocked her adversary, she summoned the slaughtering spirit staff and charged towards the earth-rending Red Mouse King with determination. In the ensuing moment, the figures of both parties flickered incessantly, accompanied by resounding explosions that erupted continuously. The trees surrounding them, standing as silent witnesses, suffered greatly. Some robust trunks were truly shattered by the overwhelming spiritual energy, while others were cleaved into segments by the weapons or claws of a human and a mouse. As the battle prolonged, Qingqing's gaze grew increasingly luminous, for he had never anticipated that the claws of the earth-rending Red Mouse King could withstand his soul-slaying staff for even a brief moment without showing signs of wear. Although the staff had yet to be completely unsealed, its hardness was indeed unparalleled in the world. This claw is quite a remarkable treasure. Perhaps it could be fashioned into several concealed weapons or flying daggers. Yielding impressive results, Qingqing, now known as Wang Luo, fought on. He contemplated how best to exploit the treasures possessed by the earth-rending Red Mouse. Chapter 9. The lair in stark contrast to Wang Luo's situation. The transformed earth-rending Red Mouse King grew increasingly enraged and alarmed with each exchange. It was infuriating that, despite unleashing its utmost power, it still could not subdue this human of merely mid-cyclone realm. In truth, it was not that it could not strike the opponent. Rather, it realized that the staff wielded by this human seemed exceedingly formidable. Its sharp claws merely left shallow marks upon it. What truly unsettled it was the palpable aura of fear emanating from Wang Luo, which stirred an instinctual dread deep within its being. Roaring with frustration, after exchanging over 100 blows, the earth-rending Red Mouse King erupted in a blinding golden light, resolutely preparing to unleash its most ferocious assault. With a thunderous roar, a golden bolt of lightning surged forth from its elongated jaws, racing towards Wang Luo like a flash. Wang Luo was taken aback. He had not anticipated this particular attack from the earth-rending Red Mouse King, a detail conspicuously absent from the intelligence provided by the Sky Network. He barely had time to sense the overwhelming aura of the golden lightning and attempt to evade. But it was far too late. The golden bolt struck him squarely in the chest. Boom! An earth-shattering roar echoed, causing the ground to tremble violently. The spot where Wang Luo stood resembled the impact zone of a missile. Erupting into a colossal mushroom cloud that soared over 30 meters into the air, the beast trap that had been laid out was instantly obliterated by this strike, filling the air with dust and shattered stone. In the distance, the earth-rending Red Mouse King emerged from a pile of rubble, deep green blood trickling from the corner of its mouth. Its once resplendent golden fur had faded, reverting to a dull red, and its eyes appeared somewhat hazy. Evidently, the previous attack had inflicted significant damage upon itself. Shaking off the debris that clung to its form, it gazed with a glimmer of exhilaration at the chaos still unfolding amidst the flying stones. Ha ha ha, you wretched human. Now you comprehend the might of this king, don't you? Alas, it is a pity that your demise shall be so swift. The earth-rending Red Rat King muttered through clenched teeth. It gazed upon the spot where Wang Luo had once stood, yearning to behold the mangled remains of the human, hoping to salvage a morsel or two of flesh to satiate its hunger. It wished for at least a few scraps to vent its wrath. There was no denying it. The earth-rending Red Rat King harbored an intense loathing for this human brat. The thought of not indulging in a bite or two was unbearable, especially considering the formidable attack it had unleashed at the cost of its own explosive power. Alas, this might disappoint you. Suddenly, a mocking voice resonated from behind the hopeful, earth-rending Red Rat King. Wang Luo stood there, a sardonic smile gracing his face. That moment, Wang Luo's heart raced with exhilaration. Just moments ago, when the Rat King's attack struck the spirit-slaying rod, the rod had begun to shimmer with light, as if on the verge of unsealing. If that were the case, he could potentially harness the Rat King's assault to liberate himself from the rod and regain his corporeal form. What? The earth-rending Red Rat King was taken aback, having sensed no presence prior to this moment. Impossible. This cannot be. How could it be you? The Rat King stared in disbelief at Wang Luo, who stood behind it with a cold grin, momentarily rendered speechless. Unable to fathom its own eyes, that human brat appeared utterly unscathed and had managed to approach silently. That a shiver coursed through the earth-rending Red Rat King at this realization. Now it is my turn. Observing the dazed and trembling earth-rending Red Rat King, Wang Luo spoke in a detached tone. No sooner had the words left his lips than a massive staff, crackling with silver lightning, materialized above the Rat King's head. Boom! The Rat King, caught completely off guard, was met with a tremendous sound as a gruesome fissure split its skull, green blood gushing forth. Squeak! The earth-rending Red Rat King let out a wretched cry as its colossal body crashed into the ground. Blood spewing from its mouth, lying motionless, Wang Luo watched the Rat King collapse, devoid of further movement. His legs weakened, and he sank to the ground. Just moments ago, he had been unable to evade the full force of the Rat King's onslaught. Having to muster all the strength within him to unleash the Golden Dragon's descent, coupled with the formidable defense of the spirit-slaying rod, he had barely managed to withstand the Rat King's ferocious attack. Yet he sensed the rod's constraints loosening. Even so, Wang Luo had sustained considerable internal injuries. The tremendous force had jostled his internal organs, causing his qi and blood to surge chaotically. He dared not linger. Enduring the excruciating pain as he employed the rod's mobility effect to escape the epicenter of the energy explosion. Initially, Wang Luo had intended to flee amidst the chaos of energy. However, upon emerging from the energy storm, he discovered that the Rat King's strike had also exacted a significant toll on itself, prompting a resolute determination to seize the moment, seizing the opportunity presented by the momentary weakness of the earth-rending Red Mouse King. He prepared to deliver a fatal blow, which, of course, would also be his final strike. Should he fail to vanquish his foe, he would find himself in grave peril, as he would be utterly incapable of withstanding any assault from the adversary for at least 5 minutes. This was undeniably a precarious situation, yet it also constituted his most opportune moment. Taking advantage of the Red Mouse King's vulnerability and the latter's complacency, Wang Luo skillfully maneuvered behind the earth-rending Red Mouse King. And as the creature's guard lowered, he unleashed a psychological assault using his mental energy. In that fleeting moment of distraction, he wielded the spirit-slaying staff infused with the full might of thunderous power. As Wang Luo had anticipated, the outcome was quite favorable. Although he did not eliminate the Red Mouse King in an instant, the creature was rendered incapable of retaliating. Without a moment's hesitation, Wang Luo, who had seated himself on the ground, swiftly consumed a healing potion while simultaneously maintaining a defensive mental barrier around him and diligently refining the potion's effects within his body. 5 minutes later, he rose to his feet, having restored only 2 or 3/10 of his full strength. However, he dared not press on, for the Red Mouse's defenses were formidable, and without having thoroughly dispatched it, any number of unforeseen events could transpire. Summoning the spirit-slaying staff and gripping it firmly, Wang Luo cautiously approached the earth-rending Red Mouse King, which lay motionless on the ground with its eyes shut. Chapter 10. Playing dead. Though it appeared lifeless, Wang Luo's mental perception revealed that the creature was very much alive, its internal energy subtly coursing within. He could not afford to underestimate his opponent. As he approached within 5 meters of the earth-rending Red Mouse King, a cold smile crept upon his lips, for he sensed a sudden surge of energy within the seemingly dying creature. In the next instant, Wang Luo darted to the side, wielding his spirit-slaying staff like a bolt of lightning to strike. The sound of metal clashing echoed as the staff met the tail of the creature, which had lashed out like a steel whip. With a swift motion, he cleaved the tail aside, yet the force of the blow sent him staggering backwards several paces. Just then, the earth-rending Red Mouse King sprang to its feet, blood erupting from its mouth and the wounds upon its head, shrieking as it bolted into the depths of the forest. Wang Luo made no attempt to obstruct the fleeing creature, for a realization dawned upon him. In the instinctual nature of animals, their nests are their safest havens. He discerned that the creature's frantic reactions were purely instinctual. Every formidable beast conceals its treasures within its lair, and he resolved to pursue the Red Mouse King to its den, hopeful for unexpected discoveries. With a smile curling at the corners of his mouth, Wang Luo set off in pursuit of the fleeing, earth-rending Red Mouse King. His mental energy had already locked onto its presence. Thus he remained unhurried, refining the healing potion as he steadily followed the trail toward the creature's lair. After advancing for over half an hour towards the depths of the Blood Domain forest, Wang Luo found himself standing before a pitch-black cavern. Through the tracking of his mental energy, he discerned that the lair of the split Earth Red Rat King lay deep within this seemingly bottomless expanse. He did not rush in recklessly. Rather, he cautiously released his mental power to probe the cave, for he realized that it was not merely a singular passage, but a complex network of interconnected tunnels. Through his exploration, Wang Luo discovered that the entrance where he stood was but one of many. This revelation instilled a sense of hesitation within him, as it suggested 2 possibilities. Either the split-earth Red Rat King possessed an exceptionally cautious nature, aware of the wisdom and having multiple hiding places, or, more troubling still, that he was not the only inhabitant of this realm, and that others of his kind also resided here, that Yan is sensing. The split-earth Red Rat King had not fled through another exit after entering the cave, but rather continued deeper into its recesses. The cavern was profoundly deep, compelling Wang Luo to narrow his focus to the fleeing form of the split-earth Red Rat King in order to maintain his tracking. After a wait of approximately 10 minutes, observing that the creature had ceased its movements, Wang Luo finally felt a measure of relief, allowing his mental energy to shift towards other directions that he understood that he must thoroughly investigate the circumstances within this cave before stepping inside. He had no desire to be ambushed by the minions of the split-earth Red Rat King upon entry, for that would surely lead to his demise. After nearly an hour of exploration, Wang Luo concluded that this place resembled an underground kingdom. Upon delving over 1,000 meters into the tunnels, he discovered several large openings leading to the innermost depths. After casually inspecting a few entrances, a resigned sigh escaped his lips as the very scenario he had hoped to avoid unfolded before him. While over a dozen of the caverns were devoid of split-earth red rats, he found that 23 of them were resting within the tunnels. Moreover, due to the previous frantic entrance of the split-earth Red Rat King, some of the rats had been stirred and were now anxiously observing their surroundings. In addition, from the 2 tunnels closest to the lair of the split-earth Red Rat King, 2 rats, slightly smaller than the king himself, had emerged and made their way toward the king's lair. What to do now? Curse it! How could there be so many rats here? Listening to the panicked shrieks emanating from the cave, he witnessed the rapid influx of split-earth red rats pouring into the lair of their king. Damn humans! Our kind has never posed a threat to you. Yet for your own selfish gains, you incessantly hunt us down, and now you dare to intrude upon our kingdom. The diminutive elder glared at Wang Luo with fury, and it was evident that the other split-earth red rat citizens were equally agitated, their anger reaching a boiling point. In the face of their accusations, Wang Luo chose not to offer any rebuttal. To speak candidly, he had never anticipated that matters would escalate to this extent. Initially, he presumed that these magical beasts were mere wild animals devoid of any consciousness. However, he was taken aback to discover that not only did they possess thoughts, but they could also articulate them, which left him feeling somewhat at a loss. Nevertheless, relinquishing the mission was not an option for Wang Luo, as he was unwilling to concede. After all, this was his inaugural battle. A failure would undoubtedly have severe repercussions for his future. Moreover, even if Wang Luo wished to withdraw now, his adversaries would not grant him that luxury. Kill him. Upon witnessing Wang Luo's silence, the diminutive elder recognized the futility of his words. This was a world governed by the law of the jungle, where numerous circumstances were inherently unjust, rendering reasoning unnecessary. He pointed a finger, issuing a cold command. Squeak, squeak, squeak. Chapter 11. Unexpected death. No sooner had the frail elder's voice faded than the kin of the red earth rats began to advance slowly, encircling Wang Luo. In that case, do not blame me for being ungracious, Wang Luo declared, observing the restless red earth rat clan. He then drew upon the spiritual energy within him, continuously channeling it from his dantian through his meridians, gradually infusing it into the spirit-slaying staff in his grasp. As the staff absorbed the energy, it erupted in a brilliant black radiance, flooding the subterranean space with its dazzling light. All the red earth rats were momentarily blinded and instinctively raised their limbs to shield their eyes. Bang, bang, bang. The resounding thuds of collision echoed throughout the chamber. Wang Luo had anticipated such an outcome, seizing the opportunity to launch a counterattack amidst the chaos. Though his strikes were swift and decisive, he refrained from delivering fatal blows, merely rendering the red earth rats unconscious. As the light began to recede, only the frail elder and the red earth rat king remained within the cavern. You despicable humans! You are truly heinous. You have already wounded me, and now you inflict harm upon so many of my kin. I shall undoubtedly settle this score with you today. The red earth rat king ground its long fangs together ominously. Without allowing Wang Luo any chance to respond, its entire body vanished inexplicably from sight. Boom! Upon witnessing its disappearance, Wang Luo remained composed, closing his eyes to expand his senses to the utmost. Suddenly, he opened his eyes and tilted his body sharply 30 degrees to the right, simultaneously raising the spirit-slaying staff high above his head and bringing it crashing down towards the spot where he had just been. Apologies, but I am particularly eager to ascend to Tianlan's sect. It is merely unfortunate that you crossed my path, Wang Luo muttered to himself as he struck. With a faint cracking sound, the recently vanished Red Earth Rat King began to re-emerge, standing precisely at the location where Wang Luo had just occupied. Spitting forth a mouthful of blood, the Red Earth Rat King regarded Wang Luo with incredulity. Its skill in the art of invisibility had been honed to near perfection. Even a master at the Qi realm might struggle to detect its presence. Yet, how could a mere third-tier Qi wheel realm practitioner hope to decipher such a technique? The Red Earth Mouse. Allow me to clarify your demise. Indeed, your peculiar technique is remarkably swift, yet by the time you engage in speed, I dare say you were still nestled in your mother's womb. Wang Luo nonchalantly waved the spirit-slaying staff in his hand, his expression coupled with his actions portraying an unmistakably robed demeanor. The Red Earth Mouse, scruffy as it may be, has diligently cultivated for over a century. Pray tell, how old are you this year? While you prattle on about speed, others were already in the world. The Red Earth Mouse King, already grievously wounded, was further incensed by Wang Luo's taunts, and before he could catch his breath, he spewed forth a copious amount of blood. My King, the diminutive elder, witnessing this dire scene, lunged towards the slowly collapsing Red Earth Mouse King. Relay my orders. From this day forth, the Red Earth Mouse clan is forbidden from approaching humans within 100 miles. Those who disobey. Before he could finish his sentence, the Red Earth Mouse King gasped one last breath and succumbed to death. Old man, hand over the corpse. It's of no use to you. Wang Luo exclaimed with a grin as he extended his hand upon witnessing the demise of the Red Earth Mouse King. You, the frail elder, trembling slightly, pointed a quivering finger at Wang Luo. Suddenly, an object fell from the elder's hand. Oh dear, what a foul stench. Upon hitting the ground, the object erupted with a loud pop, releasing a faint blue mist that, upon mingling with the air, made Wang Luo choke and tear up from its unbearable odor. Coughing heavily, he was astonished to discover such a treasure in the possession of the Mouse clan. Squinting his eyes, he noticed a shadow darting before him, and instinctively reached out to grasp it, yet found nothing in his grasp that I refuse to believe I cannot catch a mere dead mouse. Fueled by determination, Wang Luo seized the spirit-slaying staff and hurled it towards the direction in which the elder had vanished. The staff transformed into a shadow with a long, trailing black tail, disappearing into a nearby passage in an instant. After rubbing his nose, Wang Luo relied on his connection with the artifact to approach the passage. Venturing deeper within, whoosh, like a fierce wind, the frail elder expanded in size, carrying the recently deceased Red Earth Mouse King on his back as he fled towards the forbidden grounds of the Red Earth Mouse clan. He understood well that he stood no chance against Wang Luo, who would undoubtedly pursue him relentlessly. The Red Earth Mouse clan, in truth, could only be regarded as sentient beasts in this vast realm. Despite a century of cultivation, they could not articulate human speech or possess wisdom that rivaled that of humanity. The elevation of the Red Earth Mouse clan to their current stature was solely due to the sanctuary beneath, their sacred altar, which also served as their forbidden domain. A century ago, they bore no name, merely an unnamed rodent clan, with their ancestors dwelling here, ever cautious in their endeavors, fearful of inciting the ire of any race, lest they bring about ruin upon their kin. Unbeknownst to them, on an unforeseen day, the arch-nemesis of the rodent clan, the fierce suncat, somehow discerned the hiding place of the burrowing mice, intent on ensnaring them all. In dire straits, the reigning Mouse King commanded his kin to delve deeper, expanding their burrows to thrice their original depth. That very night, they stumbled upon an extraordinary treasure, long buried beneath the earth. The artifact resembled a cauldron, its material a mystery, yet it emanated a soft, ethereal glow of white luminescence. The cauldron, remarkably transparent, revealed even the rough outline of a burrowing mouse nestled within, despite numerous attempts. The burrowing mice found themselves unable to activate this enigmatic vessel, its purpose remaining an enigma. Ultimately, they relegated it to a secluded corner, allowing it to gather layers of dust. Subsequently, the sun cat launched a formidable assault, compelling the burrowing mice to retreat to the deepest recesses of their lair, their very existence hanging in the balance in a desperate bid to preserve the last vestiges of their lineage. The clan leader resolved to place all juvenile burrowing mice within the cauldron, sealing it securely and burying it beneath the earth, leaving a vent for air, and awaiting a final opportunity. Chapter 12. The cauldron. The conclave of the leader and the esteemed elders reached a consensus, leaving no room for dissent. Thus, the burrowing mice commenced their somber task, methodically depositing their young into the cauldron. They placed the second juvenile within. An unfortunate mishap occurred. A wounded clan member inadvertently pressed his bloodied palm against the cauldron's surface. In an instant, the great vessel trembled slightly, and the injured mouse found himself rendered immobile. In that fleeting moment, the blood within his body was voraciously absorbed by the white cauldron. The unfortunate soul collapsed to the ground, transformed into a pitch-black husk, while the once white cauldron morphed into a deep crimson hue. With a thunderous bang, the lid of the cauldron slammed shut, unleashing anguished cries from the two juveniles trapped inside. Their wails echoed with a haunting intensity, their silhouettes appearing eerily distorted in the blood's reflection. No member of the burrowing mouse clan dared to advance, not even the leader, who could only witness helplessly as the two youths gradually succumbed to lifelessness within the vessel. Shortly after the two young figures collapsed, the cauldron became searing hot, akin to a pot boiling over, as the forms within seemingly evaporated into thin air. The bizarre turn of events exceeded all expectations, leaving the onlookers in stunned silence as the two children vanished before their eyes. My child, return my child to me, cried one distraught burrowing mouse, driven to madness as she raged against the cauldron. For among the lost youths was her beloved son. Several robust burrowing mice forcibly restrained the grieving mother. Exercising caution, the Mouse King commanded two young mice to remove the cauldron's lid, intent on inspecting its contents. The two youths within the cauldron gingerly retrieved the bodies of the two juvenile burrowing mice. At that moment, the vanguard of the blazing sun cat had already breached the scene, leaving the red earth mouse entangled with the fiery feline, causing it to forget the two young boys entirely. The mouse, unable to contend with the cat, soon found itself cornered against the wall, while the two boys were encircled by a throng of rodents. From that point onward, these two youths not only drove away the blazing sun cat but also led their comrades in establishing the renowned underground defenses of the Mouse Clan. Their minds were perpetually brimming with innovative ideas, and their training progressed steadily. Eventually, one fateful day, the boys were able to articulate human speech, and the Mouse King adorned the head of one with his crown. Indeed, the protagonists of this tale are the now deceased Red Earth Mouse King and the slender elder who carried him in haste. As for the cauldron, subsequent investigations by the entire Mouse Clan concluded that it first absorbed the blood of a clan member, then transformed it into energy, which was subsequently forcefully infused into the two individuals through the cauldron's essence, resulting in a fundamental transformation of their beings. However, this cauldron demanded blood as a sacrificial offering, and at that time, the Mouse King deemed it not a legitimate method or artifact of power, thus deciding to place it in the deepest recesses of the earth, designating that area as a forbidden zone. It was resolved that the cauldron would not be utilized unless the survival of the Red Earth Mouse Clan was at stake. Now, the slender elder believed that the moment of survival was imminent. Therefore, disregarding all else, he carried the Red Earth Mouse King downward until they reached the intricate labyrinth of mouse tunnels. The slender elder hastily set the Red Earth Mouse King on the ground and, kneeling before the cauldron, bowed thrice in reverence. Finally, he grasped the Mouse King's hand, sweeping his fingers to create a wound upon the palm, and gently pressed the bloodied hand against the pristine surface of the cauldron. A soft cracking sound resonated, and before the elder could comprehend what was transpiring, the body of the Red Earth Mouse King had already transformed into a desiccated corpse. Without uttering a word, the slender elder swiftly overturned the lid of the cauldron and leapt inside. The once immaculate cauldron began to emanate a strange crimson hue as the elder settled within it, gradually enveloping his figure in a sea of blood red. Suddenly, a stick with a long black tail shot forth with great force, colliding against the white cauldron and producing a clear, melodious sound upon impact. There truly is treasure here. Moments later, Wang Luo's silhouette appeared within the cavern. After surveying the surroundings, his gaze fell upon the blood-stained cauldron. What is this? Wang Luo noticed beside the cauldron a charred corpse, resembling that of a mouse. Regardless of the treasure, he decided to strike first with his staff. An inexplicable sense of foreboding washed over him, compelling him to grip the spirit-slaughtering staff tightly. He stomped forcefully on the ground, propelling himself into the air, and, as he infused spiritual energy into the staff, he aimed a furious strike at the cauldron. Chapter 13 Bang. With a thunderous roar, powerful waves of energy surged outward from the colossal cauldron and the spirit-slaying staff, causing the very earth of the underground cavern to be uprooted to a depth exceeding a foot. As these energy ripples collided with the walls, the immense force dislodged countless fragments of stone and soil from the sturdy earthen walls that in an instant, the cavern was engulfed in a choking cloud of dust, accompanied by Wang Luo's desperate cries. What in the world is this? How could I have fallen into your trap? Wang Luo muttered, glancing down at the gaping wound on his hand that continued to bleed profusely. His expression tinged with frustration as stones intermittently rained down upon him. They coated his head and body with a layer of grimy dust. After a moment, his gaze fell upon the enigmatic blood-red cauldron, which remained unscathed despite his all-out assault. It seemed its defensive capabilities were even more formidable than he had anticipated. Reaching into his pocket, he retrieved a pill to restore his vitality and swallowed it hastily. Closing his eyes to meditate, if he could not breach its defenses, he would simply have to wait for it to emerge. Regardless, he was certain that this wretched creature would meet its demise today. After a brief interval, the blood-colored cauldron began to emit a sound reminiscent of rolling waves, prompting Wang Luo to slowly open his tightly shut eyes. He understood that the moment of reckoning was fast approaching. Bang! Indeed, moments later, the lid of the cauldron was violently flung open, spinning through the air multiple times before embedding itself into the solid earthen wall. The underground lair of the Red Earth Mouse was constructed under the direct supervision of the deceased Red Earth Mouse King, with walls comprised of granite that was dozens of times harder than ordinary rock. Thus, despite the full force impact of Wang Luo's strike, only a few stones had fallen, leaving the cavern intact. Following the lid's removal, a peculiar silence enveloped the chamber, an eerie stillness settling in. Clutching the spirit-slaying staff, Wang Luo cautiously advanced toward the cauldron. However, just as he was within a mere 10 paces of it, a sound akin to an animal grinding its teeth emanated from within. Creak. Creak. Wang Luo's irritation surged. He felt as though the entire world was conspiring against him. In his rebirth, having faced death countless times, he remained ensnared in the grim reality of his formless existence. He envisioned a lifetime confined to that staff, never to escape. This thought was unbearable. He would rather perish than endure such a fate. Resolutely, he took a step forward, his eyes drawn to what appeared to be a rope. A voice persistently whispered in his ear, urging him, "Put your head in, put it in, and all will be liberated." Wang Luo succumbed to the voice, his gaze fixed on the rope not far ahead. He approached and grasped it with determination. Without a moment's hesitation, he thrust his head toward it. "Little staff, wake up, little staff," Qingqing cried out anxiously, having witnessed Wang Luo reaching out, perilously close to choking himself. "You fool," she exclaimed, desperately attempting to seize control of his body. But alas, her efforts were in vain. Suddenly, Qingqing caught sight of a shadowy figure, seemingly black and ethereal, at the connection point with Wang Luo. Without a moment's hesitation, she struck at the shadow with a forceful slap. Smack. "Who dares to ambush me? Show yourself." The moment Wang Luo was struck by Qingqing, he was jolted back to lucidity. Rubbing his slightly throbbing temples as he lifted his gaze, there, he beheld the gaunt elder crouching upon the rim of a large cauldron, hands clasped together, incessantly murmuring something that emitted a creaking sound. "Dare to ambush me." Wang Luo's anger surged uncontrollably as he hurled the spirit-reaping staff into the sky. With his hands forming a series of intricate seals before his chest, the staff's length expanded dramatically, swelling to nearly dozens of times its original size, rendering Wang Luo minuscule in comparison, akin to a human versus an ant. Go. Wang Luo parted his lips slightly, uttering a single word, and the staff seemed to come alive, hurtling towards the murmuring elder. Should this strike land, the elder would undoubtedly be reduced to a mere pulp of flesh. With a resounding crash, the colossal staff precisely struck the gaunt elder, who did not have time to emit a cry before vanishing from this world. "Ha ha!" Wang Luo laughed heartily towards the heavens. "Isn't it a bit premature to rejoice?" Suddenly, the elder's voice echoed from behind Wang Luo, but as he turned, the elder's palm had already pressed against his back. Wang Luo felt a sharp pain shoot through him, prompting him to roll away in an attempt to evade the elder's attack. However, to his astonishment, the elder did not advance a single step. Instead, he remained in place, hands still clasped, chanting incomprehensible incantations. Ouch! Wang Luo suddenly felt an unbearable pain in his back, as if countless steel needles were piercing through him. "Let us see what sinister arts you've learned, you wretched rat, but I fear you not." With the command of the spirit-reaping staff, by my blood as a guide, summon the ancient demon, slay the wicked, coalesce. As Wang Luo's deep voice resonated, the staff, now infused with his blood, erupted in radiant light. Suddenly, a blood-red bat materialized from the staff, growing without wind to several meters in height, its wings stretching an impressive length. "Kill it." Wang Luo's hand rose gently, pointing at the gaunt elder, who was still with eyes closed in incantation. The massive crimson bat slowly unfurled its crimson eyes, filled with boundless disdain and arrogance. Indeed, this blood-red bat had once been the sovereign among demons, only to meet its demise at the hands of the previous master of the spirit-reaping staff. In its death, the staff had absorbed a fragment of its lingering soul, allowing the summoning of this remnant spirit using the blood of the staff's master. This method was uncovered by Wang Luo only after establishing a connection with the staff, yet such a technique would severely deplete his cultivation, and he was reluctant to resort to it unless absolutely necessary. Indeed, at the very moment the ancient beast opened its eyes, the gaunt elder, who had tightly shut his own, suddenly unveiled them with incredulity. He gazed at the blood-red bat suspended in midair, and a flicker of terror manifested in his eyes. In the blink of an eye, the gaunt elder's figure vanished from sight, propelling himself furiously towards the cave's exit. With scarcely a sound, the ancient beast unfurled its colossal wings, conjuring a tempest that surged towards the elder's retreating silhouette. Wang Luo, trailing behind, stood agape in astonishment. He had never dared to fathom that such a gigantic creature could possess such remarkable speed. He scarcely perceived a crimson flash before the beast had already disappeared. Outpacing even the deceased king of the red earth mice, Xuanhuan is a realm of independently created space, expanding in size in accordance with one's cultivation. Many of lesser cultivation prefer to utilize various medium rings or bags of holding. Yet these are easily susceptible to theft. Xuanhuan, however, resides within oneself, significantly diminishing the likelihood of losing possessions. Just as Wang Luo was about to turn and leave, his gaze fell upon the now pitch-black carcass of the king of the red earth mice. Half buried beneath rubble. Let us see if you still have any intercourse, Wang Luo muttered as he approached the Mouse King, striking down with his palm, shattering the creature's head into fragments. Fortune smiles upon me. Wang Luo cautiously retrieved a soil-colored inner core, roughly the size of a longan, exclaiming with delight. With this inner core in hand, he felt he had taken a small step closer to reconstructing his physical form. He understood that the process of rebuilding his body required more than just a handful of diminutive inner cores. However, he was grateful for any gain, no matter how meager. As he was about to take his leave, Wang Luo's attention was drawn to the claws of the Mouse King. I did say these are fine items. I shan't let them go to waste. During the pursuit of the Mouse King, he had noted the razor sharpness of its claws, envisioning their potential as lethal projectiles. Now, with the Mouse King reduced to a charred corpse, only its 4 claws gleamed with a cold luster. Wang Luo felt it would be a disservice to himself not to claim them after enduring the tribulations of the day. Like a bandit raiding a village, he swept through the cave, and ultimately, his gaze settled upon a large, pristine cauldron. Approaching it, Wang Luo casually struck the cauldron's surface with his spirit-slaying staff, producing a clear, melodious sound. Is it jade? Unlikely. Is it iron? Not quite either. What on earth is it? Wang Luo found himself bewildered. He had come expecting treasures from the Red Earth Mouse clan, yet this peculiar cauldron left him hesitant to take action. Glancing at the charred remains of the Mouse King beside him, he shook his head, contemplating the abandonment of his endeavor. However, just as he resolved to relinquish his pursuit, the spirit-slaying staff seemed to sense his reluctance. Firmly adhering to the cauldron, immovable despite Wang Luo's attempts to shift it, moments later, a swirling black mist suddenly emanated from the spirit-slaying rod, gradually enveloping the massive white cauldron within. Could it be? Is it really that formidable? Wang Luo, almost instantaneously, received the thoughts transmitted from the spirit-slaying rod, realizing that it intended to devour this grand cauldron. My friend, are you truly capable of such a feat? This cauldron is no ordinary vessel. A twinge of concern crept into Wang Luo's mind, as he pondered whether this seemingly sinister cauldron might inflict some harm upon the spirit-slaying rod, especially since he still needed to take refuge here for the time being. Buzzing. As if sensing Wang Luo's apprehension, the spirit-slaying rod emitted a deep rumble, while the colossal white cauldron began to shake restlessly. Yet, the more it struggled to break free from the rod's grasp, the louder the buzzing became. Eventually, the rapid buzzing grew so intense that it left Wang Luo feeling dizzy. Resolutely, he chose to ignore it, moving to a corner of the room to sit cross-legged and meditate. After half an hour, Wang Luo finally emerged from the underground cavern, and upon facing the bright light outside, he instinctively closed his eyes. Chapter 15. Bathing Mu Qingqing had not anticipated that Wang Luo would leave his body in such a disheveled state. Not only did he appear exceedingly dirty, but his own body bore considerable injuries as well. The immense pain caused her delicate lips to part slightly as she winced, exclaiming softly, "Oh dear, oh dear. Little Rod, you promised me you wouldn't leave my body in such a wretched condition. How could you go back on your word?" Supporting her waist, Mu Qingqing limped down the mountain. "Little Rod." Do you have any idea how much this hurts? Why are you so lacking in compassion? She continued to grumble. Meanwhile, Wang Luo, hidden within the spirit-slaying rod, remained utterly silent, as if he were dead. Alas, little rod. This is where you falter. When one makes a mistake, one must bravely admit it. After all, you are a man, she huffed. Wang Luo, concealed in the rod, scoffed coldly to himself. With such limited skills, did they really think to compel him to speak? He had once been among the elite, and such trivial tactics were better left unspoken. Contemplating this, Wang Luo surprisingly closed his eyes and drifted off to sleep, disregarding Mu Qingqing's incessant murmurs outside. Mu Qingqing continued to grumble all the way down the mountain. Upon reaching the base, she spotted a nearby lake, its waters crystal clear. Instantly silencing herself, she hurriedly dashed to the lake's edge, eager to strip off her clothes and bathe. For she felt utterly filthy. Oh no, I can't. Just as she was about to act, she spoke to herself again. Previously, she was unaware that a spirit resided within the spirit-slaying rod, but now she knew. And that spirit was mailed out. If she bathed in the lake before him, it would be as if he were watching her every move. No, no, no. Yet, her body was so dirty. What was she to do? Mu Qingqing turned her playful eyes around the lake's surroundings. Very well, little rod. I shall have to put you in a bit of an awkward position. She gently patted the rod's surface before stepping behind a large tree. Hearing her words, Wang Luo, who had been resting with his eyes closed, suddenly felt an ominous premonition. Mu Qingqing, what do you intend to do? Wang Luo abruptly sat up, shouting into the air. Ah, little stick, have you finally decided to speak? He declared, I must take a bath soon and cannot allow anyone to peek. Hence I have devised a splendid plan. Hee. Wang Luo sensed that the spirit-cleaving stick had been placed on the ground by Mu Qingqing. I can't be bothered to look at you. I've seen women before. He scoffed dismissively. However, as thoughts of the stick resting against the softness of Mu Qingqing's chest crossed his mind, he found himself helplessly stirred by desire. If I could steal a glimpse, that might not be so bad, Wang Luo exclaimed in shock, cursing himself 100 times for harboring such lewd thoughts. Now, little stick, bear with me and wait here obediently. Once I finish my bath, I shall come to find you. Just as Wang Luo was berating himself, Mu Qingqing's voice echoed again. He soon felt the stick being placed into some sort of receptacle. How obediently, without regard for Wang Luo's consent, Mu Qingqing continued her soliloquy. Sensing something amiss, Wang Luo quickly extended his awareness. What the hell? Mu Qingqing, you scoundrel! He erupted in a sudden outburst. It was one thing to stir the pot, but now he found himself buried. Am I dead? Wang Luo shouted irritably. To his surprise, Mu Qingqing, unfazed, paused her actions and tilted her head in contemplation. After burying the spirit-cleaving stick, she gently patted it twice with her small hand. And irrespective of Wang Luo's cries, she skipped merrily towards the lakeside. Ultimately, Wang Luo conceded, if he was to be buried, so be it. It would be best if his master forgot about him altogether. Once their connection weakened, he could sever their bond and seek a more suitable master. Suddenly, Wang Luo was alarmed. He discovered that the spirit-cleaving stick was being clutched in the jaws of a beastly tiger, the foul stench emanating from its mouth. Hey, stop right there, Wang Luo shouted. The beastly tiger, startled by the human voice, bolted away even faster. It had stumbled upon the stick while searching for food by the lake. And upon seeing a human bathing, it had seized the opportunity to snatch it and flee. Wang Luo pinched his nose in annoyance and shouted, Put me down at once. Release that stick from your mouth. Fearing the tiger might not comprehend, he reiterated his command. Reluctantly, the beast halted, recognizing the unusual nature of the talking item, and gently set it down on the ground. Still reeking, you scoundrel, Mu Qingqing, Wang Luo bellowed, clenching his teeth and howling at the heavens. Chapter 16. Lost. Mu Qingqing went to bathe in the lake, only to discover she had lost the spirit-cleaving stick. Once she had cleaned herself and donned her clothes, she returned to the spot where she had buried the stick, only to find it had vanished without a trace. Little stick, where have you gone? Mu Qingqing pouted her small lips on the verge of tears. Qingqing, how did you end up here? You made it so hard for me to find you. Has that red earth mouse been dealt with? Just then, Yun Wanrong came running towards Mu Qingqing. Sister Yun, I've lost my little stick, woo-woo. Upon finishing her words, Mu Qingqing flung herself into Yun Wanrong's embrace and began to sob uncontrollably. Lost it? Yun Wanrong was taken aback by Mu Qingqing's carelessness. How could she misplace her contracted spiritual tool so easily? Yes, Sister Yun, I buried it here, and when I came out after my bath, it was gone. After saying this, Mu Qingqing opened her mouth again, about to cry once more. Stop. Wanrong, exasperated, rubbed her forehead and asked, "Are you saying you buried it here?" The tone of her voice rose sharply at the word buried. Yes. Mu Qingqing blinked her innocent large eyes, then looked at Wanrong with a puzzled expression, wondering what was wrong. After all, if she hadn't buried it, would it have been watching her bathe? However, she certainly couldn't voice such thoughts in front of Wanrong. All right. Wanrong patted her slightly heaving chest due to excitement, took a deep breath, and said, "Have you tried to contact it?" "Oh, Sister Yun, you're so clever," Mu Qingqing exclaimed joyfully, bouncing with enthusiasm. She then closed her eyes and began to search for a connection with the two-link stick. "You bastard, I won't let this go. We are sworn enemies." Wang Luo cursed incessantly within the two-link stick, causing even the beast that had initially carried him away to flee in terror. Unsure whether the stick was a spiritual tool or merely a vessel for a lunatic spirit. Thus, after cleaning the two-link stick, Mu Qingqing descended the mountain alongside Wanrong. Ka! Just as the two were heading down, a high-pitched crane cry echoed from the horizon, and soon a snow-white celestial crane gracefully descended beside Wanrong. "Oh, Subai, is that you? Do you need something from me?" Wanrong affectionately patted the crane's head and spoke. After finishing her words, she took out a golden leaf from her pocket and, using her finger as a sword, traced intricate characters upon it. "Here, take this. I was in a hurry and had no paper or pen, so this will have to suffice. All right, I won't hold you up any longer. Take care of yourself." Wanrong gently pinched Mu Qingqing's delicate face and then leaped onto the crane's back. Settling down gracefully. "I will be waiting for you at Yunlanzong. You must come quickly." No sooner had Wanrong's words left her lips than the crane let out a long cry and soared into the distance. "Goodbye, Sister Yun." Just as Mu Qingqing spoke, her voice suddenly fell silent. Wang Luo was about to ask what was wrong when he felt himself being tossed high into the air. It was undoubtedly that foolish Mu Qingqing at work. He grumbled inwardly. What was I thinking, trying to comfort her? With a thud, there followed the sounds of Mu Qingqing's joyful shouts and Wang Luo's curses. For some reason, the wild fruits here were simply delightful. Mu Qingqing joyfully cradled the fruit struck down by the spirit slaying staff, her laughter ringing with delight. Wang Luo felt an overwhelming curiosity and was tempted to inquire, "Mu Qingqing, is this truly how you have grown up?" It was indeed remarkable that she had managed to survive. In another place, she might have met a far grimmer fate. Chapter 17. Memories of Childhood. Wang Luo found the term he used for this little girl somewhat peculiar, prompting him to ask, "Do you find it strange as well?" Mu Qingqing replied, "I used to think it was odd, but once I learned about my origins, it no longer seemed peculiar." Her tone darkened considerably as she continued, revealing that she had 3 fathers and 4 mothers. At that moment, 2 villagers came to visit. One was Mu Qingqing's second mother, Xuanhuan, and the other was her third mother, Zhaojin. The 2 were inseparable from Cangyan, and upon seeing the child, they were utterly enamored. Noticing Mu Jing's displeasure, they immediately patted their chests in assurance, promising to support the child in any way they could. "Yan, I understand your feelings, but this child is not solely yours anymore. She is Xuanhuan and Zhaojin as well. How about we call them over to discuss this together?" With Cangyan's suggestion, the 4 women gathered together. "I disagree." Xuanhuan was the first to slam her hand on the table in protest. "I have already discussed this child's matter with our old lead. If I tell him now, it would be catastrophic. He would undoubtedly lash out at me. We may be poor, but we have longed for a girl. As I am too old to bear children now, how could I relinquish this one?" "I refuse to agree." As soon as Xuanhuan finished speaking, Zhaojin chimed in, "Let me tell you, this child and I share a special bond. Why did I happen to visit Kai Lian's house that day, if not to see this child? Poverty is no concern. How much can a girl eat? After all, don't you agree?" Zhaojin thumped her thigh in defiance of Lu Yan's proposal. "I propose we all raise her together. We shall be her 4 mothers. 1 mother's love is good, but 4 is even better. What do you think?" Kai Lian, anxious that their disagreement might sour their camaraderie, quickly interjected, "I think it's a splendid idea. 4 mothers, 3 fathers. She will have the best of everything. No child will fare better than her." Xuanhuan grinned widely. "All right, Kai Lian always has a way. Let us proceed with this plan. Lu Yan, do you have any objections?" Zhaojin turned to Lu Yan, who had been silent throughout the discussion. "Well, since the 3 of you have spoken, what can I possibly say, as long as she can call me mother too? I'm content." Lu Yan wiped her tears and exclaimed with joy. Thus, Mu Qingqing became the cherished child of these 4 women. Undoubtedly, her childhood was filled with love and care, making her happier than many other children. While others envied her new clothes during the new year, she was blessed with the affection of 4 mothers. Even during the hardest years of her youth, she never went hungry. In fact, her siblings had less to eat than she did. All due to the love of her 4 mothers. Upon discovering the truth of her origins, Qingqing experienced a fleeting moment of desolation. She could not comprehend why her parents, having brought such a remarkable child into the world, would willingly abandon her. However, as she matured, she realized that she had never truly suffered for being an abandoned child. On the contrary, she had received far more than she could have anticipated at times. She even found herself secretly grateful for her parents' abandonment, for without it, how could she have been graced with so much love? Qingqing considered herself extraordinarily fortunate, as she spoke, almost as if to herself. Wang Luo gained a clearer understanding of her character. It appeared that she was a girl who presented an aloof exterior to the world, but transformed into a gluttonous sweet tooth in private. Devoid of guile? Cough. Of course, this assessment of her infatuation stemmed from Wang Luo's observation of her initial reaction upon seeing him. After traversing nearly 2 hours through the dense forest, during which Qingqing had spoken incessantly, Wang Luo was about to inquire whether she intended to take a sip of water when suddenly, a piercing scream escaped her lips. Fearing imminent danger, he instinctively heightened his senses, only to discover that he had been unceremoniously hurled into the air. Aiming for a wild fruit perched atop the treetops, this time, Qingqing, I shall not let this matter rest. Wang Luo's declaration was whisked away by the wind, while he himself crashed heavily to the ground alongside his staff. Oh my, I never expected to encounter such a spiritual berry here. This fruit is perfect for soothing the throat. After speaking for so long, my mouth has become parched. With this, that will no longer be a concern. Qingqing joyfully popped the berry into her mouth before darting behind the tree to retrieve her staff. Thank you for your hard work, little staff, she mumbled through the fruit, her words somewhat garbled with gratitude. Staff. I have a name, and from now on, you shall call me Lord Luo. Wang Luo retorted angrily, irked by Qingqing's dismissive behavior. Lord Luo? Qingqing, upon hearing his words, nearly choked, as an image of him materialized in her mind, clad in sleek black attire. With flowing long hair, a tall and stately figure, and a visage that was both handsome and gallant, with a jade-like complexion, prominent brows, and eyes that sparkled like stars, deep and clear. Such descriptions hardly aligned with the term lord. Reluctant to embrace this title, she felt that those referred to as lords were typically middle-aged individuals in their 30s or 40s. Given Wang Luo's appearance, brother seemed far more fitting. From now on, I shall call you Brother Luo. With this thought, Qingqing clapped her hands in delight and laughed heartily. Chapter 18. Indeed. Cough. Upon hearing Qingqing's words, Wang Luo found himself nearly choking on his own saliva. What? He repeated in disbelief. Fearing he had misheard. Brother Luo. How delightful that your name contains Luo. It sounds so beautiful. Qingqing paid no heed to Wang Luo, whose staff was on the verge of exploding with rage, and continued to call him with relentless enthusiasm. How dare you, Qingqing? You have no right to call anyone brother. Wang Luo suddenly regretted revealing his existence to her, and, more importantly, disclosing his name. It was indeed a misstep that had led to further missteps. His insides were now twisted with regret. It has been repeatedly stated that I do not possess a master. Why do you remain skeptical, Luogu? As Qingqing strolled along, she pondered the undeniable truth that she, indeed, had no master. Meanwhile, Wang Luo found himself too weary to engage in any form of rebuttal, ultimately resigning to her whims and choosing to remain hidden within the spirit-vanquishing staff, feigning death. Such was the nature of their existence. A harmonious coexistence where all were well, and no one provoked another, thus fostering a tranquil environment. However, the circumstances had shifted. Now it was a matter of one thriving while others faltered, with only one's own well-being in mind. Wang Luo felt as though an insufferable fly had suddenly taken residence near his ear, buzzing incessantly around him. Attempts to catch or swat it proved futile. The only viable option seemed to be to feign death in hopes that she would eventually relent. Yet, to his dismay, he discovered that even in silence, Qingqing continued her endless chatter, and most annoyingly, each of her statements concluded with an insistent Luogu. Don't you agree? Or Luogu, look, or Luogu, is that not so? Ultimately, Wang Luo concluded that perhaps his previous misdeeds had led to this current life. Reincarnated as a spirit tool, destined to endure the torment of such an exasperating master. Unbeknownst to him, Qingqing had descended the mountain and entered the town. As she remarked, if they traverse this town, They would reach the village where she had spent her formative years. Rubbing her somewhat deflated stomach, she spoke. "How shall I provide?" Wang Luo slapped himself across the face, exclaiming, "What a fool I am. 200 gold coins for a first-tier magical beast, and 1,000 for a second-tier." After finishing her statement, Qingqing gestured towards the waiter. "Have you slain second-tier magical beasts?" Wang Luo, still reeling, slapped his face again. "Well, I have killed two. They are quite formidable, and I sustained injuries in the process. Had it not been for my second father falling ill, I would never have dared to take such risks." She then pointed out several dishes to the waiter, declaring, "I'll have one of these, this, and that." "Very well. Please wait a moment." The waiter responded, taking her order before disappearing into the inner hall. Upon hearing Qingqing's words, Wang Luo had intended to engage in further gossip, but as he opened his mouth, no words emerged. The tiers of magical beasts differ entirely from those of humans. A first-tier beast is roughly equivalent to a 7th rank in the Cyclone realm, while a second-tier beast, according to human cultivation standards, would be at least at the 2nd or 3rd rank of the Qi realm. Thus, it could be said that in terms of cultivation, they were essentially on par with Qingqing. Coupled with the inherent strength of magical beast defenses, second-tier beasts could often possess combat abilities equivalent to the 5th rank of the Qi realm. Although he currently had no need for sustenance, the cyclone within him had already formed, and he would not forfeit even the slightest opportunity for cultivation. I must tell you, Luogo, the soup here is absolutely unparalleled in the town. Not only is it delicious, but the ingredients are also exquisite. Would you care to try some? Just as Wang Luo was about to immerse himself in cultivation, Qingqing's voice intruded. "Thank you, but I must decline." Wang Luo raised his gaze, looking upwards before speaking again. "Do you not fear that others might perceive you as unhinged, speaking to me in such a manner?" It was evident that Qingqing had not anticipated Wang Luo's response. However, upon hearing him, she cast a glance around, and indeed, several veiled gazes were directed at her from the vicinity of the small shop. "Well then, I shall refrain from conversing with you for now," Qingqing whispered softly to Leng Yan. Upon hearing this, Wang Luo couldn't help but rub his forehead. He had intended to inform her that two individuals could communicate effortlessly through their thoughts, but then reconsidered. Having finally achieved a moment of tranquility, why disrupt it? Thus, the corners of Wang Luo's lips curled upward slightly, and he closed his eyes to meditate. Suddenly, a cacophony erupted outside. The sound of chairs and tables colliding. "Damn it! Find me a clean spot. Is there not a single tidy corner in this establishment?" A youthful voice pierced Wang Luo's ears, still calling me old man, with a tone even more exaggerated than mine. I wonder if he possesses skills to match that bravado. Wang Luo scoffed lightly, intending to sever his connection with the outside world. Bang! Abruptly, it felt as if something had struck the staff of Leng Yan. "Apologize." Qingqing's voice, nearly frigid, echoed. The suddenness of it startled Wang Luo. Her demeanor had shifted entirely, effortlessly transitioning from an aloof beauty to a captivating presence. Well, where did this lovely lady come from? Why not accompany me? I assure you a life of indulgence." No sooner had Qingqing's words fallen than a self-satisfied laughter erupted from the youth. Chapter 19. The beauty scheme. Listening to the utterly despicable voice outside, Wang Luo felt a fleeting impulse to deliver a couple of slaps to the young man. However, he quickly reconsidered. Given Qingqing's considerable prowess in this town, he need not fret excessively. Therefore, Wang Luo settled into a more comfortable position with the Leng Yan, maximizing his awareness, though lamenting the absence of some snacks. With a resigned shake of his head, he soon heard Qingqing's icy voice once more. "Apologize. Oh my, how had I never noticed such a beautiful and aloof lady here? Do you know, I have a penchant for such types," came the boisterous response. "Indeed. Who are you? If you desire a lady, they will flock to you. Playing with one as prickly as this is all the more intriguing. Wouldn't you agree?" Wang Luo raised an eyebrow at the audacity of the subordinate's words. He had not expected such shamelessness, and he suspected this young man's fate would not be particularly pleasant. He silently mourned for him for 3 minutes. Just then, Wang Luo sensed a surge of spiritual energy nearby. As expected, Qingqing was incensed by the man's remarks, her internal energy swirling chaotically, coursing through her meridians. With a whoosh, Qingqing's garments billowed without wind, her long hair lifted dramatically, and paired with her stunningly cold beauty, everyone in the shop was rendered speechless. Even Wang Luo, in that fleeting moment, found himself mesmerized by her celestial presence. Ahem, it was but a moment, and Wang Luo would not concede to such a sentiment. "My dear girl, you need not charge me for this meal. Please, do not resort to violence in your establishment. My humble little shop operates on a narrow margin, and should you take any drastic actions, Just then, the owner unexpectedly approached, standing beside Mu Qingqing and bowing deeply. He was a man of approximately 50, with graying hair at his temples, and he continued to bow before Mu Qingqing, seemingly prepared to kneel if she did not acquiesce. Very well, I shall refrain from any violence. You may continue your duties. Mu Qingqing, regaining her composure, hastily helped the shopkeeper to his feet, and then, huffing with indignation, sat down to eat. Nothing excited Mu Qingqing quite like food. Indeed, in no time, she had forgotten her earlier anger, and began mentally critiquing the dishes before her. This one is acceptable, though not as tender as the last time. This one is lacking. It's a bit too salty, yet still tolerable. And this one? Far superior to the last disastrous attempt. Owner, the brash young man, resembling a delinquent, observed that Mu Qingqing was no longer bothering with him and took a seat as well, calling for the menu. Bring us a platter of your signature dishes, all of them. If you dare to serve us anything less, I warn you, I will make you regret it. The owner, trembling at the sight of the ruffian, replied cautiously, Our special menu consists of 18 dishes, but you have only 2 people. 18 signature dishes would surely mean a long day of labor for him. Yet he could not voice his concerns, merely swallowing his frustration. All of this was witnessed by Mu Qingqing, whose irritation at the young man's arrogant demeanor grew, yet she could not openly retaliate within the confines of the shop. Foolish, wait until he finishes his meal, and then I can make him regret it. I will ensure that he pays for the owner's meal as well. Just as Mu Qingqing was lost in her thoughts, Wang Luo, wielding the spirit slaughtering staff, spoke up. Brother Luo, I knew you were the wisest, Mu Qingqing exclaimed joyfully, diving into her meal with gusto. Unbeknownst to her, her casual smile caught the attention of the young man not far away, rendering him momentarily speechless. Zhao Shixiao called another youth beside him, waving his hand in front of him, only to realize he was unresponsive. Moments later, a glistening droplet began to trickle from the corner of his mouth, prompting the other youth to quickly place a bowl beneath it to catch the peculiar substance. Having finally satiated her hunger, Mu Qingqing contentedly patted her belly and cast a mischievous glance at the young man nearby, pondering how to lure him out of the shop. How shall I entice him outside? She mused softly, holding the spirit slaughtering staff, wary of being overheard and perceived as mad. The allure of beauty. Of course, Wang Luo rolled his eyes. Such a simple matter. Why even ask? Those 2 knaves are clearly captivated by your charm. No other method is necessary. Upon hearing Wang Luo's words, Mu Qingqing appeared visibly anxious. She harbored her own unique insights regarding the art of seduction, contemplating actions such as disrobing in front of the young man, or perhaps directly seating herself upon his lap. Alternatively, she mused about leaning in close to wrap her arms around his neck. As these notions traversed her mind, she abruptly realized that she was incapable of executing any of them. What on earth is this little girl thinking about every day? Wang Luo exclaimed, rolling his eyes as he called out in exasperation. Mu Qingqing's fleeting thoughts were, of course, not lost on Wang Luo, as their bond was one of contract, rendering her every move transparent to him. Huh? What? Mu Qingqing blushed, taken aback to discover that her sudden flush nearly caused the young man opposite her to sputter his drink. For the sight of someone as composed as Mu Qingqing blushing was utterly maddening. Moreover, the young man was nearing the point of being unable to continue drinking, as he was tempted to simply push Mu Qingqing down onto the ground. What? Wang Luo observed the visible shift in Zhao Jiu's demeanor with incredulity, while Mu Qingqing remained mired in her dilemma over how to entice him. Listen to me. Just stand up and walk over there. When you pass by Zhao Jiu, give him a slight smile, and then exit the establishment, Wang Luo instructed, rubbing his forehead in resignation. Is that all it takes? Mu Qingqing's face flushed anew, realizing that such simplicity rendered her previous thoughts rather sordid. Not merely sordid, it's downright shameless. Why must a virtuous young lady resort to such antics? Wang Luo exclaimed, hands on hips, embodying a mix of disappointment and frustration. Oh, I see now. I'll follow your advice. Brother Luo, the disciple across from them chimed in. With our combined efforts, how could we possibly fail to capture her? Once we have her, we shall both share in the spoils. Zhao Jiu's repugnant laughter echoed again. The disciple hesitated initially, but upon glancing at Mu Qingqing, he steeled himself and declared, All right. Wang Luo relished the sensation of the softness before him and replied softly, What should we do now? Mu Qingqing abruptly halted. pulling the spirit-slaying stick from her bosom. What can we do? We'll catch up soon enough. Why the hurry? Wang Luo chided, visibly displeased at her retreat from the softness. Hearing Wang Luo's discontent, Mu Qingqing nodded in reluctant agreement and resumed her cautious steps toward the distant mountains. A desolate place ideal for nefarious deeds. As she pondered this, a slight smile crept upon her lips. Wait, young lady. Indeed, moments later, a faint call echoed from behind, just as Mu Qingqing was about to pause. Wang Luo bellowed, "Don't stop, keep moving." Trusting Wang Luo unconditionally, Mu Qingqing quickened her pace at his command. Meanwhile, Zhao Jiao and his companion, initially skeptical of Mu Qingqing's earlier demeanor, found themselves instinctively pursuing her as soon as they perceived her intent to flee. "Miss, we harbor no ill intentions. We merely wish to offer our apologies," Zhao Jiao exclaimed as he ran after her. Upon hearing his words, Mu Qingqing couldn't help but chuckle softly, retorting, "Apologies? I would be a fool to believe you are here to apologize." With that thought, her pace quickened, and in the blink of an eye, she had vanished into the dense forest of the mountains. As Mu Qingqing continued onward, Wang Luo's voice rang out, feigning an injury as he sat on the ground. Without a moment's hesitation, Mu Qingqing plopped down beside him, clutching her ankle with a pained expression. "Brother Luo, are you some kind of deity? How is it that you seem to know everything in advance?" she inquired with genuine curiosity. Wang Luo, taken aback by her question, couldn't suppress a chuckle, thinking to himself, "In our realm, this is merely child's play. Those girls have far more tricks up their sleeves." Just as Mu Qingqing was about to ask him what was so amusing, the sound of footsteps approached from a distance. "They're coming. Pretend to get up and run, then fall back down," Wang Luo directed, realizing he might have a knack for directing. Following his lead, Mu Qingqing struggled to her feet just as Zhao Jiao and his companion spotted her. As they rushed towards her, they noticed her limping forward as if injured, only to collapse once more. "Miss, do you need my assistance? I assure you, I will support you perfectly," Zhao Jiao's lewd voice echoed from behind her. "Stay away. If you come any closer, I shall scream for help." Mu Qingqing acted according to Wang Luo's script. "What help is there? It is only I here, let me tend to you." Zhao Jiao approached with a lewd grin, reaching out to embrace her. "You pervert," Mu Qingqing responded in line with the script, striking out with her palm, landing squarely on Zhao Jiao's chest. Zhao Jiao, taken aback by her formidable skill, felt a surge of energy and blood rise within him, accompanied by a metallic taste in his throat. "Do not come any closer," Mu Qingqing cried out in fear, clutching her shoulders with a pitiful demeanor, though Zhao Jiao had begun to reconsider his approach. The sight of her vulnerability stirred his desires anew. "Tian Shitty, let us attack together," Zhao Jiao commanded his apprentice with a firm tone. "Yes." Tian Shitty's eyes gleamed with a wicked light as they both lunged towards Mu Qingqing. Aiming for her arms. "I told you not to come any closer," Mu Qingqing shouted angrily, swinging her makeshift weapons and striking their shoulders. With a crack, they felt as though their bones had shattered. "Damn it, there's no need for gentleness. Let us just take her." Zhao Jiao, having suffered twice at her hands, bellowed in frustration as he and Tian Shitty prepared to seize her. "Help! Help!" Mu Qingqing cried out in feigned panic. After Zhao Jiao and Tian Wanrong exchanged a glance, the spiritual energy within them began to surge wildly. In no time, one of their palms crackled with faint electric sparks while the other radiated a dark crimson hue. Mu Qingqing understood that regardless of which technique struck her, the outcome would undoubtedly be dire. "Do you truly intend to be so ruthless towards me?" Before the director Wang Luo could utter a word, Mu Qingqing had already spoken in a pitiable tone, and the effect was palpable. Her adversaries visibly hesitated. Chapter 21. Black Mist Gel. In that fleeting moment of their pause, Mu Qingqing executed the phantom step technique. Instantly appearing behind the two men, without hesitation, she forcefully struck out with both palms, sending them reeling. Puff! They simultaneously spat out a mouthful of blood, incredulously turning their heads to behold Mu Qingqing, who wore an innocent expression. For a moment, they were at a loss for words. "With just the two of you, you should apologize." Mu Qingqing took a delicate step forward, brandishing a stick in her hand, causing them to instinctively tense up. Do you know who we are?" Zhao Jiao gulped, his voice lacking conviction. "That I care not who you are." Mu Qingqing looked down upon them, her disdain evident as she practically snorted the words that we are from Haiyun Pavilion. "If you dare to lay a hand on us, I assure you, you will be hunted to the ends of the earth by our people." Tian Wenguang clutched his chest, struggling to suppress the tumultuous spiritual energy surging within him as he shouted. "Oh, Haiyun Pavilion, you say? I see. Mu Qingqing toyed with the spirit-slaying stick in her hand, entirely unfazed, as if the name bore no weight at all. She had no reason to take it seriously, for she was bound for Yunlan's sect. That so-called high-end pavilion sounded like a mere low-level sect, hardly worthy of fear. Senior brother, a wise man does not suffer immediate losses. Tian Wenguang murmured to Zhao Jiao. The two exchanged a knowing glance. And suddenly, Zhao Jiao flung an object from his hand, tossing it a short distance before Mu Qingqing. Instantly, the object exploded upon impact, releasing a thick, black smoke that enveloped the area around Mu Qingqing for a radius of half a mile. This is bad, they're escaping. Mu Qingqing frantically waved her hands to disperse the surrounding smoke, but it clung stubbornly, refusing to dissipate. Forget it. Let them run. Just keep moving forward. You should spot something after about a mile. Wang Luo remarked nonchalantly. Considering them mere trifles, not worth excessive concern, resolving the matter would be ideal, but even should they fail, he doubted they could stir up much trouble. Wang Luo couldn't help but rub his forehead in exasperation. The black mist gel was a substance akin to a gelatinous material. Upon explosion, the minuscule particles it contained would float into the air, ultimately settling on the human cornea. Consequently, these tiny particles could render a person's visual capabilities nearly non-existent. However, it bore one significant flaw. It could only affect vision within a certain range. Once that threshold was surpassed, it would become ineffective. Moreover, the extent of influence wielded by this black mist gel is contingent upon the skill of its creator. If fashioned by a novice formation master, its reach would extend at most half a mile to a mile. Conversely, a mid-tier formation master could produce an effect with a radius of approximately 5 miles. And so forth. The greater the mastery, the more potent the creation. It is said that once, a Grandmaster-level formation master unleashed a single grain of black mist gel, shrouding the entire empire in darkness for thousands of miles, rendering all who dwelled therein blind as bats, utterly at the mercy of others. But can he still see? Mu Qingqing inquired, perplexed. Foolish, as long as the user shields their eyes with spiritual energy beforehand. Those black particles will not adhere to their eyeballs, allowing them to see, of course. Wang Luo thought life had become particularly burdensome, being treated as a mere tool while also having to explain the most rudimentary of concepts. How on earth did you grow up? Wang Luo finally couldn't help but voice his frustration. What do you mean by grow up? Mu Qingqing momentarily failed to grasp his meaning. Never mind, consider it as if I never asked. Defeated, Wang Luo ultimately felt that feigning ignorance was the better course of action. He would rather devote his time to cultivating, which would at least allow him to strengthen the cyclone within him. Thus, in the ensuing time, Wang Luo severed the singular connection between the soul-reaping rod and Mu Qingqing. This disconnection merely shielded him from external information, yet he could still sense if Mu Qingqing encountered danger and activated the rod with her spiritual energy, making it the best method for achieving tranquility. Mu Qingqing, somewhat distressed, mused, if only I could take on a hunting task right now. I could save up more money, sitting upon a stone in the outskirts. She spoke to herself. Little did she know that 10,000 gold coins would suffice for her parents' living expenses for several years, yet Mu Qingqing believed that the love she received from them over the years far surpassed the value of those coins. Nevertheless, time was not on her side. She feared that if she delayed too long, she might lose the opportunity to ascend to Yunlan's sect, and should that happen, Brother Luo might, in a fit of anger, sever their contract. No. With this thought, Mu Qingqing vigorously shook her head, resolutely refusing to allow such a fate to unfold. Not at all. Wang Luo, having closed off his senses, remained blissfully unaware of Mu Qingqing's thoughts. Had he heard them, he would likely have lamented the unfortunate circumstance of being bound to such a lovesick and gluttonous master. With determination in her heart, Mu Qingqing strode purposefully towards the village where she had spent her childhood. Chapter 22. Encountering Zhao Jiao again, however, upon nearing a nearby sweet soup shop, Mu Qingqing felt a pang of thirst after finishing her buns, prompting her to enter the establishment. Boss, 1 bowl of honey water. Please, she said, licking her rosy lips and gazing at the proprietor with starry-eyed anticipation. Certainly, just a moment, the shopkeeper replied, and scarcely had he finished speaking when the waiter presented a bowl of honey water before Mu Qingqing. She wasted no time, gulping it down in one go, tossing 2 copper coins onto the counter before turning and exiting the shop. After murmuring a few words to herself, Mu Qingqing strode towards the direction of the town's exit. Damn it! Are you afraid that the Lord won't pay you? In the distance, a voice filled with curses echoed from a nearby tavern, and Mu Qingqing found the tone somewhat familiar. Quickly bring me the finest food and drink. I am in a foul mood today, so be careful. As the words fell, a cacophony of crashing sounds and the shattering of objects followed. Suddenly, Qingqing recalled that this voice belonged to the lecherous Zhao Jiao. How dare he appear here? Just wait and see how I deal with you. An icy chill enveloped Qingqing's delicate countenance upon reaching the entrance of an establishment named Zhouji Tavern. The scene within was laid bare before her eyes. A young servant lay sprawled on the floor, blood seeping from his face, uncertain if he was alive or dead. The tables and chairs throughout the tavern, save for the one occupied by Zhao Jiao, had been reduced to mere splinters. Zhao Jiao, I see your skin has grown restless. Have your wounds healed after just a brief absence? Qingqing's voice, frigid and devoid of warmth, caused Zhao Jiao to tremble in his seat. I asked the young lady well. Zhao Jiao stiffly turned to face the frost-laden Qingqing, forcing a smile at that moment. Zhao Jiao could not help but curse his misfortune internally. He had initially intended to flee with Tianwen Guang, but both had sustained significant internal injuries, and their stomachs were already grumbling with hunger. After leaving the mountains, they had planned to find an apothecary to pilfer some elixirs before satisfying their hunger. But they hadn't anticipated being cornered by Qingqing so soon. Whether I am well is of little consequence. However, your situation is dire. With that, Qingqing casually waved her hand, unleashing a beam of energy that shot towards Zhao Jiao with a long, luminous tail. Boom! Zhao Jiao hurled a nearby table into the air, which collided with the energy beam, instantly reducing the table to dust. Run! Zhao Jiao, unwilling to confront Qingqing head-on, remembered his still-healing injuries and feared exacerbating them. Almost instinctively, he threw the table as a shield, and then, with lightning speed, seized the dazed Tianwen Guang and hurled himself through a nearby window. Seeing Zhao Jiao flee, Zhou Shenkai, the tavern owner, hurriedly emerged from behind the bar, his legs trembling as he prepared to kneel before Qingqing. Thank you, Miss Mu, for saving my life. Qingqing quickly released a gentle surge of spiritual energy to support Zhou Shenkai's legs. No need for such formalities, Boss Zhou. Just as the crowd began to approach, they blinked, and Qingqing's figure had vanished from sight. Truly a celestial being. What a good person she is, such a kind young lady. Indeed, she saved my merchant convoy from a beast attack. Is that so? Qingqing had employed her phantom step technique to disappear from the crowd's view, yet they did not cease their discussions about her. Rather, their admiration only grew. Unbeknownst to Qingqing, given her usual disposition, nothing aside from feasting could stir her emotions. Dealing with Zhao Jiao was merely a trifling task for her, and such minor matters were certainly not worthy of her consideration. After departing from Zhouji restaurant, Qingqing walked towards her ultimate destination, facing the descending sun. Her home was not overly distant from that location. A normal person's walking pace would take about half an hour to arrive. But at Qingqing's current speed, it would likely take about the duration of a joystick to reach. On the path, a young man, climbing the mountain to hunt, bore a bow on his back and held 2 rabbits in his hands, one of which was still stubbornly kicking its hind legs, desperately hoping for a chance to survive. The hunter reached out and tapped the rabbit's belly, then threw his head back in hearty laughter. Chapter 23. The Vanished Wang Luo Bang. With a forceful strike, Qingqing sent a tree, large enough for 3 or 4 adults to embrace, crashing down, centered around the spirit-slaying staff and the trunk. Countless fine cracks rapidly spread outward, visibly expanding like a spider's web. Within a few breaths, the mighty tree succumbed to her blow, toppling over with a resounding crash. Qingqing, what on earth are you doing? Though Wang Luo within the spirit-slaying staff had severed his senses from the external world, he was jolted by the impact of Qingqing's strike against the ancient tree, believing she must be facing a dire threat. He hastily withdrew from his meditation. Upon extending his senses outward, he discovered that Qingqing had exerted such tremendous force simply to fell a towering ancient tree, which incensed him to curse aloud. Brother Luo, you're alive. How wonderful. To her surprise, instead of being angered by Wang Luo's exclamations, Qingqing beamed with delight, her eyes sparkling as she joyfully called out to the spirit-slaying staff. Pa, pa, pa. Innocent words, innocent words. I am perfectly fine. Why would I be dead? Wang Luo spat several times, utterly at a loss when it came to Qingqing, unable to find any words to describe his feelings. As her voice grew softer, she bore the unmistakable appearance of a wronged little wife. You. Wang Luo, momentarily at a loss for words, ultimately resolved that he would never again sever his connection to the outside world without cause. Who could predict whether this little girl might next cast him into a volcano or a millennium of ice to test his existence. The thought alone was chilling. Then let us hasten. Twilight approaches, and caution is warranted against dangers along the way. Wang Luo spoke casually, merely wishing for Mu Qingqing to expedite her pace and not squander time on trivialities. His current desire was to reach Yunlan's sect swiftly, enabling Mu Qingqing to grow stronger whilst allowing him to cultivate alongside her, thus facilitating his own early release from the spirit-slaying staff and the opportunity to rebuild his physical form. Only then would he truly experience rebirth in its most profound sense. Mu Qingqing's temperament is indeed such. Apart from her insatiable appetite, cough cough, she has now added Wang Luo to her repertoire. Beyond these two interests, she remains unresponsive to any other stimuli. Despite the sounds emanating from behind her, she deftly maximizes her agility, vanishing from her original position in the blink of an eye. Oh, I clearly saw her. How did she disappear again? Shortly after Mu Qingqing's departure, a figure emerged in pursuit. A young hunter from earlier, clutching the lifeless rabbit in his hands, casting a puzzled gaze around. Upon spotting the fallen ancient tree, a spark of realization ignited in his eyes. It must be Qingqing. No one else possesses such remarkable abilities. The young hunter, as if he had stumbled upon a new continent, excitedly cradled the rabbit and hastened forward. Though he too had some cultivation, it paled in comparison to Mu Qingqing's prowess. Logically, such a remote location should not harbor individuals of profound cultivation. To ascend to a certain level, one requires not only innate talent, but also substantial external support, such as high-quality elixirs or fortuitous opportunities. Even with exceptional talent, one often encounters formidable bottlenecks without such aids. The hunter himself had reached the 5th level of the Cyclone realm, yet found it increasingly difficult to advance. Thus, he frequently ventured into the wild, hoping to discover spiritual treasures or herbs to facilitate his cultivation, only to return each time in disappointment. However, Mu Qingqing was different. Even in the absence of these advantages, she excelled, ultimately becoming a top figure in the Cangyan kingdom, beloved by the masses. Chapter 24. Returning home, Wang Luo refrained from interjecting, pondering that despite Mu Qingqing lacking biological parents, the love she received was by no means scant. Perhaps her family had bestowed upon her all the best they could offer, shaping her current character. Reflecting on her seemingly aloof exterior, Wang Luo felt an urge to let out a howl to the heavens. Mu Qingqing did not linger outdoors for long. Observing the darkening sky, she swiftly made her way to the village. Entering the courtyard of a residence, this household resembled a traditional Siyuan, its exterior appearing tidy and elegant. The courtyard was adorned with pebbles of nearly uniform size, meticulously arranged, imparting a clean impression at first glance. However, Wang Luo couldn't help but feel compelled to critique the uniformity of the pebbles. How exceedingly dull must the person be to gather stones of such identical dimensions? Let me tell you, Luo Gij, this is my uncle's home, and every single pebble in this courtyard was collected painstakingly by my elder brother and me from the riverbank over several months. Just as Wang Luo was lost in his thoughts, Mu Qingqing's melodious voice reached him, prompting an exaggerated eye roll that he mused. Of course. Annie, are you all right? Mu Qingqing hurriedly assisted the newcomer, scrutinizing for any signs of injury. I'm fine. A refreshing female voice reached Wang Luo's ears. He perceived a woman of approximately 50 years, clad in a deep red garb, with a plump figure and kind eyes, who was currently gazing at Mu Qingqing with a cheerful smile. Aunt Kai Lian gently patted Mu Qingqing's small hand, and then, with a beaming expression, stepped outside. Mu Qingqing did not object and turned directly to enter the room. Grandpa, look at what I have brought you. As soon as she entered, Mu Qingqing cast a mysterious glance at Mu Jing and spoke. Let me guess, is it a bottle of fine Huadiao wine? Mu Jing, nearing 60, with graying hair yet possessing a visage that belied his age, appearing akin to one in his 40s, seemed to have some secrets of maintenance. As he stroked his beard with a look of satisfaction. In contrast, Mu Qingqing wore a naive expression, slightly parting her rosy lips, her large eyes, resembling small copper bells, blinking incessantly with long eyelashes. Grandpa, how come you are always so clever? Haha, it's because you always buy the same thing, Mu Jing replied, laughing heartily. Hearing his words, Mu Qingqing felt a bit bashful and scratched her head. I knew you would like it, Grandpa. With that, she retrieved 2 jars of fine Huadiao wine from her bag and placed them at Mu Jing's feet. Qingqing, wait a moment. Let Grandpa put the wine away. Yet, Mu Qingqing showed not a hint of embarrassment. Rather, There was a trace of pride. Wang Luo found it puzzling. Despite consistently purchasing the same gift, it seemed odd that one could take pride in such a triviality. Grandpa, how many more jars must I bring for this room to be filled? Just as Wang Luo was deep in thought, Mu Qingqing's voice rang out again. Oh dear, Wang Luo exclaimed inwardly, realizing that the intention was to fill the room. Such thoughts were indeed beyond ordinary comprehension. Just as Wang Luo marveled at Mu Qingqing's unusual mindset, an uproar arose outside. Where's my precious Qingqing? Come out, and let your second aunt see you. Yes, Qingqing, it has been half a month since we last met. Have you gained weight or lost it? Qingqing, where are you? Sister Cangyan, are you not just amusing us poor folks? Voices resounded at the entrance of the guest room. While Mu Qingqing tiptoed towards the door, and as the crowd passed by, she exclaimed, haha, I am here. Suddenly, she leaped out of the guest room, calling out loudly, oh dear, you little rascal. You nearly scared me to death. Oh my heart. It almost leapt out. Two middle-aged women, of similar age to Cangyan, exaggeratedly pretended to be startled, while another slightly younger woman merely smiled at Mu Qingqing, her eyes filled with immense fondness. Second aunt, second uncle, third aunt, third uncle, fourth aunt, second sister, second brother-in-law, third brother, Mu Qingqing, without missing a single person, called out to everyone in her vicinity. Just as Wang Luo was reveling in the realization that Tu Liangun belonged to a prominent family, the door of the Mu residence was suddenly kicked open, drawing the collective gaze of the crowd towards the entrance. In Chapter 25. Gift Giving. The young man referred to as Big Brother by Mu Qingqing stood at a height of 8 feet. Appearing to be around 17 or 18 years old, with sharp brows and fierce eyes, clad in a green robe, and carrying a long bow on his back, he exuded an air of gallant charisma. He then approached with a hearty laugh, intent on pulling Mu Qingqing into a grand bear hug. Dodge. Wang Luo bellowed. What's the matter? Mu Qingqing instinctively inquired upon hearing Wang Luo's shout. However, the others mistakenly believed she was addressing them, and even the young hunter's hand froze in midair. Move to your left by 2 steps, Wang Luo commanded, rubbing his temples. Mu Qingqing obediently shifted to the left. And then, you fool, Wang Luo, exasperated, tapped his smooth forehead, struggling to comprehend the source of Mu Qingqing's aloofness. Father, do I have a fool? Mu Qingqing looked up at Mu Jing with genuine curiosity, as Wang Luo had mentioned his fool numerous times during their journey. Yet she remained uncertain of her own status. Thus, upon seeing her great-uncle today, she found it fitting to inquire for clarity. Here, this is your great-aunt. Mu Qingqing produced a piece of fabric matching the color and quality of her great-aunt's attire and presented it to Cangyan, who offered a wry smile and nodded in acknowledgement. This one is your second aunt. Mu Qingqing then retrieved a box of rouge and placed it before Xuanhuan, who, in turn, managed a stiff smile. This is for you, second uncle. Mu Qingqing handed a long knife to Xuanhua's husband, and indeed, Wang Luo noted a hint of awkwardness on the latter's face. Your family could probably stock a weapons arsenal. Wang Luo mused to himself, recalling the bottles of liquor in Mu Jing's chamber. What did you say? Mu Qingqing's actions abruptly halted, and she queried with a puzzled expression that I didn't say anything. Mu Qingqing's second uncle hastily waved his hands. Quickly, distribute the gifts. I said nothing. You wouldn't want everyone to think you're losing your mind, would you? Wang Luo remarked with an eye roll. This is for you, third aunt. Mu Qingqing retrieved a pair of new shoes from her bag and handed them to Zhao Jie. Wang Luo's surprise. The gift for Mu Qingqing's third uncle was a roasted suckling pig. Goodness! Mu Qingqing's third uncle nodded repeatedly as he accepted the pig, though Wang Luo suspected he must have grown weary of it by now. In the time that followed, Mu Qingqing presented hand-picked gifts to everyone in the room. Or rather, gifts they had received countless times before. Cangyan returned the purse she had received to Mu Qingqing and then gently remarked, Great aunt, are you not taking my money because you plan to keep the delicious food for yourself without leaving any for me? Mu Qingqing did not accept the money but looked at Cangyan with a puzzled expression before asking, not this. But Cangyan was taken aback by Mu Qingqing's unexpected words, momentarily at a loss for how to respond. Chapter 26. Practicing. Mu Qingqing possessed a heart of innocence. Since her intention was to gift everyone, it was undoubtedly sincere and heartfelt. Thus, anyone attempting to refuse, in Mu Qingqing's eyes, must be harboring some unworthy motive, prompting such evasions. Upon learning of Mu Qingqing's imminent departure, The four families convened and decided to gather for a humble meal that evening. When Wang Luo beheld the spread before him, he concluded that Mu Qingqing's four mothers were indeed excessively modest. For in his view, this feast could easily be deemed a grand banquet. Not only Mu Qingqing, but even Wang Luo, who had been trapped in a state of limbo, found himself salivating. He greatly admired the culinary skills of Mu Qingqing's four mothers, who could conjure such delectable dishes seemingly with effortless ease. Wang Luo lamented his lack of a corporeal form, able only to observe, smell, and not partake in the feast. The night was graced by a perfect moonlight, with a full moon quietly suspended in the sky, casting a silvery glow over the entire village. The grand banquet laid out at Mu Qingqing's home adorned the path paved with uniformly sized stones. "Come, let me toast to Qingqing. Soon, I shall no longer see you." Mu Qingqing's elder brother, Mu Zhan, raised his cup, his expression one of melancholy. But before Mu Qingqing could respond, the cup in his hand was drained. Observing Mu Zhan's state, Mu Jing and Cangyan could not help but simultaneously sigh inwardly. They understood their son well. Although Mu Qingqing and Mu Zhan referred to each other as siblings, Mu Zhan had known since childhood that Mu Qingqing was not the biological daughter of their parents, leading him to develop a unique affection for her. Conversely, Mu Qingqing's heart was too innocent, seeing Mu Zhan merely as a brother, causing deep distress not only for Mu Zhan, but also for Mu Jing and Cangyan. Now 17, Mu Zhan was already of an age considered suitable for fatherhood according to village customs, with many matchmakers visiting to propose unions, all of which he declined, claiming he was too young and not yet ready for marriage. This excuse might fool others, but it could not deceive Cangyan. Initially believing that time spent together would cultivate some feelings, they soon realized Mu Zhan was becoming increasingly infatuated, while Mu Qingqing remained oblivious, viewing him solely as an elder brother. Why not leave sooner? To spare everyone the heavier sentiment of parting. Do you wish to provoke tears from your mothers once more at your departure? Wang Luo kindly suggested that in truth, Wang Luo's motives were not entirely altruistic. He was simply unable to tolerate the sight of a weeping father during farewells, hence his recommendation for Mu Qingqing to depart early. Mu Zhan approached Mu Qingqing's bedside, and Wang Luo sensed his breathing had grown somewhat labored. Indeed, he thought, what a beast. Unable to even spare his sister, Wang Luo muttered under his breath. Subsequently, Mu Zhan remained standing there, gazing at Mu Qingqing, doing nothing but standing still. After approximately 10 minutes, he remained unchanged. Is this what it means to be a man? Wang Luo yawned and continued to voice his disdain. If Mu Zhan were to learn of the disdain with which Wang Luo regards him, he would likely be infuriated to the point of spitting blood. When he breathes heavily, he is likened to a beast. When he remains still, he is accused of lacking masculinity. Indeed, being a man is no easy feat. Just as Wang Luo believed that Mu Zhan would remain standing there for the entire night, Mu Zhan finally stirred. He slowly bent down, and at that moment, Mu Qingqing turned over, startling Mu Zhan considerably, who almost dove beneath the bed. Seeing that Mu Qingqing had not awakened, Mu Zhan cautiously rose again. He reached out, intending to gently caress Mu Qingqing's delicate face, but as his hand hovered near her cheek, it ultimately halted, transforming from an open palm into a tightly clenched fist, the veins on the back of his hand bulging, revealing the inner turmoil he was experiencing. "Big brother, what are you doing here?" Unexpectedly, as Mu Zhan wrestled with his emotions, Mu Qingqing's sweet voice rang out. Chapter 27. Leaving home, did your big brother often come to check if you had kicked off your blanket at night? Wang Luo could not help but feel a twinge of curiosity. Really? I was just too sleepy. Good night, Luo Ge. Mu Qingqing yawned, rolled over, and soon drifted back into slumber. The next day, at the hour of the tiger, Mu Qingqing awoke promptly. Wang Luo had anticipated that, judging by Mu Qingqing's behavior the previous night, she would surely struggle to rise in the morning. He had even devised several methods to rouse her. But the outcome was unexpected. Standing at the bridge's edge, Mu Qingqing gazed towards the Mu family home for about 10 minutes before finally setting off, slowly moving forward. Gradually, Mu Qingqing's figure became indistinguishable. While at the entrance of the village, a dozen or so individuals emerged from the Mu household. Upon closer inspection, they were all family members who had shared drinks with Mu Qingqing the night before. They leaned against one another, silently bidding farewell to Mu Qingqing in their own way. Throughout the journey, Mu Qingqing remained silent. Wang Luo presumed she was in a somber mood and dared not speak. However, in the next moment, he felt a wave of dizziness wash over him. a sign that he was about to be extracted from the Qingqing bag. Was there danger? Wang Luo quickly extended his senses outward. But the first thing he beheld was an enormous beehive. Truly, a dog cannot change its nature. Wang Luo sighed in resignation. This journey to Yunlan Sect would be long and arduous, considering Mu Qingqing's full speed. It would take at least a month to arrive. However, if any unforeseen events occurred along the way, the duration would undoubtedly be extended significantly. Wang Luo needed to devise a plan, for reaching Yunlan Sect was of utmost urgency. But what means could expedite their journey? He could neither fly nor traverse the earth in an instant. Wait. Flying. Wang Luo suddenly recalled that on the day Yun Wanrong departed, she had ridden a pure white celestial crane. Why could he not seek out a flying beast, tame it, and thus facilitate their journey? This approach would not only considerably shorten their travel time, but also conserve considerable energy. As Mu Qingqing hurried along her path. Wang Luo was not idle either. He pushed his mental acuity to the utmost limit, undertaking a comprehensive exploration of the mountain range, searching for any signs of the magical beasts they had anticipated. However, to his dismay, he found no creature suitable for becoming a mount throughout the entire expanse of the mountains. All right, it's time to eat, Mu Qingqing exclaimed joyfully as she removed the rabbit meat from the fire and brought it to her lips. Poised to take a bite. Stop. Wang Luo finally could not contain himself any longer. What is it, Luo Go? She asked, pausing just an inch away from the meat, her expression one of confusion, yet her gaze remained fixated on the delectable morsel. Aren't you afraid it will be hot? Wang Luo struggled for a moment before posing the question. Oh, Luo Go, are you worried about me burning myself? You should care for me. Thank you. With that, Mu Qingqing took a hearty bite. Just then, a sudden gust of chilling wind swept through, extinguishing the towering campfire that stood taller than Mu Qingqing. In quick succession, more chilling winds blew past, and suddenly, she found herself surrounded by countless specks of starlight. Upon closer inspection, these twinkling lights were composed of tiny flames. What is this? Mu Qingqing wondered aloud, feeling the swift movement of this phenomenon, yet unsure of its nature or why Wang Luo found it so intriguing. You'll know once you catch it. Be careful. It's coming again. As Wang Luo finished his warning, another gust of wind indeed approached from Mu Qingqing's left rear. With a huff, Mu Qingqing declared, in that case, let us see who is faster. With that, her figure vanished in an instant. The gust of wind seemed to possess awareness. Upon witnessing Mu Qingqing's sudden disappearance, it abruptly halted. Plop. A droplet, resembling viscous slime, fell from the location of the wind, landing heavily on the dry leaves and producing a faint, crisp sound in the stillness of the forest. Gradually, the wind dissipated, revealing a massive figure that slowly materialized where the gust had lingered. Chapter 28. Foodie meets foodie. To Mu Qingqing's astonishment, after evading the assault of the wind, it gradually faded away, revealing an enormous aberrant magical beast. The creature measured approximately 10 meters in length and towered about 2 zhang high. Its imposing form accentuated by wings that shimmered with a faint icy blue hue. Is this that the blue ice dragon? Mu Qingqing, concealed behind a tree, gasped in astonishment, her rosy lips slightly parted as she gazed at the colossal beast not far away. Her voice tinged with excitement. Indeed, if we could tame it, the journey to Yunlan Sect would become significantly easier, Wang Luo responded, equally astonished, as he spoke from within his hiding place. Even he failed to detect the colossal blue ice dragon in the recent mental perception, suggesting that it possessed remarkably advanced stealth skills. Even at the onset of her confrontation with Mu Qingqing, it had remained in an invisible state. If one could possess such a swift, stealthy mount with formidable defensive capabilities, it would undoubtedly evoke envy in others. However, what puzzled Wang Luo even more was the fact that this was merely a tiny nation, which, by all accounts, should lack abundant spiritual energy and resources, making the presence of such a high-ranking implausible. Where could it have possibly come from? This conundrum left Wang Luo deeply conflicted. Yet, given the current circumstances, he could not afford the luxury of pondering such trivial matters. His foremost task was to devise a means to tame the creature. The blue ice dragon appeared to still be in its juvenile phase, likely below the 3rd tier, yet this level posed considerable difficulty for Mu Qingqing. At this moment, Wang Luo's own cultivation was not yet solidified, rendering him unable to exert significant influence. What could he possibly do? Wang Luo found himself in a quandary. Alas, daring to seize my honey rabbit meat. Just as he was fretting over how to tame the blue ice dragon, Mu Qingqing suddenly let out a loud shout and launched herself towards the dragon, wielding the spirit slaughter staff. What the heck? Wang Luo could not help but curse in exasperation. Was it truly worth risking everything for a mere rabbit and especially when she was brandishing his spiritual weapon? Bang! A tremendous crash echoed, and within the spirit slaughter staff, Wang Luo felt a tumultuous upheaval, as though an earthquake of magnitude 8 had struck. Before he could even react, the deafening roar of the blue ice dragon pierced his ears, disorienting him to the point of near-dash collapse. At that moment, Mu Qingqing was not faring much better. Her palms had been bloodied from the powerful recoil of the dragon's formidable defenses the instant she made contact with the blue ice dragon. She was sent hurtling backward, crashing through several trees before collapsing to the ground. Breathless and unstable, she ultimately coughed up a mouthful of blood, the crimson liquid dripping onto her white attire, rendering her as striking as plum blossoms in winter. The blue ice dragon, clearly displeased with Mu Qingqing's aggression, began to approach her, swinging its massive tail. With each step it took, a smooth layer of ice formed beneath its feet, encasing the surrounding flora in frost. Even the furious breath it exhaled was laced with chilling frost, its enormous eyes coldly fixed on the fallen Mu Qingqing. Yet, just as the dragon was about to launch an attack, Mu Qingqing unexpectedly retrieved an item from her Qingqing bag. Observing her reluctant expression, she raised it high above her head, the object resting quietly in her hands. What is this? Wang Luo intended to temporarily seize control of her body to assist in managing the situation. But before he could voice his thoughts, Mu Qingqing had already begun to take action. Wang Luo gazed at the object for an extended duration, ultimately collapsing helplessly onto the ground. Oh, you truly believe that a mere roasted suckling pig could entice a blue ice giant dragon? It is essential to recognize that, although an adult blue ice giant dragon may not possess the supreme bloodline of a true dragon, it nonetheless carries the ancient blood of divine dragons within its veins. That innate pride exuding from its very essence. Do you think a single roasted pig could suffice? This roasted pig, crafted by Master Lu of the city, is exceedingly delectable that I initially intended it as a gift for my third uncle. Yet I could not resist keeping a few for myself. Just consider, if I, unable to resist, have kept some, how could it possibly refuse? Mu Qingqing whispered, fearful that the colossal creature might overhear her, and, in a fit of rage, swallow her whole. Indeed, I find myself perplexed by the world of gluttons. You could not resist, and even retained a few for yourself. Surely, you mean a few rather than dozens? Wang Luo, exasperated, nearly pounded his chest in frustration, pondering that perhaps only Mu Qingqing would ever attempt to bribe a mythical beast with a roasted pig. Suddenly, the blue ice giant dragon had approached Mu Qingqing's side. Should it open its maw, her demise would be imminent. Yet Mu Qingqing engaged in this perilous act because, first, she believed she had no chance of survival, and second, the blue ice giant dragon seemed to be drawn to her honey-roasted rabbit, prompting her to take the risk of presenting her prized possession, hoping it would become so enamored that it would leave after indulging. However, a dilemma arose. What if the pig I procured was exceptionally delicious? And after tasting it, the dragon sought more? What should I do? Should I offer it? What will I eat if it is devoured? These thoughts flooded her mind, causing her delicate brows to furrow in distress. As the formidable blue ice giant dragon drew ever closer, Mu Qingqing's heart raced with trepidation. At that moment, the dragon halted, lowering its head, and prepared to snap at her with its enormous maw. Oh no, Mu Qingqing screamed, tossing the roasted pig high into the air and, disregarding the pain coursing through her body, fled sideways. After utilizing her agility and fleeing approximately 10 meters, she realized that the gigantic blue ice giant dragon had not pursued her. Curiosity piqued, she turned around to observe the massive figure. Catching sight of its blue silhouette, Mu Qingqing waved her hand and shouted, inexplicably yearning for the creature to turn around and see if her assumptions were correct. With a low growl, the blue ice giant dragon pivoted. Chapter 29, Extreme Sun Grasped. Upon seeing the dragon turn, Mu Qingqing burst into joyous laughter, for she discovered that the dragon, whose size dwarfed her, was indeed consuming the roasted suckling pig she had just thrown. Even Wang Luo could not help but admire the situation. It seemed that gluttons were invariably drawn to one another. Subsequently, he internally exclaimed, "You are a noble dragon, albeit with a less than pure lineage. How could you possibly be swayed by a mere roasted suckling pig? Indeed, after indulging in the roasted suckling pig prepared by Mu Qingqing. The blue ice giant dragon, with its enormous, indifferent eyes shimmering with an eerie blue light, suddenly exhibited a hint of inscrutable intention. Although Wang Luo was oblivious to its implications, he was acutely aware that it was undoubtedly connected to its recent feast. Gazing into the dragon's piercing blue gaze, Mu Qingqing felt an imperceptible flutter of unease. "You still want more, don't you?" "I have very little left," she murmured, albeit reluctantly extending her hand toward her Qingqing bag. With a soft puff, a distinct sound resonated as she retrieved an item from the bag. "What? No. No. You want so much at once. What am I to do? I haven't even had a bite yet." Suddenly, Mu Qingqing's hand halted, her expression sour as she glared at the colossal dragon before her, continuing to grumble under her breath. "Who are you talking to?" Wang Luo found it peculiar, as he had not uttered a sound. "It's it," she replied, claiming that I must give it all my roasted suckling pig, or else it would make me regret it. Mu Qingqing pouted, her small, rosy lips forming a tight grip on the bag's opening. "Had I known, I would have tossed it into the space of my palm. If it were to seize it, I would suffer a great loss. Ha ha. Mu Qingqing, you silly girl, just tell it that if it takes us to Yunlan's sect, you will surrender all your roasted suckling pigs." Wang Luo was genuinely surprised. Often, when one searches tirelessly, the solution appears effortlessly that a gourmand can surely be swayed with food. It is far less laborious than engaging in a fierce struggle. Moreover, even if they were to fight, one might not gain any advantage. Yet, to win it over with dozens of roasted suckling pigs is an exceptionally shrewd bargain. If you provoke that colossal creature now and cannot overpower it, it will snatch away your provisions, and you will still be left hungry. You will have to reach Yunlan's sect on your own feet. Consider which option is preferable. Wang Luo remained unhurried, understanding that with someone like Mu Qingqing, one must employ the strategy of gently coaxing, akin to boiling a frog in warm water, progressing gradually. Allowing her to grasp this reasoning on her own is far more effective. Brother Luo, you seem to have a point." Mu Qingqing gently nodded her smooth forehead, then resolved to speak with it. After confiding in Wang Luo, she slowly closed her eyes, only to reopen them after a considerable pause, visibly displeased that it claims to dislike Yunlan's sect and can only escort us to the nearby mountains. Moreover, it demands not only all of my roasted suckling pigs, but also insists that I prepare honey-glazed rabbit meat for it along the way. Moments later, to Mu Qingqing's astonishment, the blue ice giant dragon's form morphed to the size of an adult tiger. After consuming the meal Mu Qingqing had prepared, it expressed a desire to continue their journey without delay. However, after conferring with Wang Luo, she felt that resting in the mountains for the night would be wiser. The blue ice giant dragon, however, insisted that she could sleep upon its back and wished to conclude their contractual relationship as soon as possible. Thus, propelled by the dragon's fervent pace, after a week's journey, Mu Qingqing found herself at the outskirts of the mountain range where Yunlan's sect was situated. Merely traversing this range would reveal the sect, after the blue ice giant dragon set down Mu Qingqing. It uttered a sentence to her, expressing the hope of savoring her honey-roasted rabbit meat again in the future. "What is this jiang grass, and where am I supposed to find it?" Mu Qingqing, being almost entirely submissive to Wang Luo's words, readily agreed when he mentioned his desire for that herb without a moment's hesitation. "Continue walking for about a mile, then turn left, and I shall reveal the exact location upon your arrival," Wang Luo instructed in a grave tone. Without any hesitation, Mu Qingqing promptly set off in the direction Wang Luo indicated. Since arriving at this mountain range, Wang Luo had discerned a significant issue. The spiritual energy contained within this range was exponentially stronger than that of the town where Mu Qingqing previously resided. Practicing here would undoubtedly lead to rapid advancements, which fundamentally explained the substantial disparities among the various levels of kingdoms and their formidable practitioners. If that were the case, wouldn't the magical beasts within this mountain range be even more challenging to confront? Wang Luo had previously heard that all precious herbs infused with spiritual energy were guarded by a powerful magical beast. What level of otherworldly beast would be stationed to protect the jiang grass he sought today? Just then, a fearsome roar of a magical beast echoed from ahead. Chapter 30. Relinquishment. The beast's roar was piercing, reminiscent of something grasping its throat. Upon hearing it, Mu Qingqing instinctively shrank her neck, as the sound was indeed somewhat chilling. Mu Qingqing, perhaps we should reconsider. Given your current cultivation, it is unlikely you will gain any advantage here. So let us return another time. Wang Luo, using his mental probing ability, located the Jiang grass, only to discover it was surrounded by an impenetrable barrier. Even he lacked the capability to breach it. Thus, even if they found it, obtaining it was uncertain, as there were otherworldly beasts possessing the intelligence to set such obstacles, likely at the 3rd or 4th rank, making venturing forth perilous. Why should we give up? We've come this far. It would be a disservice to our efforts not to take a look. Qingqing, not as burdened by thoughts as Wang Luo, confidently patted her chest and declared, "Rest assured, Brother Luo, having promised you, I shall see it through." With that, she stealthily advanced forward once more. Hearing her words, Wang Luo felt a fleeting moment of warmth, which quickly dissipated as he noticed that the spirit slaughter rod had once again been hurled by Qingqing. Aimed at a fire spirit fruit perched atop the treetops, the fire spirit fruit was not particularly rare, as it was commonly found in kingdoms above the intermediate level. However, in a small nation, it was indeed a precious treasure. While the fruit itself lacked significant utility, its rich fire attribute allowed it to unleash its full potential when soaked in various solutions. Wang Luo could not fathom why Qingqing would choose to strike at a seemingly insignificant fruit at such a critical moment. Should they inadvertently alert the distant magical beasts, he feared that the two of them would undoubtedly face dire consequences. With this fruit in hand, grandfather's leg ailment should soon be alleviated. Qingqing gingerly extracted a delicate porcelain box from her Qingqing bag, gently placing the fire spirit fruit within. With a sigh of relief, she tucked the porcelain box into her small pouch. Now, there's no fear of losing it. Qingqing clapped her hands, expressing her excitement. Many of her personal belongings were stored in the Qingqing bag, both for convenience and because her pouch had limited space, typically reserved for more valuable items, while everything else was cast into the Qingqing bag. All right, Brother Luo, let us venture to seek out the extreme yang herb. It seems the yang energy here is indeed abundant, whether it be the fire spirit fruit or the extreme yang herb. I wonder if there might still be some refreshing sun bamboo juice to quench our thirst, as its flavor is simply exquisite. As she spoke, Qingqing's eyes sparkled, and her lips glistened with anticipation, embodying the spirit of a true foodie. Hush! Just as Qingqing was lost in her delicious reverie, a distant cry of it echoed nearby. However, curiously, the further they advanced, the fainter the sound became. Wang Luo quickly urged Qingqing to silence herself. He then cautiously extended his mental energy forward, wary of the high tier, fearing that their heightened intelligence might sense his probing and bring calamity upon Qingqing. 20 minutes later, as Wang Luo delicately maneuvered his mental perception near the extreme yang herb, he was astonished to discover that a white demon ape was lying in wait. Moreover, its belly appeared unusually large. After a moment, Wang Luo realized that the demon ape was about to give birth. It is said that at such times are not to be trifled with, as they will fiercely protect their young, exhibiting a ferocity akin to a berserker. Yet, it is also during this time that their physical strength wanes. And if one seizes the opportunity, it is indeed possible to obtain what they desired. At this juncture, Wang Luo found himself in a quandary. While it might be feasible to stealthily procure the item during the white demon ape's moment of weakness, the potential consequences of inciting its wrath were far from desirable. After much contemplation, he ultimately resolved to abandon the pursuit. The extreme yang herb was rare, but if something were to happen to Qingqing, he feared he would never find another obedient master like her. Let us proceed towards the Yunlan sect. This area is too perilous for you to handle. Wang Luo sighed before addressing Qingqing. What lies ahead? Brother Luo, please allow me a glance. What if I succeed? Qingqing was naturally reluctant to concede. Ahead, there lurked an adult, third-tier, white demon ape, guarding the extreme yang herb within its lair. The entrance sealed by its spiritual energy to enter the cave would undoubtedly rouse its attention. Most importantly, it was currently in labor. Should it be provoked, its combat prowess would escalate to at least the 4th tier. What say you? Do you still wish to venture forth? Wang Luo grumbled through clenched teeth, each word chilling his heart further. Indeed, a mere 3rd-tier white magic ape is a challenge beyond one's capabilities. How can one even contemplate the quest for materials, the enhancement of cultivation, or the ultimate forging of the physical body? While these matters may sound straightforward, the reality is fraught with countless perils. Thus, the singular focus in Qingqing's heart is to strengthen herself swiftly. Only by becoming powerful can she hope to wield her strength to aid others, particularly her beloved brother Luo. Upon hearing Qingqing's words, Wang Luo felt a surge of relief, grateful that she was still inclined to heed his counsel and possessed an understanding of the prevailing circumstances. With her spirit staff in hand, the pristine figure of Mu Qingqing gradually faded into the verdant embrace of the mountains. Chapter 31. Encounter with the Demon King B. At this moment, Wang Luo's thoughts mirrored those of Mu Qingqing, yet he found himself mired in frustration over his own inadequacies, having perished and been reborn. He struggled even to procure the most basic materials necessary for materializing a physical form. Observing their current predicaments, he couldn't help but reflect on the truth of their bond. Indeed, the essence of the master and the spirit was strikingly similar. When he heard Mu Qingqing's call, Wang Luo languidly projected his mental energy, discerning the peculiar structure atop the mountain. Rather than waste time shouting, it would be far more prudent to hasten their journey. If they did not ascend the mountain before dusk, they would be compelled to spend the night within its depths. Wang Luo remained unconcerned, for he believed that Cloud Mist Sect would eventually be reached. Had it not been for their cleverness, they might not have even traversed half the distance thus far. The mountain air was refreshing, and he found himself quite fond of overnight stays in the mountains. Mu Qingqing, undeterred by Wang Luo's remarks, did not perceive any issue. Very well, then you may proceed at a leisurely pace. Wang Luo, exasperated, again interjected, but you just urged me to hasten. Should I move quickly or slowly? Mu Qingqing, perplexed, could not grasp the meaning behind Wang Luo's words. Do as you please, if you will, he retorted, unwilling to elaborate further. However, Mu Qingqing was about to voice another thought, only to be interrupted by Wang Luo's dismissive snort, which startled her into forgetting her intended words. Thus, she remained silent and continued her ascent toward the mountain peak. As the saying goes, a horse dies from running toward a mountain. Mu Qingqing trekked for nearly an entire day without reaching the summit. And in desperation, she resolved to set up camp once more, preparing to spend the night at the mountainside and resume her journey at dawn. Where, indeed, does fortune fall from the heavens? Hearing Mu Qingqing still deliberating on his behalf stirred a small pang of emotion within Wang Luo. Though he felt touched, he did not express any kindness in words. It was no wonder, for he spoke the truth. The sect's advanced and even heavenly-level techniques were not simply bestowed upon anyone. Without a measure of effort on one's part, how could one expect to attain such rewards? He had anticipated that Mu Qingqing would feel disheartened by his words, yet she replied with unwavering determination, "Brother Luo, do not worry. I will strive diligently and will not let you down." With that, she took a hearty bite of the mountain chicken's thigh. "Very well. I hope you remember your promise," Wang Luo remarked casually. "Rest assured, I, Mu Qingqing, will achieve what I set out to do." A vague sound echoed in the air, and Wang Luo ceased his speech. They asked for how Mu Qingqing ensured her safety. It would only be revealed in the days to come. Depending on her diligence, with the acquisition of advanced, even celestial-level techniques, Mu Qingqing's cultivation ascended to new heights, and she too experienced a corresponding elevation, drawing ever closer to the moment of achieving a physical incarnation. Buzzing, just as Mu Qingqing was indulging in her meal, a series of resonant hums emerged from the mountains. "What is that sound?" Mu Qingqing mused aloud, gripping the spirit-slaying staff tightly and gazing in the direction from whence the noise originated. Unfortunately, the night was too dark. Apart from her flickering campfire, there was no other illumination, rendering her unable to discern what lay beyond. Hearing Mu Qingqing's words, Wang Luo quickly extended his mental energy, and after a brief moment, he shouted, "Mu Qingqing, run!" Mu Qingqing was still trying to comprehend the situation when she heard Wang Luo's urgent plea. Without hesitation, she turned to retrieve the roasted meat from her rack. No, hurry and flee." Wang Luo exclaimed frantically, his voice rising in desperation. How could one be so preoccupied with food at such a life-and-death moment? "Oh," Mu Qingqing hesitated, yet eventually complied with Wang Luo's wishes, tossing the honey-glazed roasted chicken onto the fire before swiftly employing her agility to flee towards the mountain's summit. "Brother Luo, what on earth is it that frightens you so?" As Mu Qingqing distanced herself, the dreadful buzzing gradually faded from her ears, prompting her to slow her pace and inquire, "The Demon King be?" Wang Luo uttered these few words without elaboration, but to his surprise, Mu Qingqing's delicate face turned pale upon hearing them. "That man-eating monster, the Demon King be?" Mu Qingqing stammered slightly. Anyone who heard of the Demon King be would be gripped by fear. Not due to its individual strength, after all, each bee was merely of the first rank, easily squashed by someone like Mu Qingqing, but because of their overwhelming numbers. They were social creatures, when they moved. Thousands would swarm simultaneously, regardless of one's cultivation level or the prowess of one's techniques. If one could not defeat them with a single strike, they would descend upon a person and drain them to a mere husk. The thought sent a shiver down Mu Qingqing's spine. Why would they emerge at night? Is it not said that creatures like them have poor night vision? Mu Qingqing found it perplexing that it is because of you. Always drenching everything in honey. The Demon King bee's eyesight may be poor, but their sense of smell is exponentially more acute than that of humans. The aroma of honey on your meat would surely attract them. Chapter 32. A chicken leg brings trouble. Events prove that Wang Luo's concerns were not unfounded. The Demon King bees, drawn by the honeyed chicken left behind by Mu Qingqing, consumed it in an instant before charging towards her location. Do you have honey on you? Wang Luo shouted in alarm. No. I cleaned it all off. Mu Qingqing replied hastily, employing her agility to dart swiftly away. Yet the Demon King bees, with their keen sense of smell, closely pursued her, the distance between them visibly diminishing. What could be the reason for this? Wang Luo's thoughts raced rapidly, pondering how to rid himself of those insatiable little creatures. Quickly, Mu Qingqing, take out the remaining honey and pour it on the ground where you have walked, he shouted after a brief moment. However, Mu Qingqing appeared oblivious, continuing to flee with haste. Are you courting death? Those are not mere honeybees. They are the devouring Demon King bees that leave no bones behind. If they consume you, I shall seek out another contract master. Wang Luo felt an intense frustration. At such a critical juncture of life and death, Mu Qingqing was still lamenting her precious honey. No, brother Luo, it's not that I refuse to throw it away. It's just that I have none left. Mu Qingqing replied, her tone tinged with grievance upon hearing Wang Luo's words. If you have no honey left, then why are they still pursuing you? Wang Luo suddenly sensed that Mu Qingqing was concealing something from him. Because Mu Qingqing stammered, momentarily at a loss for words. Speak quickly, for heaven's sake. Mu Qingqing, can't you spare me a little worry? Wang Luo exclaimed in exasperation, utterly baffled by what was occupying her mind, especially as the Demon King bees drew perilously close, likely within less than a mile. I still have a chicken leg hidden. Mu Qingqing's voice was faint, yet Wang Luo caught every word. Damn it, toss it away. He could not suppress his expletive. This foolish girl was risking her life for a mere chicken leg. Oh, Mu Qingqing responded softly, reluctantly retrieving the honey-infused chicken leg from her bag of holding. That moment, Wang Luo felt the Demon King bees behind them accelerate ominously. Throw it now. Veins throbbed on Wang Luo's forehead, and he wished he could snatch the chicken leg from her hands and hurl it away, but the girl lingered with reluctance. Finally, upon hearing Wang Luo's furious roar, she opened her mouth and took a decisive bite, declaring, I'll take a bite before I throw it. Her muffled voice reached Wang Luo's ears, followed by a loud plop as the honeyed chicken leg slipped from her grasp and fell to the ground. What a pity, Mu Qingqing lamented, still chewing, her face brimming with regret. The buzzing intensified, drawing nearer in a flurry. Mu Qingqing quickened her pace, darting away into the distance. The sound of pursuit gradually diminished, and her speed began to wane. That was terrifying, she exclaimed, patting her heaving chest, her expression a mix of lingering panic. Noticing Wang Luo's prolonged silence, she realized her earlier actions had incensed him. Pouting, she sat beneath a tree, silent and sullen, and eventually drifted off to sleep. On the following morning, as the first rays of sunlight broke through the clouds and cascaded upon the earth, Mu Qingqing remained blissfully asleep beneath the tree. Her long, thick eyelashes cast a delicate shadow in the light, and perhaps the sun's brightness was a touch overwhelming, for after a moment, she slowly opened her eyes. Upon opening her eyes, Mu Qingqing's first action was to gently rub her somewhat deflated belly. The delightful honey-roasted chicken from the previous night had been interrupted by a swarm of frenzied demon bees, causing her to flee in a panic without knowing where she had ended up. Rising to her feet, she forcefully stomped on the ground, utilizing the rebound to gracefully ascend to the branches of a large tree. Perched upon a tree limb, Mu Qingqing extended her small hand over her eyes to gaze into the distance, and then joyfully exclaimed, "Haha, we are finally getting close." It turned out that in her frantic escape the night before, she had unwittingly moved closer to Yunlanzong as she beheld the nearby Yunlanzong. A sudden wave of emotion washed over her, causing her nose to tingle. "Brother Luo, please don't be upset. We will arrive shortly," she murmured softly before leaping from the treetop and soaring towards the direction of Yunlanzong. Yunlanzong, undeniably a formidable sect among the mid-level sects, far surpassed the Cangyan Empire where Mu Qingqing resided. both in area and influence, with its territory nearly rivaling the entire expanse of the Cangyan Empire and its affiliated small nations. This was one of the reasons why Wang Luo insisted that Qingqing make the journey here, at the pinnacle of the mountain, where the entrance to the sect was situated. Disciples were constantly patrolling back and forth. While this duty might seem simple, it was, in fact, one of the most monotonous jobs, typically rotated among the disciples, with each person assigned to patrol approximately once a month. However, today, due to Zhao He's stomach ailment, his fellow disciple Lu Ren continued his shift from yesterday as a replacement. Chapter 33. Stopping at the sect entrance. Ghost I was merely a moniker. His true name was Feng Yichen. He had gained this nickname due to his extraordinary eyes, capable of seeing objects 10 miles away. Over time, the name Ghost Eye had stuck. Upon hearing Ghost Eye's words, several individuals halted their actions and hurried to the sect's entrance to peer outside. After a prolonged moment, they still beheld nothing but lush greenery. Ghost Eye, surely your vision isn't failing you. How can we see nothing at all? Lu Ren expressed skepticism, suspecting that Ghost Eye was merely jesting. I concur. You ought not to jest with us over such matters. It is already dull as it is, and your antics do little to elevate my spirits, Lu Yun declared, plopping down at the mountain gate. Plucking a blade of grass from the ground to chew on, though his gaze remained fixed on the direction of the valley below. It truly is tedious here. I would prefer to accompany my senior brother on a mission instead. Lu Ren, equally bored, reclined on the grass at the mountain gate, resting his hands behind his head, gazing at the drifting clouds, and felt himself beginning to close his eyes slowly. Hey, Lu brother, look quickly, someone is actually ascending the mountain, Lu Yun exclaimed, repeatedly tapping Lu Ren's calf. Have you too adopted Ghost Eye's tendency to overreact? Lu Ren lazily replied, still harboring doubt about Lu Yun's claim. Visitors to Yunlan Zone were a rarity. The only time the sect became lively was during the triannual selection competition for new disciples, when all the disciples eagerly gathered to take their posts at the entrance. Under ordinary circumstances, even if someone intends to ascend the mountain, the sect would provide prior notification. Thus, it is nearly unheard of for individuals to charge directly up the mountain. Therefore, Lu Ren could hardly believe Lai Yun's words. Alas, is there truly someone ascending the mountain? Upon rising, Lu Ren lifted his gaze and beheld a figure clad in snow white, swiftly soaring towards the mountain's summit. Upon hearing Lu Ren's exclamation, the disciples gathered once more at the sect's entrance. Peering down the slope, Brother Luo, we are almost there, at a distance of approximately 10 zhang from the mountain gate. Qingqing gradually halted her ascent and began to tread lightly towards the summit. Her countenance once again regained its former chill and aloofness, exuding an air of distant indifference. Halt! Just as Qingqing approached the mountain gate, Lu Ren bellowed, blocking her path. Step aside. Qingqing slightly raised her gaze, merely glancing at Lu Ren's outstretched hand without meeting his eyes directly. Lu Ren had intended to display the imposing demeanor of a disciple of Yunlan's sect before the newcomer, but was taken aback when she appeared unperturbed. Leaving him feeling somewhat embarrassed, he contemplated reprimanding her further. Who are you? And why have you come here? At that moment, Lai Yun stepped forward, gently pulling Lu Ren back, and inquired softly. Qingqing extended her hand, retrieving a golden leaf inscribed with a handwritten letter from Master Yun Wanrong, and presented it to Lai Yun. What is this? Lai Yun, filled with doubt, accepted the golden leaf and, upon reading the script, exclaimed, Senior Sister Yun Wanrong. Lai Yun was somewhat surprised, not expecting this seemingly aloof maiden to be introduced to Yunlan's sect by Yun Wanrong. Upon hearing Lai Yun's words, Lu Ren snatched the golden leaf from her grasp and scrutinized it with a smirk, his expression laden with mischief. You were truly sent by Yun Wanrong. After perusing the text on the leaf, Lu Ren grinned broadly, his tone laced with dubious intent. Qingqing, after retrieving the golden leaf, looked up in confusion and remarked, Sister Yun did not mention such cumbersome procedures. Allow me entry. I must see Sister Yun. She glared at the disciples of Yunlan's sect with a hint of indignation. Sister Yun, you seem rather intimate, Lu Ren replied, exchanging glances with Lai Yun and the others, before clearing the path for Qingqing to pass. You cannot proceed. There is a barrier ahead. Just as Qingqing was about to storm forward in annoyance, Wang Luo's voice echoed in her mind. Stunned by Wang Luo's words, Qingqing froze momentarily. Ah, little sister, I shan't hesitate to inform you that our Yunlan sect is not a place one can simply enter at will. Observing Qingqing's expression, Lu Ren crossed his arms, reveling in his triumph. Smack. Lu Ren felt a sudden blur of white flash past him, followed by the resounding crack of a slap. "Who dare strike me?" Lu Ren exclaimed, covering his stinging cheek in anger. "Mind your language." Mu Qingqing waved her delicate hand before her, casually responding, "Do you dare to strike me?" Lu Ren, consumed by rage, could hardly believe that a mere girl who had yet to enter the sect would have the audacity to strike him. In ordinary circumstances, the arrival of such a breathtaking beauty within the sect would have prompted Lu Ren to eagerly escort her in like a devoted lapdog. However, today's situation was different, not due to Mu Qingqing's lack of beauty, but because it was Wanrong who was leading her into the sect. Although Wanrong held a significant status within the sect, even surpassing Lu Ren by several ranks, her indifference towards Lu Ren's senior brother, Zhao Tianhong, had fostered resentment in him. Zhao Tianhong, despite his affections for Wanrong, found himself repeatedly spurned, leading to a bitter rivalry between them. Chapter 34. The unfortunate Lu Ren confronted with Lu Ren and his companion's provocations. Mu Qingqing, true to her nature, showed no mercy. In a surprising turn of events, she delivered a resounding slap to Lu Ren. Stung, and with his face flushed, Lu Ren, brimming with anger, pointed an accusatory finger at Mu Qingqing and bellowed, "If I do not deal with you today, I shall not bear the surname Lu. Gui Tong, Lai Yun, you two come with me. I must teach this insufferable girl a lesson." With that, he charged forward. Blinded by fury, failing to consider the disparity in their abilities, he swung his arm, intending to send Mu Qingqing flying with a forceful strike. He was astonished to find her figure had vanished from sight. Meanwhile, Gui Tong and Lai Yun realized that Mu Qingqing had inexplicably appeared behind Lu Ren. With a soft thud, Mu Qingqing's slender, fair hand lightly struck Lu Ren's back, sending him careening forward uncontrollably. After a series of staggering steps, he found himself sprawled disgracefully on the ground. "Pa, why are you still standing there, Lai Yun?" Lu Ren exclaimed, lifting his head to spit out the grass and dirt from his mouth. Glaring at Lai Yun. Lai Yun, feeling helpless, could only acquiesce. He then turned to Mu Qingqing, his voice gentle as he said, "I beg your pardon, young lady." With that, two curved daggers materialized in his hands, glinting ominously in the sunlight. The hilts, seemingly forged from indestructible steel, bore intricate carvings of dragon heads, as if they were poised to breathe fire. Lai Yun shouted, channeling his spiritual energy into the blades, which suddenly transformed into a resplendent array of colors. With a sweeping arc, they hurtled toward Mu Qingqing with explosive force. "Humph!" Mu Qingqing responded with a slight scoff, brandishing her spirit-slaying rod, which she wielded with remarkable strength, halting the dual blades mere inches from her head. Astonishingly, she managed to withstand Lai Yun's dazzling attack, which typically bore the weight of 1,000 pounds. Lai Yun was taken aback, unable to fathom that such a seemingly delicate girl possessed such formidable strength. "Ha ha, watch me execute the black tiger prowling heart," Lu Ren cackled from behind, noticing that Mu Qingqing was fully engaged in resisting Lai Yun's assault, leaving her back exposed to him. Seizing the opportunity, he plotted to launch a sneak attack from behind. Mu Qingqing felt a fierce gust of wind rushing from behind her, yet her hands were firmly restrained by Lai Yun, rendering her immobile. Not only was it difficult to turn around, but even the simplest movement seemed nearly impossible. Unexpectedly, at that moment, Wang Luo's voice echoed in her mind. "Channel the spiritual energy through the extraordinary meridians, down your legs, and direct it into your left foot. With force, kick backward." Wang Luo gritted his teeth and spoke sternly. He had not anticipated Lu Ren's audacity. Mu Qingqing, having come to Yunlan's sect, bore no grudge against him. Yet, not only did he persist in his harassment, but he also despicably launched a surprise attack from behind. Thus, at this critical juncture, Wang Luo hastily offered his guidance. While Mu Qingqing resisted Lai Yun, she also diverted a portion of her internal spiritual energy, following the pathways until it reached her left foot, waiting for Wang Luo's signal. With a sudden and vigorous kick, she struck Lu Ren squarely in the chest. Lu Ren, having believed his ambush was infallible, was completely unprepared for Mu Qingqing's retaliatory strike, which infused him with nearly a third of her spiritual power. The moment she kicked, a thunderous crash resonated, followed by Lu Ren's agonizing scream. His body was propelled backward, soaring nearly 10 meters before crashing into a large tree, after which he slowly descended. Then, with a splatter, Lu Ren spat out a mouthful of blood, his vitality swiftly waning. Brother Lu, Gui Tong, accompanied by two other disciples, rushed to Lu Ren's side. "Brother Lu, are you all right?" "Bah, I'm perfectly fine. It's just a bit of blood. What's the big deal? While she is still incapacitated, let us charge." Lu Ren clutched his chest, growling fiercely. He attempted to rise, but the turmoil in his chest impeded him. "Brother Lu, perhaps we should let this go. She came bearing a message for senior sister Yun. If she finds out about this." Gui Tong began, but his words faltered. In his mind, he believed that this matter need not escalate to such a dire confrontation. "Bah, what are you saying? She has beaten me to this state. And you still speak in her defense." Lu Ren scolded Gui Tong in frustration, only to wince in pain as the movement aggravated his wounds. Meanwhile, Mu Qingqing and Lai Yun remained locked in their standoff. Yet Mu Qingqing clearly wished to alter the situation. She continually channeled her spiritual energy into the spirit-exterminating staff. Moments later, the staff emanated a brilliant light, and astonishingly, Mu Qingqing released her grip, placing both palms firmly against Lai Yun's chest. Bang! Mu Qingqing's strike was considerable, sending Lai Yun sprawling backward, his feet skimming the ground for nearly 10 yards before he finally came to a halt. "Hurry, Gui Tong, subdue her," seeing Lai Yun falter under Mu Qingqing's might. Lu Ren, still seated on the ground, urged Gui Tong and the other two disciples with urgency. Gui Tong stumbled slightly from the push, but, feeling the weight of Lu Ren's authority, reluctantly approached Mu Qingqing. Taking a deep breath, Mu Qingqing suppressed the tumult within her, then lifted her gaze, coldly fixing her eyes on Gui Tong and the other two disciples advancing toward her. "I apologize for the offense." After retreating approximately 3 to 5 meters from Mu Qingqing, the ghost-eyed figure abruptly bowed to her, then produced a brush from within its robe. This brush bore a striking resemblance to an ordinary writing brush, though its size exceeded that of a typical brush by more than double, with the handle alone being as thick as Mu Qingqing's forearm. The judge's brush, upon witnessing the weapon wielded by the ghost-eyed figure. Wang Luo suddenly spoke with an air of excitement. "The judge's brush? What is that?" Mu Qingqing, being entirely unfamiliar with it, gazed at him with curiosity. "That it is not merely an object. It is his weapon. You must exercise caution." Having uttered these words, Wang Luo fell silent for an unsettling duration. "Luo go! Luo go!" Mu Qingqing called out anxiously, yet aside from the faint whisper of the wind, there was no other sound to be heard. "Zhao Luo, does she know you?" Lu Ren, seated on the ground, curiously pointed at a male disciple who appeared to be under 20. "No." The young man named Zhao Luo looked at Lu Ren with puzzlement. "Then why is she calling you?" Lu Ren inquired, bemused. "If she does not know you, why address you as Luo Go? I truly have no idea." Zhao Luo shrugged in resignation. At that moment, the judge's brush in the ghost-eyed figure's hand suddenly radiated a magnificent glow. Not bright, but rather a gentle luminescence that instilled a sense of tranquility from within. Mu Qingqing was no exception. She stood still, entranced by the soft glow, as if the entire world around her had come to a standstill. Just then, the ghost-eyed figure moved, the brush emanating a warm brilliance as it gracefully traced strokes in the air. Silence. The ghost-eyed figure's voice resonated with a hint of ethereality, its soft tones seeping into Mu Qingqing's ears like an enchanting melody. "All things in the world are rooted in silence, with goodness prevailing. When confronted with silence, all must cease." As the ghost-eyed figure spoke, it meticulously inscribed the character for silence with the brush, and as the character took form, the gentle radiance of the brush seemed to seep into the strokes, causing it to dim. Go. The ghost-eyed figure commanded softly, and the shimmering silence character began to drift towards Mu Qingqing. In her mind, her heart, and her eyes, the world transformed into an overwhelming silence. The sounds of wind, birds, and even the rustling of leaves vanished entirely, leaving only the grand character for silence and the ethereal voice that had just resonated from the ghost-eyed figure. "Ha ha! Look quickly. That stubborn girl has truly fallen for it." The ghost-eyed figure is impressive. Observing Mu Qingqing's reaction, Lu Ren, seated on the ground and clutching his chest, erupted into laughter, though he was soon overtaken by a coughing fit due to the strain on his injury. Several disciples hastily approached to pat Lu Ren's back, attempting to alleviate his discomfort. Meanwhile, Mu Qingqing watched as the enormous silence character drew ever closer to her, yet she remained fixated upon it, unblinking. Yet, just as the character was a mere 3 feet away from Mu Qingqing's body, the spirit-slaying rod in her hand suddenly reacted. The rod, accompanied by Mu Qingqing's hand, floated into the air, seemingly disturbed by the presence of the character. prompting an instinctive defense from the rod to protect its master. In that moment, the rod emitted a dazzling black radiance, causing the massive character, which had been advancing slowly, to abruptly retreat as if confronted by something utterly terrifying. Meanwhile, its master appeared to hear a deep male voice intoning a profound chant. One instrument shatters myriad loss. One rod slays countless spirits. The voice of Wang Luo resonated in Gui Tong's ears, and then, to everyone's astonishment, the spirit-slaying rod detached from Mu Qingqing's grasp and surged forward explosively, in an instant. It ascended above the character, enveloping it in a shroud of black light. As the character was engulfed, Mu Qingqing's spirit finally returned to normal, and the faint sounds of her surroundings gradually re-emerged, whispers of the wind, the calls of birds, and the rustling of leaves. Little rod, Mu Qingqing lifted her gaze and beheld the spirit-slaying rod encircling the character, realizing that Wang Luo had come to her rescue in her most perilous moment. However, Gui Tong appeared less than comfortable. The pallor of his defeated countenance betrayed the fact that after the character was consumed, he was suffering from a backlash of energy. His aura weakened severely. If you don't want your judge's pen to be devoured by my little rod, open the barrier and let me in quickly. Unbeknownst to her, Mu Qingqing had already grasped the spirit-slaying rod and stood before Gui Tong. Her icy demeanor seemed to carry the frost of millennia, and her voice rang out like the crystalline waters of a mountain spring, resonating with a delicate clarity. Senior Brother Lu. Gui Tong instinctively recoiled a step, casting a troubled glance at Lu Ren, who was seated on the ground. Upon meeting Gui Tong's gaze, Lu Ren couldn't help but twitch his lips. He had not anticipated that this young girl possessed such formidable prowess, managing to defeat all three of them in succession. Among the trio, he prided himself on his abilities, yet he was the one who suffered the most unjustly. He had hoped to leverage this incident to gain favor with Zhao Tianhong, only for the situation to devolve into its current state. However, he could not simply swallow his pride and concede defeat. Gui Tong, come here. We have matters to discuss, Lu Ren said, his eyes darting to the other two individuals. Unaware of the ulterior motives at play, Mu Qingqing remained stationary, allowing Gui Tong to step toward Lu Ren. Zhao Luo, Wang Dahai, you two advance. If you don't make this little girl lose her way today, don't ever show your faces before me and senior brother Zhao again. Lu Ren's greed was undiminished. With only these two remaining who had yet to act, he naturally turned his attention toward them. Yet he had forgotten that their cultivation levels were not even half of Gui Tong's, so how could they possibly defeat Mu Qingqing? Upon hearing Lu Ren's words, the two individuals seemed rather reluctant. The earlier scene where Mu Qingqing had mercilessly beaten others left a profound impression on them. Thus, they were undoubtedly averse to becoming the oversized human punching bags. Hurry up, Lu Ren bellowed in anger. There is no need for them to come. I can go myself. However, we must agree beforehand that if I defeat them, you will unlock the barrier for me. Mu Qingqing spoke coolly, then began to stride toward Lu Ren's location. No, don't come closer. Let them approach. Lu Ren shrieked in fright. Humph! Mu Qingqing, clutching her spirit-vanquishing staff, could not help but let out a cold snort, knowing full well that the two could not overpower her. She felt no inclination to spare a glance at such scum. Mu Qingqing, capture the leader first. Defeating the others is futile. Have you not noticed how everyone heeds his commands? Wang Luo's voice echoed in her ear. I too hold disdain for such individuals. While others refer to him as senior brother, he is the first to flee when trouble arises. Luoge, you are correct. I shall deal with him promptly. Chapter 36. Entering the barrier as Mu Qingqing whispered with Wang Luo. Lu Ren surreptitiously instructed Zhao Luo and Wang Dahai to launch a surprise attack against her. Yet, before they could approach Mu Qingqing, her figure had already vanished from the spot. Both men voiced their confusion simultaneously. Not good. Lu Ren suddenly sensed a gust of wind pass by him, and before he could shout, it was already too late. One of his arms had been seized and twisted behind him in an unnatural manner. Ow! Ow! Easy now, easy. That hurts. Lu Ping's cries resounded through the air as Lai Yun and Gui Tong stared at Mu Qingqing in astonishment. Miss, let us discuss this calmly. Lai Yun spoke softly to Mu Qingqing. Damn it. Lai Yun, what is there to discuss with this wretched girl? Hurry up and take her down. Lu Ren's words trailed off as Mu Qingqing applied pressure, causing him to scream once more. How does it feel to try dislocating your arm? Or perhaps you no longer want this limb? Mu Qingqing's voice resonated behind Lu Ren, as she expertly maintained a safe distance from him. No matter how much Lu Ren struggled with his other arm, he could not touch her. All right. I shall address you as Auntie. and I will unlock the barrier for you. Lu Ren, resigned, had no choice but to concede. Not only had he failed to assert his dominance today, but he would also have no face to show in the Yunlan sect thereafter. Thus, Lu Ren cautiously approached the entrance of the barrier, with Mu Qingqing following closely behind. Gripping his ARM, Mu Qingqing need not worry about any underhanded actions from those behind her. Wang Luo was vigilant, keeping an eye on their surroundings and the other two combatants. Lai Yun and Gui Tong had sustained injuries to a certain extent. As for the other two disciples who had yet to engage, they likely lacked the courage to act. Consequently, the group, under Lu Ren's guidance, or rather, under Mu Qingqing's escort, arrived at the entrance of the barrier. Here lies a formidable barrier, imperceptible to the naked eye, meticulously crafted by several elders of the Yunlan Sect. To traverse this boundary, one must possess a steward's token. For without it, no matter how advanced one's cultivation, the barrier remains unyielding. Even the sect leader is powerless against it. Mu Qingqing, driven by curiosity, extended her other hand to gently touch the surface of the barrier. To her astonishment, a surge of potent energy collided with her touch, causing her to stagger backwards several steps. This fleeting moment did not escape the keen gaze of Gui Tong. Lu Ren extended the hand that had not been restrained. Reaching into his robes, oh no, Mu Qingqing thought he was up to mischief again, tightening her grip, which elicited another round of anguished cries from Lu Ren. Dear lady, I possess the token. Do you not wish to enter? Lu Ren, with resignation, produced the token from his robes and waved it before Mu Qingqing's eyes. Then hasten to open it, and spare me your prattle, she commanded, feigning another exertion of force. All right, I understand. Lu Ren, fearing delay, quickly infused the token with a thread of spiritual energy, causing it to emanate a golden glow. He then gently pressed the token against the barrier. Indeed, the transparent shield rippled like water, radiating outward from the token's center, and moments later, a narrow passage materialized, allowing one to pass through. Once inside, how shall I find Sister Yun? Mu Qingqing inquired, lifting her foot to step into the barrier, only to pause, recalling something. Upon entering, you will see a path leading up the mountain, where disciples will be passing by. Simply inquire with any of them about Master Yun Wanrong, and they will guide you. Lu Ren, his arm throbbing with pain, desperately wished for this pest to depart and release his arm. Thus, he hastily replied, Do not attempt to deceive me. Mu Qingqing exerted her force once more. Very well. You must ascend to the highest peak to locate her. Lu Ren, unwilling to lie, quickly acquiesced. Humph, Mu Qingqing scoffed, then forcefully flung Lu Ren's arm away and turned to stride into the barrier. Lu Ren, propelled by her force, landed on the ground with an exquisite yet unfortunate grace. Curse you, wretched girl. We are sworn enemies, and I, Lu Ren, shall not let you escape unscathed, he shouted in furious protest from beyond the barrier. However, Mu Qingqing had no time to entertain his rants, for she had achieved her primary objective. Having entered the Yunlan sect, she thought with a triumphant laugh, You may call me an ancestor from outside, but I shan't emerge. Her companion, Wang Luo, could not suppress a chuckle. He had not anticipated such a whimsical side to Mu Qingqing. Chapter 37. Breaking the formation upon entering the Yunlan sect's barrier. Mu Qingqing found herself seemingly ensnared within yet another confinement. And no matter how she wandered, she could not reach the distant stone path. Without access to the stone road, ascending to the mountain's peak was impossible. And without reaching the summit, how could she ever meet Yun Wanrong? If she could not meet Yun Wanrong, had her journey not been in vain? This predicament also pertains to those who, with ill intentions, have breached the first barrier, thereby becoming ensnared within the confines of the second. Ordinarily, when a guest arrives, the disciple stationed at the entrance would disengage the first barrier and subsequently guide the visitor on how to circumvent the second. However, due to the recent altercation between Mu Qingqing and Lu Ren, they merely allowed her entry without any guidance, thus rendering her vulnerable to Lu Ren's cunning scheme once more. The last time she sneezed, she was harshly reprimanded by Elder Bai. One wonders what misfortune awaits her this time. Senior Lu, I am concerned for that young lady by recklessly permitting her entry without imparting the necessary instructions. Will she not find herself wandering aimlessly within? Lu Yun, standing nearby, expressed his apprehension cautiously. What is there to fear? That minor formation contains 365 paths, any of which can lead to the mountain's summit. Albeit with a prolonged duration, Lu Ren replied nonchalantly. Although the pain in his chest had considerably diminished, The events that had transpired lingered in his memory, and he was resolute in ensuring that the insufferable girl would not have an easy time of it. Gui Tong, positioned at a distance, remained silent, her gaze shifting from the mountain base to the barrier. Impudent boy, Lu Ren muttered as he glanced at the two dot within the barrier. Mu Qingqing had already settled on the ground, contemplating how to navigate this formidable barrier, treating it as a personal trial. A trial, you say? Is it a test of you or of me? Wang Luo's disgruntled voice resonated from within the Tuliang staff. Having attempted no less than 10 methods to assist Mu Qingqing in unraveling this barrier, his efforts had proven futile. Brother Luo, why is this barrier so exceedingly difficult? Can all the disciples who traverse up and down the mountain possibly memorize such a complex formation? Mu Qingqing, with a wooden staff in one hand and her chin resting on the other, expressed her frustration. What? What did you say? Wang Luo suddenly experienced a flash of inspiration in his mind. I said this barrier is excessively challenging. If only it were simpler, the other disciples would surely know how to pass through. Mu Qingqing, startled by Qin Yang's interjection, reiterated with slight trepidation. Indeed, Mu Qingqing, you are a genius. Wang Luo seemed to have an epiphany and could not help but praise her. Is that so? I always claimed to be the smartest. Although puzzled by Wang Luo's compliment, she felt a swell of pride. Mu Qingqing, stand firm and do precisely as I instruct, Qin Yang's voice commanded. Mu Qingqing promptly rose to her feet. Now, take 3 steps forward, and then retreat 6 steps, Wang Luo articulated slowly and clearly. Mu Qingqing, perplexed, thought to herself that moving 3 steps forward and then retreating 6 steps might as well mean simply stepping back 3. With this logic, she retreated 3 steps without hesitation. Mu Qingqing, you imbecile, do you not comprehend my words? Follow my instructions without deviation. Upon witnessing her actions, Wang Luo's temper flared. Yes, Mu Qingqing replied obediently, preparing to move forward. Stop, Wang Luo bellowed. You have already taken 3 steps back. Thus, all your movements are erroneous and must be recalibrated. Stand still and do not move. Heed my commands shortly. Frustrated, Wang Luo rubbed his temples before resuming his calculations. Meanwhile, Mu Qingqing stood in place with a look of grievance, thinking to herself that it was unfair for him to blame her without clear instructions. Although she muttered her thoughts quietly, Wang Luo heard her clearly. Just as she was about to voice a response, she reconsidered and decided it was more prudent to leave this place first. Mu Qingqing, listen well. Do not take matters into your own hands this time, but follow my directives. After a brief moment, Wang Luo's voice echoed once more. Mu Qingqing nodded eagerly, her heart fluttering with a hint of excitement. Now, step forward 7 paces, turn left, and take 3 steps, then step back 1 pace. Wang Luo, seated within the spirit slaying staff, issued his orders to Mu Qingqing, who followed his instructions with utmost caution, eliciting a suppressed smile from him. I've done it. Brother Luo, Mu Qingqing announced softly upon completing the steps. Good, now proceed forward 4 steps. Retreat 2 steps, and move right 7 steps. After a moment's contemplation, Wang Luo spoke again. Mu Qingqing, not daring to delay, adhered to his instructions, moving deliberately. Now, this last sequence is crucial. You must channel the spiritual energy within your body into your feet. And with each step you take, infuse the energy into the ground beneath you. You understand? Clearly, the requirements for these final steps were demanding, prompting Wang Luo to issue a serious warning to Mu Qingqing. I understand, Brother Luo, she replied, before beginning to summon the spiritual energy from within her cyclone, gradually directing it through the meridians into her feet. All right, now take 3 steps forward, 1 step to the left, 4 steps back, and finally 1 step forward. Do not forget to inject the spiritual energy as I instructed. Wang Luo, feeling a twinge of concern, reiterated his caution. I know. Mu Qingqing responded softly, her delicate teeth nibbling on her rosy lip as she advanced step by step. With each footfall, the ground beneath her glowed faintly, as if adorned with a silvery sheen due to the infusion of spiritual energy. Chapter 38. The Wrong Path. With each of Mu Qingqing's final steps, a luminous beam formed beneath her footfall, and upon completing her movements, there were precisely 9 such beams. Once she halted, these 9 radiant spots appeared to come alive, gradually ascending into the air and coalescing into a pattern. What? You cannot possibly expect me to traverse this, Mu Qingqing thought, her throat suddenly parched as she gazed at the narrow beam beneath her feet. You had best contemplate quickly. This bridge of light will last only the duration of an incense stick. Once the time elapses, it will begin to dissipate, and should you wish to summon it again, you will have to wait until tomorrow. Just as Mu Qingqing was engulfed in uncertainty, Wang Luo's voice resonated once more, suggesting that his advice this time might not be the most favorable. Wang Luo, of course, was also deceiving Mu Qingqing. The beam bridge would indeed dissipate within the duration of an incense stick, but it could be recreated anew. However, such an endeavor would not only be time-consuming, but also demand considerable cultivation. Thus, Wang Luo convinced her that once it vanished, it would never reappear. Very well, I shall proceed. Mu Qingqing gazed resolutely at the beam bridge before her, which stretched approximately several dozen feet. After uttering these words, she took a bold step forward, followed by a second, and then a third, persistently advancing to a fourth step. Suddenly, Mu Qingqing felt as if the beam bridge was not as daunting as it appeared. The pressure one feels is often self-imposed. Therefore, when one truly confronts it, they may discover it is not as terrifying as initially imagined. Raising her head, Mu Qingqing looked up at the mist-shrouded peak and mused aloud. Do they all reside in the heavens? After a moment's reflection, she pondered how she could possibly know Wanrong if they lived in the sky. They must also be ordinary people, albeit with slightly higher cultivation. With this thought, Mu Qingqing quickened her pace toward the summit. The stone path was narrow and slippery, reminiscent of having just rained, yet the sky was undeniably clear and sunny. How could there possibly be rain? Furthermore, Mu Qingqing noticed that if she did not remain vigilant, she might inadvertently step back several paces. Is it true? Even the stone path has its peculiarities. Feeling somewhat disheartened, Mu Qingqing stood still, gazing at the peak, which had completely vanished from her current perspective, leaving only a series of grayish-blue stone steps that I refuse to ascend any further, she exclaimed, resting her chin on her hands and plopping down onto the ground. This place was indeed a splendid trial of one's willpower. No techniques could be employed, nor could one harness their spiritual energy. One had to rely solely on their own strength to ascend step by step. After a moment, Wang Luo's voice echoed. So high? Mu Qingqing's beautiful eyes widened in disbelief as she stared at the peak hidden within the clouds, unconsciously swallowing hard. Hey, who ventured to our Wadingshan to train? In a dwelling atop the peak, a middle-aged man clad in white looked somewhat surprised at the crystalline mirror beside him. Oh, I hadn't noticed that, but I shall investigate immediately. A gray-robed elder beside him stroked his grizzled beard and chuckled. No rush. Let us see how far she can ascend. The man in white smiled and shook his head, gazing with keen interest into the crystalline mirror. Brother Luo, do you suppose those disciples at the mountain gate descend daily by this path? Mu Qingqing, dressed in a flowing white gown, sat on the stone path, murmuring to herself. You are correct. If those disciples were to traverse this route up and down the peak, it would undoubtedly consume a great deal of time. Hence, there can only be one possibility. Hearing Mu Qingqing's words, Wang Luo contemplated the matter from beginning to end, finding many points of suspicion. What possibility? Mu Qingqing inquired, her face alight with curiosity. The possibility is that we have taken a wrong turn. Though Wang Luo was reluctant to concede, he had to acknowledge that it seemed Mu Qingqing, upon entering this boundary, had indeed chosen the wrong direction and had now inadvertently wandered into an unknown peak of the Yunlan sect. Was it not you, Brother Luo, who directed my steps just moments ago? How could there possibly be a mistake? Mu Qingqing gazed with astonishment from her beautiful eyes. In her understanding, Wang Luo was infallible. It is only human to err. What is there to be perplexed about? Wang Luo rolled his eyes, his expression marked with exasperation. Then what shall we do now? Mu Qingqing suddenly found herself at a loss. Were it not for Wang Luo, she doubted she would have even made it this far. What to do? Naturally, we should proceed with caution. Let us devise a method together to explore this area and ascertain if there exists a possible exit from here. Wang Luo sighed, rubbing his temples in resignation. This Yunlan sect is truly perplexing. Instead of allowing us to traverse the well-established paths, they insist on creating such bizarre contraptions. Mu Qingqing frowned, her delicate features knitting in displeasure. After murmuring a few complaints, she gradually closed her eyes, extending her senses outward in search of a potential escape route. However, her spiritual perception paled in comparison to Wang Luo's, and thus she could not see as far as he could. After a while, she felt as though the surroundings were enveloped in invisible ripples of energy, rendering her utterly disoriented, unable to discern direction. Consequently, Mu Qingqing shut her eyes completely, waiting for Wang Luo to unveil the results of his search. Chapter 39. At last, the summit time flew swiftly, and half an hour passed in the blink of an eye. Although Mu Qingqing felt a twinge of boredom, she refrained from making any noise, fearing it might disrupt Wang Luo's concentration. Alas, suddenly, Wang Luo's sigh broke the silence, causing Mu Qingqing's spirit to jolt. So, Brother Luo, have you discovered a way? Mu Qingqing's heart leaped with joy, eagerly anticipating Wang Luo's findings. It is difficult to say whether we are fortunate or unfortunate. From the point at the foot of the mountain where we first entered the boundary, regardless of the path we chose, we could have reached the summit, albeit with some time wasted. Yet here we find ourselves, inadvertently wandering into this mountain path. As for the height of its pinnacle, my current spiritual perception has yet to detect its peak. Wang Luo's tone was one of undeniable resignation. Then do enlighten me. Do we still have a chance to reach Yunlan's sect and meet Sister Yun? Mu Qingqing's primary concern now hinged on this matter. This path appears devoid of retreat, compelling us to ascend the mountain. However, Wang Luo's tone hinted at a sliver of uncertainty. However what? Brother Luo, could you please finish your thought in one go? Mu Qingqing's impatience grew. The prospect of scaling this seemingly endless mountain was more unbearable than fasting for a month without honey or rabbit meat. The energy fluctuations here are rather peculiar. I cannot ascertain the cause, but it feels distinctly abnormal. You should attempt to unleash a surge of spiritual energy in the direction to your left and rear, as Wang Luo remained uncertain about this place. He could only urge Mu Qingqing to take the risk. However, he could not guarantee what the consequences might be. Very well, Mu Qingqing responded with unwavering obedience to Wang Luo's words. As long as he spoke, she would undoubtedly comply. Thus, she sank her spiritual energy, coaxing the cyclone into motion, gradually channeling the energy within her body towards her palms. Bang! After a resounding crash, Mu Qingqing felt as if waves of energy were swiftly radiating outward from the center of her hands. When these energetic ripples encountered the mountain peak, one would expect a thunderous explosion. However, to her astonishment, there was not a sound, nor did any stones tumble down. It appeared as though the mountain had absorbed all of that energy. Strike again, Wang Luo exclaimed, sensing the potential, and commanded Mu Qingqing to continue without pause. Obeying his instructions, Mu Qingqing unleashed 5 or 6 more strikes at the same spot. To her amazement, the circles of energy ripples multiplied, ultimately enveloping her entirely. She felt herself encased in a transparent energy field, while everything around her became indistinct, including the slate-gray path and the lush trees that surrounded her. All these shadows gradually faded before her eyes. This girl is rather intriguing. She has managed to uncover the hidden energy channel beneath Wooding Mountain. The middle-aged man in the hall nodded repeatedly, clearly impressed by Mu Qingqing's performance. Has the sect master noticed that the girl has been muttering to herself? Is that not somewhat suspicious? Inquired the elderly figure clad in gray beside him. She is merely a girl, venturing alone into this vast mountain range, devoid of any human presence. Naturally, when faced with challenges, one might instinctively seek communication with oneself. It is quite normal. Elder Zhao, do not be overly suspicious. The middle-aged man chuckled heartily, showing no doubt regarding Mu Qingqing's soliloquy. Yet, the gray-robed elder took mental note of this occurrence. Determined to investigate the girl's background for the sake of Yunlan's sect in the future, as the scenery around her gradually faded, a surge of inexplicable excitement surged within Mu Qingqing. She refrained from asking Wang Luo what was occurring, knowing she was soon to depart from that place. Indeed, the translucent energy shield began to carry her aloft. No, it was more like she was gliding, before gently descending to the ground after what felt like half a stick of incense. From this moment forth, do not speak to me in the presence of others. If you must find me, simply communicate with me through your thoughts. You understand. Just as Mu Qingqing pondered if she had reached the mountain summit, Wang Luo's voice resonated in her mind. Is it really that simple? Mu Qingqing asked, eager to test this newfound method of communication. Indeed, as we share a contractual bond, we can communicate through thought. How foolish of you. Now remember, do not let anyone learn of my existence, including your sister Yun. Is that clear? Wang Luo reiterated his warning. Understood, Brother Luo. You can rest assured, Mu Qingqing replied silently in her heart, just as she finished her thoughts. She felt her feet touch the ground, and the energy shield around her began to dissipate. As she contemplated this, the last remnants of the energy transformed into a brilliant light and vanished, revealing the figure of Mu Qingqing in a flowing white dress before the gathered crowd. Amidst the throng before her, The male disciples gasped in astonishment, and Mu Qingqing even caught the sound of their collective intake of breath. Yet, for her, such reactions had long since become commonplace, as she had often encountered similar responses in her former empire, rendering her utterly immune to them. Fair maiden, from whence do you hail, and to what destination do you journey? Inquisitive voices enveloped Mu Qingqing, each one vying for her attention. Might I inquire as to the purpose of your visit to our Yunwan sect? Is there any honor in which we might assist you? Are you seeking someone? I wonder if my appearance bears any resemblance to the individual you seek. In an instant, a thick wall of onlookers encircled Mu Qingqing, the air filled with a cacophony of enthusiastic utterances. Had it been her former self, she would have swiftly dispensed with them with a single wave of her hand, seeking peace and quiet. However, an inner voice, that of Wang Luo, incessantly urged her to temper her temper and maintain a low profile. For they were but novices in this new environment. Just as Mu Qingqing was becoming increasingly exasperated by the incessant chatter, a commanding voice pierced through the din. Stand aside. Qingqing has come to find me. Chapter 40. Zhao Tianhong. Upon hearing Yun Wanrong's voice, Mu Qingqing felt as though she had encountered a celestial melody. She could hardly fathom that at this pivotal moment, Yun Wanrong would appear to rescue her. Sister Yun, Mu Qingqing sweetly called out, her demeanor transforming from icy to warm in an instant. Why did you arrive so late? I was growing anxious waiting for you, thinking that if you did not come soon, I would have to descend the mountain myself to search for you. Yun Wanrong navigated through the parted crowd and approached Mu Qingqing, grasping her small hands. The surrounding onlookers were momentarily rendered speechless. Captivated by the sight of the two stunning beauties engaged in lively conversation. What are you staring at? What is so interesting? Just then, a youthful voice called out from beyond the crowd, sounding no older than 16 or 17. Brother Zhao! Brother Zhao! Upon recognizing the newcomer, the crowd quickly bowed their heads in greeting, while Yun Wanrong subtly furrowed her brow. Why does it seem that none of you heard my inquiry? What are you looking at? As he spoke, the young man emerged from the throng, clad in a fitted outfit adorned with golden cloud patterns at the cuffs and collar. His long hair was carelessly tied atop his head with a purple silk ribbon, which danced in the breeze, giving him an air of elegance. However, despite his fine attire, his visage was less than charming. His sword-like brows slashed across his forehead, and his prominent nose was complemented by a pair of almond-shaped eyes, while his thin lips curled ever so slightly, suggesting the demeanor of a notorious playboy. Is that not Wanrong? What brings you to my Lycia pavilion today? He snapped open a folding fan with a flourish and began to fan himself. Yet his eyes transformed into flirtatious orbs. Brother Zhao, you jest. This Lycia pavilion is, after all, part of Yulan's sect. When did it become yours? Yun Wanrong replied, her eyes sparkling with mirth as she playfully teased the newcomer. Oh, Wanrong, please do not smile at me. My heart cannot bear it. The newcomer gracefully folded the fan, then gently closed his eyes, tapping it lightly against the area of his heart. Let us depart, Yun Wanrong remarked with a soft hum. Seizing Mu Qingqing by the hand and turning to exit the thronged, "Do visit me often, Wanrong," a youthful voice suddenly resonated from outside the crowd, prompting Yun Wanrong to shake her head in exasperation. Who is this person, Sister Yun? And how did you know I was here? Mu Qingqing inquired curiously, glancing back at the receding figures. Remember this individual, the next time you encounter him. Steer clear. He clings to others like an adhesive plaster. Impossible to shake off, Yun Wanrong replied, her brows furrowing in disdain. What is his name? Mu Qingqing pressed on, determined to get to the bottom of it. His name is Zhao Tianhong, the nephew of Elder Zhao from the Yunwan sect. He incessantly pesters me, and were it not for Elder Zhao's standing, I would have long since sent him packing with a swift slap, Yun Wanrong remarked, biting her silver teeth. So he is your suitor. Mu Qingqing couldn't help but stifle a laugh. You dare laugh, you wretched girl. If I hadn't come looking for you, I would never have encountered him. I usually go out of my way to avoid him. Yun Wanrong spoke the truth. Zhao Tianhong's every encounter was laden with nauseatingly sweet words that she found unbearable. Just moments ago, she had been coldly laughing, yet he had mistakenly interpreted it as a smile directed at him. But sister, you were indeed smiling beautifully just now, Mu Qingqing remarked, puzzled, for she believed Yun Wanrong had been smiling at Zhao Tianhong, and that it was indeed lovely. Yun Wanrong fell silent, reflecting inwardly. It seems my master was right. But how did you know I would appear here? Mu Qingqing continued to find it odd, as she had not informed Yun Wanrong of her presence. Yet how had she found her? Ah, I had no way of knowing you were here. If I hadn't happened to pass by my master's gate and seen you inadvertently wandering onto Wooding Peak, you might have been searching for me for quite some time." "Wow, how astonishing," Mu Qingqing exclaimed, having never heard of such an occurrence. "But how did you end up there?" Wanrong was equally intrigued, for Wooding Peak was typically where disciples were punished for their transgressions, or where senior disciples went for training. Yet Mu Qingqing, having just arrived at the Yunlan sect, was the first to ascend Wooding Peak in its history. "Oh, Sister Yun, please do not mock me. Do you think I desired such a fate? It was merely the mischief of those few steward disciples at the sect's entrance. Without them, I would not have found myself in such a predicament," Mu Qingqing sighed, recounting her ordeal in detail to Wanrong. "So it was those rascals. When the opportunity arises, I shall certainly deal with them." Upon hearing Mu Qingqing's account, Wanrong's almond-shaped eyes widened in disbelief. She had not anticipated that Lu Run and the others would be so audacious. "Do you know them?" Mu Qingqing was taken aback by Wanrong's even more intense reaction to "Do not mention it. That Lu Ren is nothing but Zhao Tianhong's chief sycophant. Now that Zhao Tianhong is unable to pursue me, he harbors resentment. Upon learning that you have come up the mountain to seek me, it is only natural that he would cause some trouble. I owe you this, dear sister," Wanrong said, gently patting Mu Qingqing's little hand. "What is there to fear? That Lu Ren has already been thoroughly beaten, and I doubt he will dare to bully me again." With that, Mu Qingqing burst into laughter, her joy echoing through the air. "You really are too coarse in your speech, lacking any semblance of a lady." Wanrong shook her head in exasperation, then reached out to lightly tap Mu Qingqing's smooth forehead. I know. From now on, I shall learn to be a gentle and charming beauty from my sister." Mu Qingqing rubbed her little head and then spoke with an innocent expression. "Let us go. I will first take you to meet our master." Chapter 41. A Direct Disciple? Creak. Wanrong extended her hand and slowly pushed open the heavy door before her. The first thing that caught her eye was a figure seated directly opposite the grand hall. The figure was clad in a flowing white robe, with jet black hair neatly styled into an elegant topknot, adorned with a delicate white jade hairpin. His skin was exceptionally fair, surpassing that of most women. But it was the depth of his eyes that made Mu Qingqing feel as if she could not comprehend him. Instead, she felt as if he could see right through her. Wanrong observed Mu Qingqing as she scrutinized Emotion, and rather than hastily speaking up, she regarded her with a smile. She recalled her own first encounter with her master, when she too had gazed in wonder, though the intensity of his eyes had been so striking that after just a moment, it felt as if he had perceived everything about her at that moment. Mo Yun was indeed examining Mu Qingqing from head to toe, particularly the Qingqing pouch at her waist. He was quite taken aback by the contents of her pouch. Goodness, it was filled with delectable treats and a black stick, Mo Yun pondered, recalling that he had never seen her take it out on Wooding Peak. Meanwhile, the Wang Luo within the spirit-slaying staff sensed Mo Yun's gaze and had minimized his presence to the utmost, hoping not to be detected. Fortunately, Mo Yun shifted his attention away in an instant, seemingly unaware of the presence of the staff spirit within the spirit-slaying staff. Finally, when Mo Yun caught sight of the elongated, skeletal remains of the red earth mouse within Mu Qingqing's pouch, he nodded slightly, indicating that he presumed Wanrong had already briefed Mu Qingqing on the necessary credentials for entering Yunlan Zone. "Sister Yun," Mu Qingqing felt a bit bashful upon hearing her introduction and playfully chided. "I am the young lady Mu Qingqing, paying my respects to the sect master." Mu Qingqing hurriedly performed a graceful bow. "Haha, the sect acknowledges your presence. Please rise quickly." Mo Yun nodded lightly. "Might I inquire, master, if you would consider taking Qingqing as your disciple?" Wanrong blinked her beautiful eyes, speaking in a somewhat coquettish manner. "This?" Mo Yun appeared somewhat troubled and glanced towards the gray-robed elder, who had been silent and with his head bowed. Wanrong, the elder seemed to sense Mo Yun's gaze and could not help but speak up. "Alas, Elder Bai, if you had remained silent, I would have truly believed you had fallen asleep. You startled me quite unexpectedly." Wanrong exaggeratedly patted her chest, feigning fright. "Qingqing, have you met Elder Bai? He is truly the best. For someone like you, a newcomer to the sect, it is only fitting that Elder Bai looks after you in every way." Wanrong insisted that Qingqing bow and pay her respects to Elder Bai. Although Mu Qingqing felt somewhat odd about it, she complied with Wanrong's wishes and performed a gesture of deference as a junior. "Oh dear, please rise. You are truly embarrassing me with such behavior." Elder Bai, with a resigned gesture, helped Mu Qingqing to her feet, then cast an awkward glance at Mo Yun, who, in turn, subtly twitched the corner of her eye. These small gestures did not escape Yun Wanrong's keen observation, and she continued, "Master, what do you think of the disciple's recent proposal?" "This? Elder Bai, please, you take the floor." Mo Tian cleared his throat and passed the hot potato back to Elder Bai. "What, then, do you wish for me to say?" "Sect leader?" Elder Bai stroked his long beard and inquired to me. "You are an elder of the sect, responsible for the rules. Must I say anything further?" Mo Tian glared, the words almost squeezed out through clenched teeth. "This?" Elder Bai glanced at Mo Tian and continued, "Wanrong, you are aware that while Mu Qingqing possesses extraordinary talent, she is still a newcomer to the sect, having only recently arrived and with limited cultivation. Therefore, my suggestion is to first accept her as an inner disciple. If she performs well thereafter, we can then consider elevating her to a personal disciple." Elder Bai's tone was more of a solicitation than a command, which took Mu Qingqing by surprise. "This?" Yun Wanrong appeared to ponder, and upon seeing her contemplation, Elder Bai glanced at Mo Tian and hastily added, "This decision is made for Mu Qingqing's benefit. If we were to hastily elevate her to a personal disciple upon her arrival, the other new disciples would surely feel dissatisfied, and should any resentment be directed towards Mu Qingqing, it would be quite unfortunate. Moreover, you are aware that Elder Zhao, Elder Mu, and others would undoubtedly intervene. Would it not be better to devise a more transparent method to elevate Mu Qingqing to the status of a personal disciple?" Elder Bai continued to guide the conversation gently. "What circumstances would be deemed transparent?" Yun Wanrong did not wish to wait 3 to 5 years only to declare that Mu Qingqing was sufficiently outstanding to warrant her elevation to personal disciple at that time. As for opportunities, there is indeed one at hand. Elder Bai raised his gaze to Mo Tian and spoke again. "Oh, what opportunity might that be?" Yun Wanrong was quite curious about the prospect Elder Bai mentioned. "In 1 month, our sect will hold its grand competition, in which all disciples, both new and old, will participate. If Mu Qingqing can achieve remarkable results during that time, the sect leader may publicly acknowledge her talent and make an exception to elevate her to the status of a personal disciple. I believe Elder Zhao and the others will not raise significant objections." Elder Bai lowered his head slightly, presenting his opinion. "This plan is indeed sound. With Qingqing's abilities, I am confident she will undoubtedly shine in the competition." Chapter 42. Sect and Dynasty. Upon hearing Elder Bai's words, Yun Wanrong appeared exceedingly delighted that in truth, she did not wish to directly accept Mo Tian as a disciple for Mu Qingqing, as she wanted others to recognize that Mu Qingqing was not someone who ascended to the rank of a direct disciple merely through connections. Thus, Elder Bai's suggestion was nothing short of perfect. "Qingqing, are you afraid?" Yun Wanrong gently inquired, turning to the young lady clad in white before her. "What is there to fear?" Mu Qingqing understood the implication behind Yun Wanrong's words. Having come to the Yunlan sect, she was naturally prepared to encounter some challenges. Nevertheless, she had chosen to come, not solely for herself, but also for her brother Luo. If she could not manage this trivial matter, how could she ever claim to assist him in the future? Before ascending the mountain, she had resolved that her primary goal was to grow stronger, and the first task upon gaining strength would be to descend the mountain and procure the extreme young herb for her brother Luo. Of course, this intention was not something she could divulge to Yun Wanrong and the others, so she merely uttered those 4 words. What is there to fear? Those 4 simple words had already caused Yun Wanrong to regard her with newfound respect. "Well said, Qingqing. I knew I had not misjudged you." Yun Wanrong exclaimed joyfully as she patted Mu Qingqing's shoulder. Mo Tian and Elder Bai also nodded in appreciation. "Now that the matter is settled, Wanrong, please take Qingqing down and arrange a place for her to stay. Let her familiarize herself with the surroundings so she can soon consider this her home," Mo Yun said with a smile, gesturing for the 2 to take their leave. "Very well, Master." Elder Bai, Wanrong replied before taking her leave. She performed a respectful bow to the 2, and Mu Qingqing naturally followed suit, quickly bowing to them before allowing Yun Wanrong to lead her out of the grand hall. As they departed, she cast a curious glance at the crystal mirror that floated midair. It was peculiar. There seemed to be nothing there. Yet Sister Yun had mentioned that she had discovered herself within it. Shaking her head, she exited the grand hall with Yun Wanrong, and as they stepped out, the doors of the hall slowly closed behind them. "Sister Yun, why did Elder Bai speak as though he were negotiating with you? You are truly remarkable." Mu Qingqing's eyes sparkled with admiration, her reverence palpable. "Not at all. It is simply because of the reputation of our Tianfeng kingdom that he views you in such a light." Wanrong replied dismissively, slightly pouting that it seemed that the Yunlan sect was merely considered a lower-tier sect among the mid-tier sects, yet it was vastly superior to the Cangyan kingdom where Qingqing hailed from. On this continent, the Cangyan kingdom could only be regarded as a diminutive nation, easily controlled by any low-tier sect, while the Yunlan sect, as a mid-tier sect, was affiliated with countless low-tier sections. Thus, even if the Yunlan sect were insignificant on the grand scale of the continent, it was still considerably more powerful than the Cangyan kingdom. This was precisely why Wang Luo insisted on sending Qingqing to the Yunlan sect. Tianfeng kingdom? Is it large? Qingqing blinked her beautiful eyes. Having lived her entire life in the Cangyan kingdom, she possessed little understanding of other nations. It is quite acceptable. After all, it is significantly larger than your Cangyan kingdom. In a moment of hesitation, Wanrong found herself unable to articulate clearly alongside Qingqing, resorting instead to vague expressions. Previously, Wang Luo had informed her about the connection between sects and dynasties. Inferior sects could exert control over diminutive nations, while intermediate sects could govern lesser dynasties. By this reasoning, superior sects would be capable of managing intermediate dynasties. Hence, Wanrong's assertion of standing on equal footing with Yunlanzong suggests that her Tianfeng kingdom should be classified as an intermediate dynasty. Gurgle, at the mention of food, Qingqing's little belly audibly protested. Indeed, I assure you, you will not be left wanting. My hometown may lack in many aspects, but it abounds with delectable treats, such as the secret recipe fragrant duck, honey-roasted rabbit legs, and braised rice brain. There is truly in abundance, far too much to recount. Observing the drool-inducing expression on Qingqing's face, Wanrong intentionally listed the specialties of her homeland, relishing in the sight of Qingqing's salivation. With an affectionate tap on Qingqing's cute nose, she chuckled lightly. Well then, I must thank Sister Yun in advance. Qingqing beamed with joy, for she had not partaken of any food since ascending the mountain. Earlier, she had been too incensed by her encounter with Lu Ren and his companions to remember to eat, and later, her entrapment beneath the wooding peak had caused her to forget as well. Now that all troubles had dissipated, thoughts of food naturally resurfaced, and upon realizing that Wanrong intended to personally seek out sustenance for her, Qingqing felt an overwhelming sense of gratitude, leaving her at a loss for words. Noticing Qingqing's genuine hunger, Wanrong did not linger any longer. After navigating several twists and turns, they arrived at a cluster of dwellings, where she led Qingqing into one of the rooms. Upon pushing open the door, a gentle, ethereal fragrance wafted through the air. Chapter 43. An unexpected encounter. After Wanrong departed, Qingqing began to survey the room. The space was modest, approximately 20 square meters, furnished with merely a bed, a table, and 4 chairs. Nothing more. However, Qingqing felt no discontent, for she was accustomed to such simplicity from her childhood, albeit her family's circumstances had improved over time, and their possessions had increased. Nevertheless, these changes did not alter her innate disposition. She was not a girl captivated by vanity. Gurgle, Qingqing's stomach growled once more. She reached for a teacup on the table, intending to pour herself some tea, only to discover that the teapot was empty as well. I suppose I shall seek some water for myself, Qingqing murmured, rubbing her somewhat hollow belly. The honey she had previously possessed had been entirely discarded, and much of her food had been consumed by that flying beast. Now, what remained in her Qingqing pouch consisted solely of raw ingredients, requiring preparation before consumption. Thus, Qingqing found herself a veritable starving gourmand. Opening the door, Qingqing tiptoed outside. She was unsure why she felt compelled to be so stealthy. After a few steps, she reassured herself that seeking water was not a shameful endeavor, and she began to walk forward with newfound confidence. Not only was Qingqing a natural foodie, but she also possessed a remarkable lack of direction. Upon departing her dwelling, she tragically realized she had become hopelessly lost. The tree-lined paths all seemed remarkably similar, and even the flowers and grasses appeared indistinguishable to Qingqing. Ultimately, she found herself sitting on the ground, sighing in despair. Wang Luo, feeling helpless, resorted to extending his spiritual perception, intending to assist her in locating the kitchen of the Yunlan sect. Just then, Qingqing suddenly sprang to her feet. What a delightful aroma! Could it be my favorite stir-fried gourd? Her delicate nose twitched incessantly as she closed her eyes, greedily inhaling the tantalizing fragrance that lingered in the air. Wang Luo was astounded by Qingqing's sense of smell, rivaling that of a police dog, and he couldn't fathom how she had honed such an ability. After a few minutes of inhaling, Mu Qingqing's despondent expression transformed, and after selecting a direction, she resolutely began to stride forward. Occasionally, she would pause along the way, but as long as she diligently sniffed the remnants of the scent in the air, she could swiftly discern the correct path and continue onward. Damn it, you think you can spy on me? Today, you will learn what it means to not even dare to look. Just as Mu Qingqing marched eagerly towards the source of the aroma, a cacophony of shouts and the sound of heavy objects striking the ground resonated from not far ahead. Though she initially had no desire to intervene, her hunger was overwhelming, and the source of the commotion lay directly opposite her intended route. Therefore, without a second thought, she set her foot towards the direction from which the fragrance wafted. Wait, Wang Luo, who had remained silent since entering the Yunlan sect, suddenly spoke, startling Mu Qingqing, who was solely focused on her desire for food. What is it? Luo Ge, she exclaimed, gently patting her racing heart with her jade-like hand. Her voice a mix of concern and curiosity. Go take a look, Wang Luo commanded. Despite her reluctance, Mu Qingqing felt compelled to obey, fearing that he might choose to leave her. Thus, with a reluctant bite of her lip and a frown of discontent, she made her way towards the source of the noise. Exhausted from beating him? You take over now. If we don't teach him a lesson today, I doubt he will mend his ways in the future. One disciple of the Yunlan sect handed the whip to another before taking a seat in a pavilion to enjoy his tea. Subsequently, the second disciple, armed with a short whip, summoned all his strength and struck down at a figure on the ground. Bang! Ouch! Before the whip could land on the figure, it was intercepted by a dark flash, striking the wrist of the whip wielder, causing the whip to fly from his grip and eliciting a series of pained cries. Damn it! Who dares to ambush me in the Yunlan sect? The struck individual bellowed as he scrambled to his feet, hastily positioning himself behind the tea-drinking figure in the pavilion. Meanwhile, the figure on the ground remained utterly stilled. Is this how you call yourselves disciples of the Yunlan sect? A cool, feminine voice emerged from the bamboo grove, and soon the two men beheld a young girl clad in white, gracefully appearing along the shaded path of the bamboo. Where did this girl come from? Not bad looking, I must say. Which elder's disciple are you? Why not join me, and I can ensure your future days are more comfortable. Seated within the pavilion, the disciple who beheld Mu Qingqing in person felt no fear. Instead, he resorted to jesting, which ignited a tempest of anger within her. A sharp, crisp sound echoed as a vivid crimson imprint blossomed upon the left cheek of the audacious disciple. Meanwhile, Mu Qingqing's delicate hand, concealed within her sleeve, gradually formed a fist, her mind murmuring, "What audacity! Even a mere slap causes such pain. Who dares strike me?" exclaimed the disciple, hands clutching his face, his gaze filled with terror as he surveyed the surroundings, utterly bewildered by the source of his assault. Behind him, another disciple discreetly tugged at his sleeve and pointed towards Mu Qingqing. "How dare you attack me, you wretched girl? Just wait, I shall strip you of your garments today." With that, a short whip materialized in his hand, and he charged towards Mu Qingqing. In contrast, another disciple cautiously retreated, preparing to flee at any moment. Holding the spirit-slaying staff, Mu Qingqing regarded this disciple with disdain, initially considering him to be of little consequence. However, to her astonishment, his whip ensnared her staff, and with a powerful tug, he sent her body tumbling forward, while his other hand reached out to embrace the unsteady Mu Qingqing. Suddenly, from the ground where a figure had lain motionless, there was a swift movement. Just as Mu Qingqing found herself ensnared by the assailant's strength, the figure, curled upon the earth, sprang into action with remarkable speed, reaching the vicinity of Mu Qingqing and the Yunlan sect disciple in mere moments. It collided forcefully with the disciple, producing a muffled thud as he was sent flying, causing Mu Qingqing to stumble backward due to the momentum. In that critical instant, the spirit-slaying staff, along with Mu Qingqing, soared backward before gently descending. The disciple was pinned beneath the weight of the figure that had just risen from the ground, rendering him immobile. "Damn it! Lift Zhao Go, that scoundrel!" shouted the man trapped beneath. The disciple, who had been keeping his distance, approached with trepidation, grasping Zhao Go's collar and hoisting him upright. At that moment, a realization struck Wang Luo, who wielded the spirit-slaying staff. The male disciple named Zhao Go was astonishingly boneless. For as the other disciple lifted him, Zhao Go's body resembled a limp doll devoid of any support. Yet, this peculiar sensation lasted only an instant before he returned to normal, unnoticed by the others present. Wang Luo, however, was certain of what he had seen. "Damn it, how dare you collide with me?" The first action of the disciple, upon regaining his footing, was not to engage with Mu Qingqing but rather to kick at Xiaogo. With a thud, before Mu Qingqing could intervene, Wang Luo had already sprung into action, forcefully deflecting the disciple's kick, accompanied by the subtle crack of bones fracturing. Ouch! Thus, the disciple let out a loud cry and plopped down onto the ground. While another disciple, startled, hurried over to assist him, the two of them limped away in a hasty retreat. Alas, Mu Qingqing had intended to call the duo back for further admonishment, but unexpectedly, she was halted by Wang Luo. You should first check on the one lying on the ground, Wang Luo instructed, controlling the Tuliying stick as it hovered in mid-air. Mu Qingqing cautiously took a couple of steps forward, and then, with a hint of impatience, inquired, her mind preoccupied with thoughts of her delectable treats, rendering her disinterested in the matter at hand. However, out of respect for Wang Luo, she felt compelled to speak. Thank you, my lady, for your rescue. Xiaogo raised his head from the ground, his gaze cast downward. Mu Qingqing instinctively leaned forward, for Xiaogo's head was bowed too low, obscuring her view of his visage. And she felt a surge of curiosity. Ahem, could you possibly rise? Let us converse in the pavilion. Mu Qingqing had intended to extend her hand to assist him, yet her distaste prevented her from doing so. So she took the initiative to sit upon the stone bench in the pavilion. Ahem, I am quite all right. Xiaogo coughed lightly, his voice indicating he had suffered internal injuries. Nevertheless, he struggled to stand, only to falter and stumble backward as he managed to rise. Alas, Mu Qingqing exclaimed in shock, but the next moment, it was as if her voice had been seized by an unseen hand. Leaving her utterly voiceless, she beheld the Tuliying stick soaring automatically beneath Xiaogo, who, as he fell, grasped it firmly, finding support and managing to stabilize himself. Yet in the next instant, he was frightened again. Retreating 2 steps and nearly toppling over once more. My lady, this weapon is indeed rather peculiar. After all, Mu Qingqing could be considered his savior. Had she not intervened, he might have been left for dead by Yu Cheng. Thus, when faced with her enigmatic black staff, Xiaogo struggled to articulate his sentiments appropriately. Are you referring to me? Xiaogo had intended to flee, but his frail condition caused him to collapse onto the ground instead. Are you truly so fearful? Just moments ago, you were beaten to a pulp without a word of protest, yet now, upon encountering a mere stick that speaks, you have lost your wits. Wang Luo, concealed within the staff. No. It is simply that I have never encountered such a phenomenon, and find myself momentarily overwhelmed. Xiaogo stammered, his teeth clenched as he managed to squeeze out a few words. Very well. If you wish to become stronger, I can assist you. The humming of the Tuliying stick persisted, yet Xiaogo found himself less intimidated, even feeling a twinge of excitement, for in his 16 years of existence, apart from Elder Bai, he had never encountered anyone who spoke to him in such a manner. Is that truly so? Xiaogo finally lifted his head, his bright eyes fixed intently on the Tuliying stick hovering above. Earnestly inquiring this moment, Mu Qingqing finally discerned Xiaogo's appearance. Once the dust was removed from his face, he should indeed be recognized as a handsome young man, particularly his pair of eyes, which shone as brightly as the moon in the sky, clear and untainted by any impurities, imparting a profound sense of tranquility. Of course, I, Wang Luo, never speak falsehoods, and being merely an ordinary servant, I have no reason to deceive you. Do I? Wang Luo's words held truth. However, the reasons behind his interest in Xiaogo remained a mystery to Mu Qingqing. Nevertheless, I am quite intrigued to hear your story. Before Xiaogo could respond, Wang Luo's voice resonated once more. Chapter 45. Xiaogo's heartbreaking past. So, you wish to hear my tale? Upon hearing Wang Luo's words, Xiaogo revealed a bitter smile. He then staggered towards the pavilion, opting not to sit on the stone bench, but rather to lean against it and settle on the ground. I have been without parents since childhood. In fact, I do not even know who my parents are. Xiaogo plucked a blade of grass from the edge of the pavilion and chewed it, a wave of bitterness flooding his mouth, mirroring the desolation within his heart. Mu Qingqing, upon listening to him, suddenly felt a sense of shared sorrow. Yet upon comparing herself to him, she considered herself to be somewhat more fortunate. After a moment, Xiaogo's eyes slowly opened, gazing into the distance, as if lacking focus. Observing his demeanor, Wang Luo was about to speak, contemplating abandoning his quest to uncover Xiaogo's past, as he sensed the turmoil within him. Yet, just as he was about to voice his thoughts, Xiaogo's slightly hoarse voice finally emerged, revealing that he was unaware of where he was born or who his parents were. He had been discovered by Elder Bai at the foot of the Yunlan Sect's mountain. It was fortunate that Elder Bai had been dispatched down the mountain on an errand, where he stumbled upon the sobbing Xiaogo, whose lips had turned blue from crying, clutching a blood-stained piece of cloth inscribed with the name Xiaogo in a shaky hand. Perhaps the last gift left by his biological parents. From a young age, Xiaogo was fair-skinned and remarkably handsome, which endeared him to elder B, at least until the age of 6. Xiaogo's life was relatively comfortable, though that warmth has since faded from his memory. Once he reached 6, Elder Bai began to teach him some foundational techniques, but unfortunately, Xiaogo struggled to grasp them. It was not that he was incapable, but rather that he learned at a much slower pace than others. Where others could achieve minor accomplishments in 3 months, he would require 3 years. Initially, Elder Bai attributed this to Xiaogo's youth and exhibited some patience. However, 3 years later, Xiaogo had only made slight progress in a basic foundational technique. While his peers had already reached the stage of condensing their qi, those with superior talents had ascended to the 3rd tier of qi, while Xiaogo remained merely a novice. 3 years have elapsed. Eroding all remnants of patience from Elder Bai. He no longer regards Xiaogo with any significance and has ceased to impart any martial arts teachings to him, demoting him from an inner disciple to a mere servant at the tender age of 9. This young boy, barely 9, must rise before dawn to clean the entire inner courtyard, gather firewood, fetch water, kindle fires, and prepare meals. Xiaogo is burdened with these tasks regardless of the season, while others manifest their energy whirlwinds in just 3 months. Or at most within a year, Xiaogo has toiled for a full decade, as he has now turned 16. Yet, when he occasionally steals glances at others as they cultivate, he inevitably faces a beating. And Xiaogo remains silent, for he understands that such treatment is deserved. After all, his abilities pale in comparison to theirs. In this continent, where strength reigns supreme, Xiaogo believes that once he possesses genuine prowess, no one shall dare to bully him again. Suddenly, a peculiar sound interrupts his thoughts, drawing his gaze to Mu Qingqing, who stands before him, her face streaked with tears. This sight leaves him feeling somewhat embarrassed, his cheeks flushing crimson. Mu Qingqing, why are you indulging in such theatrics? Wang Luo exclaims, exasperated by her display. Xiaogo is speaking earnestly. Why do you weep and create such a commotion? Brother Luo, don't you find him pitiful? Mu Qingqing replies, shedding more tears than my dear girl. There is no need for such sorrow. Each person has their fate. Perhaps Xiaogo was simply born to this wretched existence if it weren't for the beatings. I might not have survived to this day. Xiaogo offers a slight smile, tinged with bitterness, to Mu Qingqing. Rest assured, Xiaogo, as long as I, Mu Qingqing, am here, I shall never allow anyone to bully you. Truly, I mean it, she declares earnestly, rising from the stone bench with a determined expression. How fortunate I am to encounter a lady such as you, along with your spiritual weapon. Xiaogo feels a swell of emotion within him at her words. An unfamiliar sensation of bittersweetness filling his nostrils, an experience he has never known before. Indeed, Xiaogo, what Mu Qingqing has said resonates with my sentiments as well. In the face of danger, we shall stand by your side. Wang Luo's voice chimes as Mu Qingqing's words linger in the air. Wang Luo promptly aligns himself with Xiaogo, promising that in any future confrontation, both he and Mu Qingqing will stand united with him, ensuring that he will no longer be victimized. Xiaogo has endured countless beatings since the age of 9, his body a tapestry of scars, yet despite the pain and suffering, he has never shed a tear. However, today, for reasons unknown, he finds himself moved by this girl he has just met, and, more accurately, by the weapon she wields, prompting tears to flow. It is often said that a man sheds tears only at the depths of sorrow. But Xiaogo's tears are not born of sadness. They are tears of gratitude, joy, or perhaps excitement. Regardless of the reason, he vows unwavering loyalty to this girl and her staff, pledging to follow them to the ends of the earth without hesitation. Upon this realization, Xiaogo suddenly knelt before the 2 Leng Yan, repeatedly bowing his head with resounding thuds. Each bow echoed with a weight that momentarily left Wang Luo, the spirit within the staff, at a loss, for no one had ever shown him such profound respect in this lifetime. Suddenly, a fierce wind erupted from the ground, sweeping the surrounding debris and grass into the air without warning. Mu Qingqing and Xiaogo found themselves momentarily blinded by the gust, instinctively closing their eyes to shield against the onslaught of foreign particles. After a brief moment, as the tempest subsided and the dust settled, they slowly opened their eyes to behold Wang Luo, now cloaked in dark attire, where the 2 Leng Yan had once been. Upon seeing Wang Luo again, Mu Qingqing felt her heart race even faster than during their initial encounter. Lu Gij, Mu Qingqing's sweet, melodic voice reached Wang Luo, causing him to furrow his brow in confusion. "Who are you? Who are you?" Zhao Go, still kneeling, stammered, utterly bewildered by the revelation that a handsome, youthful spirit resided within the seemingly ordinary staff. "Indeed, I am the spirit of this staff, Wang Luo," he declared with a gentle smile, his flowing black hair fluttering as if stirred by an unseen breeze, exuding an air of mastery. "Honorable Wang, please allow Zhao Go to pay his respects once more." With that, Zhao Go bowed deeply again. Wang Luo, exasperated, wondered if Zhao Go had developed an addiction to prostration. He quickly extended a wave of soft spiritual energy to lift Zhao Go gently. "There is no need for such reverence. My intention in appearing was to prevent you from bowing excessively. Now that we have made acquaintance, should you require anything, do not hesitate to seek out Mu Qingqing." Zhao Go remained enveloped in astonishment, unable to comprehend that this moment, which surpassed all he had encountered in his 16 years of life, had unfolded before him. "Qingqing, you are here. I have searched for you with great difficulty." Just as Wang Luo finished speaking, the distant voice of Yun Wanrong echoed through the air. "Sister Yun." Mu Qingqing's demeanor visibly dimmed, for this marked her second encounter with Wang Luo, and before she could exchange more than a few words, he had vanished in haste. "What is it? Who has wronged you?" Yun Wanrong then noticed Zhao Go standing nearby, lost in thought. "Zhao Go, what are you doing here? Have you been bullying Qingqing?" "Sister Yun, please do not blame Zhao Go. He is a good person. I was lost and tired when he guided me here. I merely wished to rest for a moment when you arrived. Mu Qingqing quickly fabricated an excuse to dissuade Yun Wanrong from confronting Zhao Go. "Is what you say true?" Yun Wanrong's expression softened, clearly moved by Mu Qingqing's defense. "Of course. Why would I deceive you, sister? In fact, I am so famished that I could hardly walk any further if not for Zhao Go. I might still be wandering aimlessly in this Yunlan sect," Mu Qingqing said, playfully tugging at Yun Wanrong's sleeve in a charming manner. "Very well, I shall believe you this once." Yun Wanrong extended her delicate, jade-like fingers to gently tap Mu Qingqing's smooth forehead. "Sister Yun, you are truly kind." Upon entering the room and beholding the table laden with dishes, Mu Qingqing wiped her mouth in anticipation and expressed her gratitude to Yun Wanrong. "Very well, you may commence your meal. Once you have finished, indulge in a restful slumber, and remember not to wander about heedlessly, understood? I shall pay you a visit later and take you for a stroll." With that, Yun Wanrong exited the room, leaving Mu Qingqing alone with an abundance of dishes before her. Chapter 47. Trouble at the door. Mu Qingqing let out an unladylike burp, then lazily rose and strolled over to the bed. Promptly lying down. Mu Qingqing, are you a pig? Do you eat and then sleep? Wang Luo found Mu Qingqing's habits rather intolerable. Sleeping immediately after a hearty meal was a grave mistake. Yet, Mu Qingqing held a different perspective, believing that napping after a satisfying meal was an exquisite delight. Meanwhile, the incessant knocking at the door continued unabated. What infuriated Mu Qingqing further was that the individuals outside only knocked without uttering a single word. Even a simple introduction would have sufficed to inform her of their identity, yet they persisted in their silent knocking. Growing increasingly agitated, Mu Qingqing tossed aside her towel into the basin and made her way to the door. With a creak, she opened the door, only to find the would-be knockers still poised to strike. Upon seeing Mu Qingqing had opened the door, they hurriedly stepped back, and Mu Qingqing lifted her gaze, coldly scrutinizing the intruders, one of whom appeared somewhat familiar. It soon dawned on her that one of them was indeed the person who had bullied Zhao Go at the pavilion. Shifting her gaze, she noticed another individual among them as well. "Speak. What do you seek? Are you here for a fight, or has your body grown weary?" Mu Qingqing declared, extracting her spirit-slaying rod from her bag, her eyes sweeping over the group of visitors. There were 7 or 8 disciples from the Yunlan sect in total, and aside from the 2 who had tormented Zhao Go, she recognized none of them. Nonetheless, Mu Qingqing surmised that since they associated with those 2, they were likely of the same unsavory ilk. "Boss, it's her," one of the male disciples, whom Mu Qingqing had previously struck, exclaimed, pointing an accusatory finger at her while standing beside the leader of the group. If Mu Qingqing's memory served her correctly, his name should be Yu Cheng. Why Yu Cheng? Is it? Have you not had enough of a beating? Do you wish for me to thrash you again? Mu Qingqing retorted, raising her spirit-slaying ROD. Truth, Mu Qingqing intended merely to intimidate Yu Cheng. Yet unexpectedly, one of the disciples beside him launched a swift palm strike towards her, a fierce gust of energy accompanying the blow. The force of the wind was substantial, ruffling Mu Qingqing's clothing and clinging closely to her figure, accentuating her graceful curves to a T. That moment, It became palpably evident that the breaths of the other disciples grew heavier. Very well, Yu Cheng. If I do not leave you searching for your teeth on this day, may the name Mu Qingqing be written in reverse, she proclaimed, gripping the spirit-slaying rod tightly and baring her teeth in a fierce snarl. With her declaration echoing in the air, Mu Qingqing executed her technique, swiftly closing the distance to Yu Cheng before he could react, and brought her rod crashing down upon his shoulder with great force. Senior brother, save me, De Cheng shouted in alarm, attempting to evade. But it was too late. Mu Qingqing's spirit-vanquishing staff had already struck his shoulder, eliciting a pained cry as he hastily retreated. The other disciples, witnessing Mu Qingqing's attack, swiftly drew their weapons, encircling her. You are Mu Qingqing. I hear you were the one who dealt with Lu Rin at the mountain gate, remarked a disciple, referred to as senior brother by Yu Cheng, as he wielded a 1-foot-long dark green ruler, lightly tapping it against his palm, then sneering derisively. And what of it? Mu Qingqing replied dismissively, though she felt a tinge of trepidation towards the disciple holding the ink ruler, having almost fallen victim to the earlier gust of his palm wind. What of it? Heh. I merely wish to remind you, miss, that I am no fool like Lu Rin. You ought to be cautious. With that, the disciple's ink ruler suddenly transformed into a massive dark serpent, whipping up a gust of chilling wind as it lunged towards Mu Qingqing. In the blink of an eye, the serpent's crimson tongue was less than a foot away from her. Humph, mere parlor tricks. Mu Qingqing scoffed, swiftly hurling the spirit-vanquishing staff into the air, with her hands forming a complex seal before her chest. A faint azure glow manifested into a taiji diagram, appearing before her. Go. Mu Qingqing's lips parted slightly, and with a gentle push of her hands, the taiji diagram gradually enveloped the dark serpent, while the spirit-vanquishing staff descended, landing deftly in her grasp. Let you taste my spirit essence taiji diagram. It is more than sufficient to deal with a trifling opponent like you. With her chin raised gracefully, Mu Qingqing cradled the spirit-vanquishing staff and chuckled softly. Boom! Moments later, the taiji diagram collided violently with the dark serpent, producing a thunderous explosion, sending waves of immense energy rippling outward like water. Mu Qingqing and the disciple at the center rushed back hastily, while those slower disciples were caught in the energy's wake. Coughing up blood and collapsing weakly, Mu Qingqing was taken aback by the sheer magnitude of the commotion their techniques had stirred, and as the energy surged towards the courtyard walls, they trembled slightly, dislodging handfuls of debris before finally ceasing their expansion. Startled, Mu Qingqing couldn't help but stick out her delicate tongue. If the courtyard walls were truly demolished, she wondered what Wanrong would do upon discovering it. Would she cast her out of the Yunlan sect? Chapter 48. Consumed suddenly, the dark serpent that had collided with the taiji diagram let out a thunderous roar, a bone-chilling cry that startled not only Mu Qingqing but also its master. He had not anticipated that this seemingly delicate young girl possessed such formidable abilities, capable of contending with his prized treasure. Humph, with blood as the medium, I summon my life treasure. Battle, the male disciple suddenly bellowed, biting through his middle finger, releasing a droplet of essence blood that seeped into the body of the dark serpent. A whoa! As the essence coursed through her body, the massive python swelled dramatically, instantly shattering Mu Qingqing's taiji diagram, which ultimately transformed into countless twinkling stars, dissipating into the void. Meanwhile, Mu Qingqing felt her internal energy disrupted, causing her blood to surge tumultuously within her chest, and a wave of metallic sweetness surged up her throat, spilling a trickle of fresh blood from the corner of her mouth. Be cautious, my dear. The real challenge is yet to come, a disciple warned with a cold smirk. Mu Qingqing delicately wiped away the blood with her jade-like hand, then raised the spirit-slaying staff above her head, held aloft by both palms. You think you can defeat our brother Qian with nothing but a black stick? You truly underestimate him, another disciple scoffed. No, that foul girl merely wishes to offer her spirit tool to brother Qian in exchange for her peaceful days. I reckon this stick is nothing more than a firewood rod. How much power can it possibly wield compared to brother Qian's ink jade ruler? Ha ha! The assembled disciples erupted into raucous laughter at Mu Qingqing's actions, but the disciple named Qian remained unfazed. Before Mu Qingqing could react, his enormous python, now extending over 10 zhang in length, lunged toward her, its maw dripping with crimson. In an instant, the once clumsy serpent vanished from sight, leaving only a flash of light in its wake. Observing this, Mu Qingqing made no move. Instead, she gradually closed her eyes, lowering the spirit-slaying staff to her chest. Soon, The colossal python reappeared above her, its gaping maw poised to strike. Clang! A sound of metal colliding resonated as a thin line of black shot forth from the staff, striking the python's lips. Ayow! The python recoiled in pain, its eyes flashing with a blood-red glare, before it lunged again at Qingqing. Clang! Clang! Two more lines erupted from the staff, each landing squarely on the python's face. Realizing the dire situation, the python exhaled a cloud of pitch-black mist, enveloping Qingqing entirely. TSK, TSK, TSK. What a pity, such a striking appearance, yet injured by my transformed python. Even if you survive, you will surely shed a layer of skin. Do not blame me, as your senior, for lacking in pity, Brother Qian lamented from a distance, watching Qingqing engulfed in the thick mist. Ha ha! Soon, all the accompanying disciples burst into laughter, including Brother Qian, as if they had encountered the most amusing joke in the world. Rumble! Rumble! The sound grew louder and denser until the crowd was astonished to see the black mist morphing into slender, dark tendrils, all of which were gradually absorbed by the black staff cradled in Qingqing's embrace. What? None could comprehend what had transpired. How could the staff possibly devour the mist expelled by the python? It was known that the mist was laden with potent toxins, and the staff was presumably bound to Qingqing. Did she not fear being harmed by the poisonous gas? It appears that your ruler is quite impressive. Why not allow me to take it? How does that sound? Qingqing slowly opened her eyes, and for reasons unknown to the onlookers, the scene before them suddenly blurred, as though the young girl standing there had transformed into an entirely different person. Yet, upon rubbing her eyes, it was unmistakably the same maiden clad in white. Why did she exude an even more perilous aura? The spirit-slaying staff emerged, and all weapons bowed in submission. Upon uttering these words, countless delicate black threads materialized upon the staff, each appearing as fine as a strand of hair, yet growing longer and intertwining. Ascending towards the heavens in mere moments, they coalesced into a vast black net, ensnaring the dark serpent suspended in mid-air. A howl. The enormous serpent emitted a cry of anguish, while the disciple surnamed Qian chanted his incantation with increasing speed. Gradually, beads of sweat began to form upon his brow, yet the serpent's screams diminished. Initially, the great serpent writhed desperately within the net, but ultimately, it fell silent, its body motionless and devoid of life, lying still within the expansive black web. Astonishingly, the serpent's form began to shrink, eventually transforming into a ruler of approximately 1 foot in length, resting quietly within the dark net. Chapter 49. The Training Tower. Qingqing. You come out here. Just as Qingqing entered the room, a deafening knocking sound and frenzied shouts erupted from behind her. Brother Luo, why did you consume that repugnant ruler? Qingqing turned to glance at the door, which was being pounded relentlessly, and inquired with a hint of confusion. After about half a tea's worth of time had passed, the individual showed no signs of leaving. However, their booming voice had grown somewhat hoarse. Yet their fervor remained undiminished. Growing increasingly irritated, Qingqing strode to the door, flung it open without a glance, and swung the spirit-slaying staff forcefully at the person standing there. Bang! Caught off guard, the person was struck squarely in the chest by Qingqing's blow, causing their entire body to fly backward, hurtling nearly 10 meters before crashing into the wall of the courtyard, subsequently collapsing to the ground as they coughed up blood. Enough? I have already stated that my little staff consumed it. What more do you desire? Besides, you provoked me first. If I were to refuse such a gift offered at my doorstep, it would be quite impolite of me, Qingqing remarked with a cold smile from the doorway. You, cough. The disciple surnamed Qian was so infuriated that he could hardly catch his breath, spitting out another mouthful of blood. Qingqing seemed oblivious, brushing her fair hands together before turning back into the room. You useless bunch, the disciple surnamed Qian bellowed weakly. The other disciples felt their faces flushed with shame, allowing Qian to berate them without daring to retort. Hearing Qian Xiaosong's words, the remaining few were at a loss. It was not that they were unwilling to confront her, but rather that they truly could not match the ethereal Qingqing, who seemed untouched by the mortal realm that I knew you were incapable. Why don't you hasten to assist me in rising and departing from this place? Is it not enough to have been humiliated, being struck by a foul girl? How shall I, Qian Xiaosong, continue to navigate my existence within the Yunwan sect? The reason she uttered those words previously was merely to prevent them from seeking out a certain elder, thereby providing herself with a justification for defense. All of this is fundamentally for Wang Luo, the one within the spirit slaughter staff. Yet he seems less than appreciative. Alas, Qingqing sighed helplessly. Meanwhile, Wang Luo was preoccupied with refining the recently devoured ruler, leaving him little time to concern himself with the whims of Qingqing. And even if he had the time, he would choose to ignore her. Wang Luo was well aware that feigning ignorance was far more effective than any other response. On the following morning, as the first rays of dawn illuminated the land, the scene within the gates of the Yunlan sect was already bustling with excitement. Today marked the opening of the training tower. The Yunlan sect earned its place among the mid-tier sects largely due to this ancient relic, a remarkable tower divided into 9 levels, each imbued with varying degrees of spiritual energy. The higher one ascends, the more abundant the spiritual power becomes, yet the requirements for a practitioner's cultivation level escalate correspondingly. Should an individual attempt to ascend without sufficient prowess, they would suffer a backlash of spiritual energy, potentially leading to their corporeal form being shattered. This esteemed tower was opened on the 9th, 19th, and 29th of each month, remaining accessible for 10 days, after which the disciples would exit the tower only to repeat the cycle. An unchanging routine. Naturally, Qingqing was oblivious to the significance of this day, and thus, she lingered in bed until the hour of Chun, still reluctant to rise. The Wanrong had been dispatched by the sect leader to oversee order within the tower. She had no time to attend to Qingqing. It was not until the hour of C that hunger roused Qingqing from her slumber. She lazily rose, washed her face, and made a simple effort to tidy herself before heading to the kitchen in search of sustenance. Upon encountering Huanggu, she was quite taken aback, not expecting him to bring her food. This meant she need not venture out in search of provisions. Come in quickly, Qingqing beckoned as she accepted the food box from him. I shan't enter, Huanggu protested. Yet at that moment, his stomach grumbled audibly. Qingqing paused in surprise at the sound emanating from Huanggu's belly, then burst into laughter. Huanggu, have you not eaten breakfast, and left it all for me? Qingqing, ever so perceptive, grasped the situation in an instant. Hee. Huanggu, realizing his oversight, scratched his head and offered an awkward chuckle. Qingqing pressed the food box into his hands. By the way, today is the opening day of the training tower, so the kitchen should be deserted at this hour. As Huanggu held the food box, seemingly recalling something, he hastily inquired, the training tower? What sort of place is that? I've never heard of it before. Intrigued, Qingqing halted her steps, insisting that Huanggu enlighten her on the matter. I possess only a limited understanding of this matter, as I have never ventured inside. However, I am aware that the tower is an ancient treasure, comprised of 9 distinct levels. Huanggu recounted the general details of the cultivation tower to Qingqing. Are you suggesting that if one were to cultivate within, one's abilities would multiply exponentially? Qingqing exclaimed with excitement, grasping Huanggu's arm tightly, her beautiful eyes wide with urgency. Yes, it should be so, Huanggu replied, somewhat flustered by Qingqing's grip, his cheeks tinged with a faint blush. What a remarkable place that would be. I shall also spend some time there, and if possible, my brother Luo's abilities will surely enhance as well. Qingqing mused joyfully about the future events, though her stomach soon protested with a hungry growl. Let us go. Let us go. First, take me to the kitchen. We can discuss other matters later, Qingqing said, rubbing her somewhat flat stomach. Huanggu wasted no time, leading the way as they made their way to the kitchen, one following the other. Qingqing had to concede that even atop Yunlan sect's mountain, the spiritual energy was incomparably stronger than that of her homeland, Cangyan kingdom. Thus, the energy within that tower must be extraordinarily rich, perhaps even to the point of being described as overwhelming. I confess, I am not well versed in formations, Huanggu admitted with a shy smile, revealing a set of pearly white teeth. No wonder. Qingqing nodded, though she still could not comprehend why a formation would be set up in the kitchen. Was it to prevent the disciples from eating? After pondering for some time without clarity, she decided to set aside the thought, for finding food was of utmost importance. Aunt Lu? Huanggu called out loudly as they reached the kitchen door. Startled, Qingqing nearly placed her hand over his mouth. After all, they were there to pilfer food, yet he boldly shouted, "Da-da! Is that you, Huanggu?" Just then, a middle-aged woman emerged from the kitchen, appearing to be in her 50s. Her appearance was rather ordinary, the kind that would blend into a crowd, and though slightly plump, she exuded a warm and benevolent aura. It's me, Aunt Lu. Huanggu joyfully approached the woman. What's the matter? Have you been bullied again and not had enough to eat? Aunt Lu asked, her face bright with a smile, suggesting a familiarity between the two. No, Aunt Lu, it's just that Miss Mu has tea eaten yet today. So I brought her to see if there's any food available, Zhao Go replied, a hint of shyness in his smile as he pointed to Mu Qingqing not far away. Only then did Aunt Lu notice Mu Qingqing standing in the distance. Momentarily taken aback, "Hello, Aunt Lu," Mu Qingqing greeted her politely, thinking to herself that she would need to visit often in the future. Oh my, this girl is truly beautiful. Comparable to Yun girl, Mu Qingqing chuckled as she approached Aunt Lu's side. It is often said that while one may be adept at many things, flattery is not among them. Lu An is no saint. She is merely an ordinary cook. Upon hearing such praise from the exquisite Mu Qingqing, her spirits were instantly lifted, and she declared that she must prepare several of her signature dishes for the young lady. "Aunt Lu, why didn't you go to witness the opening of the training tower today?" Zhao Go inquired while assisting her with the fire. "I shall not go. I shall not go. It opens every month and every year. Visiting it repeatedly has become rather mundane. They say that being nearby allows one to absorb some of the spiritual energy within. But I believe that to be nonsense. I have been there countless times and have felt nothing." Lu Aunt muttered to herself as she continued to stir-fry the vegetables, clearly having visited the tower many times in the past. "Aunt Lu, do you possess any cultivation yourself?" Mu Qingqing asked curiously, her beautiful eyes fixed on Lu Aunt, who did not appear to be a person of any cultivation. "Me? I certainly do not. I lack that innate talent." Lu Aunt sighed. Returning to her task of preparing the dishes, Mu Qingqing refrained from responding, pondering to herself about the futility of absorbing spiritual energy if one had no cultivation. However, she did not voice her thoughts. Before long, all the dishes were ready, and Mu Qingqing, disregarding any semblance of decorum, eagerly picked up her chopsticks to eat. Chapter 51. Mutual Benefits. Wanrong was busy until the afternoon, finally wrapping up all matters related to the training tower. It was only then that she remembered Mu Qingqing was still left in the Yuding pavilion, prompting her to rush to the kitchen to ask Lu Aunt to prepare a few dishes to send over. To her surprise, she stumbled upon Mu Qingqing indulging in her meal. "Qingqing, how did you find your way here?" Wanrong was not expecting Mu Qingqing to possess such cleverness, as the bamboo grove outside the kitchen was protected by a formation, making it difficult for ordinary people to enter to me. "Naturally, I have my methods. Sister Yun, come over and eat with me. Lu Ant's cooking is truly delightful." Mu Qingqing patted the stool beside her and spoke in a somewhat muffled manner. "I know better than you how good Lu Ant's cooking is, you little glutton." Wanrong sat beside Mu Qingqing, accepting the bowl and chopsticks handed to her by Lu Ant, and began to eat alongside her. "Sister Yun, I heard today marks the opening of the training tower, and the next opening will be in 10 days? Mu Qingqing inquired after taking a bite of rice. "Indeed, do you wish to enter the training tower?" Wanrong replied, not concealing anything, as it was not a secret. "Yes, I want to go in and take a look during the next opening. That if I hadn't missed it today, I would have loved to experience the abundant spiritual energy inside. Even the cook wants to join in the excitement. It must be quite a sight." Mu Qingqing expressed her desire. "Very well, that is no problem. For the next few days, you should familiarize yourself with the Yunlan sect. When I have the time, I will take you around. As a direct disciple, Yun Wanrong was indeed quite busy and had little time to accompany Mu Qingqing. "Sister Yun, there is no need for you to worry, for I have already found an excellent guide." Yun Wanrong was somewhat intrigued, as Mu Qingqing had only just arrived a day ago. How had she managed to find a friend she could easily converse with? Moreover, given Mu Qingqing's temperament, it is unlikely that she would take a liking to any particular disciple, is it not? You need not concern yourself with that. In any case, you are free to attend to your own matters, for I shall manage here." With a slight smile, Mu Qingqing lowered her head to eat. Fortunately, Yun Wanrong's disposition has always been rather easygoing, since Mu Qingqing has stated that someone could accompany her. She refrained from further inquiries, merely advising her to exercise caution and, should the need arise, to invoke her own name, as those disciples would undoubtedly show her some respect upon hearing Yun Wanrong's words. Mu Qingqing suddenly burst into laughter, prompting Yun Wanrong to inquire about her amusement. Mu Qingqing could hardly divulge that the two instances of provocation she encountered were orchestrated precisely because of her association with Yun Wanrong. Instead, she composed herself and replied earnestly, "I understand. Is it not the esteem of senior Sister Yun?" Thus, from the third day of Mu Qingqing's arrival at Yunlan's sect, Zhao Go began to guide her on a tour within the sect. "Zhao Go, in 10 days, I shall lead you into the training tower." One day, weary from her wanderings, Mu Qingqing sat in a pavilion and casually remarked to me, "I could never enter, for I am but an ordinary errand worker. Lacking the qualifications, what is there to fear? I shall simply request assistance from Sister Yun. It is no great matter," Mu Qingqing replied nonchalantly, convinced that she would eventually attain the title of direct disciple. "This? I think it best to refrain, Miss Mu. It is not worth you seeking Senior Sister Yun on my behalf. I would feel guilty if your request were to go unfulfilled and you were to face reprimand because of me." Zhao Go shook his head, disapproving of Mu Qingqing's suggestion. Mu Qingqing, do you not possess common sense? Zhao Go is quite right. Just as Mu Qingqing was about to speak, Wang Luo's voice resonated through the air. Having not spoken to Mu Qingqing for 3 days, his voice caused her to nearly leap with joy. "Brother Luo, what have you been up to these past few days? Why have you ignored me when I called for you?" "I was occupied with refining that disciple's measuring rod, which took some time. Zhao Go's advice is sound. Do not seek aid for trivial matters. You must wait until you possess genuine strength before addressing such issues." "Do you understand?" Wang Luo stood, stretching slightly, as he had felt somewhat stiff from prolonged refinement. However, his efforts had not been in vain. The degree of concentration within the cyclone in his body was nearing the point of materialization, indicating that with further absorption of spiritual energy, he could genuinely advance to the first level of the cyclone realm. Although this level is modest, for someone like Wang Luo, who lacks spiritual tools, it is indeed a cause for celebration. Furthermore, upon his advancement, the overall strength of the slaughtering spirit staff would not simply increase by 1 level. Combined with Mu Qingqing's inherent power, each advancement for Wang Luo would equate to an enhancement of Mu Qingqing's combat prowess by an equivalent tier. In other words, with Mu Qingqing's current combat prowess at the 3rd tier of the Qi realm, she could directly challenge the pinnacle of the 4th tier, or even attempt to engage with those at the 5th tier. Provided she wields the spirit slaying staff, should Mu Qingqing's cultivation further advance, it is only natural that the spirit weapon bonded to her would also reap benefits, thereby presenting an opportunity for further evolution. Chapter 52. The rules within the tower. 10 days may not be a long time, yet it is not insignificant either. Fortunately, Zhao Go was always by her side, guiding Mu Qingqing as she explored the Yunlan sect, allowing her to gain substantial insight into the entirety of the sect. How wonderful! Tomorrow marks the reopening of the training tower. I can finally go in and take a look. Mu Qingqing gently rested her jade-like hands upon her delicate cheeks, gazing at the distant mountains as she murmured softly. The Yunlan sect is situated atop a mountain, yet Mu Qingqing was surprised to discover that even higher peaks loom above this summit. Zhao Go informed her that those towering mountains are forbidden grounds, inaccessible to ordinary individuals. Mu Qingqing pondered, for those peaks hidden within the white clouds appeared so ethereal and elusive. She could discern that the spiritual energy atop them was undoubtedly countless times greater than that found here. Why, then, should they be deemed forbidden? Contemplating this spurred within her an overwhelming curiosity. Had it not been for Yun Wanrong's early caution, she likely would have devised every possible means to ascend those lofty heights. At that moment, Zhao Go, upon hearing her words, exhibited little excitement, for those places were beyond his reach. "Zhao Go, do not fret. Once I am promoted to a direct disciple in a month, I shall take you with me." "Yunjia, what brings you here today?" Mu Qingqing pulled Yun Wanrong into her room and, after securing the door, her lovely face radiated joy as she inquired, "Since tomorrow I will be heading into the training tower. I wanted to take the opportunity tonight to discuss some matters of caution regarding the tower. After all, I cannot accompany you." Yun Wanrong took Mu Qingqing's hand and seated herself in a chair. "Cannot you enter with me?" Mu Qingqing blinked her beautiful eyes, disappointment creeping into her voice. She had initially thought that Yun Wanrong could join her within the training tower, providing her the chance to mention Zhao Go's entry. But now it seemed that plan would have to be shelved. "Regrettably, there are certain sect responsibilities that require my attention, leaving me no time to enter. However, I can assist you in preparing beforehand." "So you will be well informed when you go in," Yun Wanrong said with a comforting smile, observing the disappointment etched on Mu Qingqing's face. "Oh, then please, Yunjia, enlighten me, so I may be prepared." Upon hearing Yun Wanrong's words, Mu Qingqing's disappointment was swiftly replaced by curiosity. Thus, Yun Wanrong began to share the important points of caution concerning the training tower. Since Zhao Go had never entered the tower, his understanding of its regulations was limited to a general overview, leaving Mu Qingqing with scant knowledge, eagerly awaiting Yun Wanrong's explanations. The training tower is divided into 9 levels, with the spiritual energy becoming increasingly abundant and potent as one ascends. Mu Qingqing, is already well aware of this. Thus, there is no need for Wanrong to elaborate further. To speak of each level specifics, the spiritual energy on the first level is approximately double that of the outside world, and disciples below the 9th rank of the Qi Cyclone realm typically cultivate here. The second level boasts spiritual energy about 4 times that of the outside, accommodating disciples of the 1st and 2nd ranks of the Qi Wheel realm. Given that each individual's cultivation method and the speed of absorbing and refining spiritual energy vary, the quintuple energy suffices for their needs. The 3rd level offers spiritual power roughly 5 times that of the external environment, suitable for disciples of the 3rd to 5th ranks in the Qi Wheel realm. Qingqing, I believe you can comfortably remain at the 3rd level for your cultivation, as your rank precisely aligns with the 3rd tier of the Qi Wheel realm, making the energy here ample for your absorption and refinement, Wanrong remarked, taking a delicate sip of tea and raising her gaze. What if I wish to ascend further? Qingqing inquired, tilting her head with curiosity. The spiritual energy upward becomes even more refined. You may not yet realize that the energy within this training tower will enter your body through your breath or skin, even if you do not actively absorb it. Should your cultivation be insufficient to fully assimilate this energy, your body will gradually become saturated, ultimately leading to an explosion of the physical form. Therefore, Qingqing, you must refrain from recklessly wandering about, Wanrong cautioned, gently patting Qingqing's small hand with a serious expression. All right, I will heed your advice, Sister Yun, Qingqing responded with a sweet smile upon seeing Wanrong's demeanor. Then be good. Wanrong nodded in satisfaction. By the way, there is one more thing I forgot to mention. After a brief moment, Wanrong seemed to recall something and spoke hurriedly. Go ahead, Sister Yun. Qingqing appeared exceedingly obedient. Each level of the tower features specific rooms, marked with low, medium, and high designations on their door plates. Even within a single level, the density of spiritual energy can vary. Upon hearing Wanrong's words, Qingqing's understanding deepened. She realized that there were many subtleties within the training tower. If Wanrong had not elucidated these points, she would have likely wandered aimlessly upon entering. Now, you should rest early, as the training tower will open promptly at dawn tomorrow, Wanrong instructed before departing. Chapter 53. A sea of people as the next day required an early rise. Qingqing bid farewell to Wanrong and retired for the night. The following morning, as had occurred 10 days prior, the entire Yunlan sect became abuzz with excitement as the sun began to ascend. Although Xiaogo could not accompany Qingqing into the tower this time, he arrived early at her door to guide her. Xiaogo, rest assured, I will ensure you gain entry to the training tower as well, Qingqing promised, noticing his lack of enthusiasm. Thank you, Miss Mu. I believe in you. You and your staff spirit are genuinely kind-hearted. Surely, I must have accrued some virtue in a past life to have encountered you both, Xiaogo replied with gratitude. As Xiaogo spoke, a hint of emotion choked his words. Very well. We shall meet again in 10 days. Qingqing gently nodded, and then proceeded towards the training tower. Xiaogo remained rooted in place, watching her figure fade into the distance before he slowly turned and retraced his steps. Upon exiting the shaded path where she and Xiaogo had walked, Qingqing finally arrived at the vicinity of the training tower. However, upon entering this area, she found herself utterly astonished by the scene before her. It was as if the entire Yunlan sect had descended upon this spot, for the throngs of people were so densely packed that pathways were virtually non-existent. In a wonder, Wanrong had hinted that Qingqing should arrive earlier. Despite arriving an hour ahead of time, she was still met with this overwhelming spectacle. Observing the bustling square and the distant, elusive peak, Qingqing couldn't help but pout. Luo Gu, there are indeed quite a number of people. Her implication was clear. She had no desire to join the throngs in this commotion. Wang Luo, well aware of her sentiments, understood that the best approach was to feign ignorance. Had Qingqing arrived later, she would likely have been relegated to the back of the line, unable to enter the training tower. Thus, Wanrong had hurriedly made her way there, hoping to assist Qingqing, only to be taken aback by the sea of people outside the tower. Not only was it difficult to help Qingqing, but even locating her amidst the crowd proved to be a formidable challenge. Unaware of these unspoken rules, Qingqing was determined to inch forward. Though she soon realized this task was far from easy. If only I had wings, she sighed, wiping the sweat from her brow as she gazed skyward. Once you reach the transformation realm, you can manifest wings of energy and soar. Wang Luo's voice echoed in her mind. The transformation realm felt impossibly distant to Qingqing. She shook her head in frustration. To attain that level, she must first traverse the Qi realm, which itself is divided into 9 tiers, and her cultivation had only reached the 3rd tier of the Qi wheel realm. The mere thought of it was daunting, let alone achieving it. Alas, she sighed resignedly. I must first resolve the immediate predicament. Qingqing gradually infused her feet with spiritual energy, hoping to leverage this power to leap higher, thus avoiding the cumbersome jostling in the crowd. Make way. Make way. Just as she prepared to jump, a sudden authoritative shout rang out from a short distance behind her, causing the once boisterous square to fall into an eerie silence. The throng of people parted as if cleaved by an invisible force, creating a path through which a group of individuals advanced. Qingqing cautiously poked her fluffy head out to see who possessed such clout that a mere shout could command the disciples to yield. She had just spent an eternity squeezing through the crowd, barely covering a distance of 10 meters. Sister Yan? Upon discerning the approaching figures, Qingqing could not help but exclaim in delight, for among the group, she spotted Wanrong walking gracefully amidst them. Qingqing, how wonderful! I was just thinking of coming to find you. Do come here swiftly. As Wanrong approached a short distance from Qingqing, she too noticed her, and with a joyful wave of her hand, beckoned Qingqing to her side. That in such a moment, Qingqing would certainly not demur. Upon hearing Wanrong's call, she promptly executed a swift maneuver and in the blink of an eye, found herself beside Wanrong. Taking her hand, Wanrong, undeterred by the envious glances of others, strode forward with poise. Wanrong, your actions are rather unorthodox. One disciple in front turned around, casting a glance at Qingqing before whispering. Rules are made by people. Why should I not bring someone in? Wanrong raised her gaze, fixing it on the back of the speaker's head, and with a slight snarl, retorted softly, Sister, if it's inconvenient, I shall not insist. Although Qingqing could be somewhat headstrong, the thought of incurring Wanrong's displeasure and facing reprimand from their master was something she would rather avoid. Convenient. Do not heed his nonsense. Wanrong suddenly playfully scratched the palm of Qingqing with her fingertip, winking incessantly at her. Understanding her intent, Qingqing cheekily stuck out her tongue and ceased further protest. Wanrong, you, the disciple who had turned around halted, gazing at Wanrong, words on the tip of his tongue, but upon glancing at Qingqing, he ultimately fell silent, turning away in frustration. Quickly now, Qingqing, let us follow. Wanrong grasped Qingqing's hand tightly, trailing closely behind the disciple as they hastened towards the training tower. Remarkably, what had initially been a distance of several dozen zhang to the training tower, under Wanrong's guidance, was traversed in less than half an hour, bringing them to the entrance of the tower. Open the tower. Suddenly, the leading disciple turned around, bellowing at the throngs of disciples gathered before the tower. Chapter 54. Entering the tower, his voice rang out with great resonance, likely infused with a touch of spiritual energy, granting it remarkable clarity. As his words fell, an eerie silence enveloped the entire square. Creak. The ancient, heavy tower doors were gradually pushed open from within. Wow. Qingqing, standing closest, felt a jolt of vitality as the spiritual energy surged forth from the opening doors. Shoo. Wanrong tightened her grip on Qingqing's fingers, urging her to lower her voice. It was crucial not to attract anyone's attention at this moment. Once the tower was opened, if they could discreetly usher Qingqing inside to cultivate, their task would be deemed complete. Qingqing obediently stood beside Wanrong, refraining from uttering another sound. Yet, she greedily absorbed the spiritual energy spilling forth from the tower, which swiftly melded into her being, refined by her cultivation technique into pure energy, gathering within her spirals of qi. Once the entrance of the training tower was fully opened, numerous disciples began to stream out, each face radiating a distinct emotion. Sister, why does everyone appear so joyous? Qingqing whispered softly into Wanrong's ear, her rosy lips pursed in curiosity. What a silly girl you are. Do you think that the 10 days spent in this training tower were all in vain? Just look at them. Each one is glowing with beauty. They may not have directly leveled up inside, but they could very well be on the brink of breaking through their final barriers. It would be strange if they weren't elated. That's why I told you. Once you enter, you must seize every opportunity and not waste a moment. Wanrong, somewhat concerned for the whimsical Qingqing, began her maternal admonitions once again. Rest assured, Sister Yun, within 10 days, I will do my utmost to achieve a breakthrough for you to see, Qingqing declared proudly, tilting her slightly pointed chin upward. Release them. The disciple shouted once more, prompting the others to begin exiting the tower in a steady stream. Due to the presence of supervising elders within the tower, responsible for counting the individuals. The recent count had just concluded, affirming their release. The pace of their exit was swift. In mere moments, the disciples vanished like a swarm of bees. Enter. The male disciple bellowed again, and taking advantage of the moment. Wanrong pushed Mu Qingqing ahead, positioning her at the forefront. Originally, a male disciple was meant to occupy this spot, but upon seeing Wanrong's influence, he said nothing, and she merely flashed him a charming smile. "Sister Yun," Mu Qingqing called out gently, then gave her a thumbs up. Wanrong could only manage a wry smile and shake her head, knowing that this matter had little to do with her. Behind Mu Qingqing, a long line of disciples formed, but the number of individuals was no longer her concern. Her focus was now on meticulously examining the tower's structure. Interestingly, after the previous disciple fell, the sequence of entry into the tower remained undisturbed, allowing Mu Qingqing to be the first granted entry by the guarding elder. Upon entering the first floor of the tower, she observed that the space was quite expansive, approximately 400 to 500 square meters, and it was meticulously divided into small rooms. Following the corridor inward, she noted the changing numbers on the door plates. Low level, accommodating 6 people, Mu Qingqing murmured softly. Realizing this room had a lower concentration of spiritual energy and could host 6 individuals. Gently pushing the door open, she found 6 neatly arranged cushions within, presumably intended for the disciples' cultivation. However, what purpose did the 6 stars on the doorplate serve? Mu Qingqing pondered aloud, observing the dim, grayish stars shimmering on the doorplate. Each cushion in the room was connected by an energy conduit to the starry symbols. If the room were to reach full capacity with 6 individuals, all the energy stars would illuminate simultaneously. Just as Mu Qingqing was pondering, a venerable voice resonated behind her. Turning around, she beheld an elder steward, approximately 60 years of age. Previously, Zhaogo had informed her that the elder stewards donned grayish-white robes adorned with a star emblem on their chests. The elder elucidating matters to Mu Qingqing appeared to be one of the esteemed elders of Yunlan's sect. "Thank you for your explanation, elder, that I have learned much," Mu Qingqing expressed respectfully, performing a courteous bow. "Excellent, excellent. Now, do seek out a room that suits you." The elder waved his hand with a smile. Mu Qingqing nodded slightly and proceeded towards the end of the corridor, where the staircase to the 2nd floor awaited. At the far end of the passage, she finally encountered a sign denoting senior room. It seemed that cultivating in such a high-level chamber would afford her a private space conducive to her practice. Resolutely, Mu Qingqing decided that she too would seek a senior room for herself, one that was tranquil and solitary. Ascending the staircase, she arrived on the 2nd floor, where several rooms had already ignited with a shimmering light. While marveling at the swiftness of her fellow disciples, she hurried towards the 3rd floor, as Wanrong had advised her to cultivate there, prompting her to bypass the first 2 levels without pause. The 3rd floor appeared considerably smaller, as the number of rooms was notably diminished compared to the lower 2 levels. Upon reaching the 3rd floor, Mu Qingqing continued her search, determined to locate a senior room. After traversing 2 corridors, she finally discovered the presence of a senior room tucked away towards the back. Without a second thought, she opened the door and stepped inside. This senior room was indeed extraordinary. It even boasted a bed. Ecstatic, Mu Qingqing perched herself on the small bed within the room and began to survey her surroundings. Who was that girl? She seems to be in for a rough time. Murmured voices arose just outside the door as Mu Qingqing entered. Chapter 55. The Red Maiden. While Mu Qingqing was engrossed in her curiosity about the room's decor, whispers floated in from outside. Who is that female disciple? How dare she enter that room? Indeed, she looks unfamiliar. Could she be a newcomer? She might truly be in for trouble. I bet there will be quite a spectacle soon. I wager 10 gold coins that the little beauty who just entered will be thoroughly beaten. Unaware of the discussion surrounding her, Mu Qingqing remained intrigued by the feminine embellishments within the room, such as the delicate wind chimes adorning the wall and the soft, rosy bedding. She embraced the comforter, inhaling its delightful fragrance. It was not only tender but also intoxicatingly aromatic. Slowly closing her eyes, Mu Qingqing could sense the abundant spiritual energy of the room permeating her skin and breath, gradually infiltrating her body even without her conscious absorption. The energy coursed through her meridians, ultimately flowing gently into her dantian. With each infusion of pure energy, the cyclone emitted a faint, dissipating glow. Bang! At that moment, the door to the room was forcefully struck by some unseen entity, prompting Mu Qingqing to swiftly open her eyes and perk up her ears to listen intently. Bang bang! 2 more resounding knocks followed. Qingqing's immediate reaction was to glance at the cushion situated in the center of the room. She had previously heard from the elder steward on the first floor that only by sitting upon the cushion could one establish a connection with the wooden plaque at the entrance, causing the starlight upon it to illuminate, thereby informing those outside that the room was occupied. With this thought in mind, Qingqing hurriedly rushed to the cushion and plopped down, gradually channeling her spiritual energy into it. Outside, a male disciple, who had been banging on the door with great force, was suddenly taken aback as he noticed the starlight had actually begun to shine. This was an affront, a blatant provocation. Here I am, pounding on the door, and she not only refuses to open it, but also begins her cultivation. However, it was unfortunate that nothing within this tower could be damaged by human hands. Not even if the sect leader himself were to come. Perhaps this was the power that the treasure possessed. Inside the room, Qingqing suddenly sensed that the banging at the door had intensified, accompanied by shouts from outside. Reluctantly, she rose to her feet, intending to inform them personally that the room was already occupied. Creak. The door swung open, and the disciples outside were taken aback by the sudden revelation that the door had been opened. There is someone here, Qingqing declared before promptly closing the door again, intending to return to her cultivation. Huh. What did she say? The male disciple, who had been banging on the door, was astounded that Qingqing had not opened it to let him in but merely uttered a phrase before shutting it again. The most infuriating part was that he had not quite caught what she said. She said there is someone here. How dare she? This is clearly the room of Miss Hong. Hurry up and get her to come out, shouted a male disciple standing beside the girl in red. Bang, bang, bang. Outside, the urgent knocking resumed, and before Qingqing could even sit down, the noise echoed once more. Did you not hear me say there is someone here? Are your ears deaf? Qingqing's icy voice rang out again. Who do you think you are? This is our Miss Hong's room, and you have no right to cultivate here. Get out, now. The disciple at the door, towering at 7 feet tall, stood before Qingqing like a small mountain. Qingqing slightly raised her gaze, surveying her surroundings. All the disciples who met her eyes hastily averted their gazes, and finally, her attention fell upon the so-called Miss Hong. The girl was adorned in a crimson outfit, her skin as smooth as cream, her brows elegantly arched, yet her eyes, glimmering with flirtation, gave off an air of frivolity. At that moment, she tilted her head, twirling a strand of hair around her finger while scrutinizing Qingqing from head to toe. Bang! Just as Qingqing was about to shut the door, it was abruptly halted by Huanggu's palm, causing the entire door panel to tremble slightly under his immense strength. Oh, is it about to come to blows? Qingqing scoffed coldly. You have shown disrespect to Miss Hong, and thus, you must be taught a lesson. Before her words had even faded, Huanggu's fist was already hurtling towards her. Huanggu, among the younger disciples, is certainly a standout at the tender age of 16. He has already attained the 5th rank of the Qi realm, surpassing Qingqing by 2 ranks. Thus, in his eyes, Qingqing has become akin to a fish laid bare on a chopping board, merely awaiting her fate. The other disciples, too, were drawn by a morbid curiosity, with some already envisioning the scene of Qingqing battered and bloodied by Huanggu's blows. As a powerful gust of fist wind surged forth, Qingqing not only refrained from evasion but unexpectedly smiled, promptly retaliating with her own punch, seemingly intent on confronting him head-on. To the onlookers, her action appeared to be an exercise in futility. Chapter 56. Confrontation. Bang. A somewhat muffled sound of collision echoed as their fists collided with ferocity. The force of the impact sent fragments of hair flying from Qingqing's temples. Huanggu's punch was undoubtedly poised to leave the young girl searching for her teeth. What a pity. Indeed, she must be a newcomer, unaware of Huanggu's formidable prowess. The other disciples on the 3rd level, preparing for their own cultivation, began to murmur among themselves after witnessing the clash between the two. Their whispers abruptly ceased, as if someone had grasped their throats. All eyes widened in astonishment, fixated on the point of contact between the 2 fists, as if they had witnessed a most terrifying spectacle. There stood Qingqing, who should have been sent sprawling by a single punch, completely unscathed and immobile. In stark contrast, the once arrogant Huanggu was left with a flushed face, his body trembling slightly. The outcome of their confrontation was unmistakably clear. You. Huanggu's mind was reeling with shock, and his words faltered. This girl, merely a trifling 3rd rank in the Qi realm in his eyes, had managed to gain a firm upper hand against his strength. Yet, with so many witnesses present, including the goddess of his heart, the red-clad maiden, he could not afford to lose face. Thus, He resolved to take decisive action against this insufferable girl. However, Mu Qingqing merely smiled faintly, a cool smile gracing her lips. For reasons unknown, Huanggu suddenly felt the temperature around him plummet, an unsettling chill enveloping his heart, just as he contemplated retreating. Mu Qingqing denied him that opportunity. In an instant, she transformed her punch into a palm, seizing Huanggu's fist, which was as solid as a clay pot, and forcefully pressed down. Crack. A crisp sound resonated as Huanggu's wrist was brutally fractured by Mu Qingqing's grip. Ah! Huanggu cried out in agony, his face paling to a ghostly white. The onlookers were utterly unprepared for such a display of strength from Mu Qingqing, momentarily frozen in disbelief. As Huanggu's cry pierced the air. The crowd regained their senses and rushed to his aid. "Brother Hu, are you all right?" one disciple exclaimed, hastily moving to support him. "Damn it, get up and beat her. Make sure she is unrecognizable to her own mother." Huanggu screamed, clutching his injured wrist in sheer anguish. Upon hearing the words of Huanggu, everyone disregarded his injuries and swiftly surrounded Mu Qingqing. Mu Qingqing remained silent, her delicate face set in a frosty expression. Before stepping forward, the disciples who had initially besieged her also retreated a step in her wake. "What do you intend to do?" Mu Qingqing inquired, advancing until she stood before Huanggu, noticing her impassive demeanor. Huanggu exclaimed in a trembling voice. Crack! Another sharp sound echoed as Mu Qingqing's foot struck Huanggu's knee. The imposing figure of Huanggu crumpled to the ground with a thunderous crash. The pain from the blow nearly sent him into unconsciousness, and as he gazed up at Mu Qingqing, towering above him, an overwhelming dread began to swell within him. "Today, I shall show some consideration for you, Huanggu. Otherwise you would surely leave the training tower in a horizontal position," Mu Qingqing said with a sweet smile, glancing at the distant Huanggu before continuing. "Should I thank you, then?" Huanggu unexpectedly let out a melodic laugh, her voice dripping with allure. "No need. Just take your people and leave." Mu Qingqing smiled faintly and turned towards the advanced training room. "Humph, you truly possess audacity. Are you all dead? Charge at me." Huanggu, observing the prostrate Huanggu, felt a fiery pain on her face, as if struck herself. She wished fervently to flay Mu Qingqing alive. With a delicate shout from Huanggu, all disciples accompanying her lunged at Mu Qingqing like ravenous wolves, truly unrepentant. Mu Qingqing's voice rose sharply, and her garments began to flutter as if stirred by an unseen wind. Bang! The spirit-slaying rod in her hand swung fiercely, generating a ripple of energy that struck the foremost disciple. That disciple was sent flying by Mu Qingqing's blow, skidding across the ground for several meters before coming to a halt. Puff! After spitting out a mouthful of blood, he finally collapsed, unable to rise. Witnessing their comrades' defeat, the remaining disciples, driven to madness, summoned their own life treasures, filling the third floor of the training tower with a kaleidoscope of energy beams. Observing the disciple she had incapacitated, a flicker of compassion crossed Mu Qingqing's eyes. "Now you still have the heart to pity him. Think of yourself. If I do not assist, you will inevitably be the one to suffer." The spirit-slaying rod echoed with Wang Luo's exasperated reprimand. "I know, but he has been beaten so badly. Could I have been too harsh? We are all disciples of the same sect," Mu Qingqing replied weakly. "Enough, enough. You wish to show compassion? Then you deal with it yourself. I shall not aid you further. If you get beaten, do not come to me for solace," Wang Luo retorted, shaking his head in frustration, indicating he would not partake in the ensuing battle. "No, Luo go. Please, don't be so angry," Mu Qingqing pleaded as Wang Luo's ire deepened. Just then, a disciple's life treasure surged toward Mu Qingqing's lower back. "Let us see if you can manage 3 heads and 6 arms today." The disciple sneered, infusing his life treasure with spiritual energy, causing it to radiate with brilliant light. Chapter 57. Madness. Bang! The disciple was secretly reveling in the anticipation of extracting the gaze of the Crimson Maiden. Unaware that an immense crashing sound would suddenly reverberate through the air, the once smiling male disciple transformed in an instant into a visage of sheer terror, barely catching sight of a dark rod sweeping before his eyes before darkness engulfed him, leaving him in oblivion. Is there anyone who dares to defy? They may come forth, and I shall gladly oblige. The cold, unfeeling voice of Mu Qingqing resonated, causing the surrounding disciples, who had been itching for a fight, to feel an abrupt drop in temperature within the training tower. The fervor that had surged within them to engage in a life-or-death struggle with Mu Qingqing suddenly waned, losing its initial fervency. 2 disciples lay on the ground, their fates uncertain, while the most formidable member of their party, Huanggu, had already been rendered incapacitated with a severed arm and leg by Mu Qingqing. Could they truly triumph over this icy maiden? The answer was evidently not in their favor. Thus, they all stood frozen in place, exchanging glances, none daring to step forward to confront Mu Qingqing again. The goddess is indeed beautiful, but to lose one's life for her? That would be to lose everything. Moments later, the remaining disciples, still standing, simultaneously stowed away their life-bound treasures. As the saying goes, those who discern the times are the true heroes. It appears you have made a commendable choice. Mu Qingqing clapped her hands and turned to stride back into the room. Humph, intending to leave? Not so easily. The Crimson Maiden witnessed the retreat of the crowd, and how could she swallow the resentment brewing within her? Thus, she extended her hands, beginning to form a rather intricate series of hand seals before her chest. Crimson Maiden, no, you cannot invoke this technique now. It will backfire. Huanggu, still sprawled on the ground, hastily called out to stop her. Yet, it was evident, as Huanggu had warned, that she was struggling to control this technique. As her seals neared completion, her enchanting visage turned pallid, droplets of sweat beading upon her forehead. Humph, I shall make you pay the price. Mei-in, destruction. The seals on the Crimson Maiden's hands finally culminated, and with a sharp utterance, the word destruction seemed to resonate heavier through her palm. Suddenly, the breath within her chest became chaotic. Suppressing the sickly sweet essence rising in her throat, her face alight with pride as she gazed at Mu Qingqing. This technique, known as the enchanting sound technique, was granted to her after much pleading with Elder Hong. However, the demands of this technique upon one's cultivation were exceedingly high. It was strictly prohibited for those below the 5th tier of Qi Wheel Realm to employ it. Yet, the Crimson Maiden was but at the 3rd tier of Qi Wheel Realm. Nonetheless, given the current predicament, if she did not resort to a higher tier technique, defeating Mu Qingqing would be impossible. Accustomed to being the center of attention, how could the Crimson Maiden tolerate such humiliation? Thus, she risked the peril of backlash from this advanced technique. Determined to show Mu Qingqing her true colors at that moment, Mu Qingqing found her ears filled with an elusive sound, akin to celestial chants or perhaps the echoes of the underworld. This strange resonance overwhelmed her with a sense of suffocating annoyance, prompting thoughts of her own origins. Orphaned since childhood, she had lived in solitude in this world. Mu Qingqing mused that such a life was hardly worth living. A fractured existence held no value for her to sustain. Thus, she slowly extended her hands, stiffly reaching towards her fair neck in a gesture of self-harm. Ha ha. I refuse to believe I cannot deal with you. The Red Maiden laughed uproariously, while the other disciples gradually gathered around her, casting sly glances at Mu Qingqing, eagerly awaiting the moment she might take her own life. You old fool, Mu Qingqing, you lack even this modicum of composure. Wang Luo shouted in exasperation, and with a forceful slap, she struck the ethereal link connecting the two. Ouch, how painful. Mu Qingqing felt as if her very soul had been slapped by Wang Luo. A pain far beyond mere physical agony. What? Everyone present was taken aback, astonished that Mu Qingqing had actually broken free from the enchantment of sound. The Red Maiden screamed in rage, I will kill you. Summoning her destined artifact, she revealed a dark red whip, its material indiscernible. As she wielded it, dark red flames flickered to life along its length. What a splendid treasure. I must have it. Wang Luo's eyes blazed with avarice upon seeing the whip. This cannot be good. Mu Qingqing, ever mindful of the bonds of sisterhood and concerned about the potential repercussions for Wanrong, felt a twinge of worry. Yet Wang Luo was unperturbed. Both had endured great trials to reach the Yulan sect with the aim of enhancing their cultivation. Wang Luo, eager to forge her own physical form, would not let such a high-tier artifact slip through her fingers. She was certain that if she could acquire the whip and refine it, her energy vortex would surely ascend to a higher tier. With this thought in mind, Wang Luo hesitated no longer. She commanded the spirit-slaying staff to break free from Mu Qingqing's grasp and leaped forward, charging towards the artifact in the Red Maiden's hand. Little staff, Mu Qingqing exclaimed softly, her beautiful eyes wide with concern as she called out weakly from behind Wang Luo. However, the volume of her voice did not sway the fate of the spirit-slaying staff. Ah! Came the startled cry of the Red Maiden. Hearing this outburst, Mu Qingqing instinctively recoiled, glancing furtively towards the Red Maiden. Her astonishment. The whip had vanished, ensnared by the massive black net conjured by the spirit-slaying staff. And the dark red flames were gradually extinguished. You, return my flame whip, you wretched creature. Give it back to me at once. The Red Maiden, now frenzied, leaped in place, desperate to reclaim her lost artifact. Yet, how could she grasp the spirit-slaying staff suspended in midair? Everyone, attack together, kill this wretched girl, and each of you shall be rewarded with a high-level cultivation manual. The Red Maiden, her silver teeth bared, roared with malevolence. Her initial allure completely transformed into the fury of a madwoman. Chapter 58. The Peril of Greed. Upon witnessing the Crimson Maiden's demeanor, Qingqing could only shake her head in resignation. From the very beginning, this predicament was of her own making. Had she not insisted on competing with Qingqing for that prestigious training chamber, such discord would never have arisen. Ultimately, it was her revealing of her prized artifact that caught Wang Luo's attention. To put it plainly, this entire affair was a result of her own folly, and she had no one but herself to blame. All the disciples on the third floor listened intently as the Crimson Maiden declared, "If anyone can eliminate this wretched girl, I shall bestow upon them a high-tier cultivation technique." Her blood-red eyes swept across the training rooms within the third floor. Fully aware that many were covertly observing the unfolding drama, she knew that as long as the conditions piqued their interest, today, Qingqing would undoubtedly find it impossible to escape the third floor. Indeed, shortly after the Crimson Maiden's proclamation, the doors of several other rooms on the third floor began to creak open, and the throng of onlookers grew steadily, all fixated on Qingqing, who stood at the entrance of the high-level training room. Alas, Qingqing sighed inwardly, realizing that trouble had indeed come knocking at her door. A consequence of her own actions, entirely unrelated to her. Attack! The Crimson Maiden roared once more. In an instant, a dozen or so disciples surged forward, aiming directly at Qingqing, who was now weaponless, rendering her combat prowess significantly diminished. However, at that very moment, Qingqing felt a gust of wind rush toward her from behind. She swiftly turned, only to see a disciple, the closest to her training room, lunging at her. Without a moment's hesitation, she unleashed a powerful punch. "How dare you ambush me?" Qingqing exclaimed, channeling her spiritual energy into her fist, which instantly became formidable. Bang! The punch landed squarely against the disciple's chest, causing him to grunt in pain and retaliate with a fierce palm strike. Humph! Qingqing, filled with indignation, countered with another vigorous punch. Sizzle! The sound of tearing fabric echoed, and after the two palms clashed, they were quickly withdrawn. The disciple felt a chill on his chest, and, upon glancing down, discovered that his shirt had been torn, revealing bloodstains beneath. He gasped, astonished that his third-tier Qi Will realm strength was so vastly outmatched by Qingqing. "What do you mean? You initiated the ambush against me first. Should you dare provoke me again, I shall gut you like a fish," Qingqing replied, her tone laced with a languid confidence, clearly dismissive of her opponent. Upon hearing her words, the disciple's fury flared as he met her gaze, only to realize that she appeared utterly relaxed, toying with a spiked bracelet in her hand. With a flick of her delicate fingers, the small trinket emitted a delightful jingling sound. "What are you all standing around for? Attack!" Qingqing commanded, emboldened by her initial victory, causing the other disciples to hesitate. Yet, the Crimson Maiden was relentless, bellowing for her comrades to press on. As the saying goes, men die for wealth, birds perish for food. With the allure of the high-tier cultivation technique, the remaining disciples once again launched themselves at Qingqing with fervor. The disciple at the forefront rushed towards Qingqing, who, with a sudden push off her toes, leaped high into the air, utilizing the force of her momentum. With a powerful kick, she struck the forehead of the leading disciple with tremendous force. Bang! As the sound of impact resonated, the adversary's body immediately slumped, collapsing helplessly to the ground. The others, witnessing this, halted abruptly, their gazes towards Qingqing now mingled with not only avarice but also a hint of trepidation, considering that Qingqing, with her third-tier Qi Will cultivation, effortlessly dispatched two opponents without the aid of weapons. It was a reality that anyone would ponder deeply within their hearts. Whoever kills her shall receive 2 sets of advanced techniques. The voice of the Red Lady echoed ominously once more. If the individuals present had retained a shred of rationality moments ago, it was now wholly consumed by greed. Indeed, as her words settled, the remaining individuals surged forward towards Qingqing like a pack of invigorated wolves, their eyes devoid of any hesitation, filled instead with a predatory lust akin to wolves encountering a lamb. In an instant, within the 3-tiered training tower, numerous vibrant energy beams illuminated the space, their singular focus fixated on the figure of Qingqing. Clad in white, a fierce battle ensued between her and the crowd. However, the spirit-slaying staff was currently preoccupied devouring a whip, leaving Qingqing with only a bracelet gifted by her elder brother. As the conflict intensified, she found herself increasingly overwhelmed, realizing that her fists were no match for their numbers. Suddenly, she felt a constriction around her neck, and the next moment, it felt as though a cold serpent had coiled around her throat, its slippery texture sending chills down her spine. Yet, What was even more terrifying was the palpable aura of danger that enveloped her, ensnaring her completely. "Red Lady, I have captured her." A chilling voice emerged from behind Mu Qingqing. Though it sounded laced with a mocking mirth, it sent a shiver through her heart. Slowly, Mu Qingqing turned her head, only to behold an exceptionally slender, almost pallid hand gripping her neck. Who is this person? Her mind raced, recalling that she had not noticed this individual among the crowd moments ago. Had they been lurking in the shadows, waiting for the opportune moment to strike? The more she contemplated, the more she perceived this person as sinister, seemingly more treacherous than a venomous snake. "Very well, since you have captured her, assist me in eliminating her, and 2 sets of advanced techniques shall be yours." The Red Lady's voice echoed in the distance, as if in the next moment, Mu Qingqing's neck would be crushed in a single grasp. "Oh, then, my dear lady, you only invite enmity." Upon finishing her words, the hand constricting Mu Qingqing's neck suddenly tightened further. Chapter 59. Defeat. Upon hearing the adversary's words, Mu Qingqing's heart raced, feeling the pressure around her neck intensify. Without a moment's hesitation, she thrust the bracelet in her hand forward, seizing the opportunity when her opponent momentarily withdrew their strength and swiftly retreated. Clang! The chest of the opponent harbored some hidden treasure that served as a barrier, clashing violently with Mu Qingqing's spiked bracelet. Crack! In an instant, the spiked bracelet in Mu Qingqing's hand shattered completely due to the resistance it encountered. Humph! Mu Qingqing let out a soft snort. That bracelet had been crafted by her elder brother with great care. And now, under such dire circumstances, it had saved her life only to be reduced to fragments. She vowed that she would not let that infernal disciple escape unscathed. Swoosh! Before Mu Qingqing could fully comprehend the situation, a fierce surge of sword energy erupted from behind her, carrying with it a palpable sense of pressure. This oppressive force could only be felt when battling someone of a higher caliber, and she was astonished to discover such a formidable presence on the 3rd level. However, at that moment, Mu Qingqing was unarmed. Glancing at the distant killing spirit staff, she realized that it was in no condition to be wielded effectively, leaving her no choice but to confront the impending strike with her bare hands. As the sword energy approached, Mu Qingqing raised her palm. At that very instant, a shadow of black light sliced through the air, colliding forcefully with the azure longsword, producing a thunderous sound. "Since you all wish to exchange my life for those 2 advanced techniques, then today, I shall grant your wish." With those words, her aura underwent a dramatic transformation. It turned out that Wang Luo had seized control of her body. Boom! Grasping the killing spirit staff, Mu Qingqing swung it fiercely, colliding with the disciple wielding the longsword, resulting in a deafening roar. Mu Qingqing, concealed within herself, caught a fleeting glimpse of the longsword disciple, clad in a dark red robe. A single glance revealed the overwhelming malevolence that radiated from him. How could such a figure exist within the Yunlan sect? Mu Qingqing muttered to herself, feeling rather bored as she remained hidden. Meanwhile, Wang Luo, controlling Mu Qingqing's body, engaged in an intense battle with the opponent. The adversary manipulated his longsword, channeling dense spiritual energy to conjure countless aggressive swords that surged toward Mu Qingqing, enveloping her entirely. 10,000 swords annihilation. The disciple in the crimson robe bellowed, as his spiritual energy poured into the sword array. After absorbing his energy, the myriad swords began to hum ominously, and in an instant, Mu Qingqing's figure vanished within the formation. 10,000 swords annihilation. Could he be that perverse individual from our Yunlan sect? Other disciples had already ceased their actions, staring blankly at the unfolding scene. For such a level of competition was far beyond their capacity to intervene. "Are you saying he is that person?" Another disciple suddenly realized. If not him, then who else could wield 10,000 swords annihilation? They had not anticipated that this individual held considerable renown within the Yunlan sect. Many had merely heard of him but had never truly encountered him. His cultivation level was not merely comparable to the 3rd or even 4th tier of Qi Wheel realm. Yet why was he present here? No one knew. Boom! Just as the disciples were engrossed in discussion, a resounding explosion abruptly echoed through the air. Enveloped within the array of long swords, Mu Qingqing was suddenly released from the confinement. Emerging unscathed, countless swords, propelled by the explosion, flew outward, striking many unprepared disciples, inflicting considerable injuries upon them. Is this all you can do? If this is truly your full capability, then kneel and offer me 3 respectful bows, and I may consider sparing you." Mu Qingqing hoisted the spirit-slaying staff upon her shoulder, entirely devoid of any semblance of ladylike grace. Upon hearing her words, her opponent was instantly incensed, smoke seeming to billow from their ears as they brandished their sword. Preparing to strike once more if you refuse to yield, then I shall compel you to submit, she declared. This technique is rather ancient. Cough, cough. Merely a recent concoction of mine. Today, I shall use you as my practice. No sooner had Mu Qingqing spoken than her hands formed a seal before her chest, and she directed a small, shimmering silver palm towards her adversary, darting forth with an erratic trajectory. In scarcely a breath. The hand had reached her opponent's forefront. The red-robed disciple hastily raised their sword to parry. The clash between the blade and Mu Qingqing's palm print resulted in a momentary stalemate. Not amusing, not amusing, break. Mu Qingqing extended a finger, gently shaking it, and then parted her delicate lips to utter a single word. Instantly, the red-robed disciple's breath faltered. The spiritual energy sustaining their sword dissipated into nothingness, and the silver palm erupted violently, sending ripples of formidable spiritual energy radiating from its epicenter, immobilizing the disciples who had intended to intervene, causing them to spit blood, while those of weaker cultivation fell into unconsciousness. Chapter 60. A gracious departure. Upon hearing Wang Luo's words, Mu Qingqing's delicate hand, resting against the doorframe, suddenly stilled. "Brother Luo, why is this?" she inquired, her enchanting eyes brimming with curiosity as she mentally reached out to him. "No reason, just trust me and go quickly," Wang Luo urged, an air of determination in his tone. Earlier, he had begun to absorb the energy from the short whip, elevating his own cyclone to the first tier. Coupled with his bond with Mu Qingqing, ascending 2 more levels seemed entirely feasible. Furthermore, he required additional spiritual energy to solidify his current standing. A strong foundation would ensure a smoother path for future advancements. "Oh," Mu Qingqing responded softly, reluctantly taking delicate steps towards the staircase. She felt a certain apprehension, for Wanrong had previously cautioned her to remain on the 3rd level. Ascending higher could pose a threat to her life. Yet, Wang Luo's confidence instilled a sense of assurance in her, causing her to hesitate slightly in her descent. "Do hurry up." Wang Luo seemed to sense her trepidation, his voice echoing with urgency as it reverberated off the spirit-slaying staff. "I know," Mu Qingqing replied, somewhat begrudgingly, as she took a few more tentative steps toward the staircase. Upon reaching the 4th level, she found the corridor nearly devoid of any presence. Perhaps the time she had spent on the 3rd level had allowed others to select their rooms well in advance. After Mu Qingqing circled the entire floor, she found no discomfort and immediately felt at ease. "Luo Gu," she remarked, "it's nearly full. If we wish to cultivate, we must retreat to the lower-level training room." After a quick scan of the wooden sign at the door, she spoke softly. "Then let us go to the advanced training room," Wang Luo exclaimed without a moment's thought. "Luo Gu, that wouldn't be appropriate." "Would it? Our actions now are no different from that red-clad girl's." To her surprise, Mu Qingqing was quite reasonable. "If I say go, then you go. Why all this unnecessary chatter?" Wang Luo replied with a hint of impatience. "What are we here for? If we don't choose a better place to practice, aren't we just wasting time?" Although Mu Qingqing was reluctant, she nonetheless complied with Wang Luo's words and slowly made her way towards the advanced training room. Knock, knock, knock. Standing at the entrance of the advanced training room, Mu Qingqing politely tapped on the door. Wang Luo, filled with fury, wished he could step in for Mu Qingqing and smash the door down to expel the occupant. Bang, bang, bang. This time, Mu Qingqing put all her strength into it. Yet there was still no response from within. "Do you understand?" "Knock the door," Wang Luo exclaimed, anxiously pacing with the spirit-exterminating staff. Hearing his words, Mu Qingqing took a deep breath and began to channel her spiritual energy into her palm. Raising her hand to strike the door, creak, the door was suddenly opened from the inside. Standing there was a seemingly frail scholar with disheveled hair and bleary eyes, who appeared to have just woken up. Stifling a yawn as he opened the door. "What do you want?" His voice carried a hint of languor. "Are you sleeping in the training room?" Mu Qingqing asked curiously, recalling that the disciples had only just entered the training tower. Why was this disciple asleep? "Little sister, are you new here? You should leave quickly." To her surprise, the disciple yawned again and showed no regard for her presence, attempting to shoo her away. "I'm sorry, but I came to claim this advanced training room," Mu Qingqing stated firmly, gripping the spirit-exterminating staff in her hand. "Ha!" The male disciple seemed to find her statement the most amusing joke in the world, letting out a derisive chuckle. Soon, however, his smile faded, replaced by indifference in his ink-black eyes. "I have already told you what I want. If you agree, I might allow you to leave with dignity." Upon hearing Mu Qingqing's words, the man's demeanor shifted dramatically, becoming as cold and sharp as a drawn blade. "You will regret saying such things." Before his words had fully left his lips, the male disciple slowly raised his hand, and Qingqing watched as a surge of rich spiritual energy rapidly gathered in his palm, transforming into a dazzling golden mace. The mace glowed brilliantly, with dense spiritual energy swirling around it. He gripped the mace and slowly lifted it. Boom, boom, boom. Suddenly, the doors of all 4 floors swung open and shut with a resounding bang. The noise echoing in the air was the ruckus caused by Qingqing's earlier door banging that had drawn the attention of the disciples from other rooms, who now peeked out to witness the commotion. However, as soon as this male disciple brandished his long staff, everyone instinctively slammed their doors shut, resulting in the cacophony of sounds. Observing the crowd's reaction, Qingqing wore a puzzled expression, while her opponent merely smirked. Exuding an aura of inscrutable depth that I warned you, you will come to regret the words you just uttered. The long staff in his hand was slowly raised above his head, and a fierce glint flashed in his eyes. With a decisive motion, he swung the staff downwards, and the brilliance of the weapon filled the entirety of the 4th floor. Even before it made contact with the ground, the air was already thick with the oppressive energy emanating from the staff, whipping up a tempest that caused Qingqing's garments to flutter wildly, tightly clinging to her form and accentuating her graceful curves. Yet, no one was inclined to admire Qingqing's figure at that moment. The golden staff was descending with ominous intent, and should it land, it would surely spell her doom. Qingqing was not one to allow such an opportunity to arise. Grasping her spirit-slaying rod, she casually waved it forward, unleashing a torrent of black spiritual energy that surged forth, hurtling towards the golden staff suspended in midair. Boom! The 2 forces collided with tremendous impact, causing the entire 4th floor to tremble violently. As the 2 luminescent forms remained locked in a stalemate high above, Qingqing's expression shifted to one of ease. Get ready, I'm about to unleash my power. Her soft, melodic voice, though pleasing to the ear, drove her opponent into a frenzy. Then, Qingqing began to whirl her cyclone with fervor, channeling the spiritual energy through specific meridians and gradually concentrating it into her palm. Ha! With a spirited shout, a silvery beam shot skyward, swiftly merging with the dark energy in an instant. Crack! The male disciple felt an overwhelming surge of spiritual power suddenly enveloping his golden staff, the force pressing down upon him. The ground beneath his feet fractured instantly, the cracks sprawling outward like a spider's web. Yet, within a breath's time, the ever-expanding fissures were automatically mended by the tower's defense system. The male disciple was filled with dread. Despite exerting his utmost combat prowess, it seemed as though his adversary had merely begun. That he was aware of his own 6th-level cultivation in the Qi Will realm, yet he felt utterly inadequate against her. However, the ordeal was far from over. The black energy beam continued to press down relentlessly, causing the golden staff to rest heavily upon his shoulder. If this continued, his shoulder would surely be rendered useless. All right, I concede. This room is yours, the male disciple shouted through gritted teeth, his voice tinged with desperation. Indeed, he is undoubtedly the most formidable presence among us. If even he were to be defeated, what would become of us? Never mind. Let us focus on our cultivation diligently, lest that little sorceress takes a fancy to our room again. Haha, just you. A mere intermediate training chamber. How could she possibly be interested? Qingqing disregarded these idle remarks entirely. After watching Fan Yang depart, she slammed the door shut with fervor. No, we must ascend another level. Just as Qingqing was about to sit down joyfully to practice, Wang Luo's voice resounded once more. Brother Luo, you must be jesting. We have toiled immensely to reach the 4th level. Why would we ascend further? Sister Yin has warned us that pursuing a higher level of cultivation would endanger us. Qingqing plopped down on the ground, sulking as she pounded her little legs in frustration. Nonsense. Aside from moving your legs, what have you truly accomplished on this journey? Was it not I who faced every battle? Even teaching you to speak required my direct intervention, and now you dare to lament to me. Upon hearing Qingqing's words, Wang Luo was infuriated, his words spewing forth with great indignation as he voiced his grievances with the spirit-slaying staff. Shrinking her neck in response to Wang Luo's furious outburst, Qingqing rose and strode towards the door. Creak! The door swung open, revealing the other disciples in the corridor, engrossed in discussions about the earlier battle. Upon noticing Qingqing's emergence, they all froze, caught off guard. Naturally, Qingqing paid them no heed, grasping the spirit-slaying staff firmly, closing the door behind her, and turning towards the staircase. What? She dares to confront Hong Roland? That is Elder Hong's precious granddaughter. I wonder how she will escape once she exits the tower. The disciples were abuzz with speculation, but Fan Yang, who was about to depart, overheard their conversation as he approached the entrance to the advanced training chamber. Glancing at the disappearing figure of Mu Qingqing on the staircase, and could only manage a wry smile before pushing the door open and stepping inside. Brother Luo, are you certain this is wise? Mu Qingqing, cradling the spirit-slaying staff, gingerly ascended the steps, each footfall feeling as though it bore the weight of 1,000 pounds. Hurry up, stop dawdling. Wang Luo, with his eyes half closed, savored the softness that lay before him, lazily urging her onward. Upon hearing Wang Luo's words, Mu Qingqing gritted her teeth and pressed on. She raised the spirit-slaying staff in front of her, her expression filled with curiosity as she inquired, "What is the purpose of all this? Why, it is all for you." Wang Luo could not help but roll his eyes at the absurdity of it all. For me? Mu Qingqing's beautiful eyes widened, clearly taken aback by Wang Luo's assertion. Indeed, for your cultivation we must find a suitable level, and naturally, we must test each room one by one. How would I know if they are suitable unless you drive them out? Allowing us to give it a try? Is this not for your own benefit? Wang Luo proclaimed, reclining comfortably. Mu Qingqing pondered Wang Luo's words, finding them to possess a semblance of logic, and she could not conjure a suitable rebuttal. Thus, I implore you to hasten your pace, for today we must undoubtedly discover the most suitable location for cultivation that in 10 days' time. You are expected to advance in your rank. How long has it been since you last progressed? Wang Luo urged Mu Qingqing to act swiftly, for this visit is limited to a mere 10 days, and in 20 days, the Sect's grand competition shall commence. It is imperative that Mu Qingqing emerges victorious and successfully ascends to the rank of a direct disciple. Indeed, Mu Qingqing nodded gently, observing that the rooms on the 5th floor appeared fewer than those below, with the advanced training chamber conveniently located at the foot of the staircase. Chapter 62, the 7th floor. Drawing from her previous experience, Mu Qingqing did not wait for Wang Luo to speak. Instead, she channeled her spiritual energy into her palm and forcefully knocked on the door. Bang, bang, bang. The entire door frame trembled under the force of her blows. The door swung open, revealing 2 identical young women. "Step aside," Mu Qingqing declared, pointing her spirit-vanquishing staff towards the duo within. Without exception, she and the 2 engaged in a swift battle once more. After a hard-fought skirmish, Mu Qingqing entered the room with a sense of satisfaction, only for Wang Luo to inform her that this location was unsuitable. Reluctantly, Mu Qingqing exited the advanced training chamber under the watchful eyes of the crowd on the 5th floor and proceeded towards the 6th floor. Thus, under Wang Luo's guidance, Mu Qingqing fought her way to the 7th floor, ultimately discovering a cultivation site that met Wang Luo's approval. Logically, given Mu Qingqing's current level of cultivation, she should not be able to linger long in this area. However, due to her bond with the spirit-vanquishing staff, the energy she could not refine within herself was directly transmuted into the staff, which Wang Luo could then refine and absorb. Consequently, this newcomer to Yunwan's sect, Mu Qingqing, resonated throughout the entire training tower in a single night. After all, the 8th and 9th floors housed no ordinary disciples, meaning Mu Qingqing could be regarded as the foremost practitioner within the training tower. Outside, Wanrong and others remained oblivious to the events occurring within the tower, but in merely 1 day's time, news of the tower's happenings had already reached the outside world. What? Are you saying that Mu Qingqing single-handedly challenged all the advanced training chambers within the tower? Emotion exclaimed in astonishment, gazing at Wanrong seated below. Indeed, Wanrong replied softly, her eyes downcast. Truly, she is no ordinary talent. This child is highly malleable. Emotion smiled slightly, a glimmer of admiration flickering in his eyes. Elder Bai, standing nearby, also expressed great interest, suggesting, "Why not allow me to take Mu Qingqing under my wing? I assure you I will cultivate her into the most outstanding disciple of Yunwan's sect." With a gentle chuckle, Emotion displayed no particular interest in Elder Bai's proposal. Instead, let us wait for the sect competition in half a month's time and observe how she chooses for herself. He remarked with a cryptic smile. Haha. Elder Bai laughed awkwardly, neither affirming nor denying the sect master's words. Meanwhile, the scene within the tower was utterly amusing, as those originally on the 7th floor had chosen to descend to the 6th floor, opting to share the space with them. Due to the limited number of rooms within the tower, the disciples arriving on the 6th floor from the 7th naturally exceeded the available capacity. Initially intending to argue their case, they found themselves compelled to retreat to the 5th floor due to their insufficient cultivation levels. Consequently, this upheaval resulted in overcrowding on the 1st floor. Ultimately, the elder in charge was left with no choice but to open the tower doors and expel over a dozen surplus disciples from the training tower. A most peculiar occurrence in the history of the Yunlan sect. However, Qingqing, who had been seated in the advanced training room on the 7th floor, remained blissfully unaware of these events at that moment. She was wholly engrossed in absorbing the dense spiritual energy within the 7th floor, which, one must admit, was exponentially more abundant than that found outside. Even without actively absorbing it, the rich spiritual essence infiltrated her body through her pores and breath, gradually permeating her meridians. Meanwhile, Wang Luo, contained within the spirit-slaughtering staff, was hastening the refinement of the short whip belonging to Huanggu. If the spiritual energy on the 1st to 3rd floors could be described as concentrated, then that on the 7th floor could undoubtedly be classified as viscous. Indeed, it was palpably thick. The spiritual energy in the advanced training room of the 7th floor was so potent that it could be perceived with the naked eye. Thus, after Qingqing established a specific cultivation seal, the visibly tangible spiritual energy transformed into swirling light blue vortices, gently flowing from her hands into her body. As this energy coursed through her meridians, it descended to her qi sea, where the most refined essence was filtered out and subsequently infused into the spirals of energy. Any useless impurities would then traverse back through her meridians and be expelled from her body. In this manner, Qingqing and Wang Luo sat undeterred in the training tower for a full 7 days. Suddenly, the serene atmosphere of the training room was disrupted by an unusual sound. After this noise, the owner of a snow-white silhouette felt her long eyelashes flutter slightly, followed by a second tremor. Gulu, with the expulsion of a cloud of dark, murky air, Qingqing, who had kept her eyes tightly shut for 7 days, slowly opened them. Her already luminous skin appeared even more radiant and glossy at this moment. "I'm so hungry," Qingqing pouted, rubbing her flat abdomen, unable to suppress a soft murmur. Subsequently, she withdrew from her meditative state and reached into her Qingqing bag, where her hard-earned rations awaited. This was the perfect moment to satiate her hunger. As a spiritual entity, Wang Luo, of course, could not experience hunger. However, Qingqing was different. Enduring 7 days without sustenance was no small feat if her cultivation could directly break through to the 9th rank of the Qi Wheel realm and advance to the Qi Si realm. She could easily go a month without food without feeling famished. Since Wang Luo had absorbed the spiritual energy from the short whip, his cultivation had firmly stabilized at the 1st rank of the Qi spiral realm. Yet, despite his utmost efforts over the following 7 days, he had not been able to breach the barrier he so desired, leaving him somewhat discontented. Qingqing, you only know how to indulge in food. When will you finally break through? Wang Luo had already emerged from his state of cultivation, reclining languidly on the spirit butchering rod, his hands resting behind his head as he languidly inquired out of boredom. Well, I could have broken through long ago, but I have been deliberately restraining the energy within my sea of qi, allowing it to infuse into the cyclone as little as possible. My grandpa once said. To ascend in rank, one must be thoroughly prepared to achieve success in one fell swoop. Chapter 63. Ascension. Suddenly, Wang Luo realized in an instant why, despite being in such a rich environment of spiritual energy for 7 days, he had not even managed to breach the most rudimentary cyclone realm. It turned out that his contract with Qingqing influenced his own progression, as her state would inevitably affect his advancement. All right, Qingqing, stop eating and hasten to cultivate and upgrade. Do not hold back the spiritual energy in your sea of qi. Let it flow directly into the cyclone, he exclaimed in excitement, having discovered the reason behind his stagnation. Why the rush, Luogu? I still have a chicken leg to finish, Qingqing pouted, extending her delicate pink tongue to lightly lick her rosy lips, reluctantly responding. Hurry up, you glutton. All you think about is food. And you're delaying my important matters, Wang Luo shouted in dissatisfaction. Qingqing placed the chicken leg back onto the plate and, retrieving a handkerchief from her spatial bag, meticulously wiped her hands clean. Only then did she rise and sit beside the mat. Qingqing arranged her specific cultivation hand seals. The spiritual energy in the room flowed like tiny rivers, gradually pouring into her body through her gestures. Half an hour later, crack, a faint sound resonated, signaling the imminent breakthrough. The cyclone within Qingqing could no longer withstand the immense influx of pure energy and shattered, transforming into a larger cyclone. Just as Mu Qingqing was about to breathe a sigh of relief, realizing she had finally broken through, she suddenly noticed that there was still a considerable amount of energy in her sea of qi, steadily flowing into the cyclone. Before long, the energy within the cyclone was replenished once more, and it began to expand. Boom. This time, the sound was markedly louder than the last, as Mu Qingqing's cyclone grew over twice its previous size. With a long exhale, Mu Qingqing released a breath of turbid air. Her long eyelashes fluttered slightly, and her beautiful eyes gradually opened that I actually broke through 2 ranks in succession. Mu Qingqing extended her hands, and then lightly clenched them, feeling the power coursing through her palms. Curious to test the differences after her ascension, she directed a surge of spiritual energy towards the wooden chair by the door. Boom! The wooden chair toppled at once, disintegrating into dust mid-air. So hot. Mu Qingqing's delicate hand swiftly withdrew from the spirit-butchering rod. Her fair hand now flushed a fiery red from the heat. As the speed of the spirit-slaying staff's vibrations intensified, the resonating hum it emitted grew ever higher in pitch. Eventually, the staff emanated a layer of dark azure light, and with each vigorous shake, it seemed as though the entire training room trembled in unison. Meanwhile, her right palm gradually transformed into a pristine white, a glimmer reminiscent of the crystalline ice found on snow-capped mountains, swiftly enveloping Mu Qingqing's hand. This technique, known as the ice palm, was taught to her by her granduncle during her childhood as a means to amuse her. It possessed little combat efficacy, serving merely to entertain children by creating blocks of ice. Observing her hand now sparkling with clarity, Mu Qingqing cautiously extended her right hand, intending to retrieve the quivering spirit-slaying staff from the ground. Suddenly, a beam of black light illuminated the entire room, causing Mu Qingqing to instinctively raise her palm to shield her eyes from the blinding radiance. Moments later, the brilliance dissipated as she lowered her hand. It seemed she caught a fleeting glimpse of Wang Luo, clad in black, standing in the room with a triumphant expression directed at her. However, as the intense light vanished entirely, that figure had already disappeared, leaving only the entirely dark spirit-slaying staff quietly suspended in midair. Yet, the faint pressure emanating from it startled Mu Qingqing. "Brother Luo, are you all right?" Mu Qingqing inquired softly, her beautiful eyes wide with concern. "Haha, I am perfectly fine," Wang Luo responded, concealing the fact that he was merely an ordinary spirit at the Cyclone Realm. Instead, laughing heartily to mask his elation at his advancement, Mu Qingqing had just unleashed the spiritual energy that she had suppressed for an entire year, resulting in her directly breaking through 2 ranks to attain the 5th tier of the Cyclone Realm. Consequently, Wang Luo also benefited from her breakthrough, successfully ascending from the 1st to the 3rd tier of the Cyclone Realm. This was indeed monumental news for him, signifying that he had taken a significant step closer to the rebirth of his physical form. You have just leveled up, so you will naturally require more spiritual energy to stabilize your rank. Thus, you must utilize the next 2 days wisely, Wang Luo advised earnestly, adopting the demeanor of a sage while inwardly reveling in his delight. "All right, I shall heed your counsel." Mu Qingqing, relieved that Wang Luo was unharmed, returned to her usual self, happily sitting cross-legged on the mat to continue her cultivation. This venture into the training tower marked a splendid beginning for both Mu Qingqing and Wang Luo. Previously, it would have taken Mu Qingqing several years to reach the 5th tier, even with her aptitude, which would still require a year or 2. Now, her time had been compressed exponentially in this place. "Heavenly Lord, you have finally allowed me, Wang Luo, to glimpse a ray of hope." Wang Luo lay sprawled in the void, his heart brimming with excitement. Outside, Mu Qingqing, with a serious expression, was forming specific hand seals, continuing to absorb the dense spiritual energy within the tower. Chapter 64. The Hidden Hand. After ensuring that everything in the room was in order, she turned and stepped outside. "Why is it so quiet on the 7th floor today? Aren't we supposed to exit the tower?" Mu Qingqing queried, extending her hand to sense the rapidly diminishing spiritual energy within the tower. Her brow furrowed in confusion. Within the training tower, the spiritual energy would invariably diminish sharply by the 10th day, signaling to the disciples cultivating within that their time for practice had come to an end. Upon descending to the 1st floor, they would be called by name in the order of their entry by the head elder of the attendants. Should any disciple attempt to delay their exit from the tower, the elder would personally escort them out. However, Mu Qingqing was blissfully unaware that the 7th floor had been quiet not only today, but had remained devoid of activity for the past 10 days. as all occupants had already migrated to the 6th floor since her arrival. How peculiar, Mu Qingqing murmured, grasping her spirit-slaying staff as she made her way to the staircase. With each passing training room, she noticed the wooden plaques at the entrances were entirely black with starlight, indicating the absence of any practitioners within. After much effort, she finally reached the 1st floor, where a considerable number of disciples had gathered, eagerly awaiting the elders' roll call to commence their departure from the tower. Yet, upon Mu Qingqing's arrival, the previously vibrant atmosphere fell into an eerie silence. Subsequently, all disciples instinctively parted in the middle to create a path for her. Fortunately, having cultivated an aura of aloofness in front of others, Mu Qingqing maintained her composure despite the strange circumstances surrounding her. Nevertheless, her heart trembled with confusion. She could not fathom why her mere choice of a training venue would provoke such a significant reaction. Ignoring the gazes of admiration, envy, and reverence directed her way, she proceeded toward the tower's exit. Yet among these scrutinizing glances, one particular gaze pierced her with discomfort. Not merely jealousy, but tinged with resentment and even malice. Mu Qingqing halted, lifting her eyes towards the source of this unsettling stare. Noticing her pause, all eyes followed her gaze. Huanggu, seeing that Mu Qingqing had not acknowledged her, felt her malice intensify, her hands clenched into fists within her sleeves, nails digging painfully into her flesh without her awareness. "You must be Mu Qingqing?" the elder inquired, holding a ledger in hand, his eyes betraying a subtle hint of admiration. In a world where strength was paramount, the elder appreciated seeing such promising talent rise through the ranks. As Mu Qingqing had ascended from the 3rd to the 7th floor, disciple Mu Qingqing pays her respects to the elder. She replied with evident courtesy, even executing a proper bow befitting a junior. "Very well." The elder extended his hand, marking a line in the ledger from a distance, nodding in satisfaction, his admiration for her growing more pronounced. "Fan Yang," he called out next. The disheveled Fan Yang, upon hearing his name, exhibited no reaction, instead staring blankly at Mu Qingqing, realizing with astonishment that her cultivation level had become inscrutable to him after these 10 days. If one is unable to discern the cultivation level of another, it may be due to 2 reasons. Either the individual in question possesses no discernible rank, rendering them invisible, or their level of cultivation surpasses one's own, thereby obscuring their true capabilities. Presently, it appears that Mu Qingqing distinctly falls into the latter category. If my memory serves me correctly, Mu Qingqing was previously at the 3rd rank of Qi Will Mirror. Yet in merely 10 days, she has seemingly transcended the 4th, 5th, and 6th ranks. Of course, Mu Qingqing did not leap across so many ranks in one fell swoop. However, due to her contract with the Slayer Spirit Staff, Wang Luo's elevation naturally concealed her own rank from these disciples. Nonetheless, a deacon elder, or a practitioner of significantly higher rank, would undoubtedly perceive her true strength at a glance. Fan Yang, the deacon elder, raised his voice considerably. Disciples present, to my astonishment, Huanggu was the 3rd individual to enter this tower. Initially, Mu Qingqing simply failed to notice her. Consequently, the deacon elder proceeded to call the roll of all disciples within the tower. "All right, all 235 disciples are accounted for." After half an hour, the deacon elder closed the roster and declared, "Open the tower." With the elder's commanding shout, the entrance to the training tower gradually swung open. Chapter 65. Exiting the tower. The interior of the tower was devoid of any illumination, yet several night glow devices were installed to provide light. In the pitch darkness, it was somewhat tolerable. However, when a sudden burst of bright light flooded in, Mu Qingqing instinctively raised her hand to shield her eyes. Whoosh! At that precise moment, Mu Qingqing heard a sound slicing through the air behind her, followed by a sharp collision. "Sister Yun," Mu Qingqing exclaimed joyfully as she stepped out of the tower and approached Yun Wanrong. "You little rascal," still as mischievous as ever, Yun Wanrong gently tapped Mu Qingqing's smooth forehead with her slender, jade-like fingers, feigning annoyance. Though Mu Qingqing blinked her large eyes in disbelief, gazing at Yun Wanrong. "Have you already heard about it, Sister Yun? If one wishes to keep a secret, one must not engage in wrongdoing." Yun Wanrong shook her head, chuckling. Mu Qingqing, feeling helpless, playfully stuck out her pink tongue and chose to remain silent beside Yun Wanrong. "All right, you stay here obediently while I attend to matters. Once I'm finished, you can regale me with tales of your glorious exploits within this training tower," Yun Wanrong instructed before joining the ranks responsible for maintaining order. Left standing idly, Mu Qingqing began to glance around at that moment. A chorus of whispers nearby reached her ears. She really Mu Qingqing. Indeed, I heard she single-handedly took on all the advanced training rooms in the tower. Is that true? Even that pair of sister flowers fell to her. Not only those sisters. Even Luo Mo from the 7th level was defeated by her. Upon hearing this disciple's words, the crowd could not help but murmur in astonishment. Clearly aware of Mu Qingqing's burgeoning reputation, even Mu Qingqing, typically composed, felt her cheeks flush a rosy hue upon overhearing the gossip. "What is this? Are you feeling shy?" teased Wang Luo's voice in her mind. Alas, how did it come to this? Mu Qingqing's delicate hands instinctively grasped the hem of her garment. Fidgeting restlessly to outsiders, she appeared somewhat aloof, yet she was certainly not the type to resort to violence at the slightest provocation. Unlike a mischievous little witch, however, given the current circumstances, everyone had already begun to perceive her as that very witch, which left her in a state of discontent. The crowd in the square gradually thinned. The doors of the training tower slowly began to close. Those disciples who lingered outside, unable to enter, could only sigh in regret before departing in groups. Yet, before they left, their glances subtly swept over Mu Qingqing, followed by hushed discussions as they walked away. Noticing the expression on Wanrong's face, Mu Qingqing hurriedly set down her cup and said earnestly, "All right, Qingqing, how could I possibly doubt you? Take a good rest. This time, I must sincerely congratulate you on your promotion." Wanrong stood up, elegantly stretching her limbs, her graceful figure on full display. Indeed, she was a true beauty of the mortal realm. Wang Luo, witnessing Wanrong's form through the slaughtering staff, couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. As his thoughts surged forward, he suddenly sensed the fragile state of his ethereal spirit beginning to falter. Damn it! Wang Luo cursed under his breath, quickly stabilizing his mind. Resolutely reciting the calming incantation, "Thank you, Sister Yin," Mu Qingqing replied with a sweet smile. Wanrong did not linger for long and soon departed from Yuding Pavilion. After bidding farewell to Wanrong, Mu Qingqing collapsed onto her bed and fell into a deep slumber. Having gone 10 days and nights without rest, it was undoubtedly a limit for someone of her cultivation level. Thus, she slept soundly until the sun rose high the next morning, only stirring when her stomach rumbled with hunger. After a quick wash-up, she prepared to venture out in search of Aunt Lu. "Creak, Miss Mu, you're awake." As the door opened, Mu Qingqing was greeted by the sight of Zhao Go, whose face bore a silly grin, standing at the threshold with a food box at his feet. "Zhao Go." Mu Qingqing was somewhat taken aback, not expecting him to wait at her door. "Yes, Miss Mu. I figured you must be hungry, so I prepared some food for you." With that, Zhao Go lifted the food box and presented it to her. "Thank you very much." Mu Qingqing rubbed her flat stomach, not feeling the need for further pleasantries with Zhao Go. "Come on in and tell me what you've been up to these days." She held the food box in her hand, stepping aside to invite Zhao Go inside. "I think I'll pass on entering." Zhao Go instinctively stepped back, his face slightly downcast. "Lift your head," Mu Qingqing commanded with authority. "Miss Mu." Zhao Go seemed to want to say something more, but upon seeing the cold expression on her charming face, he could only comply. As Zhao Go raised his head, Mu Qingqing finally noticed the bruises at the corners of his mouth and eyes, indicating they had been there for some time. "Who did this? Was it that Yu Cheng again?" Mu Qingqing exclaimed in anger. Zhao Go may be considered the first friend Mu Qingqing made upon arriving at Yunlan's sect. Regardless of his thoughts about himself or Wang Luo, Mu Qingqing undoubtedly regards him as one of her own. Now that she has been in the tower for 10 days, it is only natural that she would not stand idly by while someone dares to bully Zhao Go. "It's nothing. I was just careless." Zhao Go managed to muster a faint smile before speaking. "When you speak, just speak. There is no need for so many excuses." Suddenly, both Zhao Go and Mu Qingqing heard a familiar voice, as refreshing as a clear spring on a snowy mountain, invigorating their spirits. "Brother Luo," Mu Qingqing exclaimed in delight, gazing at Wang Luo, who was floating gracefully in mid-air. At that moment, Wang Luo's cultivation had firmly stabilized at the 3rd tier of the Qi cycle realm, allowing him to reveal his true form to others, albeit with a somewhat ethereal appearance. Senior, Zhao Go, unsure of how to address Wang Luo, could only awkwardly call him senior before kneeling down with a thud. "Quickly rise, and tell me who has bullied you. No one dares to mistreat those under my protection, and if someone truly has harmed you, I shall ensure they pay dearly." Wang Luo's garments fluttered without a breeze, and he spoke with an air of authority. "Zhao Go, witnessing Wang Luo's demeanor, felt an overwhelming admiration, revering him as a deity. Actually, they are just petty individuals, Xiaogo replied with a wry smile when Wang Luo inquired. After Mu Qingqing rescued Xiaogo from Yu Cheng's subordinates, Yu Cheng returned with Qian Xiao to trouble Mu Qingqing. Not only did they fail to cause her any distress, but Yu Cheng also sustained injuries and lost his precious life-protecting treasure. Among the miscellaneous disciples, many were Yu Cheng's subordinates, but out of consideration for Mu Qingqing, they refrained from taking any action against Xiaogo in the following days. However, once Mu Qingqing entered the training tower, they sought out Xiaogo, fabricating baseless accusations against him. Xiaogo naturally refused to concede, arguing with them. Yet outnumbered, he ended up in this unfortunate state. Miss Mu, Senior, it wasn't really them beating me. It was merely my own carelessness. Xiaogo's voice dwindled to a whisper, barely audible to himself. What's the matter? Do you realize your words lack conviction? Is that why you seem less assertive? Wang Luo descended from the void and approached Xiaogo, extending a hand to assist him. As Senior, Xiaogo was taken aback by Wang Luo's gesture, feeling both honored and surprised. Remember this, Xiaogo. No matter your status, you are no less than anyone else. Do you understand? How many times must I repeat this? Wang Luo expressed a mix of frustration and determination, aware that expecting immediate change from someone like Xiaogo was unrealistic. Yes, I will remember, Xiaogo replied, lowering his head submissively. Oh dear, you truly have a wooden head. First and foremost, when speaking with others, you must maintain eye contact and engage sincerely, Wang Luo advised. Indeed, lift your head and speak to Brother Luo. Mu Qingqing's enchanting gaze remained fixed upon Wang Luo from beginning to end. Witnessing him reprimanding Xiaogo, she interjected with a supportive remark. Never mind. It's futile to explain. Just lead us to those individuals. Wang Luo shook his head. Given his current predicament, the foremost step was to establish confidence before everyone. Yet, how could he cultivate such assurance with his meager prowess at the first tier of the Qi cycle realm? The answer was singular. Mu Qingqing must take matters into her own hands, administering a minor punishment to bolster his resolve. Very well. Xiaogo offered no retort, obediently rising to his feet and making his way outside, having spent over a decade within the Yunlan sect. He had endured scorn since he became aware of his surroundings. Upon meeting Mu Qingqing, he believed he had finally found a friend after all those years of solitude. However, to his dismay, those around him sought to strip him of even the right to a friend. He lamented his own inadequacy to confront them all, yet he was aware that Mu Qingqing possessed the capability to do so. That he knew that involving a lady in his quest for vengeance would only invite further ridicule upon himself. Yet the desire for retribution burned within him. At that moment, an idea took root in Xiaogo's mind, sprouting vigorously like a weed. This is the place. Not long after, Xiaogo led Mu Qingqing to a location marked as the servants' resting room. All right, wait for me, Mu Qingqing remarked nonchalantly before gently pushing the door open and subsequently closing it behind her. Miss Mu. Xiaogo extended his hand, intending to convey more, yet ultimately fell silent, his hand unconsciously clenching within his sleeve. Who are you, and what do you want? If you do not exit immediately, we shall summon assistance. A cacophony of terrified cries erupted from within moments after Mu Qingqing entered. This was followed by the sounds of heavy objects crashing to the ground and muffled collisions. The room descended into a profound silence. Xiaogo felt beads of perspiration form in his palms, yet Mu Qingqing had not yet emerged. Just as he could no longer restrain himself, and stepped forward to push the door open, it swung open from within. The first to emerge was Mu Qingqing. As Xiaogo leaned in to catch a glimpse inside, she gently pushed him away with a soft gust of her palm, sending him several meters back. Xiaogo, I am truly sorry. It is entirely our fault. Please forgive us. Indeed, Xiaogo, as one of magnanimity, do not hold our transgressions against us. Xiaogo, esteemed sir, all our faults stem from us. Please do not dwell on them. Just as Xiaogo stood there, bewildered, the servants began to lament before him, and soon after, some of them slapped their own faces in remorse. You, please rise, Xiaogo, unaccustomed to such treatment, hurriedly extended his hands to assist them all. Ahem, Mu Qingqing, her expression stern, cleared her throat lightly. Woo-woo, Xiaogo, please forgive us. We are not worthy of being called human. We beseech your pardon. Yes, Xiaogo, our happiness rests solely in your hands. Miss Mu, they all recognize their mistakes. Perhaps we should simply let them go. Zhao said helplessly as he approached Mu Qingqing, pleading for her to spare the group of menial workers. You truly are beyond saving. Mu Qingqing gently shook her head, and with a flick of her wrist, she decided to pardon the menials. They felt as though they had received a great reprieve, scrambling away in an instant. Vanishing without a trace. Chapter 67. Transmission of the Teachings Senior. With that, Zhao knelt once more before Wang Luo. What are you doing? Did you hear what I just said? Wang Luo replied with a mix of anger and disbelief. Astonished that his repeated emphasis on confidence and self-respect seemed utterly lost on Zhao, who had knelt before him at his command. No, Senior, I beseech you to take me as your disciple and teach me your skills. I no longer wish to live as I did before. Zhao spoke with a stubborn expression, his neck craned defiantly. Wang Luo had not anticipated that Zhao would harbor such intentions. However, the prospect of receiving a disciple so soon in this lifetime genuinely surprised him. Yet, observing Zhao unique constitution, he realized that with the right guidance, the young man's future would undoubtedly be boundless. Are you speaking from the heart? Wang Luo inquired with a slight smile, his lips curling in a bemused manner. The sincerity of a disciple is as visible as the heavens. Should there be any deceit in this heart, it would surely invite disaster in due time. Witnessing Wang Luo's demeanor, Zhao suddenly swore an oath to the heavens. Very well. I, Wang Luo, shall trust you. Today I will make an exception and accept you as my disciple. With a flourish of his robe, Wang Luo declared grandly, hands clasped behind his back. Master, please accept my bow. With that, Zhao prostrated himself 3 times before Wang Luo, each bow resounding with conviction. Meanwhile, Mu Qingqing watched in astonishment. Her lips slightly parted, her beautiful eyes reflecting sheer disbelief. This notion had taken root in Zhao mind from the very first moment he encountered Wang Luo. However, knowing his own limitations, he feared that Wang Luo would not accept him, and thus had refrained from voicing his desire. Yet just moments ago, when Wang Luo intended to intervene on his behalf against the menials, the seeds of his longing surged forth like rampant weeds, overwhelming his reason, leaving him with a singular thought. He must become Wang Luo's disciple. To his astonishment, Wang Luo agreed. The 3 resounding bows could scarcely convey the elation swelling within him. Wang Luo was like a reborn parent to him. All right, rise. From this day forth, you, Zhao, shall be my disciple. However, my current identity must remain concealed from the world, so you must exercise utmost caution. Do not let anyone discover my existence. Understood? Wang Luo cautioned, his concern evident. Rest assured, Master, your kindness is akin to that of a reborn parent, and I shall never engage in treachery against you. With that, Zhao knelt once more, wishing to pay his respects to Wang Luo. Enough? Rise, do not kneel so readily. I, Wang Luo, am not fond of such displays. But remember, as my disciple, you must be prepared to endure hardship, for I will create a unique cultivation method tailored to your abilities. Given time, you shall undoubtedly achieve greatness. Wang Luo was filled with confidence. Considering Zhao innate flexibility, it was evident that should he engage in any clandestine dealings in the future, he would undoubtedly wield a most advantageous weapon. However, regarding the set of martial techniques, Wang Luo had discovered an advanced method within a segment of the inheritance upon settling into the 2 Leng Yan. This technique seemed almost tailor-made for someone with Zhao natural pliability. Thank you, Master. I shall exert myself to the utmost to repay your kindness. Zhao had initially intended to kneel and bow deeply to Wang Luo once more, but recalling Wang Luo's words, he ultimately opted for a respectful gesture instead. Now that Zhao had become Wang Luo's disciple, he was no longer considered an outsider, which meant he had gained a loyal companion. Contemplating this, Mu Qingqing couldn't help but smile with satisfaction. Mu Qingqing, what are you grinning about? You were caught in someone's scheme at the entrance of the training tower, and you still have the audacity to smile here? Wang Luo remarked, observing Mu Qingqing's cheerful expression with a slight frown, before suddenly exclaiming in anger, Brother Luo, is this what you mean? Mu Qingqing produced a heart-shaped dart from her Qingqing her astonishment. Upon seeing the dart, Zhao sprang forward. Master, are you suggesting that the owner of this dart ambushed Miss Mu? Do you know them? Mu Qingqing handed the dart to Zhao. This is the exclusive concealed weapon of Huanggu. Zhao voice trembled slightly, for he had heard much about the notorious reputation of Huanggu. Unexpectedly, upon hearing the name, Wang Luo let out a cold laugh. I had contemplated sparing her life within the training tower. Yet it seems she has delivered herself right to my doorstep. Though the tower could have inflicted harm upon her, Wang Luo had chosen to spare her, thinking of their shared lineage. However, the moment she exited the tower, she resorted to treachery. It appeared that the next encounter would require no such considerations. What does Brother Luo mean? Mu Qingqing asked eagerly, her fists clenched in anticipation. There is no rush. Time is on our side. A glint of ruthlessness flashed in Wang Luo's eyes. As the saying goes, if one does not offend me, I shall not offend them. But should they offend me, I shall not hesitate to eradicate them. With this thought, Wang Luo turned to Xiaogo and said, Come here. I shall impart this technique to you. Xiaogo's heart leaped with joy. He had not anticipated that after just becoming a disciple, he would be granted the opportunity to learn a set of techniques. Yet, he soon felt a pang of insecurity about his inadequate cultivation, fearing he might tarnish the honor of the techniques bestowed upon him by his master. Observing his distressed expression, Wang Luo, possessing keen insight, understood his apprehension. Rest assured, if you are diligent, your level of cultivation is of little consequence. The essence of this technique lies primarily in the agility of your movements. Chapter 68. Conditions. The technique Wang Luo was about to impart to Xiaogo was most challenging at its inception. Transforming a normal individual into one with a soft-boned physique would inevitably involve a process of breaking and regenerating bones, repeatedly enduring countless cycles of pain before achieving such a state. The arduous nature of this undertaking is beyond imagination. For an ordinary person lacking perseverance, the mere thought of engaging with this practice would evoke trembling fear, rendering them unable to continue, regardless of how enticing the technique may appear. However, once mastered, this technique would grant the practitioner unparalleled freedom, allowing them to traverse anywhere as if stepping into an uninhabited realm. Wang Luo understood that the memories and legacies contained within the spirit-slaying staff were all of the highest caliber. Thus, he entrusted this set of techniques to Xiaogo, for only he possessed the potential to evolve these methods to their utmost pinnacle. After imparting the techniques, Wang Luo, depleted of energy, could only temporarily retreat into the spirit-slaying staff. Following his heartfelt gratitude, Xiaogo departed, for he had acquired a new art, akin to receiving a new lease on life, and naturally sought a place to diligently study. As Xiaogo left, Mu Qingqing, having finished her breakfast, meandered through the Yunlan sect. Eventually, she arrived at the bounty pavilion within the sect, among the disciples of Xuanhuan sect. Aside from their cultivation, many frequented this bounty pavilion in search of tasks, with the nature and scale of the tasks directly corresponding to the rewards offered, should fortune favor them and they complete a high-tier task. The rewards could include a volume of advanced techniques, copious amounts of gold, medicinal pills, or even high-grade herbs and formation diagrams. Regardless of the type, each was exceedingly precious, yet the effort required was by no means trivial. Stepping into the bounty pavilion, the previously bustling crowd fell into a hushed silence upon Mu Qingqing's arrival. Unperturbed, she approached the task platform to examine the details of various assignments. Heavenly tier task, reward for the completion of a fire array manual or a Tianqin pill. With the task stipulating, hunt a 5th tier fire elemental beast. 5th tier beast, Mu Qingqing rapidly calculated in her mind. A 5th tier beast would require a human cultivator at least at the 7th rank of Qi Wheel realm for an equivalent challenge. Moreover, considering the formidable defensive capabilities of the beast, it could easily contend with practitioners at the 8th or even 9th rank of the Qi Wheel realm. Indeed, this was a heavenly tier task. Mu Qingqing couldn't help but pout, sighing in resignation. Beneath the heavenly tier, she noticed an earthly tier task, an earthly tier rank 1 task. A glimmer of doubt flickered in her beautiful eyes as she continued to scan downwards. Earthly tier rank 3. Earthly tier rank 4. Further down were the human tier tasks, which were relatively abundant, numbering around 20. Each of these tasks was inscribed with spiritual energy onto a panel of azure jade. Occasionally, a task would emit a faint glow before vanishing, only to be replaced by a new one. Ignoring the other patrons, Mu Qingqing hastily approached the elder attendant at the entrance, first bowing respectfully before inquiring, "Esteemed elder, how might I accept the rank 1 human tier task?" The elder, who had been dozing in his chair, lifted his head upon hearing her question and gestured outward with a finger, stating, "That task was just taken by someone," without heeding Mu Qingqing's astonished expression. He closed his eyes once more, returning to his reverie. "Excuse me, senior brother, please wait." Mu Qingqing quickly called out as she sprinted towards the figure exiting the bounty pavilion. However, the distance was too great, and with no other option, she hastily employed her agility to pursue him. Just as she closed the gap to within a foot, the individual abruptly turned, striking out with a palm, unleashing a golden streak that surged directly towards Mu Qingqing. Realizing the imminent danger, she swiftly halted her movement, raising the spirit-slaying staff overhead. Bang! A resounding explosion erupted, as the strike unleashed by that individual was met head-on by Mu Qingqing's staff, scattering it in all directions. A wave of energy radiated outward from the center of the spirit-slaying staff, instantly expanding into the surrounding area. Even the minute particles of soil on the ground seemed to be upheaved, stretching far into the distance, causing the surroundings to become momentarily obscured. "Senior brother, please do not misunderstand," Mu Qingqing hastily exclaimed, fearing another attack from her opponent. "Are you Mu Qingqing?" Though the dust had yet to fully settle, Mu Qingqing's visage remained unrecognizable to her adversary, who, however, appeared to have already identified her. "Yes, I am indeed Mu Qingqing." Since her identity had been acknowledged, Mu Qingqing saw no reason to hide, and thus confidently affirmed her name. Although she herself could not fathom the reason behind it, this feeling was undeniably peculiar, one she had never experienced before. "I wonder if senior brother Fan could relinquish this task to me?" Mu Qingqing stood 3 feet before Fan Yang, her eyes sparkling as she spoke. "Why do you desire this task?" Fan Yang, intrigued by Mu Qingqing's request, inquired. The daily issuance of tasks at the human tier was quite abundant, and he had accepted this particular task due to its proximity and convenience. Yet, what could be the motivation behind Mu Qingqing's interest? "There are certain reasons I cannot disclose, but I assure you, I harbor no ill intent. Moreover, if you were to transfer this task to me, I would be willing to offer you the reward." Mu Qingqing presented her terms. Naturally, such an offer would appeal to anyone, as the effort behind issuing a task was primarily for the sake of its reward. If one could obtain it without exertion, it would indeed be the most lucrative of transactions. Regrettably, the individual she encountered was Fan Yang, a person who defied conventional reasoning. Had Mu Qingqing merely sought the task, it was highly likely Fan Yang would acquiesce, yet she insisted on relinquishing the reward. What, then, was her true purpose for pursuing this task? Chapter 69. Accepting the task. Those who knew Fan Yang would understand that, despite his disheveled appearance, his intellect was anything but unkempt. Furthermore, he possessed an insatiable curiosity. Had he lived in an era prior to Wang Luo's rebirth, he would undoubtedly have been a straightforward, somewhat awkward science student. In this life, while not a science student, his degree of stubbornness was certainly on par with those of such individuals. Why? Fan Yang stood firm, his expression inscrutable, yet his bright eyes were fixed intently on Mu Qingqing, determined to uncover the truth behind her motives. Hearing his question, Mu Qingqing inwardly cursed him 100 times. She had articulated her intentions clearly, even offering him the reward. Yet he persisted in probing for further clarification. Mu Qingqing raised her gaze, observing that no other disciples were passing by, and this secluded path offered an ideal opportunity for a swift acquisition. "If you refuse to speak, then I shall take my leave." Noticing the fluctuating emotions on Mu Qingqing's delicate face, Fan Yang instinctively took a couple of steps back. The experiences within the training tower still haunted him, and until he was certain of his safety, he would not willingly place himself in peril. That he had already begun contemplating which route would ensure his safe departure. "Alas, I say." Mu Qingqing watched as Fan Yang retreated, helplessly calling out, all right, I will tell you. The reason I want that task is that I know the 3rd-tier white demon ape is guarding an extreme yang herb, which is essential for treating my gray tunkle's peculiar illness. It must be used as the medicinal guide. As a dutiful daughter, I naturally wish to fulfill my filial duties. As she spoke, Mu Qingqing's voice faltered, overwhelmed with emotion. So it was the honest Fan Yang, having fallen for Mu Qingqing's ploy, promptly retrieved a white jade token from his Qingqing bag that he extended his hand, erasing the mark he had left on the token, and then presented it to Mu Qingqing. By infusing your spiritual power into this token, the task will henceforth belong to you. Fan Yang's gaze lifted slightly, observing the charming visage of Mu Qingqing, before he continued to explain. "Then allow me to express my gratitude on behalf of my great uncle." Mu Qingqing performed a graceful bow, startling Fan Yang, who quickly reached out to support her. The moment his hand made contact with her arm, it felt as though an electric current surged through him, coursing down from his hands into his body, ultimately reaching his heart. Beneath Fanyang's gaze, only Mu Qingqing's figure remained. Hastily, Mu Qingqing retreated to a secluded spot, carefully retrieving the jade token. She began to infuse her spiritual energy into it through her palms. Suddenly, two luminous points appeared on the token, one green and one red. Oh, what do these two luminous points signify? Mu Qingqing mused, pacing back and forth. She soon realized that the green point moved in tandem with her own movements. Could it be that this represents me, while that one signifies. Of course, it represents the third-tier white demon ape. Before she could finish her thought, Wang Luo's voice echoed in her mind. Indeed, the intricacies of the world are remarkable. Upon descending the mountain, Mu Qingqing encountered Lu Run guarding the Sect gate. However, upon seeing her, his eyes were filled with averted glances. Holding her spirit-slaying staff, Mu Qingqing chose to ignore him and continued her descent. The path down was far easier than the ascent. Within less than an hour, she reached the foot of the mountain, not far from the cave where she had first discovered the white demon ape. Thus, she concealed her presence and quietly approached that direction. A sudden beastly roar echoed from nearby, causing Mu Qingqing to momentarily falter, and she instinctively placed her delicate hand against her chest, exercising caution. She noted that the white demon ape appeared to be engaged in a struggle with another beast. Wang Luo extended his spiritual sense, detecting the source of the roared it was two magical beasts, one being the white demon ape she had encountered earlier, while the other remained obscured, shrouded in flames. Do not worry. With a gentle smile, Mu Qingqing executed her agility to perfection. From a distance, one could barely discern a fleeting white shadow. Only the continuously trembling leaves bore witness to the presence of someone who had once lingered here. Before long, Mu Qingqing found herself positioned not far from the source of the beastly roar. Raising her gaze, she finally saw that the white demon ape was locked in confrontation with a fire elemental beast, known for its fiery breath and an insatiable curiosity towards the extreme yang essence. It was likely drawn here by the allure of the extreme yang grass nestled within the white demon ape's lair. Observing that both magical beasts were captivated by each other, and with her own distance from the white demon ape's cave merely a few paces, she realized that should she harness her skills to the utmost, infiltrating the cave would be a matter of mere moments. Without a second thought, she resolved to enter the cave, vowing that this time, she would not allow for any missteps. Chapter 70. Stealing. Though this place lay at the foot of the Yunlan sect, the magical beasts had never been deliberately eradicated by the sect, thus granting them a certain degree of breathing space. Within this mountain range alone, there were no fewer than 5 magical beasts of 3rd rank or higher, and they typically maintained a peaceful coexistence. Who could have anticipated that a fire elemental beast would arrive? Drawn by the scent of the extreme yang light emanating from the cave, reluctantly, the white demon ape had to take action to drive away the fire elemental beast. At that moment, both parties were intensely focused on one another, neither daring to act rashly, for often the outcome hinged on a single thought. Roaring, the fire elemental beast let out a long cry. Its meaning unmistakable. The white demon ape was to relinquish the extreme yang grass, or it would depart. Though neither beast was of a high rank, their intelligence was considerable, limited only by their inability to speak human language. Subsequently, the white demon ape pounded its chest with its arms, producing a resounding thud, adamantly refusing to part with the extreme yang grass. Yet, its fury was unmasked. That grass was its possession, and it had no intention of yielding it to this fire-breathing creature. Then, with a powerful lift of its palms, a surge of formidable spiritual energy swiftly coalesced. In that fleeting moment of convergence, the white demon ape hurled its palms towards the fire elemental beast with great force, unleashing a wave of pale blue energy that soared through the air, hurtling towards the fire elemental beast. Where the energy passed, chaos ensued. In an instant, the pale blue spiritual force reached above the fire elemental beast's head. A glint of mockery flickered in the fire elemental beast's eyes as the flames engulfing its body transformed into a fiery line, charging towards the blue spiritual energy in midair. Boom! The clash of blue and red energies collided violently. The entire mountain range trembled from the force of this intense impact, creating a sensation akin to the very earth quaking. However, the fire elemental beast seemed unwilling to grant the white demon ape any opportunity. In the blink of an eye, another crimson energy fireball erupted from its massive mouth. Unfortunately, the temperature of that fireball was extraordinarily high, and wherever it traveled, it transformed the surroundings into a sea of flames. A flicker of terror flashed in the white demon ape's eyes, but it quickly regained its composure. Its twin arms incessantly pounded its chest, while its body grew at a visibly astonishing rate. In the blink of an eye, it had doubled in size, rendering the previously colossal fireball seemingly diminutive in comparison. With a resounding breath, the white magic ape opened its mouth and exhaled a stream of spiritual energy, which surged with the wind, ultimately forming a balloon-like energy shield that enveloped the immense fireball within. Boom! A thunderous sound erupted as the fireball detonated within the transparent energy shield, scattering its remnants in all directions, while the shield itself shattered into countless fragments, dissipating into the AI in mere moments. The surroundings of both beasts had transformed into a chaotic scene, with the most alarming sight being the encroaching sea of flames around them. Although the fire elemental beast could breathe fire, it did not imply an immunity to flames. Upon witnessing the inferno surrounding it, its form instinctively recoiled. Roar! Observing its movements, the white magic ape realized that the fire elemental beast had developed a desire to retreat. Yet it was determined to eliminate any potential threats. With its towering stature, it charged forward several paces, causing the entire mountain range to tremble. Bang! The collision between the two beasts reverberated like thunder. The fire elemental beast's body was sent careening backward like a kite severed from its string, crashing through 5 or 6 large trees before finally landing, only to violently spew forth a mouthful of blood. Its vigor swiftly waning. The white magic ape had severely wounded the fire elemental beast, yet it too was far from unscathed. The impact left its own form swaying precariously, nearly toppling over. Gradually, it began to shrink back to its original size. Nevertheless, it dared not depart, fixating its gaze on the distant fire elemental beast, knowing that only when it retreated could the white magic ape feel secure in its own escape. Meanwhile, Qingqing's figure had already darted into the cave, delving deep within to seek her treasure. The cacophony outside was considerable, causing the cave to tremble precariously, making it evident that the clash between the two beasts was intensely fierce. Thus, Qingqing boldly ventured into the cave to pilfer the coveted extreme yang grass. Soon, she arrived at the depths of the cave, where a faint red glow stood out conspicuously. Qingqing's heart raced at the sight, and she dashed forward. There, nestled between the rocks, was a vibrant red extreme yang grass, quietly flourishing. Merely approaching it, she could feel the subtle warmth emanating from it. Extreme yang grass, I have finally found you, Qingqing exclaimed softly with joy. She then extended her hand, eager to pluck the precious herb. Clang! The sound of metal clashing rang out as Qingqing deflected a deadly strike with her spirit-slaying staff. In that instant, she swiftly evaded her original position, while an energy beam shot directly toward the extreme yang grass. No, Qingqing cried out, realizing that if the extreme yang grass were to be destroyed, the entire purpose of her descent would be rendered meaningless. Boom! With a deafening explosion, the energy beam detonated just a hair's breadth from the extreme yang grass. What is this? A barrier? Qingqing could hardly believe her eyes. A brilliant beam of light illuminated the entire cave, casting a glow upon her astonished visage. However, since she had ventured into the territory of the white demon ape to pilfer its treasures, she was undoubtedly well prepared, and surrendering so easily was out of the question. Thus, as the white demon ape charged into the cave, Qingqing's gaze swiftly swept across the surroundings. Something was amiss. She found it peculiar that, if her memory served her correctly, the ape should have birthed offspring 20 days prior. Why, then, was there no sign of the little white demon ape within this cavern? This thought barely flickered through her mind when she suddenly sensed a powerful gust of wind sweep past her from behind. Chapter 71. In hand reacting to the rush of wind, Qingqing swiftly turned her head, only to be met with a pair of blood-red eyes glaring at her from a mere half-jong away. The owner of those eyes was filled with fury, its nostrils flaring as it exhaled icy white vapor. This human woman was utterly despicable, while it was occupied battling the fire elemental beast outside. She had audaciously sneaked in to steal the precious sun grass that it had diligently guarded. Such an offense was unforgivable. With a thunderous roar, the white demon ape's cry reverberated through the cave, causing stones to dislodge and tumble down. Qingqing was oblivious to the imminent danger of the cave collapsing and burying her alive. Realizing this, she pressed herself tightly against the rocky wall, enduring the sharp edges digging into her back, too fearful to shift an inch. Bang! The white demon ape raised its massive arm and struck toward Qingqing in a fit of rage. It was determined to demonstrate to all, be they human or beast, that attempting to steal from the white demon ape would only result in a brutal demise. Yet, as the ape's furious assault approached, Qingqing remained motionless, pressed against the wall. The moment that colossal hand was almost upon her, she sprang into action, grasping her spirit-slaying staff, which was infused with potent energy. She struck with swiftness. Boom! The white demon ape merely registered a flash of black before experiencing a sharp pain at the crown of its head. The formidable energy it had unleashed was deftly evaded by Qingqing, crashing instead into the stone wall behind her, causing it to fracture and the entire cave to tremble precariously, while Qingqing continued to evade the white demon ape's onslaught. Her keen eyes remained fixed on the precious sun grass not far away. Bang! The ground shook once more, and Qingqing realized that if she did not escape soon, she might indeed be buried alive. At last, while dodging the relentless attacks, she reached the base of the coveted sun grass, and with a surge of concentrated spiritual energy amassed in her palm, she unleashed it with fervor. Sizzle! The barriers surrounding the sun grass shattered under her assault. Seeing this, the white demon ape became even more frenzied, unleashing a torrent of energy with the intent to destroy the sun grass. Even if it could not possess it, it would be damned if it allowed this cunning woman to succeed. Bang! In the blink of an eye, Qingqing's figure stirred slightly, and with a fleeting flash of white light, the extreme yang grass had vanished from its original spot. However, upon her delicate hand, as pure as jade, a vivid crimson stain had already manifested in the recent struggle against the white demonic ape. She had been grazed by its energy beam, and the bright red blood dripped slowly down her fair palm. Yet, she had no time to attend to her wound, for the white demonic ape's attacks were relentless, and she needed to find something to contain the extreme yang grass. Bang! Another powerful surge of energy hurtled towards Qingqing. Clutching a box she had retrieved from her space, she looked up only to find the energy nearly upon her, with no escape in sight. Instinctively, she closed her eyes. In that moment, she felt a strong wind sweep past her, and her body was lifted by someone, narrowly evading the white demonic ape's fierce strike. The energy collided violently with the already precarious mountainside. Gidge! Qingqing's lips parted in astonishment as she gazed at the man before her. Surprised that he had come to her aid at such a critical juncture, her heart raced uncontrollably. Crack! A subtle sound of shattering interrupted the moment. To her surprise, as she instinctively pushed away, she realized she was still cradled in Wang Luo's embrace, causing her cheeks to flush a deep crimson. Clatter! As fragments of rock tumbled down. Just as Qingqing was overwhelmed by shyness, the crumbling wall unexpectedly collapsed, revealing a massive opening. Roar! The white demonic ape, witnessing its attack thwarted and the entrance to its secret lair at risk of exposure, began to roar in fury, pounding its chest with a resounding thud. It seemed the white demonic ape harbored secrets worth investigating. Wang Luo raised an eyebrow, making a swift decision, and naturally took Qingqing's small hand as they leapt into the opening. Without uttering a word, he retrieved a healing potion from her Xuanhuan bag and, pulling her hand gently, applied the liquid with care. His tone was stern as he remarked, "Your skills are lacking, yet you always seek to show off. If your hand breaks next time, you shall no longer be able to snatch any extreme yang grass." As the two tended to their injuries, the white demonic ape was now perilously close, raising its massive palm to strike at them. Chapter 72. Gathering Herbs. The white demonic ape, realizing its secret lair was on the brink of discovery, pursued them with all its might, catching them mid-treatment. Without hesitation, it raised its palm and unleashed an energy beam, aiming to obstruct their progress. It seems you must not be spared. Wang Luo gently set Qingqing's injured hand down. His eyes grew cold and silent, and then he transformed into a beam of light, merging into the spirit-slaying staff. The staff surged into the air the moment Wang Luo entered it, colliding fiercely with the energy beam. Boom! A thunderous sound erupted, shaking the very heavens and earth. As the white demon ape engaged in battle with the fire elemental beast, it had already sustained considerable internal injuries and was now at the end of its strength. Previously, within the confines of the cave, it had expended a significant amount of its vitality. Now, under the forceful strike from Wang Luo, it unexpectedly suffered a backlash from its own energy, causing a tumultuous surge of blood and qi within its chest. Resulting in a sudden and violent expulsion of blood, Its breath immediately became labored and weak. With a heart set on killing, Wang Luo had no intention of sparing the white demon ape. The black energy swirling rapidly around the soul-devouring rod exuded a menacing aura that even the distant white demon ape could sense as an unprecedented oppressive force. Then, the soul-devouring rod surged towards the demon ape with great ferocity. Don't! Upon witnessing this, Qingqing covered her rosy little mouth in shock. The white demon ape's knees buckled, causing it to kneel in submission. The soul-devouring rod came to an abrupt halt mid-air, as Wang Luo was oblivious to the foolish exclamations of Qingqing. "Gij Luo, please don't kill it. It is a mother." Qingqing's eyes glistened with unshed tears as she pointed towards a small white figure not far away, speaking softly. The white demon ape seemed to understand her words and crawled over to the small demon ape, embracing it tightly in its arms. "Gij Luo, could you please refrain from killing it? That little demon ape is pitiable without its mother." Qingqing appeared to recall her own origins, her beautiful eyes already brimming with tears. "Then take your child and leave quickly." The black soul-devouring rod hovered ominously in the air, emanating a pressure that caused even the third-grade white demon ape to tremble. Upon hearing Wang Luo's command, the demon ape swiftly clutched the small demon ape and retreated. "Thank you, Gij Luo." The soul-devouring rod gradually descended from the air, ultimately resting in Qingqing's hands. She joyfully embraced the rod, exclaiming with delight. Feeling the softness against his chest, Wang Luo sighed inwardly, then let it be. With the white demon ape having departed, Qingqing naturally sought to uncover its secrets within its lair. If there were no treasures to be found, it would not have constructed its dwelling so discreetly. With this thought, Qingqing grasped the soul-devouring rod and ventured deeper into the cave. The cavern was unexpectedly extensive, had it not been for the luminous nightstone in her possession. Illuminating the dark surroundings, she would have never been able to traverse such a distance. Could it be that this place was not built by the white demon ape, but rather formed naturally? The further she advanced, the more peculiar she found it. It was unlikely that the white demon ape alone could have constructed such a vast underground network. Yet, it was also possible that it had followed them not in search of treasure, but rather for its offspring. Wang Luo, resting his chin on one hand while wielding the soul-devouring rod, contemplated along the lines of Qingqing's reasoning. The entire cavern was exceedingly quiet, with only the sound of Qingqing's footsteps echoing clearly upon the stone pathway. "Gij Luo, there is light ahead." After nearly half an hour of walking through the cave, Qingqing finally spotted a glimmer of light, her delicate face alight with surprise and joy in that moment. She quickened her pace, racing toward the source of illumination. Once again, half an hour had elapsed, and Qingqing finally discerned the source of the radiant light. Initially, she presumed that the illumination emanated from the cave's entrance to the outside world. But upon approaching, she discovered that it was, in fact, a colossal luminous pearl radiating its brilliance. Beneath this pearl lay an array of precious medicinal herbs, each one worth a fortune of no less than 1,000,000 gold coins if sold outside. "Luoge, we have struck gold this time," Qingqing exclaimed joyfully, clapping her small hands as she gazed at the vibrant array of herbs before her. Wang Luo, equally elated, noted that among the herbs, 2 were essential for his future physical rebirth, prompting him to instruct Qingqing to harvest every single plant without exception. Engrossed in her task, Qingqing failed to notice a subtle movement beneath the earth, gradually giving rise to a mound of soil. "Be careful, Qingqing," Wang Luo called out urgently, sensing the impending danger through the spiritual energy within his weapon. In an instant, the light emitted by the luminous pearl was obscured by an unknown entity, vanishing completely. Hurriedly, Qingqing retrieved a piece of night-glow stone from her Xuanhuan pouch and focused her gaze ahead, her breath hitching as she beheld a massive black python stretching several yards in length. Its dark scales shimmered with a bluish-gray hue under the stone's illumination. At that moment, the creature was not coiled upon the ground but stood upright like a human, its immense form blocking the luminous pearl from casting any light. The python hissed, flicking its crimson tongue and regarding the diminutive Qingqing with an expression of indifference, seemingly unfazed that such a secluded place had been discovered. It appeared that the white demon monkey had been vanquished by her. "Qingqing, this is truly a treasure." Wang Luo's excited voice suddenly resonated within her mind. "What?" Qingqing was puzzled, remaining on guard as she eyed the towering python, while simultaneously communicating with Wang Luo through her thoughts. "Listen carefully, Qingqing. No matter what methods we must employ, we must eliminate this python. It is no ordinary serpent. It is a python on the verge of transformation into a jiao, Wang Luo explained, suppressing his inner excitement. A python transforming into a jiao, Qingqing was still somewhat bewildered. Since ancient times, it has been said that pythons transform into jiao, and jiao into dragons. For a python to ascend to dragonhood, it must first undergo the transformation into a jiao. However, this metamorphosis is invariably accompanied by the thunderous tribulations of heaven, suggesting that this prime location is indeed the python's chosen ground for its transformation. Upon hearing Wang Luo's elucidation, Qingqing focused intently once more, noticing that two small horns seemed to be sprouting from the top of the python's head. Yet, at this stage, they could hardly be regarded as true horns. Merely protrusions at best. If you can slay it and extract its inner core, refining it will undoubtedly cause your cultivation to soar, Wang Luo declared with pride, emphasizing that such a rare opportunity was not something everyone could encounter. But what if I'm afraid? Qingqing was undoubtedly apprehensive about whether she could match the formidable creature. A single misstep could lead to her irrevocable demise. Fear not, for I am here, even if it costs me dearly. It shall be worth the effort, Wang Luo declared, his voice heavy with resolve. He was acutely aware that this gigantic python, poised to transform into a flood dragon, possessed at least the prowess of a fifth-tier magical beast. However, due to its impending metamorphosis, it was constrained in the use of its energy, for unleashing too much might prematurely summon heavenly retribution. It dared not take such risks. Upon hearing his words, Qingqing's delicate face paled slightly as she nodded in agreement. Yet, before she could fully comprehend the situation, the massive python lunged towards her with the swiftness of an arrow released from a bowstring. Remarkably, it utilized no energy in this assault, relying solely on its raw physical strength, which could easily reduce Qingqing to a mere puddle of flesh. With a thunderous crash, the colossal body descended in an instant. Had she not reacted with lightning speed, she would have undoubtedly found herself crushed beneath the weight of the serpent, reduced to fertilizer for the surrounding herbs. Nevertheless, the force generated by the python still sent waves of energy surging through Qingqing's abdomen, threatening to render her unconscious had she not recently enhanced her physical capabilities within the training tower. The python, realizing its strike had failed, seethed with fury, its anger palpable as it lashed its massive tail and charged at Qingqing once more. The shifting form of the serpent caused the luminous pearl embedded in the cave ceiling to emit a faint glow, illuminating the subterranean space. This time, Qingqing observed clearly as the python's tail began sprouting enormous dragon scales that in a flash of darkness. The dragon tail was already upon her. Brother Luo. Together, Qingqing cried out. Her countenance resolute, she raised the spirit-slaying staff high, channeling every ounce of energy within her into the weapon. Simultaneously, Wang Luo, encased within the staff, unleashed a formidable aura, merging their powers into one, causing an immediate surge in pressure. Faced with the combined might of Wang Luo and Qingqing, the python squinted its lantern-like eyes, a flicker of astonishment crossing its gaze that it had not anticipated that such an insignificant human would wield such formidable spiritual energy. Yet, regardless of the circumstances, it vowed not to allow the two to escape unscathed, for their disturbance of its tranquil cultivation would lead to their inevitable demise, the moment the python's tail collided with the spirit-slaying staff. A resounding clash echoed, resembling the sound of metal striking metal. The violent energy radiated outward, causing the entire cave to tremble, as if on the verge of collapse. Qingqing struggled to suppress the metallic taste of blood rising in her throat. The tremendous impact had torn her palms, crimson droplets cascading down to the ground. Back in the Cangyan kingdom, she had faced perilous encounters with second-tier magical beasts to earn money for her grandfather. And though the dangers she faced now were reminiscent of those past trials, this latest confrontation did little to quell her rising anxiety. At that moment, the colossal python was not faring much better than Qingqing. Fearing the impending wrath of heavenly thunder, it was compelled to suppress the surge of its physical and spiritual energy. The earlier encounter had already inflicted considerable injury upon it, leaving its entire tail nearly immobile. If its calculations were accurate, it feared that the bones in its tail might have even fractured. A fierce roar erupted, reverberating through the subterranean space, as the giant serpent raised its head defiantly and charged towards Qingqing with unbridled fury. Qingqing, Wang Luo bellowed, realizing that she stood motionless, as if in a stupor, gazing blankly at the python, which was poised to strike her from above. Suddenly, as the enormous head of the serpent loomed before her, Mu Qingqing wore a peculiar smile. With a sudden burst of energy, she leapt high into the air, confronting the python's descent. The python merely perceived a flash of white before Mu Qingqing, akin to a celestial being, darted past its gaze. However, in the next heartbeat, the python was seized by a profound pain in its eye. In her grasp was the claw she had earlier pried from the body of the Chilean ground rat. Its sharpest point now deeply embedded in the serpent's left eye. The disparity between herself and the python was akin to that of an ant against a human, with almost no hope of victory. And yet this vulnerable spot was the only weakness she could exploit. Thus, she had taken the risk to strike with all her might at the very moment the python was about to crush her. In agony, the python thrashed its massive body, attempting to dislodge Mu Qingqing. Yet, to its astonishment, not only did she remain steadfast, but she also harnessed its own forceful movements. Twisting her wrist once more, the claw wreaked havoc within its eye socket. At this moment, the pristine fabric of Mu Qingqing's dress was stained, rendering it indistinguishable whether the blood splattered upon it was that of the python or her own, a spectacular array of crimson resembling blooming plum blossoms. Strikingly vivid against the white, above the python's eye socket, a sharp spike protruded, upon which rested Mu Qingqing, clad in her snow-white attire. Her previously serene countenance now bore an added layer of resilience. Mu Qingqing, be careful. Wang Luo's heart twisted painfully as he beheld her once flawless visage now marred by blood and dust. Then, seizing control of the spirit-slaying staff, he propelled it forth from Mu Qingqing's spatial pouch. Aiming directly for the python's other at that moment, the python was entirely focused on Mu Qingqing, oblivious to the approaching spirit-slaying staff, which resembled a dark, malevolent dragon, swirling with dense black energy and roaring as it advanced towards it. Boom! Just as this transpired, Mu Qingqing, utterly drained of strength, was violently flung to the ground by the python. Chapter 74. The Heavenly Thunder Tribulation. Crashing to the ground, Mu Qingqing rolled several times before coming to a halt. Her appearance disheveled and hair strewn about, reminiscent of a beggar from a distance. Yet, the one aspect that remained unchanged was the clarity of her eyes. Gasping for breath, she realized that she had expended a significant amount of energy. Had she not held on with sheer will, she would have been cast away by the python long before, and how could she have possibly dealt such a grievous blow to it otherwise? Meanwhile, one end of the butcher's staff struck the other eye of the colossal python, producing a sound that sent shivers down one's spine. In mere moments, the giant serpent was rendered completely blind, unable to fathom such a fate. Overwhelmed by excruciating pain and an all-consuming rage, it was determined to eliminate the insignificant Mu Qingqing, whom it regarded as nothing more than an ant. With a thunderous roar, the python reared its head skyward, unleashing a vibrant beam of energy from its maw, trailing a long, luminous tail as it surged toward the cavern's interior. Blinded and unable to see, it resolved to collapse the cave. Burying her within, the walls of the cavern reverberated with a tremendous rumble as they were struck by the energy, causing rocks to tumble to the ground in an instant, and the entire cave began to shake violently. At this moment, countless fragments of stone cascaded down upon the python's massive form, yet its formidable physique, coupled with its robust scales, mitigated any serious injury. However, its dragon-like visage was indeed a fearsome sight, marred by a grotesque amalgamation of flesh and dust, exuding a menacing aura. Clang! The sound of heavy objects crashing to the ground echoed, prompting Mu Qingqing to perceive that the cave had suddenly become much brighter. Upon closer inspection, she realized that the luminous pearl suspended in midair had also suffered damage, plummeting downwards. Following its descent, numerous stones behind it also cascaded down, creating an opening the size of a basketball, through which sunlight streamed, illuminating the cavern. This light fell directly upon a patch of exquisite medicinal herbs. Sizzle! As the herbs were bathed in sunlight, they instantly turned to ashes. Alas, Mu Qingqing lamented, recognizing that a third of the herbs remained unharvested. Filling her with regret, thunder rumbled ominously, and the once sunny entrance to the cave was suddenly shrouded in dark clouds, accompanied by intermittent roars. Heaven is truly aiding me. Mu Qingqing, quickly find a place to hide. Soon, we shall await the acquisition of that giant python's inner den. A voice, tinged with excitement, resonated within her mind. Mu Qingqing remained silent, her beautiful eyes scanning the cave for a suitable refuge. Yet, the python's chaotic energy rendered the cavern nearly devoid of safe ground. Crack! Just as she discovered an immense boulder that formed a triangular hollow with the mountainside, providing shelter from falling debris and the python's sweeping form. A flash of lightning illuminated the sky. The brilliance of the lightning pierced through the opening, transforming the dim cavern into a realm of daylight. The frenzied python seemed to sense something amiss, abruptly halting its rampage and cautiously retreating toward the mountainside. Boom! The lightning struck with precision, its target unmistakably the slowly writhing giant serpent. Feeling the formidable power of the lightning, the python hastened its movements, desperately crawling forward with renewed urgency. Regrettably, its eyes are blinded, rendering it unable to discern direction. In the frantic pursuit, it inadvertently collides with the scattered debris, further marring its already grotesque visage with countless new wounds. Blood cascades down its face, leaving an unmistakable trail of crimson in its wake. Crack! Another thunderclap resounds, and the immense serpent accelerates suddenly, sending stones flying in its wake as they crash against the mountain wall, causing a cacophony within the cavern. Yet, despite its swiftness, it cannot evade the might of the thunder. A flash of lightning, trailing a luminous tail, strikes deep into the cave, directly impacting the serpent's lengthy tail, which, though robust, becomes a gruesome mass of flesh and blood. A howl of agony escapes the serpent. But it persists in its frantic writhing, its sole aim being the subterranean realm of rare and exotic flora. Very well, allow me to lend you my strength once more, murmurs Qingqing softly. Before once again brandishing the soul-cutting rod, the rod emanates a dark energy intermingled with Qingqing's silvery essence, displaying a captivating mottled appearance. With their combined force, the already precarious cave entrance shatters with a resounding crash, expanding to a height sufficient for a person to enter. Simultaneously, in the heavens above, a silver serpent dances, as arcs of electricity, charged with raw lightning power, pierce through the walls and crash down upon the serpent that is burrowing into the earth. Alas, the serpent, having only managed to bury its head, finds its body scorched by the overwhelming electric arc, a faint scent of charred flesh lingering in the air. Brother Luo, do you think the serpent's flesh is edible? Wang Luo, anxiously observing the unfolding scene outside, nearly chokes on his own saliva at Qingqing's inquiry. Qingqing, for goodness sake, can you think of something else? Wang Luo, exasperated, finds himself at a loss for words in the presence of such a glutton. Moments later, more thunderclaps erupt. Though the great serpent is grievously wounded, it has yet to reach the brink of death and continues its desperate excavation into the ground. Yet, the sky above is filled solely with the leaping silver fox. And no true thunder descends again. While a third of the serpent has already burrowed underground, if this continues, it seems that the serpent will indeed escape, with the coveted inner core slipping away. Both Wang Luo and Qingqing feel their spirits plummet. Boom! The sky now resembles a dark abyss, with only faint silver arcs weaving through the gloom, just as Wang Luo believes the serpent might elude capture. A tremendous roar erupts from above, a sound amplified tenfold compared to before. The shockwave nearly renders Wang Luo deaf. Being merely a spiritual entity, he feels fortunate, but Qingqing is not so lucky. Following the thunder, her ears are filled with a deafening roar, drowning out all external sounds. Suddenly, from the inky sky above, a lightning bolt, as thick as an adult's waist, descends, targeting the struggling black serpent burrowing deeper into the earth. Bang! Qingqing feels the ground tremble violently as the lightning strikes, uprooting the soil above. After a while, the soil that had soared into the air began to cascade down once more, resembling a rain of earth within the confines of the cave. What is that foul stench? Qingqing furrowed her delicate brows, utterly perplexed by the overwhelming scent of blood that lingered in the mud. Soon after, the ominous clouds above dissipated, allowing warm sunlight to once again illuminate the cave's entrance. Moments later, as the last of the soil settled, Qingqing cautiously emerged from her hiding place, gripping her spirit slaughter staff firmly across her chest, prepared for any unforeseen circumstances. Yet, the cave had transformed into an eerie silence, with only the sound of her footsteps and soft breaths echoing within. Laga, you must see this, Qingqing exclaimed urgently, having stumbled upon a terrifying sight. What's the big deal? It's merely a dead magical beast. Wang Luo replied nonchalantly, having already perceived the situation with his keen spiritual awareness, unlike the glutton who could only think of feasting. However, this method of demise seemed rather. Qingqing's heart quivered as she beheld the scene before her. The once smooth ground had morphed into a massive pit approximately 10 feet wide and 3 feet deep. The formidable giant python, which had previously exuded power, now lay in a dark heap of bones. Its rear half completely vanished. Let us sever its head and retrieve the inner core. This journey may yield substantial rewards. Wang Luo, clad in black, bore an expression of mild amusement as he hovered above the spirit slaughter staff. Arms crossed, Qingqing nodded gently and approached the edge of the massive pit. Channeling her spiritual energy into a sword-like form, she pointed into the air, and in an instant, a fissure appeared on the python's head, revealing a glimmering dark gray light within. Seeing that there was indeed something inside, Qingqing wasted no time, joyfully descending into the pit to extract the dragon eye-sized inner core from the python's severed head. You must keep this inner core safe. When we next visit the training tower, I shall consume it to absorb its energy. Wang Luo observed the inner core with evident satisfaction, deep within the mountain range. Amidst the dense foliage, a figure draped in snow white moved gracefully. Despite the disheveled bloodstains on her garments and a slightly disheveled appearance, her water-like eyes sparkled with a hint of a smile, enhancing her allure. Laoga, I truly owe you my gratitude. Without you, I would never have obtained this inner core. Qingqing's lips curled into a radiant smile. Just as Wang Luo intended to respond, he found the spirit slaughter staff soaring through the air. Propelled by Qingqing, indeed, a dog cannot change its nature, Wang Luo silently lamented. After their departure, the white magical ape re-entered through the same entrance, only to discover the chaotic remnants of the shattered cave and the charred remains of the giant python, obliterated by heavenly tribulations. Witnessing this, a surprisingly human-like smile crept across the ape's white-visaged it, then threw back its head and let out a triumphant howl, thumping its chest in jubilant expression of its current exhilaration. The white demon ape, once merely an ordinary primate inhabiting these mountains, inadvertently stumbled into a cave one day. Driven by curiosity, it consumed a peculiar herb found within its astonishment. After ingesting the plant, its fur turned a brilliant white, and it awakened to consciousness, gaining the ability to cultivate itself. Initially, it believed this to be a tremendous fortune, but, unbeknownst to it, a colossal serpent lurked in the depths below. The serpent soon emerged from the earth, intent on slaying the white demon ape. In a moment of desperation, the ape pleaded for its life, and the serpent agreed to spare it, on the condition that the ape would remain there as a guardian. In exchange, the serpent promised to provide an extraordinary herb each year to aid in the ape's cultivation. As time passed, the white demon ape's intelligence grew profoundly, and it gradually realized that the serpent only sought to protect itself from the heavenly tribulations that would come during its own trials. Though it contemplated escape, it found itself unable to venture far from the extraordinary herb, for any attempt to leave the cave would inevitably draw the serpent's attention. Thus, it chose to confine the herb's energy within a barrier, striving to shield itself from its influence. Chapter 76. Liao Erbao. Upon seeing this individual, Qingqing could not help but feel a pang of envy. The ability to tear through the fabric of space indicated that the person must possess at least the initial prowess of the gathering realm. Showcasing their formidable skill, though, she exclaimed in astonishment as the newcomer stepped into the energy passage. Junior Qingqing pays her respects to the elder. She observed that the visitor donned a flowing grayish-white robe, with their snow-white hair casually tied atop their head, and their eyebrows were also a striking white, leading her to conclude that he must be one of the esteemed elders of the Yunlan sect. Little girl, do you not know that this jade token must not be carelessly shattered? If there is no matter of life and death, breaking the token at will incur punishment from the sect's law hall. The elder's tone was tinged with mild ire. He was one of the higher-ranking elders within the Yunlan sect, and being toyed with by a mere child was a source of embarrassment. Elder, you misunderstand. If there were no matters of life and death, I wouldn't dare disturb you, even with 1,000 lives, Qingqing replied, extending her delicate hand, akin to jade, to point gently at the ground beneath the elder's feet. At that moment, the elder noticed that someone lay there, unbeknownst to him. Surprised, he quickly crouched down to check the disciple's breath, and only then did he breathe a sigh of relief. Fortunately, they are unharmed. Rising to his feet, the elder nodded lightly and spoke. All right, child, you may leave now. That today's incident shall not be counted as a violation. With a wave of his robe, the disciple vanished from sight. Curiosity piqued. Qingqing's large eyes darted around, perplexed as to where the elder had sent the disciple. The elder paid no heed to her inquisitive gaze, advancing forward as the space ahead gradually unfolded. Wow! Qingqing exclaimed in admiration. The elder, hearing her astonished cry, couldn't help but stroke his long, white beard with pride. Upon stepping forward, the spatial rift began to close slowly, as if he had never been there at all. Mu Qingqing, with her rosy lips pouting in envy, took a step forward, only to abruptly collide with an invisible barrier. Mu Qingqing rubbed her forehead, gazing in astonishment at the intact barrier before her. After a prolonged moment of contemplation, she came to the startling realization that she had inadvertently shattered the jade token, rendering it ineffective as the key to enter the sect, with a heavy sigh directed skyward. She lamented, "Must good people endure such treatment? For someone like Mu Qingqing, a single night always felt particularly brief." As the first rays of dawn began to grace the earth, a series of loud knocks resounded against her door. Turning restlessly in bed, Mu Qingqing instinctively buried her head under the covers. Yet, the persistent knocking from outside showed no signs of abating, continuing at a steady pace that only fueled her irritation. Frustrated, she threw off the covers, tousled her unkempt hair, and, with eyes still closed and in a daze, stumbled to the door. With a swift motion, she flung it open and raised her hand to deliver a forceful slap toward the threshold. Bang! "Oh dear, Mu Qingqing, you really intend to strike me?" A voice filled with a melodic yet delicate timbre followed the explosive sound. None other than Yun Wanrong. "Sister Yun, what brings you here?" Mu Qingqing's eyes widened in disbelief. Her beautiful gaze filled with incredulity. "I came to see you, and I heard you accomplished something noteworthy yesterday." Yun Wanrong smiled gently, affectionately tousling Mu Qingqing's disheveled hair before stepping into the room and taking a seat. "Accomplished? What did I accomplish?" Mu Qingqing was perplexed, recalling that her only action the previous day had been rescuing a disciple at the sect's entrance, a deed she felt hardly qualified as noteworthy. "Of course, it pertains to Liao Bao. What else could it be?" Yun Wanrong remarked, pouring herself a cup of tea from Mu Qingqing's table and launching into an explanation. Chapter 77. A reunion with the blue ice dragon Liao Bao was the disciple Mu Qingqing had discovered at the sect's entrance. The Yunlan sect, a towering presence among the minor nations, could only be considered a speck when compared to other senior sections, while some of its superior techniques were inherited from their ancestors. Many medicinal pills had to be crafted by the sect members themselves. To concoct these pills, one must locate a place abundant in spiritual energy to cultivate spiritual herbs. Not far from the Yunlan sect, there lay a secluded valley, encircled by mountains and perpetually shrouded in mist, a veritable treasure trove of spiritual energy. A century ago, the Yunlan sect established its medicinal herb base in this very location, assigning disciples to guard it. Remarkably, nothing significant had transpired over the past century. However, not long ago, a horde of magical beasts invaded the herb valley, attacking the spiritual herbs when the disciples were absent. Most of these herbs had been cultivated for no less than 100 years, rendering them immensely valuable. The chaos wreaked by the beasts resulted in substantial losses. "Good news. Indeed, the sect leader has ordered me to take you along to the medicinal herb base as a reward," Yun Wanrong declared, setting down her teacup and addressing Mu Qingqing. Surprisingly, Mu Qingqing did not share in the excitement, pouting her lips in discontent. "What sort of reward is this?" It was evident that she was not particularly thrilled by such an accolade. "Silly younger sister, do you have any idea how many disciples are eagerly awaiting this opportunity? Some have yearned for it their entire lives, yet have never been able to attain it." Observing Mu Qingqing's expression, Yun Wanrong chuckled. "That location, rich in spiritual herbs, is not only abundant in spiritual energy, but the sect leader, Mo Tian, has also personally investigated it. Surely, within those mountains, there must exist formidable divine beasts. If one is fortunate enough to form a contract with such a creature, it would elevate one's cultivation to an entirely new level. How could this not be considered a monumental reward? Is it truly so?" Mu Qingqing's eyes widened in realization, a look of astonishment flashing across her face. "When shall we depart?" Mu Qingqing, her drowsiness vanished, clutched Yun Wanrong's arm tightly, shaking it incessantly. Take a moment to prepare. We shall set off shortly." Yun Wanrong lightly tapped Mu Qingqing's smooth forehead with her finger, then smiled. In that fleeting exchange of glances, even Mu Qingqing found herself captivated. "What are you dawdling for? Hurry and get ready," Yun Wanrong remarked, observing the dazed Mu Qingqing, her tone laced with gentle admonition. To her surprise, Mu Qingqing's lips curled into a silly grin as she exclaimed, "Sister Yun, you are truly beautiful." Before Yun Wanrong could respond, Mu Qingqing had vanished from her spot. An hour later, the group was ready to embark. It turned out that accompanying them were two disciples from the Yunlan sect, one of whom Qingqing recognized as Luo Mo, while the other was a stranger to her. This newcomer stood tall, clad in blue attire with a jade belt. Although his features were not as exquisitely refined as Wang Luo's, he possessed a rugged handsomeness that could be described as the very essence of masculinity. His physique exuding an irresistible vigor. Come, allow me to introduce everyone. This is our own Qingqing, who has recently gained considerable fame within the Yunlan sect. I trust you are already acquainted with Luo Mo. Wanrong gestured gracefully towards Qingqing, then covered her mouth with a laugh. Hearing her words, Luo Mo could only offer a wry smile and nod, while the other disciple cast a meaningful glance at Qingqing, his eyes shimmering with intrigue. Upon hearing Wanrong's introduction, Qingqing felt her cheeks flush, and she gracefully cupped her hands in salute to the two. This is our eldest senior brother among the direct disciples. Mushan. Wanrong's smile bore an enigmatic nuance, which, though Qingqing could not quite decipher, she nonetheless sensed. Senior brother Qingqing nodded slightly, acknowledging him. With all introductions complete, the group prepared to set forth. As Qingqing wondered what means they would employ to reach their destination, a sudden shadow loomed above, blocking out the sun. A blue ice dragon. Upon catching sight of the magnificent creature soaring through the sky, Qingqing instinctively gasped in awe. She had not anticipated that the Yunlan sect possessed its own flying beasts, and of such a magnificent caliber as the blue ice dragon. Initially, Qingqing believed that the dragon she encountered upon her arrival at Yunlan sect was the same one she had seen before. However, upon its landing, she quickly realized that it was not that moment. Qingqing finally comprehended why the blue ice dragon had declined her suggestion to escort her to Yunlan sect. It was because the sect had tamed one of its companions to serve as a mount. Qingqing, do you also recognize this blue ice dragon? Wanrong inquired, astonished by Qingqing's expression. Indeed, I've heard of it, Qingqing replied, awkwardly nodding her head. Naturally, she could not disclose her previous encounter with the blue ice dragon. What a pity. There were originally 3 of us, but one has escaped. Wanrong's words struck Qingqing like a heavy bombshell, leaving her momentarily dumbfounded. All right, let us depart, Wanrong exclaimed, pulling Qingqing, who was still in a daze, onto the back of the blue ice dragon. It turned out that atop the blue ice dragon sat an elder, responsible for controlling its flight speed and direction, observing the dragon's indifferent gaze. Qingqing suddenly felt a twinge of sympathy for it. Moments later, the blue ice dragon soared into the sky, and the disciples within Yunlan sect gazed enviously at Qingqing and her companions on its back. Such an opportunity for external training combined with benefits was not something every disciple could attain. Before long, Qingqing noticed that beneath her feet lay a vast expanse of emerald green. Wherever they passed, the leaves at the treetops were swept up by the powerful winds generated by the blue ice dragon, creating a deep ravine that stretched far into the distance before gradually closing and vanishing from sight. According to Wanrong, the valley was merely a day's journey from Yunlan sect, but with the blue ice dragon as their steed, their speed was significantly enhanced, allowing them to reach their destination in less than 2 hours. Look, Qingqing, we are almost there, Wanrong exclaimed excitedly, pointing towards a valley surrounded by mountains in the distance. Chapter 78. The Headless Hornet. It must be said that the spiritual energy within the valley was indeed abundant, rivaling and even surpassing that of Yunlan sect. No wonder, a century ago, the sect's leader designated this place as a base for cultivating spiritual herbs. The 4 of them dismounted from the dragon's back. Several disciples were already awaiting their arrival, hurrying forward to bow in respect. However, it was undeniable that his voice was melodious, a standard baritone accented with a hint of huskiness, which momentarily captivated Qingqing. Thank you, esteemed seniors, for your efforts. Please, follow us. The leading disciple gestured invitingly, and Mushan nodded slightly, strolling ahead, with the others following closely behind, while the disciple maintained a respectful distance of half a step behind Mushan as he guided them. Observing this, Qingqing could not help but exhale softly in astonishment. It appeared that Tian held a significant position within Yunlan sect. Otherwise, the disciple would not have shown him such deference. After walking for about the duration of a tea break, the group arrived at the depths of the valley, where lush spiritual herbs should have flourished, yet 1/5 of the area had been transformed into barren land. Even if it could damage the barrier, how could a few griffin beasts be so formidable that they would allow such significant losses to the spiritual herbs? After a moment's contemplation, Mushan's demeanor softened somewhat, yet his words still bore a hint of incredulity. Could it truly be that two mere beasts could wreak such havoc upon the herbs? The disciple who had responded did not take offense. Clasping his fists and bowing his head, he continued to report to Mu Shan. Those griffin beasts did not attack the spiritual herbs. They merely emptied their magical stone powder and then departed. The true assailants were the countless headless bees. Upon hearing this, the disciple visibly trembled, a reaction that even Mu Qingqing observed clearly, not to mention the others. Indeed, upon hearing the mention of headless bees, Mu Shan's eyes widened in shock as he stared at the disciple before him. After a prolonged silence, he finally managed to utter, "Are the disciples all safe?" His voice was even more hoarse than before. "They are all unharmed. We fought valiantly to protect them, ultimately managing to safeguard these spiritual herbs. But everything else has been ravaged by the headless bees." The disciple, acknowledging his failure, expressed a desire to kneel and accept punishment. Mu Shan quickly extended his hand to assist him up. "That we both understand the might of the headless bees. There is no need for such gestures." Although the disciple spoke lightly of the matter, the underlying peril and complexities were likely known only to them. In that case, Junior Sister Yun, let us once again reinforce the barrier. Mu Shan turned to Yun Wanrong and the others. Everyone nodded in agreement. Thus, Mu Qingqing took her position as designated by Yun Wanrong. Together, they exerted their energies, channeling streams of vibrant energy into the barrier, which transformed from a state of precariousness to one of solidity. The structures surrounding them were all constructed from timber, giving them a pastoral charm from a distance. However, what weighed heavily on everyone's minds was whether this organized assault by the beasts was orchestrated by human hands or was merely an accident. After deliberation, the brothers unanimously concluded that this incident was entirely premeditated and not the result of the beast's unintentional aggression. Once seated, the leading disciple commenced with an assessment of the occurrence. Mu Shan nodded slightly. Such a large-scale and organized attack, especially with the presence of magical stone powder, something the beasts could not possess, coupled with the coordinated behavior of the headless bees, indicated that there must have been someone deliberately directing them. Another disciple responsible for guarding the spiritual herb garden chimed in. Furthermore, it stands to reason that anyone capable of controlling the headless bees must possess significant prowess. We must report this to the sect leader at once. Mu Shan appeared somewhat pensive regarding the headless bees, yet Mu Qingqing remained perplexed, wondering just what they were. Chapter 79. Divine beasts. Having confirmed that the incident was indeed the result of human machinations, Mu Shan resolved to report the matter to the sect leader. He produced a dark green jade slip, holding it in his left hand while gesturing with the right, channeling his spiritual energy to inscribe upon it. Soon, the slip revealed a line of small characters glowing with a faint golden hue. Go. With a gentle command from Mu Shan, the characters on the jade slip seemed to sprout wings, instantly soaring out of the dwelling and fleeing towards the distant mountains. Having secured the jade slip, the furrow between Mu Shan's brows appeared to soften somewhat. He believed that as long as Mo Tian became aware of this matter, he would undoubtedly dispatch an elder to conduct a thorough investigation, uncovering the hidden hand behind it all and thereby resolving the issue completely. The small characters, radiating a faint golden glow, darted swiftly through the forest and within the span of a tea break. The message would surely reach Mo Tian's hands. However, just as they were on the brink of escaping the forest, a dense white spiritual energy surged forth, enveloping the swiftly fleeing characters in an instant, causing them to vanish completely. In the ensuing moments, you may wander about, as such opportunities are rare. With the matter at hand concluded, Mu Shan rarely revealed a smile, directing his gaze towards Yun Wanrong and Mu Qingqing. "In that case, I shall accompany Qingqing to explore the surroundings and see if there truly exists the mythical beast mentioned by the sect leader," Yun Wanrong said, playfully tugging at Mu Qingqing. Her charming smile leaving the surrounding disciples in a state of awe, their senses overwhelmed. Only Mu Shan seemed oblivious, merely giving a gentle nod to the two. Yowling Valley, perpetually shrouded in mist, presented a scene reminiscent of a celestial paradise. Dressed in a delicate lavender gown, Yun Wanrong's exquisite visage exuded countless charms. Each smile and frown captivated all. Meanwhile, Mu Qingqing, clad in ethereal white, appeared untainted and resplendent. The two walking through the valley akin to celestial beings descended to earth. The disciples tasked with guarding the Medicine Valley found themselves momentarily entranced by the sight. Haha. A group of disciples set aside their tasks, their gazes fixed on the two as they disappeared into the mountains before resuming their work. "Sister Yun, Do tell me about the headless bee. It seems that whenever its name is mentioned, everyone transforms into a different person, Qingqing exclaimed, pulling at Wanrong's sleeve and shaking it incessantly. Resembling a child begging for candy. Oh, you. Wanrong halted, extending her jade-like finger to gently prod Qingqing's round little nose. Regarding the headless bee, it is said that the mere mention of it sends shivers down one's spine. A headless bee possesses limited lethality, barely qualifying as a first-tier magical beast, with some potentially falling below that classification. Yet, once it strikes, it does so with a ferocity that endangers life. Unlike ordinary bees, the headless bee wields a venomous stinger on its elongated mouthparts. Upon engaging an adversary, it first injects its venomous stinger into the opponent's body, and when attempting to withdraw it to strike other areas, it often ends up tearing off its entire head in the process, the brutality rivaling that of a bee's stinger to the abdomen. Over time, this venomous creature has come to be known as the headless bee. Moreover, the toxin contained in its stinger is exponentially more potent than that of regular bees. A single sting does not merely result in a swollen bump, but can render the affected area completely rigid, with severe cases leading to grievous injuries. Most terrifying of all, headless bees are known to be social creatures, typically acting in swarms. Thus, should one encounter a headless bee outdoors, even if it is but a single specimen, it is imperative to turn and flee immediately, for a larger swarm is surely nearby. This time, countless headless wasps launched a surprise attack on the Medicine Spirit Valley, and one can only imagine the ferocity of the encounter. Fortunately, the disciples of Yunlan's sect emerged unscathed. Hearing Wanrong's words was nothing short of heart-stopping. Just envisioning those headless wasps swirling densely above one's head evokes a profound mental state that allows one to confront such terror with composure. Who could possibly orchestrate such a calamity? If I were to discover their identity, I would surely administer severe punishment. Qingqing shook her tiny fists, her delicate brows slightly furrowed, her indignant demeanor eliciting a soft laugh from Wanrong. All right, our valiant Qingqing, we all know of your prowess. Now, let us ascend the mountain and see if that so-called divine beast truly exists. With that, Wanrong took Qingqing by the hand and ventured deeper into the mountains. As the saying goes, a mountain is not lofty if it has a spirit. A river is not deep if it harbors a dragon. The Medicine Spirit Valley, shrouded in mist year-round, emanates a potent aura of spiritual energy. To claim that no divine beasts reside here is indeed difficult to believe. Yet, the disciples stationed here often search these mountains in their leisure, yet they have found nothing, no divine beasts, nor even ordinary magical beasts. Sister Yun, do you have a contracted divine beast? Qingqing inquired curiously as they walked through the forest. A divine beast. You know, Qingqing, it is already an extraordinary feat for an ordinary person to contract a spiritual beast, let alone a divine one. Even our sect leader has no contracted spiritual beast. Wanrong gently shook her head, a flicker of melancholy crossing her eyes. The blue ice dragon, while neither a magical beast nor a spiritual beast, can at best be categorized as a high-tier magical beast. Magical beasts, upon reaching a certain level of cultivation, evolve similarly to humans. However, they transition directly from magical beasts to spiritual beasts. Once a magical beast transforms into a spiritual beast, its inherent nature undergoes a transformation, allowing it to continue cultivating and potentially ascend to the rank of a divine beast. Yet such opportunities are exceedingly rare. Examples of magical beasts evolving into divine beasts are scarcely found across this vast continent. Oh, I understand now. It's like a python transforming into a flood dragon, and then finally evolving into a divine beast, Qingqing exclaimed, her understanding illuminated. Chapter 80. The trap. Upon hearing Qingqing's words, Wanrong was taken aback, not expecting her to possess such deductive reasoning. However, little did she know that this insight was not from Qingqing herself, but rather imparted by Wang Luo. You are correct, Qingqing, Wanrong praised as she gently patted Qingqing's little head, continuing, the primary reason for contracting spiritual or divine beasts instead of magical beasts lies not merely in their rank, but in the difficulty of taming and controlling magical beasts. Magical beasts are categorized into 9 ranks, after which they may ascend to spiritual beasts, which are also divided into 9 ranks before finally evolving into divine beasts. Thus, it is common for people to choose to contract evolved spiritual beasts, as this allows for the acquisition of high-ranking spiritual beasts while simultaneously enhancing one's own cultivation. What could be more advantageous? Then let us hasten our steps. I too wish to see if I might find that divine beast to contract with me. Qingqing exclaimed, springing from the stone as jubilantly as a sparrow perched upon a branch. Upon witnessing this, Wanrong could only let out a resigned sigh. After a long pause, she finally spoke. Qingqing, do you truly believe that forging a contract with a spirit beast is so simple, setting aside whether you can subdue them based on their rank? Convincing them to willingly enter into a pact is far from easy. If it were otherwise, how could the sect leader, with their cultivation, possibly tame a spirit beast? Hearing Wanrong's words, Qingqing was momentarily taken aback. If divine beasts were to be considered in such a manner, would that not imply that one must attain a status of reverence to even contemplate a contract? How could she possibly achieve such a feat? Alas, Qingqing sighed, realizing that forming a contract with a spirit beast was far more challenging than she had anticipated. However, do not lose heart. Even if we are destined not to forge a contract during this journey, merely witnessing the grace of a divine beast would render our expedition worthwhile. Wanrong smiled as she took Qingqing's hand, offering her comfort. Her words indeed had a soothing effect, as Qingqing's spirits were lifted once more, and she continued onward with Wanrong into the depths of the mountains. Meanwhile, 100 miles outside the Medicine Spirit Valley, a group of individuals appeared to be anxiously awaiting something, with the leader being none other than Xuanhuan of the Huanggu sect. Has the invitation been sent out? Xuanhuan inquired in a low, ominous tone that if this grudge remains unavenged, how can one continue to exist in this world? Thus, after his injuries had healed, Xuanhuan contacted several skilled individuals to initiate a series of harassing attacks on the Medicine Spirit Valley, subsequently luring the sect's disciples to investigate. Aware of Wanrong's standing within the sect, he anticipated her presence and, without hesitation, invested a considerable sum in purchasing magical stone powder to weaken the valley's barrier. The thought of his expenses brought a pang of discomfort to Xuanhuan, yet he deemed it worthwhile for the sake of revenge. However, one thing he had never anticipated was that the white-clad woman who had devoured his treasured fan would be in the company of Wanrong. Truly, it was said that enemies often cross paths. Xuanhuan no longer needed to exert effort searching for her in the Cangyan kingdom. She had conveniently presented herself at his doorstep. With this thought, a sinister smile crept upon Xuanhuan's lips. Wanrong, just wait and see. This time, the gift I have prepared for you will surely delight you. Within the mountains, where spiritual energy flourished, verdant trees reached skyward. Some nearly 100 meters tall, wandering amidst this forest evoked a sense of diminutiveness and helplessness. Two figures, one clad in white and the other in purple, gracefully traversed the woods. The white figure, at times wielding a spirit-slaying staff to knock down wild fruits from the treetops, and at other times leaping into the underbrush to gather spiritual herbs, was busily engaged in her endeavors. All right, Qingqing, it's getting late. We must descend the mountain before darkness falls, lest we risk getting lost. Wanrong pulled the still eager Qingqing, who was attempting to leap to the treetops, shaking her head with a wry smile. Her demeanor hardly suggested that they were on a quest for spirit beasts. It appeared more akin to a leisurely outing. Sister Yun, may we return tomorrow? Qingqing asked, wiping the beads of sweat from her forehead, her face alight with excitement. Certainly, as long as you behave. Chapter 81. Watching the battle. Sister Yun, what has happened? Just as Wanrong was feeling anxious, Qingqing emerged from the depths of the dense forest, clutching a snow-white rabbit. Hurry, Qingqing, there is trouble at the Medicine Spirit Valley. Wanrong had no time to elaborate. She swiftly grasped Qingqing's small hand and dashed down the mountain at that moment. Within the confines of the Yaoling Valley, Shan and Luo were surveying the remaining spiritual herbs. The devastation was indeed catastrophic. A full fifth of the herbs had been destroyed. If this were to occur in a minuscule nation like the Cangyan kingdom, it would likely deplete their national reserves for an entire decade. Master brother, should we wish to restore the Yaoling Valley to its former glory, it may take a century to achieve. Luo, typically reticent, could not help but exclaim. Indeed, I suspect the sect master will undoubtedly dispatch elders for an investigation. If we uncover the perpetrator, severe punishment will certainly follow. A fierce glint flashed in Mu Shan's eagle-like eyes. Suddenly, a tremendous noise shook the very ground of the Yaoling Valley. Master brother, this is dire. Our sole route to the outside world has been blown up, just as Mu Shan and Luo raced towards the source of the commotion. A panicked disciple responsible for guarding the valley rushed to report. What? Mu Shan was taken aback by the audacity of their adversaries. Fortunately, he had already sent word of their disappearance. He believed it would not be long before someone from the sect arrived. Yes, Master Brother, it's true. The rocks have collapsed, and our only escape route has been blocked. At that moment, the leading disciple of the Yaoling Valley approached, speaking in a grave tone. Ha! Did you ever imagine, Mu Shan, that you would meet such a fate? To perish in this aura-rich place is hardly a disgrace. Just then, a sinister laugh echoed from above. Mu Shan and the others looked up to see Xuanhuan perched upon the back of a griffin, flanked by a small entourage of about 10 individuals. Hearing the voice, the disciples of the Yaoling Valley set aside their tasks and gradually gathered. Xuanhuan, I heard you were soundly defeated while attempting to corner my junior sister. What? Have you recovered and come out to meet your demise again? Mu Shan narrowed his eyes slightly. While he paid little heed to Xuanhuan's provocation, the latter's brazen demeanor suggested he might have powerful allies in tow. With this thought, Mu Shan's gaze slowly scanned the surrounding area. Mu Shan, do not bother searching. I am certainly not here alone today. As for whether I have come to meet my end or to claim yours, the outcome will soon unfold. With a sharp snap, Xuanhuan unfurled the fan in his hand, leisurely waving it before him. Before he could finish, a clear voice rang out. I can only see that you have come to meet your demise. Startled, Xuanhuan and his companions looked up abruptly. There stood Wanrong, gracefully holding Mu Qingqing's hand, her steps light and her garments billowing like a celestial being descending to earth. The crowd instinctively parted to allow the two to approach Mu Shan and the others. Oh, I thought it was someone formidable. Turns out it is merely a defeated foe, Mu Qingqing scoffed, lifting her gaze to the airborne Xuanhuan. Xuanhuan remained silent, his cold eyes scrutinizing the two before him without any hint of emotion. What is the matter? Are you too frightened to respond? Noticing Xuanhuan's gaze fixated on herself and Mu Qingqing, Wanrong flashed a charming smile. Junior sister, they have already obliterated our path out of the valley. This time, we must exercise utmost caution. Mu Shan lifted his gaze to observe the darkened expression of Xuanhuan suspended in midair. He then turned his head and spoke in a hushed tone, audible only to the two of them. Wanrong remained silent, merely nodding subtly without leaving a trace. However, upon witnessing the two engaged in whispered conversation as if oblivious to his presence, Xuanhuan's face flushed crimson with rage, and an inexplicable fury surged within him. Instantly, his demeanor shifted, and even the surrounding atmosphere transformed accordingly. As the onlookers sensed this overwhelming aura, they hurriedly retreated, brandishing their weapons in preparation for battle. Observing this, Mu Shan merely smiled indifferently. He slightly shifted his stance, placing one hand behind his back and bending the other slightly. Please, do come. To those seeking death, Mu Shan's words provoked Xuanhuan's wrath. In an instant, Xuanhuan's figure moved, swiftly descending from the air and arriving before Mu Shan in the blink of an eye. As the two engaged in combat, the others quickly joined the fray. Mu Qingqing, witnessing this, drew the soul-slaying staff from her cosmos bag, ready to enter the battle. Wait, Mu Qingqing, just as she was about to strike, the voice of Wang Luo echoed in her mind. Why? Mu Qingqing blinked her beautiful eyes, somewhat disapproving of Wang Luo's suggestion. This was a matter of life and death, and they should face it together. Yet at this moment, Wang Luo was urging her not to intervene. What could possibly be the reasoning behind this? Mu Qingqing, calling you a fool is an understatement. Look at those fellows Xuanhuan brought. They are all novices, yet they dared to block the path in the valley without any support. How could they be so audacious? Therefore, we must conserve our strength and wait for that expert to appear. These opponents are manageable for Mu Shan and the others. Wang Luo shook his head, analyzing the situation for Mu Qingqing. Brother Luo, your reasoning is sound. Mu Qingqing clutched the soul-slaying staff to her chest, adopting a spectator's stance as she retreated from the battlefield, prepared for any unforeseen circumstances. Currently, the strength within the arena was relatively balanced. Though it appeared that Mu Shan held a slight advantage over Xuanhuan, Mu Qingqing believed that it wouldn't be long before Mu Shan would decisively overcome Xuanhuan. Facing Wanrong was a burly disciple of the Huanggu sect, who clenched his right hand into a fist, the dense spiritual energy emanating faintly from it. He then unleashed a powerful strike towards Wanrong, causing the surrounding disciples engaged in combat to instinctively step back. If that punch were to land on Wanrong, she would surely face severe injury or even death. Yet, Wanrong held a ribbon in her hand, elegantly curling her fingers, a seductive smile adorning her face as she gazed at the man before her. Chapter 82. Chaos and battle. Upon seeing Wanrong standing still, seemingly unfazed, the opponent couldn't help but flash a grin, revealing a set of large yellow teeth that made Qingqing feel nauseated. "Little beauty, rest assured, I won't let you suffer too much." With that, his fist surged toward Wanrong's face. Wanrong smiled slightly, revealing a captivating charm, and in an instant, she wrapped the ribbon around the disciple's wrist. With a forceful pull, the disciple stumbled forward, propelled by the sudden motion. Had it not been for his timely braking, he would have surely found himself crashing to the ground in a most undignified manner. A soft chuckle escaped Wanrong's lips as she covered her mouth, unable to stifle her amusement at the disciple's antics. Even Qingqing, observing from a distance, could not help but laugh. The disciple's face flushed crimson, and he hastily rose to his feet, channeling his internal spiritual energy to re-engage in fierce combat with Wanrong. This time, the young man appeared determined not to repeat his previous blunders, launching a direct assault aimed at Wanrong's delicate neck. Meanwhile, the silk ribbon in Wanrong's grasp, though seemingly soft, transformed into a sharp and unyielding weapon as she wielded it with precision. The clash of energies erupted with a resounding boom, sending dust swirling into the air and even lifting the earth beneath them into a chaotic dance. "Since you are so reckless with the fairer sex, do not blame me for going all out," Wanrong declared with a charming smile, which soon faded, her gaze darkening and chilling the air around her as if plunging everyone into an icy abyss. "Little beauty, feel free to unleash your abilities. I am eager to witness them." Her opponent sneered, revealing a set of yellowing teeth. Suddenly, he sensed the surrounding spiritual energy vibrating, all converging towards the seemingly fragile Wanrong. These energies formed visible whirlpools, gradually flowing into her palms. Not far away, Mushan brandished a silver spear that gleamed with a cold light. Upon closer inspection, Qingqing discovered that the spear was a manifestation of spiritual power, imbued with an aura of chilling energy. Senior brother Mushan is truly formidable. He can actually transform his spiritual energy into his life as treasure, Qingqing mused, glancing at the spirit-slaying rod cradled in her arms before looking back at Mushan. "Qingqing, are you dismissing me?" Wang Luo bellowed, sensing the shift in her thoughts. That "No, not at all." Qingqing hurriedly protested. "That I merely admire senior brother Mushan, not for his treasure, but for his prowess. I wonder when I will reach his level of cultivation." She sighed, expressing her longing. "Such mere Qi realm is nothing to envy. Your goal should be the seeking Dao realm, then the Dao ancestor realm." Wang Luo reassured her, feeling somewhat comforted by her words, his tone softening considerably. "Brother Luo, you truly know how to console. Whether I can achieve the seeking Dao realm in this lifetime is still uncertain," Qingqing replied with a sweet smile, her heart warmed by his kindness. She thought to herself that even if someone offered her a divine treasure in exchange for her spirit-slaying rod, she would refuse, as it harbored someone she cherished deeply. At that moment, the weapons of Mushan and Xiao Yuan clashed violently, the metallic sound resonating sharply, enough to make one wince. Xiao Yuan, having lost his previous treasure to Wang Luo, had procured another fan from an unknown source, and now his treasured fan was locked in a fierce struggle against Mushan's silver spear. Although Mushan's spear is an embodiment of spiritual energy, his formidable power renders it comparable to genuine weaponry. In his quest to secure victory in this battle, Xiao Yuan sought external assistance, and, unbeknownst to his master, clandestinely consumed a pill designed to temporarily enhance his cultivation. With his Qi Will realm at the 5th tier, he ascended directly to the 1st tier of the Qi realm. Despite the considerable side effects of this elixir, he was willing to embrace the risk for the sake of triumph. However, he was taken aback to find that, despite his substantial efforts, what he had anticipated to be a decisive blow was thwarted by his opponent. Anger surged within him, accompanied by a profound sense of indignation. The memories of his previous encounter lingered vividly. He could not afford to repeat that mistake. Hurling a decisive shout, Xiao Yuan summoned a torrent of Yuan power that surged from within, converging into his palm before being channeled into his fan, which then advanced menacingly towards Mushan. A flicker of joy sparked in Xiao Yuan's heart. Should he eliminate Mushan, it would signify a significant loss for the Yunwan sect, causing its leader considerable distress. Yet his elation was short-lived, as a sudden, ominous tearing sound pierced his ears. "What?" Xiao Yuan gasped instinctively, realizing that the precious fan he had just acquired had been sliced by the sharp silver spear. No, 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 he vigorously shook his head, convinced that this was merely a figment of his imagination. While this fan may not be as formidable as the last, it certainly would not be so easily torn apart. Acting on instinct, Xuanhuan retreated without hesitation, just as the silver spear surged towards him. Crack! He wielded the fan forward, intercepting Mu Shan's silver spear, oblivious to the fact that the fan had already developed cracks. Allowing the spear to pierce through it effortlessly. In that moment, the silver spear thrust through the fan, aiming straight for Xuanhuan's abdomen. Panic seized him as he shouted, "Senior Sure, what are you waiting for? Act swiftly and eliminate him." He nearly screamed the name of the person, while simultaneously retreating clumsily towards the side of the valley. "Ha! I thought you possessed great abilities, yet you cannot even handle a mere first-tier Qi brat." As the words fell, a shadow darted from the valley's edge into the fray. Chapter 83. The Ally Bang. As the words left his lips, a disciple engaged in battle with Wanrong was sent flying by her palm, crashing into the fleeing Xuanhuan. Ignoring decorum, Xuanhuan cursed vehemently as he kicked the disciple aside and quickly rose to stand behind the burly man. With a sycophantic expression, he whispered, "Senior Sure, among those opponents, if you could assist me in dealing with those two female disciples, I shall handle the rest. Handle the rest. Do you truly believe you can manage? Just moments ago, you were fleeing in disarray." The burly man scoffed derisively, his eyes slanted in amusement. Upon hearing this, Xuanhuan did not exhibit any anger. Instead, he merely forced a smile and nodded, "As long as you can help restrain those two, the rest will naturally be easy to handle. Senior, may I request a favor? I am Mu Shan, the eldest disciple of the Yunlan sect, and I hope you will not interfere in the grievances between our two families." At this moment, Mu Shan took a slight step forward, clasping his fists and speaking in a deep voice. "Yunlan sect? Were it not for your claim to be associated with Yunlan sect, perhaps I, Shi Chao, would indeed spare your lives. However, since your sect has placed me on the bounty list, do you think I could possibly let you live?" The burly man sneered, chewing on his tobacco. "What? You were Shi Chao? That infamous criminal? How shameless can the Huangzhong Valley be to even consider making peace with such a notorious figure? It is akin to seeking skin from a tiger," Mu Shan exclaimed vehemently. Shi Chao was notorious not only for murder and pillaging, but also for the abduction of innocent women, committing every conceivable atrocity. Yet, as a citizen of the Qingqing kingdom, he evaded capture by the kingdom's ruler, who subsequently issued a bounty, forcing him to flee to other nations where he continued his malevolent deeds, including in the small nations affiliated with the Yunlan sect. Hence, the Yunlan sect had placed him on the bounty list, allowing anyone who discovered him to kill him on the spot without reporting, in exchange for a reward. Unexpectedly, he had established connections with Huangzhong Valley and was now complicit in their villainous acts, joining forces with them to assault the people of Yaoling Valley. Qingqing's opponent is formidable. You must be prepared to act at any moment. Your sister Yun and senior brother are no match for him. Wang Luo projected his spiritual energy outward, sensing every movement outside. "Yes," Mu Qingqing replied softly, her beautiful eyes fixed intently on Shi Chao. Should he dare to make a move, she would undoubtedly retaliate with full force. "Haha, Mu Shan, I care not for your words, as long as I can eliminate all of you today. Who will know of the dealings between Huangzhong Valley and Senior Shi?" Xuanhuan, hiding behind Shi Chao, laughed maniacally. In his subconscious, he had long regarded Mu Shan and the others as mere prey, waiting to be slaughtered. As for their notion of seeking skin from a tiger, Xuanhuan paid it no mind. A dead man's mouth could not utter any words. "Senior Shi, rest assured about what I promised you. Aside from these individuals, that item will be delivered to you without fail." Xuanhuan's gaze subtly swept over Yun Wanrong and the others. "The implication unmistakable. That is only natural, and I am not afraid of your changing your mind." Shi Chao, robust in stature yet repugnant in appearance, had his greedy eyes roving over Yun Wanrong and Mu Qingqing, particularly fixating on their ample bosoms, making him swallow hard twice. He then produced his weapons from his Qingqing bag, two massive black hammers that glimmered ominously under the sunlight. Although their material was unclear, they felt extraordinarily heavy. "I shall take these two lovely maidens away shortly," he declared, licking his cracked lips with a blood-red tongue. "Shameless!" Yun Wanrong exclaimed indignantly, unable to tolerate such blatant insult. Mu Shan's eyes glowed with a fierce intensity. He brandished a silver spear and charged towards Yun Wanrong. "Tsk, TSK, do not rush to protect that little girl. Your adversary is me. In an instant, Xiao Yuan's figure appeared like a wraith, intercepting Mu Shan's path. Behind him stood the disciple who had just been sent flying by Yun Wanrong's palm. Tiger, let us join forces. If we cannot capture him alive this time, I see no reason for you to remain in Huanggu's sect. With that, Xiao Yuan turned sharply, barking a command at the person behind him. The two of them positioned themselves, one in front and the other behind, forming a pincer attack to obstruct Mu Shan's advance. Be careful, Sister Yun. Upon witnessing Yun Wanrong charging forward alone, Mu Qingqing shouted urgently from behind, and in an instant, she vanished from sight. The other disciples, seeing this, once again plunged into chaotic combat. It must be said that Shi Chao's strength was indeed formidable. No matter how fiercely Yun Wanrong fought, he always seemed to maneuver effortlessly, wielding two massive hammers with a ferocious grace. The arrival of Mu Qingqing, however, brought a shift to the battle, though their combined strength barely equaled that of their opponent. With the spirit slaughter rod in hand, Mu Qingqing radiated a potent aura of spiritual energy, which intertwined with an ethereal essence. Meanwhile, the ribbon wielded by Yun Wanrong gleamed, as if forged from the finest steel. Resembling a sword, Sister Yun, let us fight together. Mu Qingqing nodded gently, then surged forward first, her steps flowing like a graceful dance, while the energy surrounding the spirit slaughter rod grew steadily denser. Gradually, the silver aura of Mu Qingqing was enveloped by the rod's own dark energy. Clang! The sound of metal clashing echoed as the two hammers crossed, suspending the spirit slaughter rod in midair. Yet, Shi Chao's robust form bent under the sheer force of Mu Qingqing's strike. Little beauty, you possess considerable strength, but I wonder, when the time comes for me to enjoy myself with you, will you still have such power? Despite the oppressive weight above him, Shi Chao unabashedly spewed lewd remarks. Igniting Mu Qingqing's fury, Wang Luo, I am going to use the technique Golden Dragon Descends. Mu Qingqing communicated her intent to Wang Luo through her thoughts, and soon, she felt a new technique forming in her mind. Let me show you the might of this young lady. With a fierce expression, she channeled her spiritual energy into the spirit slaughter rod, causing a sinister aura to swirl around its surface. At that moment, Shi Chao suddenly sensed an ominous danger, a feeling that coursed through his very bones. Instinctively, he exerted all his strength to shake off the strange black rod pressing down upon him. Don't you think it's a bit late for you to realize that? Mu Qingqing smirked, her lips curling into a radiant smile. Although her smile was enchanting, for some inexplicable reason, Shi Chao felt an icy dread creep over him. Chapter 84. The death of Shi Chao. The eerie aura of the spirit slaughter rod continued to spread, slowly mingling with flickers of silver arcs of electricity that danced and stung Shi Chao's eyes. Shi Chao bellowed suddenly, a surge of power exploding within him, causing bulging veins to writhe along his arms like worms as he gripped the hammers tightly. At this moment, Yun Wanrong, holding a silk ribbon, suddenly arrived, her target aimed directly at Shi Chao's abdomen. Get lost, Shi Chao bellowed, managing to extricate himself at the last moment. He then retreated sharply, narrowly evading Yun Wanrong's lethal strike. Golden Dragon Descends. Mu Qingqing's delicate lips parted, slowly uttering 4 words, before she leapt upward with great force, wielding the spirit-slaying staff, and struck down fiercely upon the now unsteady Shi Chao. Clang! As Mu Qingqing had anticipated, Shi Chao indeed raised his twin hammers in a desperate attempt to block. But little did he know that the silver arc within Mu Qingqing's spirit-slaying staff instantly transformed into a silver dragon, soaring into the air. With a piercing cry, it descended once more, plunging directly into the twin hammers embedded in Shi Chao's hands. No, Shi Chao cried out, then violently discarded his hammers, clutching his arms in agony as he rolled on the ground. Break. Mu Qingqing spoke again, her voice barely audible, yet to Shi Chao, it resonated like a thunderclap. He felt a silver lightning bolt erupt within his energy sea, causing the spiritual power therein to scatter uncontrollably, rampaging through his meridians like a wild stallion. Nevertheless, Yun Wanrong and Mu Qingqing would not grant him the opportunity to recover. With her jade-like hands raised high above her head, Yun Wanrong's aura surged, the winds of energy whipping her garments fiercely as the energy coalesced around her. A deep sense of unease surged within Shi Chao. Realizing this, he lowered his arms, intent on fleeing, but the rampant energy within him refused to heed his control, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. Meanwhile, Xiao Yuan, engaged in battle with Mu Shan, was taken aback by Shi Chao's unexpected vulnerability. Convinced that Shi Chao had let his guard down due to his lustful desires, he determined that it was the combined assault of the two women that had brought about his downfall. With this thought in mind, he turned and dashed toward Shi Chao, for Shi Chao was one of his most formidable allies in this endeavor. Regardless of whether Shi Chao would intervene, he knew that without him, his own fate would not fare much better. Thus, he risked a dash to rescue him. However, after only a few strides, he was once again intercepted by Mu Shan, who leapt in front of him. With no other option, he unleashed a surge of spiritual power, executing several life-threatening techniques to repel Mu Shan. The disciple known as Tiger then blocked Mu Shan, allowing Xuanhuan to break free and rush toward Shi Chao. "Senior Shi," Xuanhuan shouted, unleashing a burst of multicolored spiritual energy that surged toward Wanrong. Bang! To his surprise, the energy beam dissipated into nothingness before it could reach Wanrong, disrupted midway by a wave of dark energy, causing Xuanhuan to feel a tumultuous surge in his chest. "Did you?" Xuanhuan raised his gaze, only to find Mu Qingqing, her eyes twinkling mischievously as she looked at him. "Of course it's me. I wonder if you've brought any treasures for my little staff to devour this time," Mu Qingqing said, holding the spirit-slaying staff and smiling at Xuanhuan. Yet, in Xuanhuan's eyes, there lay an undeniable treachery behind her smile. With a cold snort, he immediately took action. On the other side, Wanrong gathered her energy from afar, and then, with a sudden swing of her hand, unleashed an endless torrent of power that struck directly upon Shi Chao's body, causing him to spew forth a mouthful of blood. Who could have imagined that a mere girl of a mere teenage age from the Yunlan sect could inflict such severe harm upon him? Truly, it seemed the heavens had conspired against him. With this thought, Wanrong flicked her fingers, and the ribbon entwined around her waist transformed into countless slender strands that surged forth with a resonating hiss. In the blink of an eye, they pierced through Shi Chao's body, scattering blood and flesh in every direction. Shi Chao barely had time to utter a scream before a gaping wound was opened in his throat, and blood gushed forth uncontrollably. He could only stare wide-eyed in disbelief at the sight of Wanrong before him. One could only lament the consequences of one's own malevolence, to be complicit in such wickedness, to have chosen the wrong side. Wanrong's expression was enchanting, yet her gaze was devoid of warmth, as cold as ice. Then, with a gentle twist of her jade-like hand, the myriad threads that had pierced through Shi Chao tightened simultaneously. The energy within Wanrong surged through those threads and entered Shi Chao's body, and in an instant, his form erupted violently, sending countless fragments of blood and flesh soaring into the air, falling like a rain of gore. Mu Qingqing, engaged in battle nearby, hurriedly dodged to avoid the crimson splatters staining her garments. The ruthless fiend, who had brought untold suffering to countless lives, had finally met his demise. Vanishing from the realm of mortals, Xuanhuan stood in stunned silence, witnessing the chaos unfold. The once ferocious and unruly brigand was reduced to nothing, not even a single bone remaining, at the hands of Mu Qingqing and Wanrong. Were these two truly so fearsome? Chapter 85. The man in the black robe. Mu Qingqing charged towards Xuanhuan with the soul-slaying staff, muttering incessantly. Caught off guard by her assault, Xuanhuan could only retreat repeatedly, left with no option but to defend himself. Meanwhile, the battle between Mu Shan and the tiger was nearing its conclusion. The tiger had been dealt a significant blow when facing Wanrong alone, and now, with Xuanhuan, they struggled to maintain a stalemate. Now, however, Mu Shan faced the tiger alone, and the outcome was swiftly becoming apparent. "Phantom shadow," the tiger exclaimed in alarm. He felt a powerful gust of wind rush past him, and without a moment's hesitation, he unleashed a hook punch. Bang! Their confrontation bore no embellishments, merely a clash of raw strength. The two fists collided fiercely, creating a tremendous ripple of energy that radiated outward. Upon closer inspection, Mu Shan remained composed, but the tiger's complexion turned pale as excruciating pain engulfed him. Before he could react, Mu Shan seized his wrist. The tiger, quick to respond, aimed a kick at Mu Shan's abdomen. However, Mu Shan slowly lifted his gaze, a slight smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Yet his eyes emanated a chilling coldness that sent shivers down the tiger's spine. His heart trembled. Crack! Before the tiger could process the situation, a crisp sound rang out as Mu Shan preemptively struck downwards at his knee. The tiger suddenly let out a howl akin to that of a slaughtered pig, and its legs gave way, collapsing weakly to the ground. Mu Shan, however, would not grant it any chance for reprieve. With a swift motion of his hand, a gleaming silver spear materialized in his grasp. "Brother Xiao, save me!" The tiger, disregarding its pain, desperately struggled to rise, limping towards Xuanhuan. Yet, at that moment, Xuanhuan was being relentlessly pursued by Qingqing, unable to muster any defense, leaving him no time to concern himself with the tiger's fate. Brother Xiao, the tiger's words trailed off as it suddenly realized that a silver spear had pierced through its chest. A torrent of crimson blood gushed forth, staining the ground around it, while the tiger reached out towards Xuanhuan. Unwilling to concede, stumbling forward a few steps before crashing to the ground in its final moments, its eyes remained wide open, gazing in Xuanhuan's direction. Meanwhile, Mushan gestured, and the silver spear embedded in the tiger's chest transformed into a streak of silvery light, vanishing into his palm. The remaining disciples, witnessing the fall of their two principal members, felt their morale surge, and soon after, another disciple from Huanggu zone met a similar fate. Xuanhuan, who had been utterly overwhelmed by Qingqing, gasped as he beheld the unfolding chaos. The flash of resolve crossed his eyes, and gritting his teeth, he shouted into the valley, "If the elder is willing to intervene, I shall meet any conditions you set." As soon as his words fell, a fierce wind swept through the valley, stirring up dust and debris, within which a figure concealed itself. Moments later, as the dust settled, a dark silhouette emerged before the crowd. The figure, cloaked in black, obscured its form entirely, rendering it impossible for onlookers to discern its identity. "Elder, you have finally arrived." Xuanhuan wiped the sweat from his brow and hastened to flatter the cloaked figure. "How foolish of Shurchao to perish at the hands of a mere yellow-haired girl." A cackling voice erupted, grating and unpleasant, reminiscent of metal scraping against glass, surely not the speaker's true voice, but a disguise to mask their identity. Xuanhuan felt as if his very insides were being crushed. With a sudden spurt of blood, he coughed violently. Not only he, but several other disciples of lower cultivation levels followed suit, collapsing one after another, turning the tide of the battle overwhelmingly against them. Though Qingqing and her companions did not vomit blood, they felt as though a colossal weight pressed upon them, rendering them immobile. "Ha! Yin Wanrong, now you comprehend my might, do you not? Today marks the day of your Yaoling Valley's demise." With this, Xuanhuan let out a long howl towards the heavens. "Sister Yun, senior brother, Brother Luo, let us strike together." Struggling to turn, Qingqing glanced at her companions and, raising her spirit slayer staff, unleashed a surge of silvery spiritual energy aimed directly at the cloaked figure. Seeing this, Yun Wanrong and the others swiftly summoned their own spiritual treasures, a myriad of colorful energy beams shooting forth towards the black-robed figure, a mantis trying to stop a chariot, utterly deluded. The cloaked figure cackled in a hoarse voice. Then, the onlookers beheld a swirling mass of crimson mist enveloping the figure of the man in the black robe. Upon closer inspection, it became evident that this ominous fog was composed entirely of spiritual energy, which seemed to absorb the very essence of their own power, rendering it invisible. Chapter 86. Taking action. That a trickle of blood had already escaped from the corner of his mouth, yet he had deftly wiped it away without leaving a trace. "Ha ha, I didn't anticipate your reaction would be so swift, but I am eager to see how long you can endure." The black-robed figure, concealed within the sanguine haze, chuckled ominously in this dire situation. The crowd found themselves at a loss. They were confronted with a bizarre technique that not only absorbed spiritual energy, but also enhanced it, transforming it into a weapon of attack. "What shall we do?" "Sister Yun?" Qingqing found herself at a loss for better solutions and turned to Yun Wanrong for assistance. However, Yun Wanrong, too, was beset by a headache. This was a scenario she had never encountered before. "We cannot take the initiative to attack him, but how can we counter his technique?" Mushan was equally troubled. The senior brother of Yunlan's sect, now embroiled in such a significant crisis, undoubtedly shared the burden of blame. Yet, he was perplexed as to why the message he had dispatched had yet to elicit any response. Logically, it should have reached Sect Master Emoshan by now. If reinforcements were to be sent, they ought to have arrived by this point. Yet why was there no sign? Unable to fathom the situation, Mushan resolved to take responsibility. Suddenly, he surged toward the black-robed figure, hoping his speed would allow him to engage in close combat. Bang! Before he could reach the black-robed man, Mushan collided with an invisible barrier, producing a thunderous crack of energy. His body was violently thrown into the air. The impact had inflicted considerable internal injuries, and now, struck by the black-robed figure, he coughed up a mouthful of blood, which rained down from above. "Senior brother!" Yun Wanrong and Qingqing cried out in unison. Yun Wanrong soared into the air, catching the rapidly descending Mushan and gently guiding him back to the ground. The other disciples, witnessing this, were filled with an extraordinary rage, desperately resisting the oppressive force that bore down upon them, striving to rise and fight. Alas, their cultivation levels were woefully inadequate. The immense exertion of spiritual energy only served to further injure them. The sounds of blood spitting echoed throughout, with some collapsing into unconsciousness. Lying on the ground, supported by Wanrong, Mushan could only manage to utter 2 words, "Be careful," before losing consciousness. Wanrong gently laid Mushan down and slowly rose, her gaze icy as she fixated on the surging black-robed figure. "Qingqing, I shall engage him in battle shortly. You must strike at the opportune moment. If it proves too difficult, eliminate that Xuanhuan first, to assuage my wrath," Wanrong instructed in a tone meant solely for their ears. "Sister Yun, you must exercise caution. Rest assured, I will ensure that Xuanhuan meets a bloody end this time," Qingqing responded, her teeth gritted, each word deliberate. If not for him, their Yunlan sect would not have faced such calamity. If he is not dealt with soon, it may very well lead to a greater catastrophe in the future. On the opposite side, Xuanhuan felt Qingqing's icy gaze and instinctively shrank back behind the figure clad in black robes. "Worthless fool," the black-robed man let out a shrill cry, clearly deriding Xuanhuan for his cowardice. At that moment, Wanrong suddenly leapt forward. Having learned from Mushan's earlier misstep, she unleashed an energy beam in advance, striking directly against the barrier. Boom! The earth trembled, showcasing the formidable strength of the barrier. Observing this, Wanrong continued to unleash several powerful energy blasts. Bang! 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 The once impenetrable barrier began to sway precariously under the relentless bombardment, ultimately shattering with a crisp crack, dispersing into countless fine shards of light that gradually faded away. "Face your demise." With the barrier breached, Wanrong shouted fiercely, her ribbon having already transformed into a long sword forged of steel, aimed directly at the black-robed man with furious intent. Sensing the sharp whoosh of the incoming attack, the black-robed man displayed no sign of fear. On the contrary, he let out a ghastly laugh, extending his pale hands to meet the attack. Clash! The ribbon met his ghostly hands, sparks flying as the metallic clash resonated throughout the valley. The overwhelming force from her opponent caused Wanrong's delicate face to turn ashen. "Senior, please take action and eliminate her." Seeing Wanrong at a disadvantage, Xuanhuan couldn't contain his excitement and shouted, "Little girl, your skills are commendable, but unfortunately, you have encountered me." The black-robed man disregarded Xuanhuan and coldly sneered. Though his face was concealed, Wanrong could still sense the sinister intent in his words through the dark fabric. Chapter 87. Injured in an instant, Wanrong's ribbon transformed into thousands of strands, reminiscent of the time when she had nearly lost her life to the stone extraction. "Little girl, using the same trick twice will yield no results." He, the black-robed man cackled, reaching out with his pale hands towards the ribbons. Seizing the opportunity amidst their fierce battle, Qingqing, wielding the Soul Reaper staff, stealthily approached Xuanhuan. What do you intend to do?" Xuanhuan, having realized Qingqing's intentions, regarded her with trepidation. "What do you think I intend to do? I should have slain you directly during my time in the Cangyan kingdom, then none of today's troubles would have arisen. Since you are the root of this calamity, allow me to put an end to it today." Qingqing's delicate face was now devoid of warmth. She harbored a deep-seated hatred for this individual. Indeed, everything in this world has its causes and consequences. If she could not resolve this today, she would feel unworthy of her deceased disciple. "Senior, save me." Xuanhuan, aware of his own inadequacy against Qingqing, disregarded his dignity and rushed to the side of the black-robed man, shouting loudly. In a moment after the senior slays Wanrong, "You will be next." "Ha ha!" Xuanhuan laughed heartily, his expression one of disdain. At his words, Qingqing's fury ignited. Subsequently, she fervently summoned the energy from the reservoir within her body, channeling the potent force through her arms into the soul-reaping staff, which soon became enveloped in a silvery luminescence. You, let us speak civilly." Upon witnessing this, Xuanhuan was suddenly gripped by an icy dread. Realizing with certainty that Qingqing was genuinely enraged this time, should she succeed in breaching the barrier, the consequences would be dire. Bang! At that moment, Qingqing raised the soul-reaping staff high above her head and struck downwards towards the barrier in a fit of fury. Crack! A faint sound of shattering echoed, and with that single blow, the barrier was shattered. In that instant, Xuanhuan maximized the utilization of his spiritual energy, darting away like a gust of wind. Humph! Qingqing let out a soft snort, then hurled something towards the receding figure of Xuanhuan. Meanwhile, the battle between Wanrong and the cloaked figure was anything but promising. The silken thread in Wanrong's grasp was firmly held by the dark-cloaked man, and the distance between them was rapidly diminishing. Yet, Wanrong persevered through gritted teeth, fine beads of sweat already forming on her smooth forehead. "Let me show you my bone-eroding technique." The cloaked figure appeared utterly unfazed, casually holding one end of the thread while unleashing a surge of energy that hurtled directly towards Wanrong's delicate form. However, all of Wanrong's strength was devoted to restraining one end of the thread, leaving her no capacity to contend with the oncoming energy. As the ominous red energy loomed perilously close, Wanrong clenched her silver teeth and cried out, forcefully yanking the thread in her hand, severing it from the cloaked man's grasp. Rather than a clean break, it seemed the cloaked figure had willingly released the other end of the thread, with the thread firmly in her grip. Wanrong began to weave it before her, creating a series of afterimages that formed an impenetrable barrier. This barrier was the most effective and least energy-consuming technique she could employ given her current predicament. Known as the Phoenix Dance Silver Screen, it was a mid-tier advanced skill with formidable defensive capabilities. During her earlier confrontation with the cloaked figure, she had exhausted most of her spiritual energy. To withstand his attack head-on would likely spell disaster for her. Thus, she resorted to this technique as a temporary measure to that moment. Wanrong could only pin her hopes on Qingqing, wishing that she would eliminate Xuanhuan, thereby compelling the cloaked figure to abandon his mission in the absence of a master. Suddenly, a flash of red light erupted, followed by a deafening explosion that resonated throughout the Medicine Spirit Valley. As the sound of energy detonating faded, the earth beneath Wanrong's feet was sent flying into the air, while her delicate lavender figure was propelled backward, crashing through several towering trees before finally landing heavily on the ground. "I'm fine," Wanrong exclaimed, only to cough up a mouthful of blood. Observing her disheveled hair and the dust and blood marring her face, a surge of fury ignited within Qingqing's heart. She gently placed Wanrong down and slowly stood up. "You wicked person, prepare to meet your demise. Golden Dragon descends," Qingqing shouted, channeling all her spiritual power into the spirit-slaying stick. A rich aura surged forth from the weapon, rolling with an unsettling sound that resembled ghostly wails and cries. To her astonishment, the adversary, far from being intimidated, expressed curiosity about the stick in Qingqing's grasp. "It appears to be quite a treasure. I shall claim it." "Such audacity," Qingqing retorted in fury. She thrust the spirit-slaying stick towards the heavens, and instantly, the atmosphere darkened. The previously clear skies transformed into a tumultuous sea of black clouds, within which flickered arcs of electricity. "I find myself increasingly intrigued by you." The figure in the black robe slowly approached, seemingly intent on seizing the spirit-slaying stick from Qingqing. Observing the black-robed man's intentions, Qingqing snorted coldly and hurled the spirit-slaying stick skyward. To her astonishment, the stick floated motionlessly in the air, while she swiftly formed intricate seals with her hands. As she completed each seal, the arcs of electricity above surged towards the spirit-slaying stick. Upon concluding her final seal, all the electric arcs had been absorbed by the stick, and the clouds on the horizon grew even denser. "If you desire my spirit-slaying stick, you must first endure a strike." With her words barely spoken, Qingqing leapt forward, grasping the floating stick, and brought it crashing down upon the black-robed man. As she executed her technique, an overwhelming tide of spiritual power surged forth from her being, draining her energy to the point of pallor. The mighty roar resonated throughout the Medicine Spirit Valley as a colossal silver dragon erupted from the spirit-slaying stick, charging directly towards the swirling clouds. The silver dragon twisted within the clouds, then, in a moment, surged downward, targeting the figure in black. The force of the silver dragon created turbulent energy within the valley, whipping Qingqing's garments into a frenzy. With the spirit-slaying stick in hand, she stumbled to Wanrong's side, helping her up. "Sister Yun, are you all right?" "Qingqing, you." At that moment, Wanrong was left astounded by the display of power from Qingqing. Unable to fathom how someone of her fifth-tier Qi-wheel realm could wield such formidable abilities, truly inscrutable. Suddenly, a thunderous impact echoed as the silver dragon collided with the black-robed man, causing his robe to billow dramatically. Qingqing caught a glimpse of the visage concealed beneath the robe. It was a face marred by a multitude of scars, with not a single unblemished spot remaining. Dozens of deep gashes crisscrossed his features. One of his eyes resembled a hollow abyss, void of any eyeball. while the other was shrouded in darkness, lacking any visible scarab. Mu Qingqing gasped in shock. The figure cloaked in black paid no heed to Mu Qingqing's piercing screams, instead exerting all his strength to resist the silver dragon surging within him. The dragon, having entered his body, was making a direct assault on his energy. He understood the dire consequences should the silver dragon breach that vital point. Thus, he was determined to prevent such a calamity from occurring. After a few moments, the man in black began to feel increasingly powerless. Boom! Unable to wait for the silver dragon to reach the energy sea, Mu Qingqing opted for a swift resolution and triggered an explosion prematurely. The silver dragon detonated within him. Yet contrary to expectations, the man in black did not collapse, spewing blood. Instead, he let out a chilling cry and charged toward Mu Qingqing, exclaiming, "Hand over your staff. I demand it." In haste, Mu Qingqing supported Wanrong and fled toward the mountains. However, to their astonishment, the man in black closed the distance between them in mere moments. "Predecessor, Xuanhuan is already dead. I beseech you to withdraw now," Wanrong, assisted by Mu Qingqing, quickly implored. The duo was in no condition to confront him, and their fellow disciples had long succumbed to unconsciousness. "Had you spoken these words sooner, I might have contemplated retreating. However, today I must acquire that staff in my grasp. If you willingly surrender it, I shall naturally withdraw. But should you refuse, do not blame me for lacking compassion." With that, the man in black waved his sleeve, unleashing a surge of spiritual energy that hurtled toward the two. Both were already at their wits' end, utterly incapable of countering the man's attack. Yet, driven by instinct, they raised their hands to absorb the blow. The ground trembled violently, dust billowing into the air, even forcing the man in black to stagger back a few steps to regain his footing. Mu Qingqing and Wanrong exchanged astonished glances, marveling at the unexpected strength they had managed to muster together to stand against him. "Who dares to confront me?" the man in black bellowed, his coarse voice echoing through the valley as he scanned the area with keen eyes. "Here I am. Are you blind?" From behind Mu Qingqing, a figure strolled forth with an air of confidence. This individual was tall and upright like a pine tree, with long, cascading hair flowing behind him. His slightly raised brows added an alluring charm to his countenance. His narrow eyes, seemingly amused, fixated coldly on the man in black, evoking the chill of ice shards. Who are you?" The man in black, taken aback by the emergence of another obstacle at such a critical juncture, scrutinized the newcomer, noticing an ethereal quality to him. Could he be merely an illusion? The man in black recalled that those who had attained a certain level of cultivation could project their avatars. Was this figure a mere phantom sent forth by a powerful being? "Gij Luo," Mu Qingqing exclaimed in delight, her cheeks flushed with excitement. She had not anticipated Wang Luo's appearance at such a moment. Beside her, Wanrong was equally astonished, her beautiful eyes scanning Wang Luo from head to toe. With her keen intellect, she quickly deduced that Wang Luo was merely an illusion, yet she pondered the connection between this apparition and Mu Qingqing. The way that girl reacted was unmistakably indicative of budding feelings. Could it be that they shared a childhood bond? As Wanrong indulged in her whimsical thoughts, a clear and resonant voice echoed once more. "Who I am is of no consequence. Just remember, young master has come to claim your life." To take my life. "I fear you lack the capability for such a feat." The figure cloaked in black emitted a cold snort, and astonishingly, his robe began to flutter as if stirred by an unseen wind. "How brazen! Regrettably, I have no time to waste here bantering with you. Prepare yourself." With a swift motion, Wang Luo extended his hand, and to his astonishment, the soul-slaying rod in Mu Qingqing's grasp was effortlessly transferred into his possession, leaving Wanrong momentarily stunned and the cloaked figure wide-eyed with disbelief. "Let me strike first." Wang Luo, endowed with the essence of a spirit weapon, wielded the soul-slaying rod and brought it down with fury upon the head of the black-cloaked figure. Bang! The cloaked figure, devoid of any weaponry, braced himself with bare hands to absorb the force of the blow. However, Wang Luo's strength far surpassed that of Mu Qingqing, and despite the cloaked figure's efforts, his knees buckled involuntarily, bending downward. "Good job. Luo Gij, hit him." Mu Qingqing, witnessing Wang Luo seize the upper hand, could not contain her excitement and cheered him on. "Who is he? Qingqing, are you familiar with him? Why is he able to wield your soul-slaying rod? Wasn't it bonded to you?" Wanrong queried, her curiosity piqued by Mu Qingqing's demeanor. Upon hearing Wanrong's inquiries, Mu Qingqing suddenly lowered her head, her small hands fidgeting with the fabric of her clothing. embodying a bashful young girl. Observing this, Wanrong began to piece together the implications, realizing that Wang Luo might indeed be akin to Qingqing's childhood companion, a childhood sweetheart. Yet, a fleeting thought crossed her mind. How did Wang Luo manage to enter the valley? Hadn't he the only exit been destroyed? Yunjia. I cannot disclose who he is just yet. I must ask him first. Just as Wanrong contemplated relinquishing her inquiries, Qingqing unexpectedly spoke up. Oh, how intriguing. Wanrong gently ruffled Qingqing's fluffy little head, nodding in contemplation. Now, at that moment, the cloaked figure issued a low growl, forcibly countering the downward force of the soul-slaying rod. Staggering back a few steps before regaining his balance. TSK, TSK, TSK. Such fragility. Wang Luo, clad in black, stood with his hands clasped behind his back, shaking his head in discontent. The cloaked figure, on the verge of an angry retort, found himself at a loss for words. And with a sudden motion, he stepped forward. An eerie crimson mist erupted from within him, and in that instant, his black robe billowed as if caught in a tempest, creating an ominous spectacle. Today, I shall show you my true power. The voice of the cloaked figure deepened dramatically, contrasting starkly with his earlier gruff tone. Yet, Wang Luo merely curled his lips in a smirk, his brows arching slightly, before extending his right hand. Come forth. Old Rag, the cloaked figure, enraged to the point of laughter, stomped forward. Into the eyes of Qingqing and Wanrong, he seemed to vanish into thin air. However, to Wang Luo, possessing the essence of a spirit weapon, the cloaked figure was visible, trailing a bizarre blood mist, accompanied by a piercing rush of wind as he lunged forward. With a cold chuckle, Wang Luo swiftly turned his body. Bang! The fist, shrouded in an eerie mist of blood, crashed forcefully against Wang Luo's chest. His astonishment, as the low, resonant voice echoed. The fist appeared to penetrate his very being. A mere illusion. The figure cloaked in black was taken aback, despite his own considerable speed. This adversary surpassed him by a notable margin. Nevertheless, he did not falter for an instant, swiftly pivoting to pursue Wang Luo once more. Not far from the enigmatic figure, Wang Luo's silhouette gradually materialized. He glanced down at the tattered edges of his garment, a flicker of surprise crossing his eyes, setting aside the question of such astonishing swiftness. The peculiarity of the attack method, which had corroded his clothing, was remarkable. Had he been struck by such a blow, the outcome was all too predictable. Just as Wang Luo pondered, an ominous presence suddenly loomed closer, prompting him to retreat with lightning speed at a hand. Exuding a strange blood mist, narrowly missed striking his chest. Yet, before he could evade, the hand lunged forward, landing squarely on his lower back. Bang! Caught unprepared, Wang Luo was sent hurtling backward amidst the astonished gazes of Qingqing and Wanrong. Just as he was about to crash to the ground in a most undignified manner, the spirit-devouring staff appeared beneath him, halting his descent. Phew! Qingqing exhaled deeply, her hands instinctively patting her chest. Clearly shaken. Meanwhile, several meters away, the figure in black gradually emerged, casually remarking, "Not so impressive after all." At that moment, Wang Luo sensed something within him rapidly consuming his meager reserve of spiritual energy. Damn it! How dare they ambush me? Wang Luo summoned the devouring power of the spirit-devouring staff, forcefully consuming the enigmatic force assailing him. This staff could devour even the treasures of others. The meager bone-corroding power was trivial in comparison. In mere moments, that force vanished entirely. Standing atop the staff, Wang Luo gazed down imperiously at the figure draped in black, then erupted into laughter, declaring, "Indeed, not impressive at all." The figure in black had anticipated that Wang Luo would succumb to the bone-corroding power, allowing him to capture him effortlessly to his surprise. However, nothing of the sort transpired. A flicker of ruthlessness flashed in the depths of the black-cloaked figure's eyes. It seemed that dealing with such an opponent required his utmost effort. This confrontation was no longer merely about the reward from Xuanhuan. It was increasingly personal, driven by his desire to possess that pitch-black staff. Realizing this, the figure in black let out a twisted laugh and forcefully stomped the ground. Bang! With a resounding thud, the hard earth beneath him shattered, and his form inexplicably vanished from sight. His target was none other than Wang Luo, who stood aloft on the spirit-devouring staff. Let us play. Wang Luo thought to himself, then charged toward the direction from which the figure in black had come. A dull crash reverberated through the air, followed by an explosive surge of energy rippling outward like a tidal wave. In an instant, both figures were sent hurtling backward, crashing through several ancient trees before plummeting to the ground with a thunderous impact. Wang Luo cleared his throat softly, gradually raising his gaze, yet the fervent battle intent in his eyes was unmatched. The adversary, in a state of disarray, struggled to rise from the ground, a flicker of fear flashing across his eyes. Following the trepidation was a glimmer of malice, as the figure in the black robe regained his footing. He forcefully stomped the ground, unleashing a powerful surge of energy that carved a half-foot-wide crater into the stony earth, sending debris swirling through the air. Before the dust could settle, the black-robed man vanished with a swish. Reappearing 100 meters away, Wang Luo observed the silhouette wreathed in an eerie crimson mist flickering towards him and hastily retreated. However, he found himself unexpectedly backed against a century-old ancient tree. Leaving him with no time to evade, the red shadow gracefully approached, lunging fiercely towards Wang Luo's chest. Clang! The black spirit-slaying staff clashed with the blood-mist-enshrouded hand of the black-robed man, producing a sound reminiscent of metal striking metal. Following this, Wang Luo's figure retreated slightly, his expression as somber as a still lake as he regarded the black-robed figure not far ahead. After a moment of contemplation, he sighed helplessly. "You have forced my hand. If you become a ghost, do not come seeking vengeance from me. Suffocate yourself instead." With that, Wang Luo hurled the spirit-slaying staff high into the air. The black-robed man, witnessing this, leaped up to grasp it. Chapter 90. Blood Contract Rumbling. Just as the spirit-slaying staff ascended to mid-air, the ominous layers of dark clouds that had lingered began to churn violently. Within those inky clouds, flashes of lightning danced ominously. The black-robed man, disregarding all caution, reached out for the staff suspended in the air. "Be careful, Brother Luo, below." Qingqing gasped in alarm upon witnessing the scene. If the black-robed man were to seize the staff, it would surely spell disaster for her. Wanrong gently tugged at the anxious Qingqing, for her gaze remained fixated on Wang Luo. She could discern that he was undoubtedly composed and confident in his actions. Thus, she shook her head at Qingqing, signaling her to remain calm. Sizzle, as the black-robed man's hand brushed against the body of the spirit-slaying staff, a sudden crackling sound erupted. The black-robed man glanced upward, only to discover that a faint silver arc had inexplicably manifested upon the staff, and the sound he heard was the result of that arc transmitting through the staff to his hand. His hand, now stung by the shock, instinctively recoiled from the staff. "Child's play," the black-robed man scoffed. Undeterred, he then summoned the spiritual energy within him, enveloping his palm in a thick, blood-red mist. Gradually, he raised his hand once more, aiming to grasp the spirit-slaying staff suspended in the air. Standing below, Qingqing was so tense she could hardly make a sound, her delicate hands tightly covering her mouth, her stunning eyes wide as saucers. Meanwhile, Wang Luo wore a slight smirk, remaining utterly still as he observed the unfolding events, though his gaze would occasionally drift skyward. The heavens above the valley were now completely cloaked in dense, ominous clouds, the scene far more intense than when Qingqing had previously wielded the power of the spirit-slaying staff. Observing Wang Luo's composed demeanor amidst the chaos, a subtle flutter of anxiety stirred in Wanrong's heart. This sensation is truly extraordinary, one that Wanrong has never before experienced. It brings with it a tinge of anxiety, coupled with a hint of sweetness. Meanwhile, the figure in the black robe, shrouded in a mist of crimson, has slowly tightened his grip around the spirit-slaying rod. The incessant hissing sound fills the air. Yet, his opponent appears oblivious, the fervor in his eyes unmistakably clear to Wang Luo. "Haha, my possessions are mine." The voice of the black-robed man returns to its previous coarse and grating tone that he then descends to the ground, raising his other hand and swiftly slicing his thumb. A line of blood is drawn across his index finger, indicating his intention to pledge his blood and forge a bond with the spirit-slaying rod. No. Qingqing rushes forward in a panic, desperate to avert this calamity. If she is too late, everything will be lost. Thud! Not far from her initial dash, Qingqing trips over an unseen obstacle, landing gracelessly on the ground. Undeterred, she scrambles forward. "Damn it, Qingqing, don't ruin my plans." Just as she rises to continue her pursuit, Wang Luo's voice suddenly echoes in her mind. Wanrong catches up, surveying her with concern, and only relaxes upon confirming that Qingqing is unharmed. "Sister Yun, I'm fine," Qingqing exclaims hastily, noticing Wanrong's anxiety. Meanwhile, the black-robed man has begun to let his blood drip onto the spirit-slaying rod. That moment, the clouds in the sky lower ominously, with arcs of electricity seeming to dance in proximity to the rod. Within the confines of the Medicine Spirit Valley, visibility has dwindled to near nothingness. Crack. A silver flash streaks across the heavens, illuminating this small realm in an instant. A colossal silver dragon, measuring several dozen zhang in length, darts past. Its cold, indifferent gaze fixates on the black-robed man clutching the spirit-slaying rod, and in the blink of an eye, darkness envelopes the entire Medicine Spirit Valley once more. Qingqing, did you see that? Wanrong gazes skyward in disbelief. She has never witnessed such a lifelike and enormous dragon, even if it is merely a manifestation of lightning. Yes, I saw it. Brother Luo is truly remarkable. The silver dragon he summoned is hundreds of times larger than I. Though the valley has succumbed to darkness, Qingqing's bright eyes remain fixed on the spot in the sky, unwavering. Plop. The sound of dripping blood resonates. The black-robed man's blood has finally fallen upon the spirit-slaying rod. Roar. An enraged roar of the dragon reverberates from the heavens, followed by a tremor that shakes the earth. Qingqing, quickly, retreat to safety. Before the tempest descends upon them, Qingqing barely catches Wang Luo's final words. The rest drowned out by the dragon's furious roar, the howling winds, the thunder in the sky, and the explosive energy resonating around them. Without a moment to ponder, she seizes Wanrong's hands and, relying on her memory, begins to retreat towards the edge of the mountains. Her instincts tell her that as long as she distances herself from that ill-fated black-robed man, she will be safe. And indeed, that proves to be the case. In the ensuing moments, the entirety of Yaoling Valley was filled with a cacophony of peculiar sounds, compelling Qingqing to cover her ears in an attempt to shield herself from the clamor of the outside world. As she felt the warmth radiating from her body, a sudden sensation of being in a different realm washed over her. In merely a few hours, she had experienced an array of events that seemed to surpass the sum of her previous 15 years. Sister Yun, are you all right? Qingqing raised her gaze to see Wanrong speaking a short distance away. That I am fine. Let us see what has become of that cloaked figure, Wanrong replied with a gentle smile. Her eyes gradually sweeping across their surroundings until they landed on a seemingly bottomless pit. Chapter 91. The dimmed life played upon noticing the pit. Wanrong was momentarily taken aback, her beautiful eyes filled with incredulity as they turned to Qingqing beside her. Sister Yun, why are you looking at me? Qingqing asked, a hint of unease in her voice. Never mind. Let us hasten to check on our fellow disciples, Wanrong said as she took Qingqing's hand and led her towards the others. However, her gaze remained fixated on the search for Wang Luo, though regrettably, she found no trace of him. Xuanhuan and the other disciples had already collapsed, unconscious, apart from the one disciple slain by the cloaked figure. The others were unharmed. Moreover, thanks to the recent cataclysmic explosion, Wang Luo had managed to usher them to safety at a critical moment. The two girls spent the subsequent time ensuring the disciples were well taken care of before finally arriving at the site where a fierce battle had recently transpired in Yaoling Valley to investigate further. Sister Yun, what a deep pit! Qingqing exclaimed in astonishment as she approached the edge of the pit. Wanrong stepped closer, noting that the pit was approximately 10 feet deep and 4 to 5 feet wide. The bottom was shrouded in darkness, yet one could faintly discern a human-shaped silhouette. The figure of the cloaked man had long since vanished, presumably shattered into fragments by the silver dragon's onslaught. Wait, Sister Yun. Look, the bodies of those minions remain. Yet why has Xiao Yuan's corpse disappeared? Qingqing recalled how she had knocked Xiao Yuan to the ground with a single strike, not having the chance to ascertain whether he was alive or dead. It now seemed likely that he had been rendered unconscious and bloodied by her blow, only to regain consciousness amidst the chaos of Wang Luo's battle with the cloaked figure, seizing the opportunity to escape in the enveloping darkness. Reflecting on this, Qingqing felt a pang of regret. Had she known, she would have delivered a couple more strikes to ensure his fate. Nevertheless, it appears it was not his time to die. Wanrong remarked nonchalantly, shaking her head, "But Sister Yun, this entire predicament was instigated by him. If we had eliminated him in Cangyan Kingdom, perhaps none of this would have transpired." Indeed, as time resumed its relentless march, the sun had dipped below the horizon, and night had fallen. Both women, weary and aching, found little time to ponder the complexities of right and wrong, and that night, Qingqing enjoyed an unusually peaceful slumber. The following morning, in the halls of Yunlan's sect, "Master, it is dire news. I have just conducted my routine inspection at the Lingpai Pavilion and was suddenly alarmed to discover that the life tokens of Mushan, Wanrong, and others have dimmed to a shadow of their former selves. Emotion had only just emerged from his meditative state when he heard Elder Bai's anxious voice. Is there any shattering? Emotion was taken aback, for this time, Mutian and Wanrong, along with 2 others, had ventured to the Yaoling Valley to investigate an attack that had occurred there, and he had presumed that the danger would be minimal. Yet, the situation has proven to be far more severe than anticipated. There is no shattering, but the brilliance is exceedingly dim. The 4 shouted in unison and then knelt before Emotion, bowing their heads in reverence. Rise, rise. Seeing that everyone was safe, Emotion's anxious heart finally settled. What kind of peril did you encounter that caused your life tokens to lose their luminosity? Naturally, Emotion was eager to comprehend the events that had transpired. Did my master not receive my transmission? Mushan suddenly spoke from below, for he had always believed that his message should have reached the master by now, and Emotion had surely dispatched someone to investigate the Yaoling Valley. No, not at all. This morning, I confirmed with Elder Bai that no messages had been received. Emotion turned his gaze towards Elder Bai. Upon feeling Emotion's eyes upon him, Elder Bai was startled and quickly replied, I assure you, I have not received any communication. That is indeed peculiar. Everyone witnessed me sending the message. Mushan thought. Perplexed, I see no cause for bewilderment. It must be that Xuanhuan is behind this. Qingqing, biting her silver teeth, spoke venomously. Oh, Xuanhuan, were you not sent to investigate the matter of the beast attack in the Yaoling Valley? How does this involve a person? Emotion, unaware of the significance of Xuanhuan, inquired. The 4 exchanged glances, and finally, Mushan addressed the others. Allow me to explain. Wanrong and the others nodded gently. Thus, Mushan recounted the entire sequence of events to Emotion in detail, including how Xuanhuan had purchased demon stone powder to damage the barrier, inciting headless bees to assault the spiritual herbs in the Yaoling Valley, resulting in the destruction of nearly 1/5 of them. Ultimately, he had summoned the notorious Shi Chao to assist him, only to be vanquished by the combined efforts of Qingqing and Wanrong. Chapter 92. The Secret Vault of Butian. What? 1/5 of the spiritual herbs in my Yaoling Valley have been destroyed. Upon hearing this, Emotion felt a pang of anguish, for the cultivation of those herbs was akin to the lifeblood of the entire Yulan sect. How could he not be heartbroken at such loss? Indeed, Mushan replied solemnly. This has become an undeniable fact, with no room for concealment. Yet, Qingqing's heart skipped imperceptibly. If Wanrong were to disclose the matter regarding Wang Luo, how would she manage the consequences? With this thought, Qingqing subtly lifted her gaze to steal a glance in Wanrong's direction. To her surprise, Wanrong's eyes were fixed upon her at that moment. And after a knowing smile, she began her narration. Qingqing's worries did not materialize. Wanrong merely recounted that at a critical moment, a mysterious figure appeared, and before she could discern his appearance, she had already succumbed to unconsciousness, struck down by the cloaked man. Upon awakening, she found only a gaping chasm within the medicine spirit valley, while both the cloaked figure and the enigmatic stranger had vanished without a trace. With a sigh of relief, Qingqing silently exhaled, grateful that Wanrong had not divulged Wang Luo's affairs. Otherwise, she would have been at a loss for an explanation. A mysterious person. Wanrong, are you certain you did not catch a glimpse of his features? Emotion inquired with evident intrigue upon hearing about this enigmatic figure. Well, Wanrong appeared to ponder, causing Qingqing's heart to race with trepidation. All eyes were now fixed upon Wanrong. And after a brief pause, she smiled charmingly, declaring, the disciple truly did not see clearly. Oh dear, you nearly scared me to death. Qingqing gently patted her chest, murmuring softly in her heart. Does the sect leader believe that this mysterious person's appearance could be related to that incident? At that moment, Elder Bai, who had been silent thus far, suddenly spoke up. Are you suggesting that Emotion also seemed to contemplate the implication? Master, what riddle are you and Elder Bai trying to unravel? What is it? Precisely? Unable to contain her curiosity, Wanrong interjected that it would not be inappropriate to share this matter with you. Emotion replied with a light cough before recounting the tale that it was revealed that on the Wanmeng continent, tens of thousands of years ago, a hidden treasure from ancient times was said to contain countless rare artifacts, weapons, and martial arts. This treasure was known to open once every century, and this year happened to be the occasion. However, the specific timing remained uncertain. Ancient texts passed down through generations noted that a natural phenomenon would precede the treasure's unveiling. Not long ago, by mere chance, Emotion had observed an astronomical alignment of 9 stars, leading him to deduce that the treasure's opening would not be far off. Every time the treasure was revealed, it attracted countless extraordinary individuals from across the Wanrong continent, and it was for this reason that Emotion believed the mysterious figure encountered by Wanrong and her companions was drawn by the celestial occurrence. Thus, the opening of this treasure has become a grand event upon the Wanrong continent. Mu Shan inquired, clearly intrigued by the treasure's allure. The location remains elusive. No one knows where it lies until the moment approaches. However, ancient texts within the Yunlan sect state that when the treasure opens, powerful energy fluctuations will manifest for 3 days. Following these fluctuations, one can locate the treasure. The treasure was not merely sought by a handful of individuals, but was desired by all on the Wanrong continent. It was said that if one possessed sufficient fortune, upon entering the treasure, they could obtain unparalleled martial arts and elixirs. Qingqing. I too wish to venture into that treasure, for I sense that it holds what I seek. Wang Luo's voice echoed in Mu Qingqing's mind as she overheard the discussions among Emotion and the others. Esteemed master, I wish to inquire about the potential requirements for entering that hidden treasure. Upon hearing Wang Luo's words, Mu Qingqing could only muster the courage to speak, for whenever Wang Luo desires something, or wishes to venture to a certain place, Mu Qingqing would unconditionally comply with all his requests. Oh, Qingqing, do you also wish to gain entry into this hidden treasure? Emotion turned his head, gazing at Mu Qingqing with keen interest. Of course, such an extraordinary place. Who wouldn't wish to visit it? Mu Qingqing lightly cleared her throat, striving to make her voice sound as normal as possible, yet her delicate ears betrayed her, turning a shade of crimson. Wanrong glanced sideways at Mu Qingqing, noticing her flushed ears and the watery glimmer in her eyes, reminiscent of the black-clad youth encountered in the Medicine Spirit Valley. With this thought, Wanrong scanned the grand hall once more, but found nothing amiss. Emotion, seated prominently, smiled at Mu Qingqing and began to elucidate the specific requirements for entering the hidden treasure. Only the most exceptional young talents, whose cultivation does not exceed the transformation origin realm, are permitted entry. Those surpassing this threshold would be automatically excluded. Moreover, the hidden treasure spans a vast area, potentially larger than that of an entire empire, existing within a unique spatial domain, purportedly established millennia ago by a powerful being who attained the path-seeking realm. Upon hearing Emotion's words, Mu Shan and Luo Emo curiously turned their gazes toward Mu Qingqing, pondering the nature of the private agreement between her and the master. Naturally, Qingqing dared not forget. However, as Mu Qingqing spoke, she slightly raised her eyes, and in the fleeting exchange, Emotion discerned her intentions clearly. If you truly accomplish this, then upon the opening of the hidden treasure, Yunlan sect shall certainly reserve a place for you. What say you? Emotion remarked with a smile. I shall adhere to the master's wishes. Mu Qingqing exclaimed with joy, promptly performing a respectful bow as a junior. Enough, enough, you all look weary. Please, depart. Emotion chuckled heartily, waving his hand dismissively. Thus, after Mu Shan and the others paid their respects, they turned to leave Do. Just as they stepped out of the grand hall, a throng of disciples stood at the entrance, cheering for the group, some even whistling. The crowd was bewildered, unsure of the commotion. Congratulations to the senior brother and sister Yun for vanquishing the heinous criminal Shi Chao, shouted a few leading disciples, prompting a fresh wave of cheers from the others. Hearing their words, Mu Shan could only smile wryly. This victory had little to do with him, as it was entirely the merit of Wanrong and Mu Qingqing. He stepped forward, intending to reveal the truth, but unexpectedly, before he could speak, Wanrong discreetly tugged at him, offering a gentle smile and a shake of her head. With no choice, Mu Shan reluctantly acquiesced. Oh, senior brother, how valiant. All the disciples surged forward, lifting Mu Shan and tossing him into the air, with even Luo Mo unable to escape such a fate. Meanwhile, Wanrong and Mu Qingqing, being girls, found the disciples retreating in laughter, leaving them in scathe. They are nothing but a bunch of mischievous monkeys. This is a dish that Aunt Lu specially prepared for you. Do give it a taste. Zhao Go, in deference to his master, was utterly respectful, keeping his head bowed and not daring to meet Mu Qingqing's gaze. Upon hearing Zhao Go's words, Mu Qingqing felt a wave of warmth in her heart. It seemed that, aside from Wanrong, Zhao was the one who cared for her the most in the Yunlan sect. Mu Qingqing was well aware that a significant part of this concern stemmed from Wang Luo, yet regardless, Xiaoguo's kindness was enough to bring her immense satisfaction that I am perfectly fine. Thank you. Xiaoguo, Mu Qingqing opened the door, gesturing for Xiaoguo to enter. After a moment of contemplation, Xiaoguo stepped inside. Once he placed the food box on the table, he took a step back to stand aside. Mu Qingqing washed her hands and then opened the food box, filling the room with the delightful aroma of the dishes. Indeed, it was no wonder that, having not eaten a morsel the previous day, she found this meal so enticing. Mu Qingqing held the bowl of rice, inhaling its fragrance deeply, as though she hadn't eaten in days. Xiaoguo, please sit. I shall have something to eat first, she mumbled indistinctly before diving into her meal. Xiaoguo, feeling helpless, could only stand with his head bowed, wanting to ask Mu Qingqing to summon Wang Luo. But he lacked the courage. Thus, he watched as she devoured the bowl of rice. Just then, a swirling black mist suddenly enveloped the room, causing Xiaoguo to rejoice and promptly kneel down, remaining still. Hey, Xiaoguo, get up! What are you doing? Mu Qingqing, still occupied with her food, did not notice the change in the room, exclaiming with a mouthful of chicken leg, truly a glutton, as the black mist settled. Wang Luo appeared, suspended in midair, his eyes glinting with indifference. Master, please allow your disciple to pay his respects, Xiaoguo exclaimed, preparing to bow his head. Observing this, Wang Luo rubbed his forehead in exasperation. Do you take my words as mere whispers in the wind? Xiaoguo chuckled awkwardly, standing up from the floor and bowing again. Brother Luo. Upon seeing Wang Luo, Mu Qingqing instinctively placed the chicken leg back on the plate and timidly called out. Suddenly, Xiaoguo let out a sharp command, and he gradually began to fade from view. Mu Qingqing gasped, covering her rosy lips in astonishment at the spectacle before her. She could hardly believe that Xiaoguo had become invisible. What followed was even more bewildering. As another shadow began to materialize where Xiaoguo had stood. A chair, Mu Qingqing exclaimed in shock. Master, do you see how I've transformed? The unexpected chair spoke, its voice identical to that of Xiaoguo. Mu Qingqing cautiously approached, extending her porcelain-like hand to gently touch the chair's surface, which felt indistinguishable from that of a real chair. Clapping his hands, Wang Luo expressed his approval, clearly impressed with Xiaoguo's performance. Before Mu Qingqing could depart, the chair suddenly shimmered with light, and Xiaoguo, appearing somewhat bashful, stood before her. He scratched his head and chuckled. I apologize, Miss Mu, but I can only endure this much for now. Brother Luo, is this the technique you taught Xiaoguo? Mu Qingqing inquired with curiosity as she turned her head. Indeed, this technique consists of 4 levels, and this is merely the first layer, Wang Luo replied. A look of pride on his face, for he had long been intrigued by this very technique. Chapter 94. Levels of techniques. Wang Luo's fascination stemmed from the realization that once mastered, this technique would grant one the ability to traverse the heavens and the earth without restraint. However, recalling the inhumane trials involved, he ultimately chose to forego it. Xiaoguo, on the other hand, was well suited for this technique due to his innate flexibility. For layers, Mu Qingqing was naturally intrigued by the contents of these layers. Just as she was about to inquire further, she caught sight of Wang Luo's somewhat aloof expression and promptly swallowed her words. In the end, it was Xiaoguo's cleverness that prevailed. He understood Mu Qingqing's unspoken desire and began to elucidate the contents of the 4 layers of the technique. The illusory spirit technique is an imperial-level technique. Perhaps even Wang Luo and Xiaoguo were unaware of this fact. The techniques are divided into 6 ranks: low, mid, high, imperial, heavenly, and divine. Each rank further categorizes into 3 tiers: upper, middle, and lower. This illusory spirit technique was created by a spiritual beast that transformed into human form to welcome the divine thunder of the 9 heavens. Not only does this technique conceal one's aura, but it also allows for an array of transformations at will. Although classified as imperial, when utilized adeptly, it could easily be deemed heavenly. Furthermore, this spiritual beast successfully transcended the divine tribulation, ascending to become a divine beast. The 4 layers of this technique encompass the following. The first layer entails basic transformation, allowing one to morph into lifeless objects such as tables, chairs, or even garments, as long as they are devoid of life. The second layer, being more advanced, permits transformation into any animal, including magical beasts. Thus, should Xiaoguo cultivate to the second layer, he would possess boundless capabilities. The third layer enables one to assume human form, mimicking anyone other than oneself to an exquisite degree, indistinguishable even to the closest of kin. The fourth layer, the most challenging, if mastered, would ensure invincibility, or at the very least, unparalleled escapabilities. This layer allows transformation into 5 elements: metal, wood, water, fire, earth, and even air, lightning, clouds, and rain. Whatever one desires, any form can be conjured. Wow! The radiance in Mu Qingqing's enchanting eyes mirrored a starry sky. With her hands clasped before her chest, she gazed enviously at the grinning Xiaogo. Xiaogo, would you teach me this technique? Mu Qingqing envisioned herself soaring through the skies as her words fell. Xiaogo cast a troubled glance at Wang Luo, suspended in the air, for this technique was imparted to him by Wang Luo, and he dared not make a decision unilaterally. Sensing Xiaogo's pleading gaze, Wang Luo's lips curled into a slight smirk. You shall teach her, but first, assist her in loosening her muscles and breaking her limbs before we continue. What? Upon hearing this, Mu Qingqing's delicate face turned as pale as a sheet, utterly horrified. Is it necessary to break bones to practice martial arts? How can one train without doing so? Do you think you can contort yourself to the size of that chair? Wang Luo couldn't help but snort disdainfully. This Mu Qingqing always had a penchant for fanciful notions. If it were truly that simple, I would have mastered it myself long ago. After my rebirth, I would have started training immediately. Wang Luo descended gracefully, gently patting Xiaogo's shoulder. Upon hearing these words, Xiaogo was overwhelmed with emotion, tears welling up as he reflected on his solitary existence for over a decade. Finally encountering Wang Luo had bestowed upon him a sense of rebirth. Xiaogo grasped Wang Luo's hand tightly, just about to speak, when Wang Luo waved his hand dismissively. Don't try to play the emotional card with me. I am not swayed by such tactics. The Sect's grand competition not only determined whether Mu Qingqing could join the ranks of favored disciples, but more importantly, if she performed exceptionally well, she could also secure a place in the expedition to the hidden treasure. Thus, hastening her cultivation was imperative. Furthermore, Mu Qingqing's Qingqing pouch contained the inner core of a great python, and this was the perfect opportunity to absorb it and see how many levels she could transcend with such a treasure. However, Brother Luo, my great-uncle once told me that cultivation, like any endeavor, should not be rushed for immediate gains. Therefore, I think I should. Mu Qingqing pouted, her words trailing off. Indeed, just manage it as you see fit. Last time, you advanced to the 5th tier of the Qi Will realm precisely because you laid a solid foundation. This time, proceed according to your capabilities. Wang Luo replied nonchalantly, propping his leg up and holding the inner core of the crimson fisher mole. Boredom evident in his tone. This time entering the tower, he planned to swallow this inner core to discover its potential effects. Not only did Mu Qingqing need to elevate her cultivation, but Wang Luo also felt a pressing urgency. Since fate had granted him the opportunity to continue cultivating with a spirit weapon body, he was determined not to squander such a significant blessing. Having abandoned thoughts of self-destruction, Wang Luo considered that even if he were to end his life, it would have no effect. After his rebirth, he would still become a spirit within this slaughtering artifact. Perhaps this was simply his destiny, or perhaps it had always been this way. As the night passed without incident, dawn broke the next day. Having learned from her previous experience, Mu Qingqing woke early, stretching languidly. She groggily donned her clothes and, after a brief wash, stepped outside. The morning birds chirped joyfully from the branches. And as she listened to their melodic songs, Mu Qingqing's spirits lifted, mirroring the graceful dance of the birds as she quickly vanished into the distance. Upon arriving at the training tower, Mu Qingqing discovered that a dense crowd had already gathered before it. Seeing this, her charming face immediately wrinkled in dismay. I'm late again. Chapter 95. Re-entering the tower. What disheartened Mu Qingqing was not merely her tardiness, but the fact that Wanrong had recently been granted an extended holiday by the sect leader. Thus, Mu Qingqing feared she would be unable to seize this opportunity to blend in unnoticed. Just as she contemplated leaving in a dejected state, a nearby disciple suddenly recognized her and let out a piercing scream. Mu Qingqing's voice was not only high-pitched but also elongated at the end, compelling everyone around to turn and gaze in her direction. Given the attention she had drawn, Mu Qingqing felt no inclination to turn and flee. Instead, she maintained her poise and fixed her gaze ahead toward the training tower. In an instant, whispers began to circulate throughout the square. Yet, Mu Qingqing's serene countenance remained undisturbed. Suddenly, the entire square fell into an eerie silence. With all eyes fixated on Mu Qingqing, despite her calm demeanor, a flicker of emotion crossed her delicate features at that moment. Mu Qingqing, hurry up and leave, Wang Luo shouted from within the ranks of the disciples. To him, this was not a time for modesty. Since a path had been cleared for them, he believed it was only right for them to boldly proceed. Otherwise, he mused, how would she fare in the upcoming competition in 10 days? Upon hearing Wang Luo's words, Qingqing imperceptibly nodded and began to step forward slowly. The crowd behind her gradually closed in like a receding tide. She walked unflinchingly to the entrance of the training tower, only to unexpectedly come face to face with a familiar figure, Huanggu, the very person with whom she had previously clashed. Seeing everyone parting ways for Qingqing, a surge of indignation ignited within Huanggu. She recalled how she had risen before dawn to secure her position, while Qingqing, having awoken so late, still managed to enter the tower simultaneously with her. The more she thought about it, the more her heart brimmed with discontent, and her hand stealthily slipped into her Qingqing pouch, her phoenix-like eyes glimmering with malice. The surrounding disciples were equally astonished. They knew that the elder guarding the tower was notoriously arrogant. Yet today he was speaking to a disciple, and with such a favorable attitude. Many exaggeratedly tilted their heads, eager to discern from which direction the sun had risen today. Greetings, elder. Qingqing slightly cupped her hands and bowed respectfully to the elder. Enough, enough, I shan't delay your time any further. Proceed, open the tower, the elder commanded, casting a meaningful glance at the distant Huanggu before turning to leave. Qingqing, perplexed, wondered what the elder's intentions were. Following his gaze, she beheld Huanggu's grim expression. With a dismissive shake of her head, Qingqing reflected that some individuals in life are destined to be but fleeting passers-by. To her, Huanggu was merely one such transient figure, and thus she paid her little mind. As the elder departed, the crowd instinctively formed a long line, with Qingqing standing prominently at the very front. As the moment of alignment approached, many individuals instinctively gravitated towards Qingqing's presence, ultimately bestowing upon her the foremost position. Such is the advantage that power confers upon you. Confronted by her own bewilderment, Qingqing found Wang Luo elucidating matters with the spirit-slaying rod. Upon hearing his words, she instinctively lowered her gaze to her delicate, fair hands, pondering whether their apprehension stemmed from the mere sight of them. Qingqing, there are times when I genuinely wish to throttle you. Why not sever your hands, and see if they still fear you? Wang Luo sighed, rubbing his temples, his expression tinged with exasperation. A charming smile suddenly graced Qingqing's lips, leaving Wang Luo's remarks unanswered. That moment, the heavy doors of the training tower creaked open, and a procession of disciples began to emerge, taking nearly half an hour for the count to conclude. It turned out that one disciple had attempted to take advantage of the chaos, hiding within a training room and refusing to come out, only to be discovered by the elder on duty and subsequently expelled after punishment. At long last, when the training tower was accessible, Qingqing ascended without pause, reaching the 7th level, where she halted before the entrance of an advanced training room. The entire 7th floor remained enveloped in tranquility, with other disciples yet to arrive. After much hesitation, Qingqing finally pushed open the door to the advanced training room. The room was impeccably tidied. Qingqing settled herself cross-legged upon a mat, forming specific hand seals as she prepared to resume her cultivation. She exhaled softly, then gradually closed her eyes, only to suddenly reopen them. Luo Gu, when should I ingest that inner elixir? Such a sizable pill. To swallow it whole seems perilous. Instantly, dark mist swirled within the room, and Wang Luo materialized before Qingqing. What am I to do then? Upon seeing him, her voice softened considerably, leaving only a hint of sweetness and her eyes glimmering with a captivating allure. Ahem, Wang Luo, undeterred, maintained an imposing demeanor. Though Qingqing, lacking evidence, had no choice but to follow Wang Luo's method to prepare for absorbing the dense spiritual energy contained within the inner elixir. Subsequently, she gently closed her eyes, her mind gradually settling, and the surroundings fell into silence. Soon, the rich spiritual energy of the 7th level surged towards her, akin to an unrelenting tide. Chapter 96. Anomalies within the tower. The surrounding spiritual energy surged like a relentless wave, flowing towards Qingqing's body at a visibly accelerated pace. Wang Luo, suspended in midair, observed her every movement, resolute in his decision to remain until he assured her safety. After all, the inner elixir of the Great Python contained an abundance of spiritual power. Any misstep could lead to unforeseen consequences. The influx of energy, guided by Qingqing's deliberate direction, coursed through her meridians for a complete cycle before being infused into her qi. The qi then circulated, continuously channeling the most refined energy into her spirals. However, Mu Qingqing's movements did not cease. Instead, she gradually channeled the most refined energy stored within the cyclone. This energy flowed through her, ultimately overflowing from her hands. As she held the inner elixir of the great python in her palm, the silvery energy enveloped the entire elixir, gradually cocooning it. Suddenly, Mu Qingqing felt an unexpected reaction from the inner elixir. As her spiritual power made contact with it, the elixir seemed to come alive, slowly rising into the air, its energy merging with her own. Mu Qingqing was naturally filled with delight. Meanwhile, Wang Luo could even perceive with the naked eye that as Mu Qingqing's spiritual power enveloped the elixir, the silvery energy gradually transformed into a pale golden hue, subsequently flowing back along its original path and being absorbed into her palm. This was quite promising. Observing this, Wang Luo felt reassured, and he too began to study the inner elixir of the crimson fisher rat in his possession. Now, in comparison to Mu Qingqing's great python elixir, it seemed utterly insignificant. Thus, Mu Qingqing settled her mind, dedicating herself to the fusion of her spiritual power with the great python's elixir, gradually channeling the shimmering mutated energy into her body. Time became an unmeasurable entity, as an abundance of dense spiritual energy continuously gathered, causing the commotion to escalate. Eventually, Mu Qingqing could even hear a sound reminiscent of flowing water. In the end, a small vortex of spiritual energy formed upon her palm, voraciously devouring the energy emanating from the transformed great python elixir. Enveloped in this frenzied energy, Mu Qingqing resembled a meditating monk, her breath becoming faint. Only the rhythmic waves of energy surging into her body remained, producing the sound of a tidal swell. This state persisted for 7 days, during which the great python's elixir, suspended in midair, diminished to the size of an almond. In a fleeting moment, a faint sound resonated within Mu Qingqing's body, and her tightly shut eyes fluttered as her eyelashes quivered, eventually opening slowly. However, just as she was about to speak, she realized that the great python's elixir continued to release spiritual energy, which incessantly flowed into her palm. With a sense of helplessness, Mu Qingqing closed her eyes once more, guiding the pale golden energy to gradually infuse into her qi along specific meridians. It was then that Mu Qingqing discerned that her cyclone had expanded to more than double its previous size. If this continued, once she reached the qi realm, her cyclone could solidify into form, ultimately transforming into an inner elixir. With an inner elixir, Mu Qingqing would be able to determine her attributes, allowing her to cultivate her techniques according to these characteristics, undoubtedly leading to greater efficiency. Yet, Mu Qingqing found herself in a predicament, as the qi continued its relentless operation, producing the purest energy. Despite her best efforts to control it, she realized the great python's cultivation was indeed profound, and she began to sense an overwhelming state that she could scarcely contain, while many energies from the external elixir remained unabsorbed. Just as she was about to indulge in a morsel to replenish her energy, the spirit destruction rod beside her suddenly emitted a resonant hum, its entire body trembling uncontrollably, drawing from her previous experience. Mu Qingqing remained relatively composed, merely taking out a chicken leg to eat, while keeping a vigilant eye on the fluctuations of the rod. However, this time, the situation seemed even more dire. Not only was the rod humming, but a vortex of spiritual energy began to form within the room, directly above the rod itself. "Brother Luo, what are you doing?" A flicker of panic flashed in Mu Qingqing's eyes as she hurriedly rose to grasp the spirit destruction rod, only to discover that an invisible barrier had seemingly materialized around it. No matter how hard she tried, she could not breach it. The vortex grew increasingly larger, causing the energy within the entire room to spiral into chaos. Mu Qingqing's garments whipped violently in the tumult, and the entire 7th floor began to tremble. The other disciples practicing on the 7th floor hastily vacated their rooms, gathering in the corridor, exchanging bewildered glances at the source of the disturbance emanating from the high-level training room. Yet, Mu Qingqing could not afford to concern herself with anything else. She continuously hurled herself against the seemingly transparent barrier, hoping to shatter it and rescue Wang Luo. "Quick, someone go find the elder steward." A voice rang out among the disciples, prompting one of them to dash downstairs. Chapter 97. Ascending again, the upheaval of energy persisted for approximately the duration of a burning incense stick. By the time the disciple returned with the elder steward, everything had already returned to normal. "You summoned me to witness this." The elder steward pointed at the silent corridor, his tone tinged with irritation. "The disciples would not dare to disturb you without cause. However, the sounds emanating from the high-level training room were truly alarming, compelling me to seek your assistance." The disciple bowed repeatedly, apprehensive that his actions might incite the elder's displeasure. Fearing the repercussions, the elder steward, upon hearing the disciple's words, cast a complex glance at the high-level training room before wearily waving his hand. "Very well, you may leave, but do not let it happen again." With that, he turned and descended the stairs. The disciple let out a long sigh, wiping his forehead, and walked back to his room, muttering indignantly, "Who was it that said to go find the elder? When I discover their identity, they shall have to answer for this." Meanwhile, within the high-level training room, Qingqing gazed in disbelief at Wang Luo, who had solidified further in form. His once obsidian-like eyes now resembled a tranquil abyss. Profound and unfathomable, the sight made her heart race like a startled deer, prompting her to lower her gaze. Unable to look any longer, Wang Luo, with a slight smirk, remarked, "Not bad at all. You've ascended 2 more ranks. Just 2 more ranks, and you'll be ready to condense your inner Dan. When that time comes, I shall personally select the most suitable cultivation technique for you." "Thank you, Brother Luo," Qingqing replied softly. "All right, you have 2 days to consolidate your newly attained rank, ensuring your essence stabilizes firmly at the 7th tier of Qi realm. You must strive to emerge victorious in the Sect competition 3 days hence." Wang Luo clenched her fist tightly within the sleeves of her robe, her inky black eyes glimmering with a resolute determination. Everything was for the purpose of reconstructing her physical form. Failure was absolutely not an option. With a flash of dark light, Wang Luo vanished once more. 3 days swiftly passed. This time, the grand competition within the Yunlan sect was set to take place at the martial arts arena. The arena had long been surrounded by numerous disciples of the Yunlan sect. Young men and women gathered in droves, clad in the sect's distinctive azure robes, their youthful faces betraying a mix of excitement and anxiety. This year marked the opening of the Butian secret vault, and the sect leader would select candidates for entry into the vault from among the outstanding disciples based on their competition results. With less than an hour remaining before the competition commenced, Wanrong, the sect leader's favored disciple, was anxiously searching for something within the sect. Her enchanting visage was now marred by an expression of urgency. With only an hour left until the grand competition began, where could that girl possibly be? Wanrong had arrived early to wait at the entrance of the training tower for Qingqing, only to find that everyone had already departed when she arrived. The elder in charge informed her that due to the grand competition taking place today, the gates had opened 2 hours earlier than usual. Thus, Qingqing had left 2 hours prior. Where could she have gone? Wanrong's delicate face flushed a rosy hue due to her growing irritation, making her appear even more alluring. Every disciple who encountered Wanrong instinctively made way for her, and a waft of fragrant air followed as her figure swiftly vanished from sight, leaving behind a throng of disciples entranced by her presence. At this moment within the bamboo grove, Xiaogo stood beside Qingqing with his head bowed, a hint of urgency coloring his voice. "Miss Mu, perhaps you should eat a little less. The grand competition is about to commence." He simply could not comprehend how Qingqing could still have an appetite with the competition looming. However, Qingqing waved a chicken leg in her hand, visibly displeased as she retorted, "Even if I'm participating in the competition, I must at least be well fed. How can I muster the strength to compete without a full stomach?" With that, she unceremoniously stuffed the chicken leg into her mouth. Her delicate, rosy lips were filled with the greasy morsel, and Xiaogo could hardly bear to watch, resigning himself to waiting until she finished eating. Finally, after what felt like an eternity, Qingqing was satiated. Time had slipped away, and less than half an hour remained until the grand competition. She then lightly patted her jade-like hands, made a brief adjustment to her appearance, and departed from the bamboo grove, heading towards the martial arts arena. The arena was the largest venue within the Yunlan sect. Typically, some disciples would engage in sparring there, but today marked the sect's grand competition held once every 3 years, making it extraordinarily lively. Although the area was vast, it was now filled to the brim with countless heads, rendering the scene before the training tower a mere trifle in comparison. The bustling crowd, accompanied by a cacophony of roaring voices, converged into a singular wave of noise that lingered above the martial arts arena. Unable to dissipate, Qingqing arrived. She gazed at the impenetrable wall of people ahead, feeling somewhat taken aback by the unexpected fervor of the sect's grand competition. "At last, I have found you." Just as Qingqing pondered how she might enter the central arena, a melodious voice suddenly graced her ears. "Sister Yun," Qingqing exclaimed joyfully, "you truly have no idea how to think. The grand competition is about to commence, and you still dare to go missing. Wanrong lightly tapped Mu Qingqing's smooth forehead, letting out a helpless sigh. Aware of her own shortcomings, Mu Qingqing playfully stuck out her delicate pink tongue and allowed Wanrong to lead her through the exclusive passage reserved for direct disciples. Emerging from the passage, Mu Qingqing found herself on a platform with an excellent view. Above the platform, several sandalwood armchairs were set, where a few elders had already taken their seats, among them the esteemed Elder Bai, who smiled and nodded at the two as they approached. After Mu Qingqing respectfully returned the gesture, she turned her head and was astonished to see Mu Shan and others had already arrived. As if sensing her gaze, Mu Shan and Luo Mo simultaneously turned their heads, exchanging nods as a form of greeting. This was Mu Qingqing's first experience attending such a grand sect competition, and naturally, her curiosity was piqued by every detail, causing her eyes to roam incessantly. Moments later, her gaze unexpectedly fixed upon a young girl clad in red, who was likewise staring intently at Mu Qingqing. Nearby, Zhao Tianhong, holding a folding fan, was fixated on Wanrong beside Mu Qingqing, his eyes revealing an unmistakable fervor that he made no effort to conceal under his penetrating gaze. Wanrong could only clear her throat awkwardly and then turned her head to engage Mu Qingqing in a feigned conversation. "Humph, Sister Rong, you will eventually be mine." A flicker of ruthlessness flashed in Zhao Tianhong's eyes, quickly replaced by a fervent gaze as he continued to unabashedly admire her, standing at the edge of the platform. Mu Qingqing, feeling a bit bored, gazed downward, observing that the spacious arena was divided into 10 platforms, though she was unsure of their purpose. Although she could only vaguely discern a figure, the aura emanating from it already stirred the hearts of all present. Moreover, the individual's speed was astonishing. In the blink of an eye, they were nearly upon them. Upon closer inspection, it became evident that with each step taken, the distance covered was substantial. The clamor of the training ground abruptly ceased. As all disciples fixated their attention on the approaching figure, spatial compression, Mu Qingqing recognized this true manifestation of spatial compression once more. The previous elder paled in comparison, achieving no more than 20% of this prowess. In mere strides, this person had traversed several towering mountains within the Yunlan sect, standing before everyone. Truly, the sect leader is remarkable. Mu Qingqing silently gave a thumbs up. Of course, as a direct disciple of Mo Tian, Wanrong naturally beamed with pride. In the midst of their conversation, Mo Shan had already ascended to the midpoint of the martial arts arena. In this moment, Mo Tian and Mu Qingqing appeared almost identical to their first encounter. Adorned in a flowing white robe, with every gesture and movement, an innate aura surrounded him, exuding an unyielding authority without the need for anger. Upon witnessing Mo Tian's descent, the other elders, who had been seated, hastily rose to their feet, bowing deeply in unison. "We pay our respects to the sect master." The remaining disciples echoed fervently, "We pay our respects to the sect master." Instantly, the air was filled with a cacophony of voices, soaring towards the heavens. "Ha! No need for formalities. No need for formalities." Mo Tian's hearty laughter resonated like thunder, invigorating all disciples present. He then strode forward with measured grace, taking his place at the forefront of the high platform. Turning to face the throng of disciples below, this year's sect competition, as always, will see those ranking in the top 10 elevated to the status of inner disciples. I urge you all to strive with vigor. His words were succinct yet powerful. Though brief, they ignited a fervor within the hearts of the disciples. To become an inner disciple. Once admitted to this esteemed circle, one would have the opportunity to learn advanced techniques, thus advancing their own cultivation. Observing the eager expressions of the youthful participants below, Elder Bai approached with a smile. "As we have new disciples among us, I shall reiterate the rules of the competition. 20 individuals shall compete simultaneously. The victors will advance to the next round until we determine the top 50. Inner disciples are exempt from this competition." As Elder Bai's words concluded, a palpable sense of battle intent ignited in the eyes of all the disciples, their youthful faces aglow with excitement. "All right, let us proceed to draw lots." Upon Elder Bai's command, with a flourish of his robe, numerous luminous energy orbs ascended into the air, numbering in the hundreds. "Sister Yun, with so many participants, if we are to determine the top 50, it may take quite some time." Mu Qingqing pouted, gazing at the shimmering energy orbs above. "It cannot be helped. Such is the nature of the sect competition, which demands fairness and impartiality. If not every disciple could participate, how could we expect others to accept the results?" Yun Wanrong's eyes sparkled with a captivating light, and though Mu Qingqing was unaware of its significance, she sensed it had to do with the Yunlan sect. Now, why don't you draw a number? Yun Wanrong encouraged, gently nudging Mu Qingqing. With a slight nod, Mu Qingqing waved her delicate hand, unleashing a silver beam of energy. As the disciples below observed the emergence of a number, they too began to unleash their beams, illuminating the entire training arena with a dazzling array of colors, feeling her energy collide with an invisible barrier. Mu Qingqing applied a gentle force, shattering it effortlessly that a numbered plate was enveloped by her spiritual energy, and with a determined tug, she drew the plate into her grasp. Number 36. Mu Qingqing gazed at the number on the plate. Puzzled, Yun Wanrong, upon discovering that Mu Qingqing had drawn the fortunate number 100, felt a surge of private delight. She then addressed her, saying, "There is another disciple with the same number as yours. When Elder Bai calls your number, you may enter directly. Your opponent will be from your group. Simply defeat him, and you shall advance to the next round." Subsequently, Yun Wanrong's enchanting eyes sparkled as she continued with a smile. "You, my dear, are rather lucky. With number 36, you will only need to wait until the 4th round to compete, unlike those who will have to wait much longer." Listening to Yun Wanrong's elucidation, Mu Qingqing felt a wave of joy. Indeed, this meant she would not have to delay her dinner plans, which was splendid. Wang Luo, connected to her through the slaughtering spirit staff, couldn't help but roll his eyes upon sensing her thoughts. "You glutton." As the energy orbs in the air gradually dissipated, Elder Bai stepped forward once more, dramatically sweeping his robe towards the platform below, where 10 groups of numbers from 1 to 10 materialized. Chapter 99. The competition commences with 10 platforms and 10 sets of numbers. Elder Bai then proclaimed, "I hereby announce the commencement of the Yunlan Sect's grand competition. Disciples who have drawn numbers 1 through 10. Please enter the arena." As his voice echoed, silhouettes began to flicker atop the stone platform, gracefully arching through the air before landing steadily on the stage. They slowly lifted their gazes to confront their opponents. A fierce battle intent quietly swelling within them. The sect competition had finally begun. Boom. Just as the participants took their positions, a melodious chime resonated throughout the venue. The 20 disciples on the stage swiftly focused their minds, channeling their spiritual energy throughout their bodies at an astonishing speed, each drawing their weapons, their eyes locked onto their respective adversaries, observing the escalating battle intent enveloping the stone platform. The previously silent spectator stands erupted into a lively buzz. Whispers circulating as attendees speculated who would claim victory in this inaugural match. "Sister Yun, they all seem incredibly formidable," Mu Qingqing remarked with genuine admiration as she gazed down at the 20 disciples. "Oh," Yun Wanrong replied, somewhat taken aback by Mu Qingqing's comment, before covering her mouth with a laugh. "In comparison to our Qingqing, they are still quite lacking." Feeling slightly bashful, Mu Qingqing shook her head. Despite her reputation as a standard foodie, she never overestimated her own capabilities in terms of cultivation. She understood that anyone, when pushed to their limits, could unleash extraordinary potential. Thus, caution was always paramount. While Mu Qingqing conversed with Yun Wanrong, the 10 groups of disciples on the stone platform had already engaged in fierce clashes. Dominant spiritual forces collided, erupting in deep, resonating bursts of energy as figures flickered amidst the chaos. The metallic clang of weapons and the sparks of collision flared intermittently as the battle commenced without the customary probing. Plunging straight into a genuine contest of strength, among the groups, one disciple wielded a 9-section whip, while another brandished a short dagger. It is often said that a shorter weapon is more perilous, and few would choose such a diminutive dagger as their armament. Thus, as the confrontation unfolded, the 9-section whip danced through the air like a serpentine dragon, weaving continuous arcs as it relentlessly ensnared its opponent. Unexpectedly, the disciple wielding the short blade displayed neither panic nor dismay. Instead, he maintained a composed demeanor as he narrowly evaded his opponent's strikes. Although it appeared he was at a disadvantage, it was challenging to discern any flaws in his defense. The battle on the stone platform, while at its most rudimentary level, captivated the attention of all the disciples, who watched intently as the 20 figures clashed. Alas, it seemed unremarkable, a pity for the 9-section whip. At that moment, a somewhat lethargic voice emerged from a direct disciple standing not far from Mu Qingqing. Mu Qingqing found herself somewhat taken aback. The 9-section whip was designed to counter the enemy effectively, showing no signs of faltering. The individual was correct. The 9-section whip emphasized stability, precision, and decisiveness, aiming to dispatch the opponent in the shortest time possible. Yet, the opponent had prolonged the confrontation, indicating a lack of stamina. Hadn't she observed the slowing of his momentum? Meanwhile, the short-bladed fighter was endeavoring to close the distance. Given the circumstances, a victor would surely emerge within 5 minutes. Just as Qingqing pondered this, Wang Luo's voice abruptly resonated within her mind. Upon hearing his analysis, Qingqing scrutinized the duel between the two combatants. Moments later, she could only nod in astonishment. Brother Luo is truly remarkable. Indeed, after 2 to 3 minutes of intense combat, a dramatic shift occurred. The disciple who had been on the defensive with the short blade suddenly unleashed an extraordinarily fierce offensive, amidst the sparks flying. He rushed toward his opponent at blinding speed and struck with a powerful palm. The disciple wielding the 9-section whip was caught off guard, spewing forth a mouthful of blood before being sent hurtling out of the ring. Cheers erupted from the spectators, celebrating the unexpected victory claimed by the disciple with the short blade in the first match of the Sect competition. Number 7, Lu Desheng wins, bellowed an elder overseeing the order at the edge of the stone platform. Announcing the result of the match, following this, a cacophony of sounds ensued as the outcomes of the remaining 9 matches were declared. Number 1, Yu Buqian. Number 5, Chen Qi. Number 3, Zhu Dachong. Number 4, Zhao Chongshan. Number 9, Lu Jing. Number 2, Li Yu. Number 6, Zhang Mei. Number 8, Yun Yi. All emerged victorious. The elder in charge of the proceedings consecutively announced the names of the winning disciples. A.S. applause resounded throughout the arena. Elder Bai rose once more, exclaiming, "Next group!" With his proclamation, another set of figures swiftly ascended the stage. Among them was a disciple whose stature resembled that of a black iron tower. The formidable energy he emanated brought forth a gust of wind as he landed heavily on the stone platform. In an instant, a fine crack appeared at the point of impact on the hardened surface. The other contestants on the platform turned in unison, astonished. Meanwhile, the disciples below stood in stunned silence before gradually realizing. Murmuring amongst themselves, isn't that the marksman Kai Fan, who has recently made rapid breakthroughs? Indeed, this was the very individual, rumored to have reached the 4th tier of the Qi-Wheel realm, having only a few months prior just ascended to the Qi-Wheel realm. Such a swift ascent could only be described as meteoric. One could only wonder who his opponent would be today. If they were not of equal cultivation, they were bound to face unfortunate consequences. Upon overhearing the discussions beneath the stone platform, Qingqing's gaze, filled with curiosity, fell upon Kai Fan. "Sister Yun, do you know why that disciple has managed to break through so swiftly?" "How would I know? However, I do believe that Lin He is destined for misfortune today." Following Yun Wanrong's line of sight, Qingqing's attention was drawn to a figure approaching the stone platform, clad in a long robe. Each step he took seemed measured and deliberate, exuding an air of refinement akin to that of a scholar. Upon reaching Kai Fan, he straightened his attire, then bowed slightly and clasped his hands. "Lin He." Chapter 100. The match begins in the face of Kai Fan's fierce aura and unyielding demeanor. Lin He remained undeterred, standing tall and straight as a pine tree, his body unbending. Yet, the intensity of his fighting spirit grew ever more palpable in his eyes. With both the 11th and 20th numbers present, the melodious chime of the bell rang out once more, igniting a renewed fervor amongst the onlookers on the stone platform. Unlike the boisterous camaraderie of other groups, Kai Fan immediately brandished his spear and launched a fierce thrust towards Lin He. Everyone anticipated that this single strike would decisively determine the outcome of the match. The more timid female disciples even covered their eyes in dread, fearing to witness Lin He bathed in blood. Bang! As the spear tip descended, the expected calamity did not unfold. Lin He narrowly evaded the thrust just before it could pierce him. However, the spear tip plunged deeply into the hard stone slab, producing a thunderous clash that in an instant. To the astonishment of the crowd, a fissure, nearly half a foot wide, rapidly spread from the point of impact, resembling a giant serpent as it extended forward by several feet. When Kai Fan realized his strike had missed Lin He, a profound fury consumed him. With a thunderous roar, he gripped the spear tightly, forcefully thrusting it forward. The stone slab beneath him erupted, sending debris flying for several yards around the spear's tip. Fragments of stone rained down, even striking the nearby disciples of the two groups. "Come and face me in single combat. What kind of skill is it to run away?" Kai Fan's voice boomed, shaking the very ground. Meanwhile, Lin He merely brushed off his neatly arranged robe, then bowed respectfully towards the sect leader and the elders upon the high platform before turning to descend the stone steps. "Stop right there." Kai Fan, feeling humiliated, found Lin He's actions utterly dismissive of him. Despite Kai Fan's furious outburst behind him, Lin He walked steadily onward, seemingly impervious to the commotion. Number 14, Kai Fan wins, declared the elder officiant, noting Lin He's voluntary withdrawal from the competition. Yet, how could Kai Fan swallow his pride? Ignoring the elder's decree, he stomped forward, each step reverberating through the earth, causing the stone platform beneath him to shatter. Then, using the rebound force, he leapt into the air, swinging his spear downwards in a furious arc aimed at Lin He's head. Should he strike true, Lin He's head would splatter like a watermelon split open, instantly shattered into fragments. Stop! The elder steward bellowed urgently, yet his voice could not halt the long spear already wielded by Kai Fan. All the disciples present held their breath, their eyes wide with tension as they beheld the unfolding scene. Utterly unprepared for the unexpected bloodshed that marred the second grand competition of the Yulan sect. Meanwhile, Qingqing contemplated intervening, but despite her swiftness, she felt powerless against the spear of Kai Fan, which was dangerously close. Sensing the fierce wind behind him, along with the tense atmosphere of the disciples, Lin He, belatedly aware of the imminent danger, attempted to turn and glance back. Clang. Just an inch away from Lin He's head, a crisp sound of impact echoed, and the spear tip suddenly bent. Lin He narrowly evaded this lethal blow, while Kai Fan, gripping the spear shaft, was jolted by the force of the collision, spinning 180 degrees in midair before regaining his balance and descending. However, upon landing, Kai Fan did not relent. He raised his spear once more, intent on thrusting it towards Lin He. Kai Fan, should you harbor any further murderous intent, not only shall your qualification to compete be revoked today, but you will also be expelled from the Yulan sect. A commanding voice reverberated throughout the arena, and Kai Fan suddenly felt a heavy weight descend upon him, causing his body to falter. And he coughed up a mouthful of blood. The disciples turned towards the source of the voice, witnessing Mo Tian rise from the high platform, his expression indifferent as he regarded Kai Fan below. Having narrowly escaped death, Lin He, realizing Mo Tian had saved him, promptly prostrated himself on the ground, bowing deeply in gratitude. Clang. The spear fell to the ground as Kai Fan knelt. Disciple acknowledges his mistake. Please forgive me, Sect Master. With that, Kai Fan bowed his head heavily to the earth. Qingqing stole a glance at Mo Tian from a distance, noting that he appeared utterly transformed from the imposing figure she had seen in the Grand Hall. Indeed, he exuded an even greater authority before the crowd. The match concluded with Kai Fan emerging victorious. Subsequently, the 10 pairs of disciples gradually determined their outcomes. An hour later, it was finally the turn of the fourth group. Upon hearing Elder Bai's commanding call, Qingqing swiftly rose, first offering a respectful gesture to Mo Tian and the others on the high platform, then turning to her companion, Wanrong, "Oh, your best." Wanrong smiled enchantingly at Qingqing. With that, Qingqing lightly tapped her toes against the stone platform and soared downwards towards the high stage. Most disciples ascended to compete by leaping from the adjacent viewing platform. But Qingqing descended gracefully from above, clad in a gown of purest white. With her stunningly beautiful visage, she resembled a celestial maiden descending to the mortal realm, breathtakingly enchanting. Wow. Qingqing landed flawlessly upon the 6-character stone platform, prompting an immediate gasp from the crowd below, followed by a flurry of whispers. Isn't that the little demoness from the challenge tower? She looks quite lovely. Haven't you heard of the femme fatale? Whoever claimed that beauty precludes one from engaging in such endeavors. You are indeed correct. So who, pray tell, has the misfortune of being grouped with her today? As murmurs wafted from the audience, Qingqing wore a look of exasperation, pondering when she had been branded as the venomous woman and that little sorceress in their discussions. Just as she contemplated this, a figure hurtled from the platform in her direction with remarkable speed. Chapter 101. Does Zhao Tianhong have a scheme? With a thunderous crash, a figure plummeted to the ground before Qingqing like a meteorite, stirring up a cloud of dust around. As the dust settled, Qingqing beheld the disciple before her, a peculiar sensation washing over her, for the glint in his eyes bore an unsettling, even malevolent, glare. Subsequently, a cold smirk crept upon his lips. Qian Fan, I await your guidance. Qingqing merely inclined her head, refraining from any further display of emotion. At that moment, the other group's disciples had already commenced their brawls, leaving only Qingqing and Qian Fan standing at a distance, seemingly disinclined to engage. The stark contrast of black and white between them was indeed striking. Noticing their lack of movement, The throngs in the stands erupted into a flurry of whispered speculations. I wonder how many moves it will take for that little sorceress to defeat the unfortunate disciple. I bet 5 moves. If I win, you owe me 100 gold coins. Tsk. I doubt she'll even need a single move. That little sorceress has quite the reputation. However, both participants remained indifferent to the chatter. Qingqing slowly drew the spirit-slaying staff from her bag, while Qianfan flipped his palm, revealing a formidable long mace, which he then wielded with a flourish, generating a powerful gust that sent dust swirling around them. Ha! Qianfan exclaimed, as a surge of spiritual energy coursed through his body, revealing a fierce aura that momentarily stilled the breaths of the surrounding disciples. Meanwhile, Qingqing, gripping her spirit-slaying staff, allowed pure spiritual energy to flow through her meridians, continuously infusing the staff, which began to emit a faint luminescence. Their gazes locked tightly, and in the next instant, both figures shot forward in unison, their speed so swift that the onlookers barely glimpsed the contrasting shadows of black and white in the blink of an eye. The two collided with a resounding impact. Clang! In the center of the stone platform, their forms intertwined instantaneously, the long mace clashing with the spirit-slaying staff midair, sending sparks flying and producing a sharp, crystalline sound of impact. In that fleeting moment of contact, Qingqing denied Qianfan any opportunity to react, swinging her black staff ferociously towards his lower back. Though Qingqing was a young woman, her strength was unwavering. The spirit-slaying staff sliced through the air with a fierce wind, swiftly approaching Qianfan's rear. Clang, clang, clang. Qianfan, however, reacted with remarkable speed, forcing himself to pivot just as the staff was about to strike, countering with several swift mace strikes that echoed with a sharpness that reverberated painfully in the ears of the surrounding disciples. All the disciples atop the platform were left astounded, their mouths agape in disbelief. They could hardly fathom that the previously unremarkable Qianfan possessed such formidable explosive power. Initially, they thought he would struggle to withstand even a few moves from Qingqing, yet now it appeared uncertain who would emerge victorious. The two figures on the field were but a blur, one dressed in black and the other in white, with only the sound of clashing weapons and the sparks flying to witness, obscuring their true forms. Does anyone know this Qianfan? Where did he come from to possess such high cultivation? Wanrong, observing the fierce battle on the stone platform, furrowed her brows and inquired. The nearby disciples pondered for a while, but could not find any leads, gently shaking their heads to indicate their ignorance to that moment. A disciple standing behind Mushan seemed to recall something and whispered a few words into Mushan's ear. Senior brother? Wanrong naturally noticed the disciple's action and cast a concerned glance toward Mushan. After casting a subtle glance at Zhao Tianhong's face in the distance, Mushan pondered for a moment before approaching Wanrong, whispering, "Just now, junior brother Sun mentioned that the disciple named Qianfan used to follow Zhao Tianhong, and the same goes for that Kai Fan just now." Upon hearing Mushan's words, Wanrong was undoubtedly astonished. It seemed Zhao Tianhong had indeed made considerable preparations for this grand competition. Nevertheless, at this moment, no one could save Qingqing. They could only hope she would perform to her utmost, defeating the elusive Qianfan. At this juncture, Qingqing, engaged in combat with Qianfan, was acutely aware of the challenges posed by her opponent. Despite having ascended to the 7th rank of the Qi Will realm, she found herself at a standstill against him, indicating that his cultivation was at least on par with hers, if not superior. Regardless, this was the first match of her sect's grand competition, and she could not afford any missteps. Qingqing, do not think that just because you have single-handedly challenged the entire training tower, you are invincible within the Yunlan sect. Today, I shall show others what it feels like to have the so-called Qingqing beneath my feet, Qianfan remarked, a sinister smile curling at the corners of his lips. The spirit slaughter staff entwined around him rendered his long mace nearly useless, forcing Qianfan into a position of passive evasion without any means to counterattack. Look, despite her petite stature, Qingqing is truly formidable in combat. Were it not for her strength, how could she possibly challenge the advanced training rooms of the entire training tower by herself? One must remember, the individuals within are no mere trifles like you or me. Yet, though Qianfan's name had not previously crossed his ears, it was evident today that he was a formidable adversary. Who would ultimately prevail remained uncertain to this moment. The battle on the platform was drawing to a close. With only Qingqing and Qianfan still entangled, unable to determine a victor, suddenly, Xuanhuan propelled himself upward with a powerful leap, his long mace twirling in his grasp, creating several dazzling arcs of weaponry that forcefully broke through Mu Qingqing's assault, causing her to stumble back in a flurry, retreating 2 steps in haste. As soon as her body steadied, Mu Qingqing suddenly lifted her head, only to behold Xuanhuan grinning menacingly. Slowly, he uttered a few words. Mu Qingqing, prepare to meet your doom. In Chapter 102, The Ultimate Technique, Wanrong's beautiful eyes were fixated anxiously on Xuanhuan below the stage as she inquired. According to the sect's rules, Xuanhuan has not committed any foul play, for he merely consumed a pill that enhances one's cultivation as long as his opponent does not concede. This battle remains legitimate. Mu Shan shook his head, surprised that in merely the first round of Hai Yuan, someone had already resorted to using medicinal enhancements. Typically, such substances are employed only in the latter stages of the competition to temporarily boost one's cultivation, albeit with significant side effects. Should he fail to vanquish his opponent within an hour, he would suffer a depletion of his own power and fall unconscious. Observing Xuanhuan's slightly pallid visage, Mu Qingqing furrowed her brow. Would the elders of the sect not intervene in such a situation? She inquired through her thoughts to Wang Luo. This is merely a temporary enhancement. It does not constitute an outright violation unless they employ forbidden techniques, in which case the sect would intervene. However, I sense that something is indeed amiss with him, though I cannot confirm it just yet. Therefore, Mu Qingqing, you must strive to defeat him, Wang Luo expressed, his brow knitted in concern regarding the peculiarities exhibited by Xuanhuan. Suddenly gripped by an ominous premonition, after a brief moment, Xuanhuan's aura finally stabilized as he glared menacingly at Mu Qingqing opposite him, gripping his long mace tightly. The strain caused the veins in his arms to bulge, resembling small snakes undulating ominously. Moreover, the long mace became enveloped in a faint azure glow, a testament to the surge of his energy. Mu Qingqing, this time I shall see how you can escape, Xuanhuan proclaimed suddenly, his voice scraping against the ears like metal against glass, inducing an extreme discomfort. He then extended his crimson tongue to moisten his slightly parched lips, but at that moment, Mu Qingqing, standing 100 paces away, transformed into a fleeting white shadow and vanished from sight. Haha, Xuanhuan chuckled sinisterly, and like a specter, he dashed forward, his once silver mace now shimmering in a pale azure hue. In an instant, that azure glow manifested as a silent shadow, appearing before Mu Qingqing. Gulp. A collective sound of swallowed saliva arose from the audience below, as all the disciples watched the unfolding events with bated breath. Even though Xuanhuan had ingested the pill with its pronounced after-effects, his ability to enhance his technique to such an extent left many astonished. Indeed impressive, Mo Tian remarked, observing the battle from his elevated platform. Nodding slightly in approval. Are you referring to Xuanhuan? Elder Bai, momentarily taken aback by the sect leader's words, expressed his astonishment. You? Mo Tian gestured with his white fan, tapping Elder Bai's shoulder. Of course, I speak of Mu Qingqing, who, despite Xuanhuan's enhancement through the pill, has not been significantly disadvantaged. Mo Tian was utterly perplexed, questioning whether Bai Lao's eyesight had ascended to the heavens, as to how he could possibly deem Xuanhuan commendable. Indeed, Mu Qingqing was a remarkable talent. If memory served him correctly, she had merely possessed the cultivation of a third-tier qi wheel mirror upon entering the sect, and now, barely a month later, she had ascended to the 7th tier. Given time, she would undoubtedly achieve greatness. Elder Bai stroked his beard and chuckled. Listening to his words, Mo Tian remained non-committal. Ding! Xuanhuan's long staff struck the ground, yet Mu Qingqing's figure slowly materialized 10 meters away, her pretty face as pale as a ghost. Had it not been for Wang Luo's timely warning, she might have already found herself struck by Xuanhuan and plummeting from the stone platform. Humph! Observing his failed strike, Xuanhuan's gaze turned cold as he lifted his head to regard the distant Mu Qingqing. With a swift motion, he gripped the long staff tightly, raising it above his head, and with tremendous speed, slammed it down onto the stone slab below with a resounding thud. Instantly, the slab cracked, a fissure resembling a spider's web snaking towards Mu Qingqing's feet. That Mu Qingqing narrowed her eyes slightly, retreating a small step while lifting her spirit-slaying staff above her head, mimicking Xuanhuan's earlier action, and forcefully thrusting it downward. A third of the staff embedded itself into the stone slab beneath her. What, was Mu Qingqing conceding defeat? At such a critical juncture, she had even driven her weapon into the ground. How could she continue to fight? I dare say she has exhausted her tactics. Did she truly believe a mere staff could halt that fissure? Ignoring the murmurs of the onlookers, Qingqing firmly grasped the end of the spirit-slaying staff and yanked it outward with great force. To her astonishment, the stone slab beneath, penetrated by her staff, was lifted with it. With a powerful flick, she hurled the slab, which was significantly larger than a grinding stone, along with a smattering of debris, directly towards Qianfan's head. Then, with a swift push off the ground, she soared into the air, evading the jagged cracks in the earth. Bang! Just as the stone slab approached Qianfan, he swung his longstaff, shattering the airborne slab into countless fragments, which then gently rained down like powder. In that very moment, Qingqing's spirit-slaying staff surged forth, piercing through the descending debris and aiming straight for Qianfan's chest. Clang, clang. Qianfan reacted swiftly. Seeing the staff draw near, he forcibly stepped back, raising his long staff to shield his chest, narrowly evading the strike. Not only did he evade, but he also retaliated, thrusting his long staff with considerable force, targeting the vital points surrounding Qingqing. Bang, bang. The two figures collided numerous times, sparks flying. With each step they took, minuscule, barely perceptible cracks formed beneath their feet. As time slipped away, the malevolence in Qianfan's eyes intensified. If he could not defeat her within the hour, he would become the fish on the chopping block, at the mercy of others. Confining cage. A chilling shout erupted from Qianfan's lips, and the long staff in his hand suddenly gleamed with a brilliant blue light. The azure glow intensified, and soon, his arm gripping the staff began to tremble violently. Chapter 103, A Close Call. Qianfan's trembling arm seemed to be beyond his control, and eventually, his other hand joined in a tight grip. Together, his hands exerted force, slowly raising the long mace before bringing it down with great vigor. In an instant, a surge of azure light erupted from the weapon, and after that brilliance faded, the mace lost all semblance of luster, leaving Qianfan's face pale as a ghost. The azure light abruptly traced an extraordinarily peculiar path in midair, gradually converging after a moment to form a massive cage glowing with a cerulean hue. This formidable prison swiftly shot toward Qingqing, blocking her every possible escape route. Qingqing retreated with great speed, dodging the bizarre cage while contemplating how to resolve the imminent crisis. Yet, no matter how swiftly she moved, the enormous azure cage relentlessly pursued her, sending shards of stone flying and stirring up clouds of dust wherever it passed. The already fractured stone floor was soon riddled with deep crevices, creating a scene of utter chaos. In the blink of an eye, Qingqing found herself completely ensnared within the blue cage. Bang! The stone platform no longer bore witness to Qingqing's figure. Amidst the swirling dust, a resounding explosion of energy echoed, and the immense azure cage crashed to the ground. Qingqing, witnessing Qingqing vanish within the confines of the cage, Wanrong cried out in alarm. She had assumed that, given Qingqing's prowess, facing a mere Qianfan, who had consumed a medicinal pill, would be a manageable challenge. She never anticipated that he would seal her with his technique. Without hesitation, Wanrong struck the railing, intending to leap forward and extricate Qingqing from her predicament. Wanrong, Mu Shan called out sharply, grasping the sleeve of Wanrong. Senior brother, let me go quickly. If I do not intervene, Qingqing will be in danger, she protested, stamping her foot in desperation. You must understand, if you take action now, Qingqing's participation in this competition will be rendered null and void. Mu Shan replied solemnly. Observing the urgency on Wanrong's face, that he paused for a moment, glancing at the duel taking place on the stone platform, and continued, in this match, Qingqing may not necessarily lose. She has already reached the 7th rank of the Qi realm, and I believe she can manage. Upon hearing Mu Shan's words, Wanrong hesitated, recognizing that this competition held great significance for Qingqing. If she recklessly intervened now, it could jeopardize her agreement with the sect leader. After a prolonged silence, Wanrong's tense body gradually relaxed, and Mu Shan let out a long sigh, slowly releasing his grip on her sleeve. Though Qingqing was trapped within the shimmering azure prison, she could have easily broken free. However, Wang Luo had not permitted her to do so. Despite not fully understanding the reasoning, Qingqing chose to trust Wang Luo. This cage was, in fact, a manifestation of all the spiritual energy within Qianfan. Thus, to escape in such a manner would indeed be a loss for Wang Luo. What he desired was something akin to the deepest passions that Qingqing cherished, as the individuals outside were engulfed in anxious anticipation. Who could have foreseen that within the confines of the cage, Qingqing had settled into a meditative position, her delicate hands, as exquisite as jade, gently cradling the spirit-slaying staff, from which billowed a tumultuous cloud of black mist. If the azure radiance appeared eerily captivating, the dark vapor swirling around the staff exuded an even more sinister and chilling presence. This undulating mist slowly seeped forth from the staff, ultimately transforming into a straight line that entwined itself towards the cage woven by the azure glow. Hiss! Upon contact with the azure light, the black mist emitted a corrosive sound. Observing this, Xuanhuan, standing outside, was taken aback to see Qingqing ensnared by his own conjured cage. He hastily summoned the scant reserves of spiritual power within him to assault the cage containing Qingqing. However, to his astonishment, the energy he injected to manipulate the cage vanished as if it had been swallowed by the sea. What? Xuanhuan was alarmed, for this strike had consumed nearly all his spiritual energy. Would he, then, be at risk of having Qingqing turn the tide against him? Yet, upon reflection, he recalled that Qingqing had been trapped for an extended period without any sign of movement. It is noteworthy that his technique possessed a distinct advantage. Even without external interference, the cage could still impose a seal on the spiritual energy of the captive within. Before long, the person inside would become temporarily bereft of their powers. Rendered akin to an invalid, both participants remained motionless. The other disciples in the stands grew increasingly restless, vocally expressing their impatience. Hurry up and fight. Don't waste our time. Indeed, Xuanhuan, if you have the ability. Swiftly subdue that demoness. Laughter erupted from the crowd, and upon hearing their unabashed mockery, a fierce glint flashed in Xuanhuan's eyes, even if it meant he would be bedridden for the next fortnight. He was resolute in ensuring that Qingqing would not emerge unscathed. He cast a furtive glance upwards at the stone platform, where Zhao Tianhong, fanning himself with a folding fan, observed the scene with an enigmatic smile. Gritting his teeth, Xuanhuan unleashed a surge of spiritual energy towards the cage. Boom! Dust and debris erupted into the air, from which a figure was violently propelled, soaring several yards before crashing heavily to the ground. Sliding backward nearly 10 meters before finally coming to a halt, leaving a long trail of blood in its wake. Who was it? Who had been affected? The explosion occurred in a flash, leaving no one clear on what had transpired. All disciples in the stands rose to their feet, fixated on the epicenter of the explosion, though the swirling dust obscured their vision. At this moment, Wanrong on the high platform gripped the railing tightly. Her beautiful eyes intently fixed on the heart of the swirling dust. Motion nodded, and then directed his gaze towards the center of the cloud. Gradually, a figure emerged from the haze. An eerie silence enveloped the entire training ground as all eyes remained glued to the silhouette, which was on the brink of revealing its true form, the atmosphere so tense that even a breath seemed a risk. As the dust settled, the figure came into focus. A flowing white gown, ethereal and billowing, resembling a celestial being descended from the heavens. Who else could it be but Qingqing? Chapter 104. A temporary respite. The spectators, their eyes wide in disbelief, dared not blink as they finally discerned the figure still standing in the arena, wielding a black staff and approaching gracefully. Meanwhile, in the distance, Xuanhuan lay soaked in blood, teetering on the brink of life and death. Even if Qingqing had not delivered her full force in the final blow, he would scarcely have lasted much longer. The hour was drawing near. I apologize, Sister Yin, for causing you worry. Qingqing affectionately wrapped her arm around Wanrong's shoulder, playfully pouting. I truly feared for you. You mustn't frighten me like that again. Wanrong replied with a helpless smile, pinching Qingqing's delicate nose. Had it not been for Mu Shan's intervention, she might have rushed down impulsively, potentially altering the outcome. Fortunately, everything went smoothly, and Qingqing triumphed over Xuanhuan, advancing to the next round. With the remarkable performances of Qingqing and Xuanhuan, the subsequent matches seemed rather less captivating. However, amidst the competition, two unexpected dark horses emerged, showcasing commendable skills and eliciting continuous cheers from the crowd. Yet, when Mu Shan revealed that both exceptional disciples had previously followed Zhao Tianhong, Wanrong's expression deepened in perplexity. Sister Yin, what troubles you? Qingqing quickly inquired, noticing the change in her companion's demeanor. Qingqing, you must exercise utmost caution in the upcoming matches. Just now, senior brother informed me that the previous Kai Fan, alongside Xuanhuan, and those two outstanding disciples, all once followed Zhao Tianhong. It is perplexing how they have suddenly become so formidable overnight. I suspect there is a conspiracy afoot. Wanrong advised earnestly, her brows knitted in concern. Rest assured, Sister Yin, if I encounter any of them, I shall make them regret it. just as I did with Qianfan today," Mu Qingqing declared, shaking her small fists, which brought a smile to Wanrong's face. At that moment, a commotion erupted from the stands. This was the least eventful match of the day, with most disciples having already determined their victors. Yet, two remained locked in a fierce struggle, captivating the audience as they exchanged blows. Mu Qingqing and Wanrong leaned forward, straining to see, and beheld one contestant enveloped in roaring flames, employing an unknown technique. With every movement, even the mere swing of his arms sent sparks flying in all directions, threatening to ignite anything that came into contact. "Is that fire for real?" Mu Qingqing exclaimed, her eyes wide with astonishment. This was the first time she had witnessed such a technique, where spiritual energy manifested as flames. "Qingqing, he is utilizing an exceedingly rare technique, likely of the fire attribute. However, his cultivation has not yet reached the Qi realm. Hence he has not formed an inner Dan. If he were to cultivate an inner Dan of the same attribute, this technique would become even more potent, potentially allowing the flames to transform into armor, providing formidable defense against enemy attacks. Each strike compelled the opponent to exert every ounce of effort to evade the perilous blade aura and searing flames. Ultimately, that disciple found himself at the brink of exhaustion. Resolved to engage in a final confrontation. To his dismay, after delivering his utmost blow, he realized it bore no effect, as the flames swiftly engulfed his garment, transforming him into a figure of fire. Fortunately, the elder overseeing the arena possessed water attributes in his techniques, swiftly extinguishing the flames, and he then declared loudly, "Lu Lianxing." Once proclaimed victorious, the flames surrounding Lu Lian gradually subsided, revealing his true visage. His skin was dark, his physique robust, and his eyes, shaped like inverted triangles, glinted with a cold, serpentine gleam. Upon hearing such a series of numbers, Mu Qingqing suddenly perceived that this sect's grand competition was indeed far more intricate than the ordinary tournaments. Causing her to ponder inwardly, however, the sentiments of the other disciples stood in stark contrast. The sect's triannual competition represented invaluable experience for them, rendering even its complexities a source of enthusiasm, as they eagerly anticipated the thrilling confrontations of the following day. Chapter 105. Leading Zhao Go to the arena as night finally descended, the once bustling Yunlan sect returned to a serene quietude after a day of clamor. Within the sect, disciples engaged in spirited discussions regarding the day's most riveting battles, notably the clash between Mu Qingqing and Qianfan. Yet, at that moment, Mu Qingqing sat in tranquil meditation upon her bed, allowing the soft moonlight to cascade over her. Her breathing was exceedingly light, nearly imperceptible, save for the gentle rise and fall of her chest, a testament to her vitality. Minute strands of energy from the heavens gradually permeated her meridians through her delicate breaths, following her prior absorption of the great python's inner core. Mu Qingqing's meridians had become crystalline and translucent, as the impure energy from the cosmos flowed through her pristine channels. Her meridians adeptly filtered out most impurities, allowing the refined spiritual energy to enter her Qi in a purer form. Having expended considerable energy during the day's battle, Mu Qingqing typically would not have been so diligent. However, with the impending conflict looming, she entered a nighttime cultivation mode at Wang Luo's behest. It was not until the first light of dawn began to illuminate the horizon that Mu Qingqing's eyes fluttered slightly, her long lashes quivering in response. Gradually, her eyes opened, releasing a breath of stale air. As she exhaled, her delicate visage transformed, becoming even more crystalline and luminous, akin to the soft glow of flawless jade reflecting sunlight. After a night of cultivation, Mu Qingqing felt more invigorated than after a full night's rest. With every part of her body resonating with a delightful sense of ease, a sensation she had never experienced before. "Luo Go, why do I feel more energized after a night of cultivation than after a full night's sleep?" Mu Qingqing inquired, stretching luxuriously. Yesterday, after enduring that battle, the energy within the cyclone was on the verge of depletion. However, following a night of cultivation, the spiritual power coursing through your body had once again become abundant, naturally restoring itself more swiftly than mere slumber could provide, and undeniably bringing immense comfort. Wang Luo explained while rolling his eyes within the spirit-slaying staff. Mu Qingqing attempted to sense the surging spiritual energy within her, and with a casual wave of her hand, the chair not far away shattered in response. "Zhao Go, is that you? Please come in quickly," Mu Qingqing said, squinting slightly against the sunlight. Thud! Just as Mu Qingqing's words fell, Zhao Go suddenly knelt down. "You?" Mu Qingqing was about to extend her hand to assist him, but Xiaogo abruptly spoke. I beseech you, Miss Mu, to take me to witness the grand competition at the Sect. I implore you. As he spoke, he prepared to bow his head again. Startled, Mu Qingqing swiftly released a gentle gust of wind, lifting Xiaogo back up. The reason Xiaogo sought Mu Qingqing's assistance was due to the Sect's regulations, which prohibited servants and menials from entering the martial arts arena to observe the competitions. Simply put, these individuals lacked the qualifications. It was akin to being barred from the cultivation tower. After seeing Mu Qingqing enter the martial arts arena yesterday, Xiaogo had not actually left, hoping to sneak in when a disciple at the gate became lax, willing to endure any punishment should he be caught. However, he found no such opportunity from beyond the arena's walls. Listening to the clamorous cheers from within, Xiaogo felt more distressed than ever. Thus, he spent the entire night contemplating, and before dawn broke this morning, he went to the kitchen to request Aunt Lu to prepare some small dishes. Afterward, he stood at Mu Qingqing's door, waiting for her to rise. Upon hearing movement from inside, he finally dared to knock. Xiaogo, your master is correct. A man should not kneel easily if you wish to enter the martial arts arena. Fear not. It shall be taken care of. The time is still early. Come to my door at the hour of Chun, and we shall go to the arena together, Mu Qingqing said with a slight smile, her lips curving upward. Then I thank you, Miss Mu, Xiaogo replied, somewhat bashfully scratching his head and smiling shyly. The following day, the long-awaited Sect competition arrived amidst the anticipation of many. The third quarter of the hour of the rabbit. Numerous disciples began to arrive at the Sect's martial arts arena. In just a quarter of an hour, the vast arena was filled with disciples, and like the previous day, the deafening clamor resonated in everyone's ears. Subsequently, the elders began to arrive one after another. However, Mo Tian had yet to make an appearance. That Mu Qingqing, too, approached the martial arts arena alongside Xiaogo. Throughout the journey, Xiaogo followed closely behind Mu Qingqing, unwilling to lag even a step, fearing that he might inadvertently be left outside the arena. In truth, it was not just Xiaogo who felt anxious. Mu Qingqing was equally apprehensive. She had not yet been formally promoted to a personal disciple and was uncertain whether she could successfully bring Xiaogo into the arena. However, having already boasted extensively, one could not afford to lose face. Thus, with a determined resolve, she insisted on escorting Xiaogo directly inside. Drawing from the experience of the previous day, Mu Qingqing devised a plan to lead Xiaogo through the entrance designated for the inner disciples. From a distance, a group was approaching, but in her haste, Mu Qingqing remained oblivious to their presence. Upon reaching the entrance, the disciple on guard, having become exceedingly familiar with Mu Qingqing after yesterday's encounter, did not impede her entry. However, upon noticing Xiaogo, he moved to intercept them. Just as he extended his hand, Mu Qingqing interjected, proclaiming, "He is accompanying me." The gatekeeper glanced at Mu Qingqing and then at Xiaogo, who was clad in the garb of a servant. Ultimately, he nodded slowly and permitted them to enter the training grounds. Hold on, a sharp voice suddenly rang out from afar. Recognizing the tone, Mu Qingqing lifted her head to behold the newcomer. Clad in a striking red robe, the individual glared at Mu Qingqing with an intense gaze. Who told you that a mere servant could freely enter this training arena? Have you lost your wits? Chapter 106. She could not help but strike. Upon seeing that Mu Qingqing seemed unfazed by her words, Huanggu let out a furious shout. The two disciples behind her were about to act, but upon realizing that they were facing the illustrious Mu Qingqing, they hesitated, their courage waning. Hurry up! If you cannot stop her today, you are to leave Yunlan's sect, Huanggu bellowed, disregarding all semblance of decorum. Reluctantly, the disciples summoned their resolve, exuding an imposing aura as they charged at Mu Qingqing with raised fists. In the blink of an eye, the attackers were upon her. Xiaogo, in a flurry of panic, turned to shield Mu Qingqing from the incoming strike. Yet, Mu Qingqing moved even faster, stepping forward with swift determination. Xiaogo barely caught a glimpse of a flash of white light before Mu Qingqing positioned herself in front of him. Her delicate hands like jade crossing defensively over her chest, effectively blocking the onslaught of fists. In an instant, the disciples were sent hurtling backward, crashing down before Huanggu, their bodies contorted painfully upon impact, emitting cries of agony. You, Mu Qingqing, have you gone mad? Huanggu's eyes blazed with fury as she kicked one of the fallen disciples harshly before leaping forward, seemingly intent on confronting Mu Qingqing directly. As Huanggu drew nearer, Mu Qingqing did not retreat. Instead, she crossed her arms and regarded her coldly. Mu, Miss Mu, I think I should take my leave that I want to go in. Huanggu hesitantly tugged at Mu Qingqing's pristine garment. Fully aware of Hong Rulan's identity as Elder Hong's granddaughter, he realized that should they provoke her, invoking Elder Hong's wrath could spell disaster for everyone involved. In a split second, Hong Rulan was sent flying backward as if severed from her tether. Suddenly, a mouthful of fresh blood was violently spat out, scattering gracefully through the air before finally descending to the ground at the same time. Hong Rulan's body crashed heavily against a nearby wall, ultimately collapsing onto the ground, followed by another spurt of blood. Huanggu, let us depart. Humph, Mu Qingqing, you wait for me. I shall ensure you do not escape unscathed. In a fit of fury, Hong Rulan pounded the ground with her fists, leaving behind 2 bloody imprints, and screamed in a hysterical manner. The 2 disciples beside her wished to laugh, but dared not make a sound. Huanggu, who had followed Mu Qingqing into the passage, felt a sense of relief at witnessing Hong Rulan being thoroughly beaten, yet she was, after all, the granddaughter of an elder. If troubles were to come knocking in the future, would it not all stem from his actions? Contemplating this, Huanggu hurriedly approached and whispered, Miss Mu, do you think your treatment of that young lady Hong was perhaps a bit excessive? What if her grandfather comes looking for us? How shall we respond? Upon hearing Huanggu's words, Mu Qingqing abruptly halted her advance. Huanggu assumed she was frightened, and was just about to offer some words of comfort when he instead heard Mu Qingqing's nonchalant tone declare, Let him come. Huanggu was instantly rendered speechless, taken aback by Mu Qingqing's audacious spirit. Upon entering the training ground, Wanrong was already present, having previously arranged with Mu Qingqing to meet directly at the training ground in the morning. Wanrong was astonished to see that Mu Qingqing had brought someone along. What was this? Seeing that the person following Mu Qingqing was clad in the attire of a servant, Wanrong's surprise deepened. This is my newly recruited little brother. What do you think? Not bad, right? Mu Qingqing playfully smiled, then took Wanrong's hand in a charming manner. Wanrong glanced at the somewhat reserved Huanggu not far away, then tugged Mu Qingqing closer before speaking in a tone only they could hear. Qingqing, are you not aware that servants are not permitted in the training ground? Of course I know. Hong Rulan already informed me at the entrance. The mere thought of Hong Rulan's condescending demeanor filled Mu Qingqing with immense displeasure. What? You encountered Hong Rulan again? Where is she now? Wanrong pondered, filled with dread. Hong Rulan had warned her against bringing servants into the training ground. Yet here they stood before her, and not a trace of Hong Rulan was in sight. Could it be? Wanrong dared not consider further. The last time Mu Qingqing had fought with Hong Rulan in the training tower and forcibly seized her treasure, Elder Hong had been seething with rage. If it were not for the intervention of the sect leader and Elder Bai, and the allowance of private duels within the training tower, Elder Hong would have undoubtedly sought revenge long ago. I didn't mean to. Who knew she would be so fragile? One blow, and she was spitting blood, Mu Qingqing said, her expression one of grievance. Chapter 107. Seeking trouble what? Wanrong could not help but exclaim in shock. Having initially thought the situation was serious, only to realize it was far more dire than she had imagined. As Hong Rulan was struck until she spat blood, it was certain that Elder Hong would seize this opportunity to settle accounts with Mu Qingqing. Indeed, scarcely had the words left his mouth when shouts echoed through the passageway. All eyes turned towards this direction. Emerging from the corridor was a figure clad in a dark crimson robe, with hair that stood upright in a fiery red, matching even the hue of his eyebrows. He was tall and robust, exuding an imposing presence that compelled those around him to instinctively take 2 steps back. Greetings, Elder Hong. The surrounding disciples promptly bowed in unison. Throughout the entirety of Yunlan's sect, it was widely known that aside from the sect leader, no one possessed greater skills than Elder Bai. However, when it came to temperament, Elder Hong indisputably claimed the title of the most formidable in the sect. Not only did Elder Hong have a fierce disposition, but he was also notoriously protective of his OW, and it was likely that only Mu Qingqing remained oblivious to this fact. At that moment, everyone present bent in deference to Elder Hong, including Wanrong and Huanggu, yet Mu Qingqing stood resolutely in place, unmoving. Qingqing, Wanrong urgently tugged at Mu Qingqing's side, although Mu Qingqing immediately bowed upon being pulled. This slight hesitation did not escape Elder Hong's keen gaze, causing his expression to darken. He thought to himself, not only has this girl harmed my granddaughter, but she also dares to show me such disrespect. She certainly needs to be dealt with appropriately. Enough, enough. Everyone rise. Elder Hong's voice resonated like a thunderclap, unmistakably indicative of his fiery temper. Observing the displeasure on Elder Hong's face, all the disciples were left bewildered. hastily retreating, mindful not to provoke this fiery deity. Not long ago, a disciple had inadvertently collided with Elder Hong while walking, and despite the disciple's terrified pleas for mercy, he had still received a beating and was relegated to menial labor in the miscellaneous department for 3 months. Elder Hong, known for his tempestuous nature and mastery of fire element techniques, had only grown more irascible over time. Generally, no one dared to approach him without cause, and even communication among the elders often fell to the disciples, who were reluctant to bear the brunt of his wrath. "Which one is Mu Qingqing? Step forward and meet me." Elder Hong's voice was steady, yet his gaze swept over Mu Qingqing, causing her to feel as though flames were igniting around her. Disciple Mu Qingqing pays her respects to Elder Hong. Wanrong intended to pull Mu Qingqing back, but to her astonishment, Mu Qingqing took a bold step forward, positioning herself directly before Elder Hong. This left Wanrong's hand suspended in midair in shock. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Wanrong contemplated discreetly exiting to seek help from Motion.at. That moment, Elder Hong, though appearing calm, was on the brink of fury. If anyone in the entire sect could still speak to him at this juncture, it would be none other than Moton. Wanrong, do not think of seeking the sect leader. He will arrive shortly. This matter must be addressed, and my granddaughter Rulin deserves an explanation. Indeed, it was well known that when Elder Hong was enraged, he was far more formidable than the sect leader himself. It appeared that Mu Qingqing was in dire straits today. The disciples gathered nearby engaged in hushed whispers, sighing with exasperation, yet the two parties involved remained remarkably composed. The Red Elder was undoubtedly confident that he would soon devise a means to handle the audacious Mu Qingqing, while Mu Qingqing herself firmly believed she had committed no wrongdoing. Thus, both sides appeared relatively unperturbed. Mu Qingqing, should you be willing to bow and apologize to my granddaughter at this moment, I might consider sparing you, relegating you to the service quarters for a year of labor instead. However, if the sect master arrives shortly, I shall undoubtedly impose the sect's regulations upon you. The Red Elder extended his gnarled, calloused hand to stroke his beard thoughtfully, casting a sidelong glance at Mu Qingqing. I have every confidence that Yulan's sect is a place of reason, rather than the fiefdom of your Red Elder family. Mu Qingqing crossed her arms, her eyes glimmering with a hint of icy disdain. Such a sharp-tongued girl. The Red Elder had never before encountered such insolence and was instantly enraged, unleashing an overwhelming aura that left the surrounding disciples gasping for breath. Fortunately, the disciples present on the stone platform were all direct disciples, possessing far superior cultivation than ordinary disciples. Had it been anyone else, they might have already succumbed to bloodshed. Even so, they all felt a constriction in their chests, yearning to flee, yet found themselves utterly immobilized. The urgency with which you summoned me suggests something significant has transpired, yet no matter the gravity, it must not interfere with our sect's grand tournament. Wouldn't you agree? Suddenly, Motion's voice resonated from afar, and in the blink of an eye, he positioned himself between Mu Qingqing and the Red Elder, with a casual wave of his hand. He dissipated the oppressive pressure emanating from the Red Elder, allowing the disciples to finally breathe freely. Following this, they all retreated to a safe distance, halting only when they felt secure. Upon hearing Motion's words, the Red Elder's eyes momentarily flickered with displeasure, though it quickly vanished. The sect master is correct. Nothing is more paramount at present than the sect's grand tournament, which must take precedence above all else. The Red Elder managed a smile that was more painful than a frown. After a brief pause, he continued, "Every year, the grand tournament features several friendly matches, designed for disciples to spar with one another. This year, fortuitously, one of my direct disciples, named Qinghe, wishes to challenge Mu Qingqing." With a flourish, the Red Elder gestured, and from behind him stepped a figure, tall and slender, clad in a pale red robe adorned with intricately embroidered flames. His skin bore an unnaturally pale hue. He stood with his gaze lowered, announcing, "Disciple Qinghe pays his respects to the sect master. Is it you who seeks to challenge Mu Qingqing?" Motion inquired, his brow furrowing. Chapter 108. For her to kneel. Upon hearing that this individual intended to challenge Mu Qingqing, the surrounding disciples covertly cast their glances in her direction, a collective intake of breath echoing around them. Even Wanrong, standing behind Mu Qingqing, was taken aback. This individual, one could say, has garnered a modest reputation within the Yunlan sect. Despite their tender years, they have already attained the realm of Qi. And furthermore, they are known for their remarkable humility. Their time is predominantly spent either in the cultivation tower honing their skills or in their quarters studying techniques, or perhaps undertaking missions to earn rewards. Qingqing, there are rules within the sect. regardless of one's cultivation level, as long as both parties consent. You may choose to accept or decline this battle. Mo Tian turned to Mu Qingqing, articulating each word with deliberate precision. Who could fathom the tumultuous discord hidden beneath that seemingly tranquil exterior? I will not acquiesce. That fellow appears refined and scholarly, yet his cultivation has already reached the Qi realm. Mu Qingqing pouted, engaging in a spirited debate with Wang Luo. Teske. How is it that she is so clear-minded now, yet when she was embroiled in a confrontation with Hong Rulan, such a scenario eluded her consideration? Wang Luo lamented the futility of his efforts. Had he simply intervened to stop Hong Rulan, it would have sufficed. He had to swing the spirit-butchering staff against her, had he not promptly contained most of its spiritual energy. Hong Rulan's fate would have been far grimmer. No matter the circumstances, I refuse to go. If you wish to proceed, you must do so alone. Mu Qingqing adamantly opposed Wang Luo's suggestion. She could not possibly agree to Qinghe's demands, as acquiescing to them would be tantamount to courting death. How can I substitute for you? Do those elders up their feast upon air? The moment I step in, my involvement would be immediately apparent. Wouldn't that be akin to inviting disaster? Then let us depart. We could leave this place and go to another location. Mu Qingqing seemed to have conceived a brilliant plan, bursting into laughter. The onlookers exchanged bewildered glances at her outburst, utterly perplexed, while the elder Hong across from them seethed with rage. This child must be taught a severe lesson. Do not impede me, Sect Master. With that, Elder Hong prepared to unleash a powerful strike aimed directly at Mu Qingqing. Stop. Mo Tian attempted to intervene, but it was too late. He could only release a surge of energy to collide with Elder Hong's attack, causing the ground to tremble slightly. The shockwave generated by their clash rippled outward like a tide, prompting the surrounding disciples to hastily retreat. The confrontation between the elder and the sect master was such that even the slightest trace of energy touching them could result in severe injury or a prolonged recovery of 10 days to half a month. At that moment, however, Mo Tian suddenly conjured forth a wave of dark gray energy that manifested before the eyes of the gathered crowd, gradually descending until it formed an energy barrier before them. Elder Hong, let us communicate civilly. Moreover, this matter ultimately hinges upon Mu Qingqing's final decision. Mo Tian spoke firmly, suppressing his agitation. Under normal circumstances, he would have overlooked Elder Hong's tempestuousness. But today, with all the disciples present, engaging in combat with a junior would tarnish the Yunlan sect's reputation. Yet, Mu Qingqing had yet to even touch the threshold of the Qi realm. How could she possibly contend with him? Reflecting on this, Qinghe felt a surge of admiration for Mu Qingqing's audacity. Mu Qingqing, this matter is far from trivial. Should you consent, it would be exceedingly difficult, even for me, to alter the course. Mo Tian spoke with utmost gravity. As long as Mu Qingqing refrained from acquiescing at this moment, after the sect's grand competition, he could accept her as his personal disciple and subsequently offer an apology to Hong Rulan. Surely, Elder Hong would not press too hard, considering his standing. Yet, Mu Qingqing's rash agreement to this duel took Mo Tian completely by surprise. Meanwhile, the other disciples buzzed with gossip. Has Mu Qingqing truly lost her senses? How could she possibly contend with Qinghe? Indeed, does she genuinely believe that a few victories within the sect grant her invincibility? Qinghe is a formidable master of the Qi realm. Very well, since she has already accepted the challenge, there is no need to wait for the grand competition. Let us engage in combat immediately. Elder Hong, fearing Mu Qingqing might retract her words, hastily gestured for Qinghe to make his move. Miss Mu, have you truly considered this decision? Qinghe, seemingly unperturbed by Elder Hong's urging, gazed at Mu Qingqing with a calm demeanor, as if encouraging her to deliberate once more. Indeed, Qingqing, you must consider this carefully. Once you commit to this battle, your fate hangs in the balance. On the side, Wanrong grasped Mu Qingqing's hand, urging her to reflect more thoroughly. Thank you, Sister Yun, for your kindness. I have deliberated extensively. Mu Qingqing lightly patted the back of Wanrong's hand, then turned her gaze towards the smug Elder Hong not far away, silently wishing that should she emerge victorious, Hong Rulan would be compelled to kneel and apologize. Mu Qingqing's chilling voice echoed throughout the martial arts arena, provoking an immediate uproar. Chapter 109, The Challenge You. Elder Hong, upon hearing Mu Qingqing's words, was enraged yet laughed in disbelief, nodding his head in response. Ah, you audacious little girl, are you not afraid that I might strike you down with a single blow? Oh, Elder Hong, you are welcome to do so. Such an act would undoubtedly elevate your reputation across the entire one-man continent. Is it not a rather clever method to gain notoriety? Mu Qingqing's lips curled into a smirk, replete with mockery. Should you, Elder Hong, decline to agree, I shall not engage with Qinghe today. With that, Mu Qingqing crossed her arms defiantly, embodying the essence of a pig unafraid of boiling water. The crowd, which had been abuzz with chatter, suddenly fell silent, gazing at Mu Qingqing in disbelief. When had anyone dared to speak thus to Elder Hong? Many disciples, having previously harbored contempt for Mu Qingqing, began to retract their disdain, and a flicker of admiration for her emerged in their hearts. Little did they know, this newfound respect was largely instigated by the remarkable direction of Wang Luo. At this moment, Wang Luo was parched and fervently instructing Mu Qingqing on the lines and emotions to convey. Although she felt a flutter of anxiety within, witnessing Elder Hong's face turn a deep shade of crimson from anger filled her with elation. This Elder Hong, relying on her status, had spoiled her granddaughter to such an extent, yet called me a little witch. I dare say, it is she, Hong Ruolin, who fits that description more aptly. Mu Qingqing mused with dissatisfaction. Very well, should you miraculously emerge victorious, how would it be if I compelled Ruolin to offer you an apology? Yet, I fear you may not live to hear it. Ha ha. Elder Hong's voice boomed like a thunderclap, resonating in the ears of the crowd with a deafening buzz. Very well, since it has come to this, let this contest be officiated by our sect. With that, Motion turned and walked away, casting a glance filled with meaning at Mu Qingqing before ultimately shaking his head and departing. In the eyes of the onlookers, Mu Qingqing was undoubtedly destined for defeat. However, in light of her valiant spirit, the crowd erupted in applause for her. With the sect leader's acknowledgement, the contest was deemed officially underway. The stone platform, which had suffered considerable damage at the hands of the disciples yesterday, had been entirely restored through the power of the formation. He clasped his fists in salute towards Mu Qingqing, lightly tapping the ground with his feet as he soared towards the plaza below the high platform. Mu Qingqing nodded at Wanrong and promptly followed closely behind. The duo, one clad in red and the other in white, gracefully descended and stood poised at a distance. The imminent clash was palpable. In comparison to Elder Hong, Qinghe appeared quite courteous, yet Mu Qingqing harbored no fondness for him. In her eyes, he was no different from Elder Hong, both cut from the same cloth. Such excessive prattle. Mu Qingqing snorted coldly, and before her words had fully escaped her lips, she transformed into a blurred shadow, dashing towards Qinghe like a bolt of lightning. The spectators below were gripped with anxiety as they witnessed Mu Qingqing recklessly launching the first strike. The entire sect's disciples harbored resentment towards Elder Hong, and naturally, their ire was directed at his favored disciple. Thus, many found themselves rooting for Mu Qingqing in today's contest. He faced the astonishing speed of Mu Qingqing. A flicker of surprise crossed his eyes. He hadn't anticipated that this seemingly aloof ice queen possessed genuine prowess, which elevated his estimation of her. In the blink of an eye, the figure clad in white was already before Qinghe. Though Mu Qingqing wielded no weapon, Qinghe felt no room for complacency. With a swift motion, he produced two short blades in his hands. Upon seeing the blades, Mu Qingqing was reminded of the two disciples from yesterday's initial contest, one of whom had forced their opponent off the stone platform with their twin daggers. Without hesitation, Mu Qingqing reached into her Qingqing bag and brandished the spirit-slaying staff, unleashing a powerful force that created a faint silver aura around her. Accompanied by a whispering sound of wind cutting through the air, surprised by Mu Qingqing revealing her weapon, Qinghe had not expected the seemingly fragile young woman to wield such a hefty black staff. Then, with a deft push of his toes, he propelled himself upward, raising his short blades over his head and launching a lightning-fast thrust towards Mu Qingqing. Clang! The two blades struck against Mu Qingqing's spirit-slaying staff. And in a flash, the potent spiritual energy from the daggers easily forced her staff downward. While the dagger may not excel in offensive capabilities, the prowess of Qinghe far surpasses that of Mu Qingqing. The dense spiritual energy within him imbues the petite dagger with a weight akin to 1,000 pounds. With a mere flick, he effortlessly pins Mu Qingqing's spirit-slaying staff to the ground. The two daggers pressing down on the staff take advantage of Mu Qingqing's momentarily incapacitated state. Qinghe harnesses the force of his downward momentum, executing a mid-air somersault, and then abruptly pivots his body, launching a fierce kick aimed at the back of Mu Qingqing's heart. In response to Qinghe's ruthless assault, Mu Qingqing merely smirks, a cold laugh escaping her lips. With a flash of white, her figure appears to teleport, evading her original position, while her spirit-slaying staff thrusts upward with great force. This strike, however, fails, leaving Qinghe astonished. His body, suspended in mid-air, resembles a leaping carp. as the staff glides closely past him. The initial clash between the two concludes in an instant, both retreating simultaneously to regain their footing, lifting their gazes. Should one analyze this encounter, it merely lasted a few breaths, yet the peril contained within was comprehensible only to the two of them. A slight misstep from either party could have resulted in significant injuries from the daggers and the staff. The other disciples could only perceive the swift movements of the white and red figures intertwining. Before both soared into the air and landed in a flash, the spectators on the stands erupted in applause. However, Wanrong and her companions on the elevated platform observed with keen clarity, their hearts racing with concern for Qingqing. Meanwhile, Tian's eyes glimmered with admiration. He had not anticipated that Qingqing could hold her own against Qin in their first skirmish. Yet, Elder Hong, standing nearby, furrowed his brow in astonishment at this scene. That he had assumed that with Qin's cultivation level, he could easily incapacitate Qingqing, yet the two were evenly matched in the arena. With dual daggers in hand, Qin regarded Qingqing with newfound seriousness. In such a lightning-fast exchange, despite his extensive combat experience, he had gained no advantage. Chapter 110. Are we here to play? Reflecting on this, Qin's gaze flickered that if speed and experience could not secure victory, then he would employ his own strengths to utterly overwhelm her. As this thought settled in his mind, the spiritual energy within Qin surged wildly, igniting a faint glow upon the daggers. The flames appeared almost real, burning for a moment before dripping to the ground, leaving a small charred mark on the white stone slab. With the surge of his spiritual energy, a wave of oppressive force emanated from him, enveloping the entire stone platform. Even the disciples seated closest to the stage felt an overwhelming sense of pressure. At this moment, Qingqing not only sensed the oppressive force, but also experienced a sluggish flow of spiritual energy within her body. Is this the pressure from the Qi realm? Qingqing murmured inwardly. The most effective method to counter such oppressive spiritual pressure was to resist with her own energy. Consequently, the silver-white spiritual energy within her began to seep forth, enveloping her body and significantly diminishing the oppressive force. Upon the entire stone platform, a significant portion lay enveloped in the delicate crimson spiritual energy of Qin, while Qingqing's silvery spiritual force merely surrounded her own form. The clash of these energies rendered Qingqing entirely at a disadvantage. This disparity stemmed from a difference in strength, wholly unrelated to combat prowess. Qingqing, shortly I shall impart to you a set of incantations to connect your aura with the spirit-slaying staff. At that moment, Wang Luo's voice resonated within Qingqing's mind. Upon hearing this, Qingqing was filled with elation. This was also among the reasons Wang Luo initially did not oppose her comparison with him. With my spirit-slaying form, I summon forth your spirit-slaying spirit. As our essences intertwine, the staff and spirit shall safeguard one another. Qingqing silently recited the incantation imparted by Wang Luo, and she soon felt her internal spiritual energy surge dramatically, her aura ascending in tandem. Within the white spiritual energy enveloping her, a faint trace of black mist began to emerge, gradually pushing back Qin. Observing this, Qin raised an eyebrow, acknowledging Qingqing's unexpected prowess. The spectators atop the high platform noticed the sudden shift in her aura, many rising to their feet, fixated on her current state, particularly the Red Elder, who sought any signs of forbidden techniques from her but, regrettably, to no avail. The Sect Master was equally perplexed, as the White Elder could not discern the nature of Qingqing's technique. This girl indeed harbored some secrets, but surely it was not a forbidden art. Tian shook his head. Even with his experience, he could not fathom the reason behind Qingqing's rapid surge in aura. May I inquire, Sect Master, does Qingqing's employment of unconventional methods during the competition constitute a violation? The Red Elder, frustrated by his lack of findings, turned to Tian and asked angrily, what sort of unconventional methods does that Red Elder believe Qingqing has employed? Tian, with piercing gaze, regarded the flustered Red Elder and responded with a smile. The clanging of metal echoed as Qingqing, utilizing the technique bestowed upon her by Wang Luo, experienced an instantaneous elevation in her cultivation. Although she had not equaled Qin, she was nearing the pinnacle of the Qi Will realm. Thus, in evading Qin's assaults, Qingqing adeptly maneuvered, severing the dual blades with her spirit-slaying staff. Continuously wielding the staff, she dodged Qin's attacks, each strike igniting sparks that cascaded. Not only did she need to evade his dual blades, but she also had to ensure that the sparks did not land upon her garments, which rendered her somewhat flustered. Fortunately, this relentless barrage also exerted considerable strain on Qin. After a fragrant incense burned down, Qingqi's speed began to wane, and the flurry of blade shadows abruptly vanished. The strength in Mu Qingqing's arms likewise diminished. Both figures swiftly retreated, halting at a distance of several meters apart. Qingqi could not help but gaze upon Mu Qingqing's serene demeanor, which left him feeling internally unsettled. Under the onslaught of such an attack, Qingqi's chest heaved slightly, while Mu Qingqing maintained a steady breath, exhibiting no signs of distress. Qingqi, did I summon you here to toy around? Quickly finish her off. The irascible elder Hong on the high platform erupted once more, witnessing the recent clash where Mu Qingqing seemed to match Qingqi, igniting his fury anew. Unable to contain himself, he bellowed down to the arena. Upon hearing Elder Hong's voice, Qingqi let out a soft sigh. Did he truly come here for amusement? He had been fighting earnestly, but Mu Qingqing was simply too formidable. Ah! As Elder Hong's voice echoed, the disciples below began to jeer. Initially, they might have thought Mu Qingqing's acceptance of Qingqi's challenge was a display of overconfidence. But the series of recent battles had clearly demonstrated that she was no mere pretty face devoid of intellect. She possessed genuine strength and the means to contend with Qingqi. Silence. Elder Hong roared from the platform, but with so many disciples below, he could hardly discern who was mocking him. Laughter erupted from the crowd. Even the esteemed disciples on the dais couldn't help but chuckle. Qingqi cast a glance at Mu Qingqing in the distance, and then his internal spiritual energy began to whirl chaotically. With a flick of his hands, the two short blades vanished, and in that fleeting moment, he began to form a complex series of hand seals. Moments later, the seals abruptly halted, and a faint red flame burst forth from within him, enveloping his entire being in a fiery cocoon, rendering him invisible. Observing the technique Qingqi had unleashed, a wave of unease surged within Mu Qingqing, prompting her own robust fighting spirit to prepare for a fierce confrontation. Chapter 111. A connection of minds. Just as Mu Qingqing braced herself, the hand seals executed by Qingqi reached completion. The fiery Qingqi, cloaked in red flames, did not cease but instead began to spin rapidly, akin to a centrifuge, flinging the flames across the entire platform. Strangely, the flames did not extinguish, rather, they accumulated, ultimately forming a fire circle approximately 10 meters in diameter around the two. Both Mu Qingqing and Qingqi found themselves ensconced within it. Faced with the surrounding flickering flames, Mu Qingqing's heart sank. She had not anticipated that Qingqi possessed such capabilities. Could fire attribute energy be wielded in such a manner at this moment? Their figures were completely shrouded by flames, leaving the outer disciples unable to discern the events within, only aware that Qingqi was unleashing countless flames from his body on the high platform. Wanrong clenched her delicate hands into fists, her nails digging into her flesh without her noticing. Droplets of blood cascading onto the ground. In stark contrast, Elder Hong gazed with smug satisfaction at the two figures engulfed by the sea of flames. Thinking to himself, if Mu Qingqing can withstand this fiery river of Qingqi's, I shall bow to her and apologize. Elder Hong gazed skyward, his laughter resounding like thunder, echoing clearly for all the disciples present. I hope Elder Hong will keep his word when the time comes. Just as his voice faded, a melodious sound emerged from the sea of flames. Mu Qingqing's voice. Upon hearing her, Wanrong felt a surge of joy. Yet Elder Hong's expression twisted with alarm. Although Mu Qingqing's situation was dire, it was not entirely hopeless. The flames within the fiery circle were spreading rapidly, threatening to engulf the entire ground, leaving her with only a 2-meter radius of safety. The rest of the ground was utterly consumed by fire. Miss Mu, be cautious. Suddenly, Qingqi, amidst the inferno, called out in the blink of an eye. He appeared before Mu Qingqing, wielding two short blades that glinted menacingly as they lunged toward her vital points. The disciples in the stands, unable to discern the figures within the flames, were nonetheless swept by a wave of heat that prompted gasps of astonishment. Although they were not in the midst of it, they could feel the peril. Simultaneously, Qingqi's blade struck the very spot where Mu Qingqing had just stood, only for him to realize, to his shock, that she had vanished without a trace. Just then, a powerful force swept past him from behind, compelling him to evade, his body retreating into the fire in an oddly contorted manner. Gidge, what should we do? Is there any way to break his fiery formation? Mu Qingqing mentally communicated with Wang Luo, gazing at the remaining 2-meter circular space before her. Alas, I didn't expect he possessed such skill. If he fills the entire area with flames, you may truly be in grave danger. Wang Luo, at this critical juncture, unexpectedly jested with Mu Qingqing. Her heart nearly shattered. It was he who insisted she participate in this contest, and now, when she faced peril, he dared to mock her. Enraged, She inhaled deeply and was about to speak when Wang Luo's voice rang out once more. Ahem, the priority now is to distance yourself from the flames, but since you cannot fly, I shall reluctantly serve as your flying apparatus. Remember, you must act swiftly. As his words faded, the spirit-slaying staff suddenly slipped from Mu Qingqing's grip, levitating in midair. Seeing this, her spirits soared, and she nimbly leapt onto the staff. Contrary to her expectations of instability, she found herself balanced as if standing on solid ground. Use your mind to guide it, Wang Luo urged again. With a flicker of thought, Mu Qingqing felt the staff surge upward, propelling her into the sky. Everyone believed her fate was sealed, yet she unexpectedly emerged above the flames, suspended in the air like an otherworldly being. Qingqing, be careful, Wanrong shouted from the high platform. In an instant, Mu Qingqing's mind stirred, and she executed a complete 180-degree turn in midair. Upon completing the maneuver, she discovered that he was leaping high into the air, wielding two short blades, with the target being her vulnerable back. With a cold snort, Mu Qingqing swiftly retrieved two claws from a Chilean ground rat from her Qingqing pouch, now that the spirit-slaying stick lay beneath her feet. The only weapon she had left for an offensive was these two claws. However, they would suffice for dealing with him. With a thought, Mu Qingqing's figure suddenly lowered, nearly aligning with the apex of the flames. Then, wielding the two spiky claws, she propelled herself towards Qinghe with the aid of the wind. The towering flames were momentarily subdued by the gust of wind generated by Mu Qingqing, revealing the fully defensive Qinghe within. Mu Qingqing's speed caused a shift in Qinghe's expression. He could hardly fathom that this girl, who appeared as serene as a snow-capped mountain, could repeatedly astonish him. What surprised him even more was that she seemed to be launching a close-range attack, despite the fact that the short blades in his hands were best suited for such encounters. Just as Qinghe was taken aback, Mu Qingqing's figure reached him. As he raised his short blades to counter, he merely caught a fleeting glimpse of a white shadow, and Mu Qingqing had soared into the air once more. With a tearing sound, the fabric of his clothing was shredded, and as Qinghe glanced down, he realized a gash had been made across his chest by Mu Qingqing, leaving his shirt tattered, but fortunately sparing him any injury. A hit had landed, and Mu Qingqing silently rejoiced within. Mu Qingqing, you had better hurry. Our connection can only last for 1 hour at most. You have half an hour to spare, after which you shall await your demise in the fiery abyss. Upon witnessing Mu Qingqing's elation, Wang Luo promptly doused her spirits with a cold splash of reality, leaving her feeling as if ice had coursed through her veins. Resolute, Mu Qingqing clenched her silver teeth. Heeding Wang Luo's words and daring not to delay further, she commanded the spirit-slaying stick to charge towards Qinghe with utmost speed once more. This time, she could not afford to fail. Chapter 112. Battle. In this moment, Mu Qingqing, connected with the spirit-slaying stick through her thoughts, summoned a magnificent golden dragon that soared skyward, accompanied by the resounding roars of dragons, as it charged down towards Qinghe amidst the flames. Although this dragon was not as colossal as that summoned by Wang Luo, its imposing presence was by no means to be underestimated. The entire training ground erupted in excitement. The disciples had never witnessed a technique capable of manifesting a tangible form for combat. Unless it was a life-bound treasure that could alter its shape for battle, Mu Qingqing's display was undoubtedly unique within the Yulan sect. Mu Qingqing truly deserves her reputation as someone who can single-handedly challenge the training tower. I doubt even senior brother Mushan could withstand this move. Qinghe is certainly in for a tough time. Indeed, from this day forth, Mu Qingqing would become my newest idol, and I too shall aspire to follow in her footsteps. A charming female disciple suddenly clasped her hands in admiration, her large eyes sparkling with starlight. This day's battle has undoubtedly opened our eyes to new horizons. On the high platform, Mushan turned to Wanrong beside him and spoke. On that fateful day, due to Mushan's premature fainting, she naturally missed the subsequent technique employed by Wang Luo, known as the Golden Dragon Descends. The entire colossal dragon transformed into a silvery hue, enhanced by the shimmering silver arc dancing in the sky. Its momentum magnified several hundredfold compared to the previous one. Wanrong, in that moment, was not overly astonished. Yet, with Mushan's words already spoken, Wanrong could only gently nod her head, silently wishing for Mu Qingqing's safe return. This, the Red Elder exclaimed thrice, his eyes wide with fury, his fingers poised like a sword, pointing accusingly at Mu Qingqing below. Utterly speechless with rage, Motian and Elder Bai shared his astonishment, realizing the girl possessed an impressive array of hidden talents. Motian smiled, and nodded in acknowledgement. Indeed, Elder Bai found himself at a loss for words, contemplating how he might see such a promising talent from Motion's grasp, thereby granting by sure the capital the flaunt his prowess. As for the Red Elder, his pride in having a disciple like Qin he often surpassed that of the sect leader himself. However, today, the very Qin he took pride in stumbled upon a stone slab, one that he, the Red Elder, had personally procured for him. This promised to be quite the spectacle. Qin he looked up at the descending golden dragon, his heart fluttering ever so slightly. This level of martial arts was likely far more formidable than his own flame galaxy, capable of manifesting spiritual energy into tangible attacks. With no time for further contemplation, Qin shouted, swiftly moving his hands in unison, causing the flames on the ground to transform into two fiery dragons that surged toward the oncoming golden dragon. However, these flames, lacking form, were merely two trails of fire and thus fell short in grandeur compared to Qingqing's golden dragon. With a soft puff, the two flames vanished upon colliding with the golden dragon mid-air, disintegrating into nothingness without even producing a significant sound. The golden dragon's eyes snapped open, cold and indifferent, regarding Qin he as if he were an insignificant insect. Roar! The dragon's roar echoed through the heavens as it descended with a thunderous crash. In an instant, sparks flew, and Qin he's figure disappeared into the fiery inferno he had conjured. But the moment the golden dragon touched down, Qingqing had already taken flight on her spirit slaughter staff, deftly avoiding the shower of sparks and flames below. The disciples seated around the platform were not so fortunate. The cascading sparks rained down upon the crowd, eliciting cries of alarm. However, many disciples cheered for Qingqing at that moment. Yet, she remained vigilant, sensing that Qin he's combat prowess had not entirely diminished. In just a few breaths, the fiery tempest finally subsided, the rolling heat waves abating significantly. As most of the flames had been expelled from the arena, the stone slab ground once again became visible, albeit charred and blackened by the flames, with a solid place to land. Qingqing decided to descend, retrieving her spirit slaughter staff and cautiously approaching the remaining flickering flames. Suddenly, the flames surged skyward, revealing a figure emerging from within the blaze, slowly walking out from the inferno. At this moment, Qin he found himself in a state of utter disarray. The majority of his spiritual energy had been expended in fending off the full-force assault of the golden dragon. Fortunately, Qingqing's cultivation was not superior to his. Otherwise, had it not been for that, a single blow just now would have left him utterly devastated, vanishing completely from this world. Qin he emerged from the flames. The residual fire was swiftly drawn into his body. With the flames entering him, a hint of color returned to his previously pallid complexion. With the flames extinguished, it was time for us to act swiftly, Qingqing murmured to herself, wielding the spirit-slaying rod. If she failed to defeat Qin he within the span of an hour, the connection between herself and the rod would naturally sever, and defeat was all but assured for her. No, I refuse to accept that. I will see that Huanggu kneels before me in apology, and that red-haired old ghost must bow to me. Humph! With this thought, a glimmer of determination flashed in Qingqing's striking black and white eyes. Victory is imperative today. Qin he, noticing the ever-shifting expression in Qingqing's gaze, felt an unsettling sensation arise within him. This girl's abilities were beyond his expectations. It seemed that the outcome of today's battle was still uncertain. With this in mind, Qin he lifted his gaze to the Elder Hong, who was attentively observing the fight from the high platform. Seeing Qin he look in his direction, Elder Hong bellowed, "Qin he, if you cannot even defeat her, then there shall be no place for you as a disciple in my Fire Cloud sect." This declaration landed like a heavy bombshell, causing an uproar among the disciples in the training hall. Hearing Elder Hong's impassioned remarks, Elder Bai approached with a broad grin, lightly patting Elder Hong on the shoulder. "That Qin he, I shall claim him for my Ice Radiance Hall. Elder Hong, you must not go back on your word." You, Elder Hong, taken aback by these words, shrugged off Elder Bai's hand forcefully. Elder Bai chuckled awkwardly, preparing to turn away. "But Elder Hong, it's worth noting that Qin he practices fire attribute techniques. Your Ice Radiance Hall may not be suitable. Why not consider my gold-cutting pavilion instead?" "I, Elder C, shall wholeheartedly support him." Before Elder Bai could depart, Elder C approached with a grin, addressing Elder Hong with a playful tone. "Such behavior is truly excessive." Just as Elder Hong was about to express his ire, Elder Zhou interjected with righteous indignation, adding, "My Wood Source Hall is undoubtedly the best place for Qin he. Think it over, Elder Hong." as the elders vied for Qingqi's allegiance. The disciples of the respective sects on the high platform could not help but stifle their laughter. Elder Hong's face flushed crimson with rage, and in frustration, he swept his robe and turned his attention back to the combat on the platform. With the spirit-slaying rod in her hands, Qingqing channeled her abundant spiritual energy through her meridians, gradually infusing it into the rod, which began to emit a faint luminescence. Then, with a swift movement of her feet, she vanished from her original position. Moments later, a white figure appeared behind Qingqi, the glowing spirit-slaying rod slicing through the air with a fierce intensity, descending powerfully towards his neck, sensing the arrival of a fierce gale. Qingqi forcefully stomped his feet upon the ground, propelling his body into a high leap, where he executed a sudden somersault in midair in that instant. Both of his palms unleashed two fiery dragons simultaneously. These fire dragons collided thunderously with Qingqing's Soul Slayer staff. Bang! As the flames met the dark staff, a resounding explosion echoed, scattering the fire dragons in all directions. Yet, just as Qingqing's staff descended, Qingqi's figure surged forward once more, his dagger striking like a venomous serpent, glinting with a chilling light as it aimed for the vital points surrounding Qingqing. At this moment, Qingqi was already at the end of his strength. The scant reserves of spiritual energy within him could no longer sustain the invocation of his ultimate technique, the Flame Galaxy. Thus, he had no choice but to rely on close-quarters combat, striving to conclude this fierce confrontation with utmost swiftness. However, Qingqing shared a similar intention, albeit in a far more advantageous state than Qingqi. Observing his direct assault, she arched her delicate brows, and a smile involuntarily graced her lips. The abundant spiritual energy within her flowed through her meridians like a relentless river, nourishing every part of her body. Feeling the surging power coursing through her, Qingqing gripped her Soul Slayer's staff tightly. With a resolute shout from her heart, she swung the staff with great force, targeting the oncoming Qingqi. This strike was devoid of any embellishment. It was the simplest yet most brutal approach. All her strength coalesced upon the staff, and should it connect with Qingqi, the battle would surely reach its conclusion. Clang! Although Qingqi's momentum had waned, his speed and reflexes remained sharp. He managed to parry Qingqing's strike with his dagger, yet it lacked the vigor of their initial clash. Without a moment's hesitation, Qingqing swung her staff once more, aiming to deliver a crushing blow to Qingqi's body. The clash of metal rang out, sparks flying in all directions. Ultimately, Qingqi, overwhelmed, found himself unable to withstand the force. Seizing the opportunity, Qingqing swung her staff with might, and to her astonishment, his dagger flew from his grasp. Qingqi had been defeated on the high platform. Qingqing exhaled deeply, turning to Wanrong beside him and speaking. Wanrong raised her gaze, about to respond, when she caught a glimpse of a fierce glint in the eyes of Elder Hong. She quickly turned away, urging Tian to be vigilant against Elder Hong, ensuring he would not take any actions detrimental to Qingqing. Yet, she noticed Tian gently shake his head. His reaction calmed her, indicating he had indeed perceived Elder Hong's demeanor. At this moment, the most anxious among them was Huanggu. Ever since Qingqing had engaged Qingqi, Huanggu had been engulfed in profound self-reproach. Had it not been for his insistence on having Qingqing accompany him to this martial arts arena, they would not have encountered Hong Ruolin at the entrance. Without Hong Ruolin, Elder Hong would not have been drawn into the fray. Nor would Qingqi have challenged Qingqing. Suddenly, his fist opened, and he struck Qingqi's chest once more, unleashing all his energy upon him. Thud! Qingqi's face was etched with astonishment, accompanied by an unusual flush of crimson. The tumultuous surge of blood within his chest could not be suppressed, and he ultimately expelled a final jet of bright red blood. Simultaneously, his body was propelled backward, landing heavily beyond the platform. The spot where Qingqi fell shattered into countless fragments of stone in an instant. Qingqing's movements were executed with seamless precision. By the time the onlookers comprehended the situation, Qingqi had already tumbled off the platform in a state of disarray. The cheers and accolades soared to the heavens, with some individuals scarcely believing their own eyes until they were pulled back to reality by those beside them. Indeed, even Tian atop the high platform rose to his feet, chuckling. Chapter 114. The Bet Qingqing stood with her hands clasped behind her back, slowly approaching the edge of the platform. Her gaze resting coolly upon the dust-covered Qingqi. Feeling the weight of her stare, Qingqi gradually lifted his eyes to meet hers, uttering, "I concede." After speaking, he was hastily assisted away by the disciples of the Huayun Pavilion. Qingqing, You have grievously injured a disciple of the Huiyun Pavilion. What punishment do you deserve? Unexpectedly, just as Mu Qingqing turned to leave, the Red Elder bellowed from the high platform, followed by a surge of flames hurtling downward. At this moment, Mu Qingqing was utterly drained of energy, incapable of moving an inch, and could only watch helplessly as the fiery onslaught approached. Wanrong stood atop the platform, and upon witnessing the Red Elder's sudden aggression, she rushed forward without a moment's hesitation, only to be seized by Mu Shan. Not far away, Huanggu, witnessing this scene, recklessly leaped from the high platform, yet he had completely forgotten that his cultivation was insufficient. It was already a miracle if he landed safely, let alone rescuing Mu Qingqing. Mu Qingqing, standing on the platform, observed someone descending from the high platform and, disregarding the impending flames, swung her palm, forcefully hurling the soul-vanquishing staff. The actions of everyone transpired in the blink of an eye. Yet, in that very moment, the flames collided with a resounding boom. Bang! In an instant, Mu Qingqing's figure was enveloped by the blaze. Huanggu, armed with the soul-vanquishing staff, was spared from the peril of a fall, but when he raised his gaze, he beheld Mu Qingqing's form being engulfed by the flames. Huanggu immediately coughed up a mouthful of blood. Staggering toward the platform, Qingqing, Wanrong also cried out in alarm. Leaping down, only the Red Elder wore a smug expression as he observed the unfolding chaos on the platform. Moments later, his smile gradually faded, his eyes narrowing like bronze bells, as he sternly proclaimed, "I merely wish for you to realize that the Yunlan Sect is not a place for you to recklessly flaunt your prowess." After speaking, he waved his robe and attempted to turn away, but at that moment, gasps of astonishment erupted from the crowd below. The blazing inferno was slowly dissipating, and Mu Qingqing's figure emerged unscathed. "Qingqing, Miss Mu," Huanggu and Wanrong rushed forward in unison, their voices ringing out in disbelief upon seeing Mu Qingqing standing there unharmed. "That I am fine." Mu Qingqing smiled gently, then turned to address the sect leader. "Thank you, sect master." "What?" As the flames completely extinguished, it became evident that not only was Mu Qingqing unharmed, but Emotan was also present within the remnants of the fire. Wanrong did not even notice when Emotan left his seat, nor when he arrived to shield Mu Qingqing before the fiery dragon appeared. Elder Hong's actions in this matter were rather excessive. Emotan slightly raised his gaze towards Elder Hong on the high platform and spoke in a calm voice. This Elder Hong had not anticipated that Emotan would intervene to save that girl. After a moment of contemplation, he continued, "Indeed, my age has caught up with me. My eyesight has been failing me of late. Fortunately, no disaster has befallen us. Truly a stroke of luck." Wanrong was so infuriated that she momentarily lost her words, bewildered by Elder Hong's audacity to speak such blatant falsehoods. Mu Qingqing gently tugged at Wanrong's sleeve, then turned her head towards Elder Hong and declared in a clear voice, "Elder Hong, do you believe that I, Qingqing, have emerged victorious in this contest?" Hearing Mu Qingqing's inquiry, Elder Hong's mouth twitched, and he cleared his throat. "Well, of course, that counts as your victory." "Oh, if that is the case, I kindly request Elder Hong to uphold the agreement and have your granddaughter, Hong Ruolin, come forth to apologize to me." Mu Qingqing's voice was not loud, yet it resonated clearly throughout the entire martial arts arena, which had fallen into an almost complete silence. Observing her composed demeanor, everyone secretly felt a wave of anxiety for her. "Elder Hong, since you have acknowledged my victory over Qinghe today, shall we consider the previous matters forgotten?" Elder Hong, suppressing his anger, articulated each word with deliberate weight. What a joke. To expect the granddaughter of the esteemed Elder Hong of the Fire Cloud Pavilion to kneel and apologize publicly is akin to courting death. "That is only natural," Mu Qingqing replied with a slight nod. Elder Hong gazed down at Mu Qingqing, his heart momentarily lightened by her words. However, Mu Qingqing's lips curved into a subtle smile as she raised her eyes towards Elder Hong on the high platform. "But what?" Elder Hong inquired with a stoic expression. However, Elder Hong had previously promised the disciples that, in addition to overlooking past grievances, Hong Ruolin must kneel and apologize to the disciples. The entire Yunlan sect has borne witness to this. Have they not? Mu Qingqing smiled gently and swept her gaze across the martial arts arena. Those disciples who felt inclined to agree were immediately deterred by the dark glare from Elder Hong, and they hastily averted their eyes. "Indeed, we have heard it. I can attest to it." At that moment, Huanggu suddenly raised his hand and shouted loudly that I too have heard it. Wanrong stepped forward. "You dare?" Elder Hong glared furiously. We have heard it too. From below the platform, a disciple suddenly bellowed, and just as Elder Hong was about to threaten them, a chorus of voices erupted throughout the martial arts arena, including the direct disciples on the high platform, who joined in the uproar. Qingqing gratefully grasped Yun Wanrong's delicate hand, her eyes slightly reddened. Thank you, Sister Yun. Foolish girl, what are you saying? Just call me sister. This is what a sister ought to do, Yun Wanrong responded, her eyes glistening with tears. In that fleeting moment, she truly regretted not accepting Qinghe's challenge on Qingqing's behalf, wishing instead that she had been the one standing below, rather than her beloved sister. Chapter 115. On the cause of the incident. Upon hearing Mo Tian's words, not only did Elder Hong appear taken aback, but even Qingqing and Yun Wanrong were left astonished. As Mo Tian's voice faded, the gazes of all the disciples in attendance gradually turned towards Elder Hong upon the high platform. The elder's dark face flushed crimson, his brows twitching involuntarily. Ultimately, he forcefully flicked his sleeve and turned to leave the martial arts arena. The crowd exchanged puzzled glances, utterly unaware of what motives lay behind Elder Hong's actions. Given his current demeanor, could it be construed as an agreement? Qingqing, in 3 days, await Huanggu at the Yuding Pavilion. Mo Tian's proclamation fell like a drop of cold water into a sizzling pot of oil, instantly igniting a fervor within the martial arts arena. Due to Qingqing's bout, an entire morning had been squandered. Thus, the Grand Sect competition was postponed for a day, to be held as scheduled the following morning. Even so, the clash between Qingqing and Qinghe promised to be more riveting than any previous Sect competitions, elevating Qingqing's reputation within the Yunlan Sect to unprecedented heights. Crash. The sound of a teacup shattering was soon followed by a cacophony of clattering objects. Huanggu, in her chamber, wreaked havoc by smashing nearly everything within reach. Why must I apologize to that wretched woman? Wretched, Rulin screamed in a fit of rage, but her injuries exacerbated her internal wounds, causing her to spit out a mouthful of blood. Young miss, please, take care of your health. A young maid hastily rushed forward, supporting the swaying Huanggu. Slap. Rulin retaliated with a sharp strike, causing the maid to drop to her knees in fright. Wretched girl, you deserve to kneel before me. Pleading for mercy, I, Huanggu, will never bow to you. In the Yuding Pavilion, Yun Wanrong grasped Qingqing's jade-like hand, disregarding Zhao Gou's awkward expression as he stood in the room. Qingqing, you truly terrified me this time. It would be best if you refrained from such actions in the future, and that servant boy, keep your distance from him. If it weren't for him, this incident would not have occurred. Thud. Before Qingqing could speak, Zhao Gou suddenly dropped to his knees. Zhao Gou, please get up, she exclaimed, attempting to lift him, only to find Yun Wanrong holding her back, rendering her immobile. Sister Yun, Qingqing pouted playfully. Miss Mu, I have thought it through. If anything were to happen to you, I doubt I wouldn't be able to live with myself. Zhao Gou's head hung low as he spoke, his voice choked with emotion. Enough, Zhao Gou, please rise. If certain individuals see you, I fear you will face further reprimands. Ignoring Yun Wanrong's restraint, Qingqing stood and helped Zhao Gou to his feet. But this time it was my fault. Please, Miss Mu, punish me. Zhao Gou, still bowing his head, spoke timidly. As for my suggestion, you should report to the sect master and have me expelled from the Yunlan sect to prevent me from leading Qingqing astray in the future. Yun Wanrong slammed the table and bellowed. Upon hearing her words, Zhao Gou was so frightened that his legs gave way, and he knelt down once more. Miss Yun, I am acutely aware of my grave transgressions. However, if you truly intend to cast me out of the Yunlan sect, it would be more merciful to allow me to leap from the summit of that mountain. I, Zhao Gou, have been raised within the Yunlan sect since birth, and now you wish to expel me? In this vast world, there is no place for me. Zhao Gou, as he spoke, Zhao Gou began to knock his head against the ground, each thud resonating with gravity, despite Qingqing's attempts to pull him away. He continued unabated, and soon, blood began to ooze from his forehead. Oh dear, please get up. Seeing him in such a state, Yun Wanrong's heart was already troubled. Her words were merely a fleeting expression of anger. Little did she realize that Zhao Gou was genuinely earnest in his actions. Upon hearing Yun Wanrong speak, Zhao Gou finally ceased his knocking, yet he still dared not raise his head or rise, remaining prostrate on the ground. If Sister Yun were to assert that this entire situation stemmed from him, it would not be entirely accurate. Qingqing glanced at Zhao Gou, her large, expressive eyes twinkling as she spoke. If you say it is not because of him, then what else could it be? Had he not insisted on entering the training grounds, you would not have clashed with that red-haired girl. Yun Wanrong was exasperated, for without Zhao Gou, Such an incident would surely not have occurred. Then why is it that Xiaogo cannot enter the training grounds? Mu Qingqing chuckled lightly, sitting beside Yun Wanrong and grasping her hand. Need it even be said? It is undoubtedly because, before Yun Wanrong could finish her sentence, she suddenly grasped the implication of Mu Qingqing's words. Are you suggesting that? Precisely. As long as Xiaogo becomes an ordinary disciple of the Yulan sect and sheds those menial garments, what could possibly prevent him from entering the training grounds? Mu Qingqing said with a beaming smile as she looked at Yun Wanrong. At that moment, Xiaogo, kneeling on the ground, could hardly fathom that Mu Qingqing would still be contemplating his status in such a situation. His nose tinged with emotion. He felt tears welling up. Do not seek me out for this matter. Go directly to the sect master. Yun Wanrong waved her hand in exasperation, utterly perplexed by the thoughts swirling in this girl's mind. What remarkable quality did Xiaogo possess that compelled Mu Qingqing to repeatedly contravene the sect's regulations on his behalf? The last time, she had intervened to save Xiaogo from Qin Shaosong, even seizing someone else's precious artifact in the process, which led to a complaint being lodged with the sect master. Fortunately, Yun Wanrong was present and spoke highly of Mu Qingqing, ultimately resulting in the sect master providing that individual with a new artifact to quell the matter. And now, due to Xiaogo, she had summoned Elder Hong, and still feeling unsatisfied, she insisted on seeking the sect master's favor to elevate this menial to the status of an ordinary disciple of the Yulan sect. If she were not foolish, then surely she had been caught in a door? Sister Yun, you say that Xiaogo is my little brother, and I am your sister, while the sect master is your master. Who, then, would be most suitable to address this matter? Mu Qingqing asked with an earnest expression. Chapter 116. Re-entering the training ground. Upon hearing Mu Qingqing's words, Yun Wanrong stared at her as if she were an extraterrestrial being for a good 10 seconds. Yet Mu Qingqing remained composed and unruffled. Xiaogo, on the other hand, knelt on the ground, not daring to move, his head bowed in submission. You're terrifying. All right. Just rest for now. There's a competition tomorrow. Ultimately, Yun Wanrong conceded, shaking her head in resignation as she prepared to leave. I knew Sister Yun was the best, Mu Qingqing exclaimed, stepping forward to affectionately grasp Yun Wanrong's arm, then turning to discreetly wink at Xiaogo. Thank you, Miss Yun. Xiaogo quickly expressed his gratitude, bowing his head. Yun Wanrong glanced at him, then extended her slender, jade-like finger to gently tap Mu Qingqing's smooth forehead before turning to depart. All right, Xiaogo, get up quickly. After seeing off Yun Wanrong and closing the door, Mu Qingqing hastily spoke that I think it's best to let him stay kneeling. If he prefers it, he might as well remain like that forever. As soon as Mu Qingqing finished her sentence, a swirl of dark mist enveloped the room, followed by the cold voice of Wang Luo. Master, Brother Luo. Xiaogo and Mu Qingqing exclaimed in unison, filled with excitement. Please don't blame me, Master. If it weren't for me, Miss Mu wouldn't have encountered such peril. Xiaogo truly deserves 1,000 deaths for this. Xiaogo stood there, stammering in his apology. This matter doesn't directly concern you. Hong Ruolin has been antagonizing Mu Qingqing due to her grudges from the training tower. Even without you, she would have found other ways to create trouble. One cannot escape from such petty individuals. Wang Luo waved his hand dismissively and continued, however, consider this a blessing in disguise. If Yun Wanrong truly manages to secure your status as a disciple, you will be liberated from the ranks of the menial and no longer have to endure such indignities. Master, upon hearing this, Xiaogo's eyes reddened, and he looked as if he might kneel again. Oh dear, enough of that. Xiaogo, your primary task now is to perfect your cultivation techniques. I am counting on you to carry me as we soar through the heavens, standing beside Wang Luo. Mu Qingqing quickly interjected, fearful that Xiaogo might kneel again and risk displeasing Wang Luo. Mu Qingqing, today's battle has drained you significantly. You must focus on your meditation and cultivation. Tomorrow's fight cannot end in defeat. Wang Luo turned to Mu Qingqing as he spoke. Yes, Mu Qingqing raised her eyes, only to be met by the depths of Wang Luo's gaze, causing her heart to flutter as her voice trembled slightly. Ahem, Wang Luo cleared his throat, turning to Xiaogo to impart a few more instructions before vanishing into a beam of light that merged with the spirit butchering staff. Today's battle had not only exhausted Mu Qingqing, but Wang Luo had equally felt the strain, for it was through him that the connection between Mu Qingqing and the spirit butchering staff had been established, allowing the staff's formidable spirit to enhance her cultivation. However, the spirit butchering staff's spiritual energy remained weak, evidently having sustained injuries that had yet to heal. Otherwise, today's battle would not have been so arduous. Moreover, Had it not been for that moment when Emotion intervened at a critical juncture, Mu Qingqing and Wang Luo, despite sustaining severe injuries, would still have found it exceedingly difficult to contend with Elder Hong. Observing the tranquility that had settled within the room, Mu Qingqing settled cross-legged upon her bed. Assuming a specific hand seal, she allowed the abundant spiritual energy in the air to transform into delicate, dancing strands of energy that penetrated her body. Following a designated meridian pathway, the energy ultimately reached her dantian, where it was filtered and refined into a tangible liquid energy that infused her chi whirlpool. While impurities were expelled through the cycle, exhaled from her body. As the energy gradually replenished, the pallor of Mu Qingqing's face began to return to a healthy flush. The night swiftly passed. When the first rays of sunlight graced the peaks of Yunlan's Sect, they streamed through the window, illuminating Mu Qingqing's visage. Her complexion not only regained its former vitality but appeared even more resplendent and translucent. Furthermore, the meridians within her body, now radiating a soft luminescence, had grown more resilient following this ordeal, and Mu Qingqing sensed an elusive feeling of impending breakthrough. Exhaling a long breath of turbid air, she felt her entire being brimming with power. Rising to her feet, invigorated by the surging spiritual energy within her, Mu Qingqing couldn't help but laugh heartily, declaring, "I, Mu Qingqing, have resurrected with full vitality." Knock, knock, knock. No sooner had her words faded than a sound of knocking echoed from the door. Upon opening it, she found Xiaogo standing there, having already prepared breakfast for her. "Xiaogo, for the abundance of delicious food you bring me each day, I, Mu Qingqing, shall undoubtedly have your back," Mu Qingqing said, her mouth full of chicken leg. Speaking in a muffled tone, glutton, Wang Luo rolled her eyes, exasperated. Xiaogo could only nod in agreement. Following the battle from the previous day, Mu Qingqing had gained renown, and upon her arrival at the training ground today, the gazes of those around her were tinged with newfound respect. Indeed, it was a gaze reserved for the strong. Xiaogo trailed behind Mu Qingqing without facing any hindrance as they passed through the entrance of the training ground. Perhaps it was the understanding that even if they attempted to intervene, they would likely be unable to do so. Thereby, extending a courtesy seemed the better part. "Qingqing, you've become quite the popular figure today." Just as they entered the training area, Wanrong suddenly patted Mu Qingqing on the shoulder from behind, startling her into a slight jump. "Sister Yun, are you mocking me as well?" Mu Qingqing's delicate features flushed with a hint of crimson. Yet, her demeanor towards outsiders retained an air of haughty exclusivity. There were even disciples who, when sneaking glances at her, found themselves overwhelmed by her formidable aura and retreated in defeat. As the two exchanged pleasantries, a series of powerful gusts of wind approached from afar, and soon several elders arrived, particularly Elder Bai, whose gaze held a profound expectation upon seeing Mu Qingqing. Confounded, Mu Qingqing could only offer a gentle nod in acknowledgement. "Qingqing, today is the qualifying round. Although you made a name for yourself in yesterday's match, you must still participate in this competition." Wanrong playfully tapped Mu Qingqing's nose, emphasizing the importance of the day. "That is only natural. However, I must inquire with my elder sister as well. Has the matter regarding Xiaogo been resolved?" Mu Qingqing, of course, did not forget the task assigned to her yesterday and promptly posed the question. Chapter 117. Xuanhuan Ming. Upon hearing Mu Qingqing's words, Wanrong pouted in mild dissatisfaction that if you wish for my assistance, there ought to be some form of acknowledgement, for I shall not engage in toil without recompense. "Then does that mean the sect leader has consented?" Mu Qingqing asked, her face alight with excitement. "First, tell me how you intend to thank me." Wanrong feigned an aloof demeanor, glancing sideways at the exuberant Mu Qingqing. Unexpectedly, Mu Qingqing seized Wanrong, leaning in to plant a kiss upon her porcelain-like visage. The sound was surprisingly loud, drawing the attention of those around them. Just as Wanrong raised a hand to strike Mu Qingqing, she sensed an overwhelming aura approaching. "Master is here." As the words left her lips, Emotion, clad in white, appeared before them and gracefully took a seat. "Silence, please." Upon the arrival of the sect leader, Elder Bai slowly rose and approached the railing of the high platform. Calling out with authority, his aged voice seemed to penetrate the air, reaching the hearts of the disciples, and the previously cacophonous training ground gradually fell silent. In this grand competition of the sect, a total of 842 participants have entered, and following the events of the day before yesterday, 421 remain. I shall now announce that the drawing of lots is about to commence. As Elder Bai's words faded, he abruptly flung his left hand skyward, causing numerous orbs of ghostly energy to materialize in the heavens above. As the orbs appeared, countless disciples began to cast their own energy beams skyward, attempting to draw down the luminous spheres. 23. Qingqing, your luck truly seems to be unwavering. Do not worry, Miss Mu. There are not many within the sect who can rival Qinghe, and even if there were, they would only be the sect leader's direct disciples, who are forbidden from participating in this competition. Zhao Guo's words served as a reassuring balm for Mu Qingqing. Regardless, she preferred to avoid any further high-intensity battles like the one from yesterday. Well then, let us invite the first group of 20 contestants to enter. Amid her contemplations, Elder Bai's voice resonated clearly. Swish, swish, swish. No sooner had Elder Bai's words been spoken than figures began to leap into the arena. The curtain had officially risen on this new day of competition. Ding! The ancient and melodious chime rang out, and the 10 groups of contestants within the training ground stood poised and ready. Begin! A resounding shout echoed from the high platform, and the 20 contestants instantly became entangled in a fierce clash. The skirmishes of ordinary contestants lacked any remarkable flair. However, this time, an exceptional star among the ordinary disciples emerged. His name was Xuanhuan Ming. As Xuanhuan Ming stepped onto the stage, the surrounding stands erupted in deafening cheers, particularly from the female disciples, whose cheeks flushed pink, eyes sparkling with delight as they gazed upon the tall youth clad in a purple robe. Who is this person? Leaning against the railing, Mu Qingqing observed the smiling young man with keen interest. Thought he was fairly pleasing to the eye, though he paled in comparison to her brother Luo. She could not help but mutter to herself, what a lovesick fool. Wang Luo observed the match taking place outside, and could only offer Mu Qingqing a brief assessment encapsulated in 2 words. Go on then. With Wanrong also showing interest, Mu Qingqing instructed Zhao Guo to continue. Yes. Zhao Guo bowed respectfully before lifting his gaze towards the disciple on the platform, proceeding to say that Xuanhuan Ming is 14 years old this year. At the first tier of the Qi Wheel realm, he always greets others with a smile, his face adorned with a warm and gentle expression. Coupled with his handsome appearance, he is quite popular among the female disciples. I fail to see what makes him so special. Wanrong scoffed upon hearing Zhao Guo's words, yet for some inexplicable reason, the image of Wang Luo's exceptional visage beneath his black attire suddenly surfaced in her mind. What am I thinking? While Wanrong was lost in contemplation, Mu Qingqing unexpectedly leaned in closer and whispered in her ear. Xuanhuan Ming's hands, delicate and fair like those of a woman, clung to his opponent's body with an unyielding grip, leaving no opportunity for counterattack. Such combat exuded an aesthetic beauty, far surpassing the blustering brawls of the other disciples nearby, which sent the female spectators into a frenzy. What's wrong? Isn't the fighting rather splendid? Mu Qingqing remarked, puzzled as she observed the expressions of those around her. TSK, Mu Qingqing, if I were to call you infatuated, it seems you truly are. The voice of Wang Luo echoed in Mu Qingqing's mind. What do you mean by that? Mu Qingqing remained somewhat bewildered, yet from his tone, it appeared Wang Luo's reaction mirrored that of the other male disciples. That Xuanhuan Ming could have dispatched his opponent long ago during the 48th strike. Yet he chose to prolong the duel for the sake of impressing the enamored female disciples, opting to forego a decisive blow. TSK stay. This pretty boy is not far from being knocked out. As soon as Wang Luo's words fell, Mu Qingqing suddenly burst into laughter. Qingqing, are you all right? What are you laughing about? Wanrong, feeling bored, turned her head to look at Mu Qingqing, unable to discern what was humorous about the fight. Zhao Guo, what do you think of Xuanhuan Ming's performance? Mu Qingqing asked, suppressing her laughter and directing her attention towards Zhao Guo. Miss Mu, though my own cultivation is modest, I can see that Xuanhuan Ming is merely toying with his opponent. The battle, which he could have concluded long ago, is still ongoing. If I were his adversary, I would have been infuriated and fled. Zhao Guo grinned, sharing his observations. Oh, I didn't expect Zhao Guo to be so perceptive. Could it be that only the female disciples are oblivious? Just then, Xuanhuan Ming unleashed a palm strike, landing squarely on his opponent's chest. However, it seemed he had intentionally held back, as the opponent merely staggered slightly before pressing forward to continue the skirmish. Xuanhuan Ming felt a flash of light before him, as a gleaming sword approached, but his hand moved like a serpent, weaving around the blade to ensnare the opponent's sword-wielding hand with a firm grip. He pinched the opponent's wrist. Clang! The sword fell with a crisp clash, eliciting a chorus of cheers from the audience below. The corners of Xuanhuan Ming's lips slowly curled into a smile, yet before he could fully embrace the moment, the hand he had seized was deftly reversed, grasping his wrist firmly. With a sudden, forceful tug, his body was propelled forward uncontrollably. Before he could steady his footing, a palm struck his chest with formidable force. This blow had been meticulously prepared by his opponent, and from the moment Xuanhuan Ming had allowed himself to be on stage, he understood that the young man had merely wished to showcase his own shortcomings. Since Xuanhuan Ming reveled in seeking attention, it would be far more gratifying to let him suffer a more pronounced humiliation. Thus, he began to amass his strength, aiming to deliver a potentially lethal strike at the moment Xuanhuan Ming was most oblivious. As anticipated, this concentrated assault of his opponent's entire spiritual energy sent Xuanhuan Ming hurtling backward, landing heavily and skidding nearly 10 meters before finally coming to a halt. He had already exited the platform. Defeated in the contest, number 6, Zheng Tianyang wins. The attendant, who had been waiting patiently, rushed forward to announce the outcome of the bout. This match, while an indulgence for the infatuated young maidens, was a torturous ordeal for everyone else. At that moment, all the female disciples gazed at the vanquished Xuanhuan Ming with expressions of profound disappointment, unable to comprehend how such a handsome and charming figure could be bested. Some even had tears glistening in their eyes. Xuanhuan Ming clutched his chest as he slowly rose, offering a respectful fist salute to Zheng Tianyang on the stage before turning to depart. Look, he truly possesses grace. Even in defeat, he maintains such dignity. Indeed, I admire his composure. He is both capable and humble. Moreover, he is undeniably handsome. With Xuanhuan Ming's departure, a murmur of whispers arose among the spectators. Luogu had accurately predicted that Xuanhuan Ming had indeed been cast down. Qingqing couldn't help but chuckle softly, realizing that Wang Luo's perceptiveness remained as sharp as ever. I have encountered many such superficial young men who seek to bask in the limelight. Even if he hadn't been ousted this time, he surely wouldn't last long in the next round. Wang Luo remained unfazed. In his previous life, he had encountered countless individuals of this ilk. As the third match approached, just as Elder Bai's voice faded, Qingqing leapt down from the high platform, landing directly on the designated competition stage. Her opponent had yet to arrive, and her gaze fell upon the charred spot left by Qin He's fiery onslaught the previous day. To her astonishment, however, the blackened mark had vanished without a trace. What could be so surprising about this? Wang Luo, however, remained unperturbed. Although Qingqing did not speak, he sensed her thoughts. Luogu, how did you know? Qingqing was taken aback by Wang Luo's remarkable knowledge, realizing he was indeed a well-versed and handsome gentleman. Ahem. Aware of Qingqing's musings, Wang Luo felt a bit awkward and cleared his throat before commencing his explanation. Originally, on the vast expanse of the Wanrong continent, there existed a myriad of professions, among which the most coveted were the star array masters and alchemists. Alchemists, by nature, are practitioners capable of concocting elixirs of varying grades. Ranging from 1 to 9, the allure of this profession lies in its ability to produce not only potions of different tiers, but also those that aid individuals in enhancing their cultivation and overcoming tribulations. Particularly rare are the elixirs designed to assist in transcending tribulations, making them almost impossible to procure. When humans reach a certain threshold in their cultivation, they draw forth the divine thunder from the heavens. Akin to beasts of magic, at such a critical juncture, consuming a thunder avoidance pill could significantly bolster the chances of successfully navigating the tribulation. Naturally, the ability to craft such a pill is a testament to the extraordinary prowess of the alchemist, a class of artisans who are seldom seen in their entirety. The second profession is that of the star array master. Although their cultivation levels are often modest, their capabilities are remarkable. They excel in harnessing spiritual energy, which allows them to manipulate the elemental forces of nature. For instance, a rock that is shattered can be rejuvenated through the application of a life-generating array, absorbing the spirit energy of the world and revitalizing itself in a single night. Chapter 119. Ambushed to think that this profession required the formation of an inner elixir, Qingqing was intrigued and was about to inquire further when the melodious chime of a bell resonated once more, signifying the commencement of this round of competition. Where are the participants? Qingqing raised her gaze, observing that on other stone platforms, pairs of competitors stood ready, yet here she was, alone. At that moment, a disciple ascended the stage, approached the elder in charge, and whispered something into his ear before turning to leave. However, before departing, he cast a meaningful glance at Qingqing. Great. Please don't intentionally unsettle me. I can manage to measure my skills against you all. But her? Let us skip that. Hearing the murmurings from the crowd below, Qingqing felt a sense of calculation stirring within her. Lightly tapping her toes, her garments billowed as she soared into the air, landing gracefully atop the high platform. Qingqing, it seems your abilities have grown significantly. You've even managed to frighten the opponent to the point of hiding their face. Wanrong remarked thoughtfully. No need to ponder. In the Yuding Pavilion, I reside alone, and there are so many empty rooms. Mu Qingqing replied with a cheerful smile as she turned her head. That's good. Zhao Go can conveniently take care of you. Wanrong well understood the little thoughts lingering in Mu Qingqing's heart. Initially intending to leave with Zhao Go, she reconsidered, knowing he had never witnessed the sect's grand competition, thus opting to leave him behind while she herself made her way towards the Yuding Pavilion. The distance between the Yuding Pavilion and the martial arts arena was not great. If Mu Qingqing utilized her steps, she would reach it in less than half an hour. Yet today, for reasons unknown, she found herself wandering for nearly an hour without arriving. Luogu, where are we headed? Why does this path seem increasingly unfamiliar? Mu Qingqing inquired, settling onto a clean, large stone, massaging her somewhat sore calves in confusion. One might wonder whether Mu Qingqing was simply naive or foolish, for despite being ensnared within an array, she still had the presence of mind to pose such questions. Wang Luo, arms crossed, remained vigilant, intently monitoring the unfolding events outside as a group stealthily approached. What of it? If I am trapped within, she must come to deal with me, mustn't she? Mu Qingqing raised the spirit-slaying staff high and let it fall, catching it with impeccable precision, nearly causing Wang Luo to stumble over it. Oh, I was wondering who possessed such great skill to summon a formation master for assistance, only to discover it is the granddaughter of Elder Hong. Mu Qingqing sat upon a large stone, fixated on the spirit-slaying staff in her hands, not bothering to look at Hong Kalan. You wretched girl, so what if you've defeated Qin He? He is merely a useless waste. Lying in his room, oblivious to everything. Today, I have come to collect your life, and if you think I will kneel and apologize, you are dreaming. Hong Rulan coldly snorted, her face contorted in a fierce grimace, devoid of any trace of the dignified demeanor expected of an elder's granddaughter. Oh, is that so? Just based on you? Mu Qingqing's lips curled into a slight smirk as she raised her gaze and smiled. Do you think I would be so foolish? Let me tell you, this formation is specifically set for you. If you cannot find your way out within an hour, then await your death. With that, Hong Rulan tossed her hair and turned to leave. Unfazed, Mu Qingqing stood still and suddenly shot forth an object that landed unnoticed upon Hong Rulan's garment. Following suit, she clapped her hands, declaring, You think you are not foolish. Yet you are the biggest fool of all. Ha ha, behold my special guiding sign. With a flourish of the spirit-slaying staff, Mu Qingqing ambled leisurely, weaving left and right, and after a full incense stick's time, she finally exited the formation. Well, what do you think? Am I clever? At that moment, Mu Qingqing was recounting her glorious exploits to Wanrong and Zhao Go. What? That Hong Rulan dares to commit such acts of violence in broad daylight. Watch me report this to the sect leader and bring her to justice. Upon hearing Mu Qingqing's account, Wanrong was incensed rather than amused, striking the table within the room with her jade-like hand, shattering it to pieces, and then exclaimed in a delicate yet commanding voice, Indeed, Hong Rulan is quite audacious. Fortunately, Miss Mu is clever. Otherwise, the trouble could have been far greater. Zhao Go reflected and felt a shiver of fear, thus resolving to remain by Mu Qingqing's side, vowing not to let her face danger alone. Oh, this is merely a trifle. Moreover, if you inform the sect leader, she will only summon Elder Hong, complicating matters further. I shall simply exercise caution in the future. Mu Qingqing seemed unfazed, but after a moment's thought, she turned to Zhao Go and spoke. Zhao Go, today there is a task that only you can undertake.